In the pitch-black night, a shadow stealthily fished by the school lake, beside a sign that forbade fishing. The moon cast its reflection on the shimmering surface of the water, presenting a resplendent orb in the sky. Suddenly, the fishing rod dipped, followed by a sharp thud. An excruciating pain struck the back of her head, and darkness enveloped her with a splash. She fell into the lake, and upon opening her eyes, she had transformed into Rainy Palace Yoshiko. The probability of me catching a fish is as slim as that of traversing through time. Maintaining the motion of pulling the rod, Rainy Palace Yoshiko feigned the act of throwing the fishing rod. My dear, it seems our Yoshiko has suddenly become quite irate. No, that doesn't seem to be the crux of the matter. If I heard correctly, is that Chinese? Rainy Palace Yoshiko cast a sidelong glance at the couple who murmured softly yet distinctly enough for her to hear. Indeed, it was Japanese, and she comprehended it entirely. They appeared to be her parents. Regaining her composure, Rainy Palace Yoshiko stepped outside to survey the courtyard, which seemed to resemble a traditional Japanese residence, boasting a spacious yard with grassy patches, cobblestone paths, a small bamboo grove, and a pond. The couple exchanged glances beneath the eaves, observing the diminutive figure of their 3-year-old daughter. Does our daughter not want to attend kindergarten again? That simply won't do. It's the new semester. Let's entice Yoshiko with some candy. Rainy Palace Yoshiko turned her head and shot them an indignant look. She was merely examining her system. Rejection System 1.0. With each confession turned down, one grows stronger. Who would confess at the tender age of 3? If only I could start as a beautiful maiden. Rainy Palace Yoshiko frowned at the solitary phrase of the system. What does it mean to grow stronger? Amaya Kikuko, lost in her thoughts, went to the entrance to change her shoes and step outside. Wait a moment, Kikuko, remember to wear your name tag this year. You are in the Sakura class. Amaya Kikuko glanced at the pink cherry blossom name tag, which read, Sakura class, Amaya Kikuko. Upon arriving outside the kindergarten, she tilted her head to gaze at Mahana Nursery, ASA 3-year-old. She might not fully recognize the Japanese characters. Yet these words bore a striking resemblance to their Chinese counterparts, becoming increasingly familiar to her. Inside the Sakura class, Teacher Mikasa encouraged the children to play with building blocks, announcing that shortly, it would be time for morning exercises. Amaya Kikuko casually gathered a heap of blocks and constructed a 3-tiered castle before her, soon becoming lost in thought as she stared out the window. Initially, her seizing a multitude of blocks had left the other children discontented. However, upon witnessing the castle she had built, they fell silent, casting admiring glances at her. Feeling their gaze upon her, Kikuko remained languid, questioning whether besting her kindergarten peers was truly amusing. Ultimately, it offered her only a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Observing the tense atmosphere among the children, Teacher Mikasa clapped her hands to redirect their attention from the block castle, introducing Play-Doh for those who had been drawn into Kikuko's creation. Kikuko stole a glance, pushed the castle aside, and reached for a cup of Play-Doh. Her delicate fingers danced like butterflies, effortlessly molding the Play-Doh into the shapes she envisioned. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of her peers and Teacher Mikasa, a vividly crafted mecha, Evangelion 01, the first unit, adorned with its initial standard equipment, poised in a sprinting stance, nearly 20 centimeters in height, was placed upon the table, replacing the previous castle. Amaya Noriko nodded in satisfaction. Her petite hands allowed for intricate detailing. She glanced at the other children, and after a brief pause, they erupted with excitement, their eager eyes fixated on her first unit, yearning to touch it. For these young boys, the allure of the mecha far surpassed that of the castle. One bold boy beside her, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Amaya, can I play with this super cool mecha? Amaya Noriko replied, no. Though she had casually crafted it, she was acutely aware of the destructive potential of children. Moreover, this was no mere figurine. It was soft clay, and she could not bear to see her creation lose its charm in their grubby hands. The circle of boys was visibly disheartened, chattering away in attempts to persuade her, some even calling her stingy. Amaya Noriko, disinterested in quarreling with the immature children, molded a lump of clay into a rather crude form and generously offered it to the boy. Teacher Mia looked on helplessly as the situation became increasingly chaotic, akin to a drop of water splashing into a hot pan. Amaya Noriko felt a headache coming on from the noise, just as Mia found a transparent plastic box to seek her approval for placing the first unit inside, allowing it to be displayed in the classroom for all to admire. She nodded decisively, instructing Sonia to swiftly pack away the items, lest the playful children disturb her. Once silence enveloped the space, everyone turned their attention to the models. However, one timid child lingered before her, softly speaking. "I am Kozo Matsutomo, may I be your friend?" Amaya Kiko raised an eyebrow. "You appear quite fearful of me." Kozo quickly shook his head. "No, not at all." Amaya Kiko, with a hint of difficulty, replied, "If you do not like me, it will be impossible for us to become good friends." Kozo paused, adjusting his timid tone, and earnestly declared, "I like you. Amaya, you are very cool, and your skills with blocks and clay are impressive." Amaya Kiko, satisfied, patted his shoulder. "Well done. Indeed, you show promise, but I must decline." The child, who had initially beamed with joy, gradually wore a dazed expression. The rejection of his confession was successful, granting her a random point. Strength 1. Amaya Kiko immediately sensed a subtle transformation within her body. A warmth began to bloom. Though it was merely the beginning, it allowed her 3-year-old frame to experience a hint of strength. In light of this, she cheerfully encouraged the child. "Do not be disheartened, persevere. Giving up after a single failure cannot define a true man. Can it?" Kozo, inspired, rallied himself. "Yes. Amaya, I will become a true man and be your friend. Your spirit is commendable. Now, off you go to play." Amaya Noriko waved her hand, momentarily feeling a sense of joy before returning to her usual demeanor. After all, what sense of accomplishment could one derive from tricking a mere 3-year-old? She lounged comfortably in the corner chair, observing the group of childish little ones being led by their caregiver, who seemed to be delighting in their play. However, her gaze was suddenly arrested by a scene nearby. There, a short-haired girl adorned with a bow headband was conversing with her friend. "Oh, Xiaolan, why does your name tag look like that?" The other girl, with flowing hair, replied, "My mother made this for me since the old one broke." "How wonderful. It looks exactly the same." The long-haired girl removed her cherry blossom name tag to show her friend. "It even has a pin on the back, so you can take it off, see?" The girl with the bow headband exclaimed in amazement. "Wow, Xiaolan, your mother is a genius." Amaya Noriko lifted her eyes to the ceiling, a realization dawning upon her. "Ah, I remember now. This is indeed the world of Detective Conan. How fascinating. I walk hand in hand with death." After Suzuki Sonoko had admired the cherry blossom name tag, she intended to return it to Xiaolan, only to have it snatched away by a few mischievous boys nearby. "What is this? It's just a piece of paper. We won't play with someone who wears such a thing." Exactly. You don't fit in." The displeased Suzuki Sonoko placed her hands on her hips and declared, "You better give it back to me." In response, the playful boys merely made silly faces at her. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi should be as Yumi Nakamura turned and approached the glass door leading outside. She found herself face-to-face with Shinichi Kudo, who was holding hands with Yukiko Kudo, both adorned with a small yellow cap. Shinichi, initially preoccupied with the commotion caused by some quarreling children, had his view obstructed by a little girl who emerged from within, who greeted him with a cheerful smile. Though he felt a twinge of oddity in his heart, he allowed himself to be led by his mother to complete his enrollment procedures. Turning back, Ayumi noticed Sonoko, who was determined to reclaim the cherry blossom name tag for her friend, entangled in a scuffle with a young boy. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the boys were indeed rather feeble. She recalled how Sonoko had ultimately been reprimanded to tears without hesitation. Ayumi strode over, deftly tripping the 2 boys who had come to Sonoko's aid, and then pulled Sonoko aside, primarily dragging the boy who fell to the ground. In a tumble. "Still resorting to bullying girls? How juvenile," Ayumi remarked nonchalantly. Sonoko gazed at the 3 boys who lay sprawled on the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." Ranmori expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." "Just a trivial matter," Ayumi replied, making an okay gesture. She held a fondness for both Sonoko and Ran. One was fiercely loyal and came from immense wealth, while the other was kind-hearted and quite capable in a fight. The 3 girls took this opportunity to forge a friendship. After a while, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Janasuk, arrived to mediate, only to discover that the situation had already been resolved, with the 3 boys clearly outmaneuvered by Ayumi's intervention. Ayumi cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Janasuk, silently pondering, "You are the instigator of this incident. After all." Suzuki Sonoko apologetically produced the damaged cherry blossom name tag and said to Mori Ran, "Ran, I'm sorry. Although I retrieved the name tag, it is in this condition that I in an attempt to console Sonoko." Mori Ran smiled and replied, "It's all right. I've seen how my mother folds them." The two girls then endeavored to engage Amamiya Yoshiko in conversation, but despite their familiarity, it was built on their high school selves rather than any inclination to engage in childish games at their current age of 3. Consequently, Yoshiko chose to sit alone in a corner, gazing out the window while pondering the narrative. Though Suzuki Sonoko and Mori Ran would grow to be remarkable individuals, they were, at this moment, merely 3-year-old girls in a hushed tone. Sonoko remarked to Ran, "Yoshiko is so cool." Ran nodded in agreement, and she's really kind. Yet, the cool and kind Amamiya Yoshiko found herself in an unexpected predicament during nap time, as she realized her bed was positioned near the corridor door, originally the spot designated for the intended victim, Ran. Chapter 2. The unsuccessful victim, Amamiya Yoshiko. Yoshiko furrowed her brows as she contemplated her position. Ran had narrowly escaped the role of victim, but what of herself? It was difficult to articulate, however. A wave of drowsiness enveloped her mind, and against her will, she nestled into her blanket, succumbing to the midday slumber. The little ones obediently drifted into sleep, with the exception of Mori Ran. Although she had comforted Sonoko, she suddenly struggled to recall how the cherry blossom name tag was crafted, and in a moment of solitary distress, she could no longer hold back her tears. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi finally made his appearance. A moment of youthful deduction led to the conclusion that Mao Lilan was crafting a cherry blossom nameplate, and it was said that she was the weeping girl who had lost her cherry blossom nameplate. A sorrowful soul immersed in tears as she created her artwork. At that moment, the napping children awoke, all gazing in awe at Kudo Shinichi. It was his first genuine experience of tension and excitement in reasoning, and being but a child, Kudo Shinichi felt a sense of pride, thinking that the girl before him must be utterly astonished. However, he was promptly rebutted by Mao Lilan. "I am not a crybaby." "Huh? Are you not crying?" "I am not crying." Kudo Shinichi, observing the tears lingering at the corners of Mao Lilan's eyes, raised an eyebrow and insisted, "You are crying." With glistening eyes, Mao Lilan stubbornly retorted, "I am not crying." Kudo Shinichi sighed, thinking to himself that she was clearly teary-eyed. Just then, Kudo Yukiko entered, seeking Shinichi, and discovered that Mao Lilan was the daughter of Eri Kisaki, engaged in conversation with Xiao Lan. However, Kudo Shinichi suddenly noticed the cherry blossom class homeroom teacher, Zhangzhou Luinjie, standing behind his mother, fixated on the bed closest to the corridor door. His detective instincts alerted him that this gaze was decidedly ominous. He turned his attention to the little girl occupying that bed, realizing that, remarkably, she was still fast asleep. Is that not the peculiar girl who smiled at me in the classroom earlier? Kudo Shinichi's memory was sharp, and he quickly recalled the brief encounter with Amamiya Yoshiko, intrigued by her strange smile. At this moment, Mao Lilan gazed at Kudo Shinichi and said, "If you need a cherry blossom name tag, I can give you the one I just made." "Sure, they'll write your name on it." "What is your name?" Kudo Shinichi, realizing her intent, withdrew his gaze and looked at Mao Lilan, his face slightly flushed as he solemnly introduced himself. "I am Kudo Shinichi, from the cherry blossom class." Mao Lilan lowered her head and inscribed cherry blossom class Kudo Shinichi on the name tag she had just crafted. Thus began a tender romance that would unfold over 1,000 episodes. At this moment, young Mao Lilan was still oblivious. Yet Kudo Shinichi's infatuation ignited here. If Amamiya Noriko had been awake, she would undoubtedly have remarked, what a naive and innocent affection, one capable of blossoming over 1,000 episodes. However, she remained in slumber, having sensed something was amiss before dozing off, feeling overly drowsy, likely due to the sedative administered by Zhangzhou Luinjie. After some time, Amamiya Noriko awoke later than the others, regaining her consciousness. Rubbing her forehead, she realized it was not merely the sedative. She seemed to be running a slight fever, her head heavy and foggy. Without any apparent warning, she pondered the possibility that it was due to her physical transformation, which had initially caused her body to feel warm. Activating energy-saving mode, Amamiya Noriko appeared increasingly lethargic throughout the afternoon. Kudo Shinichi was indeed quite attentive to her, yet it was the peculiar and ambiguous attitude of Zhangzhou Luinjie towards Amamiya Yoshiko that piqued his curiosity. igniting a profound desire to unravel the mystery. Subsequently, Kudo Shinichi observed that Amamiya Yoshiko was indeed rather strange. Whenever someone approached her to play, she would merely wave her hand dismissively, offering not a single word in response. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Mori Ran, "Has she always been this way?" Mori Ran, uncertain of how to respond, admitted that they were not well acquainted, having only exchanged words that very day. "Amamiya-san is quite a good person," she managed to convey, recounting how Yoshiko had assisted her and her friend Yuan earlier that morning. Kudo Shinichi, still without any leads, pondered the connection between the enigmatic homeroom teacher's ambiguous demeanor and the peculiar personality of Amamiya Yoshiko. In the afternoon, Jiangzhou Luanjie took the children from the Sakura class to the amusement park. He instructed the children to line up, intending to place Amamiya Yoshiko at the front, holding her hand as the leader. "No, I want to be at the back," she replied, disinterested in cooperating with him. As for how Jiangzhou Luanjie planned to inform his brother-in-law of his intentions, that was his concern alone. At the amusement park, Amamiya Yoshiko sat to the side, observing the children as they slid down the slide. Once again, Jiangzhou Luanjie approached her, encouraging her to try sliding down, seemingly to accommodate her exclusion from the group. Amamiya Yoshiko, however, expressed her lack of interest. "I have no desire. I fail to see the joy in sliding down from there." From beginning to end, the narrative revolves around Jiangzhou Luanjie's daughter running away from home, leading his wife to succumb to a mental breakdown and desire to raise another child. This culminated in a conspiracy with his brother-in-law to abduct her, which should have clearly been the domain of Mao Lilan. It is commendable that Yu Gongjizi refrained from directly exposing their intentions. Abducting a child, engaging in human trafficking, is nothing short of heinous. Were it not for Jiangzhou Luanjie eventually awakening to the truth, how could he afford the luxury of indulging them? Jiangzhou Luanjie felt a sense of helplessness, sensing that Yu Gongjizi was behaving unusually today. He could only gesture discreetly towards his wife by the window, indicating this individual as the target, contemplating whether he should reconsider his approach. As Jiangzhou Luanjie went to tend to other children, Kudo Shinichi, who had already sensed something amiss with Jiangzhou Luanjie, approached Yu Gongjizi. With a curious demeanor, he inquired, "What did the teacher say to you, Yu Gong?" Yu Gongjizi glanced sideways, responding, "She mentioned that I should try sliding down the slide as well." Kudo Shinichi pondered, his gaze flitting between the slide and the window behind it, contemplating whether there was a connection between the two. Observing the future detective's earnestness, Yu Gongjizi encouraged him, saying, "You can do it. I leave it to you." "Leave it to me?" Kudo Shinichi's lips twitched slightly at her words. "What do you know? How can you entrust this to me?" The future detective, still in his youth, was preoccupied with deducing why Jiangzhou Luanjie exhibited such a peculiar attitude toward Yu Gongjizi, alongside the evident issues he had perceived in Jiangzhou Luanjie's eyes. The purpose of Jiangzhou Lun's discussion remains unclear. Upon returning home, he could hardly contain his eagerness to recount the events to his father, Kudo Yusaku. Unlike his son, Kudo Shinichi, who is still developing his deductive skills, Kudo Yusaku possesses a formidable aptitude for reasoning. He began to connect the clues provided by his son to a fan with the same surname, Jiangzhou, encountered at today's autograph session, leading him to form a vague hypothesis. The following day, after disguising himself, he discreetly observed the Sakura class and noticed a vehicle parked by the roadside, where an individual was using a digital camera to capture images. The target appeared to be a languid little girl at the end of the line. Teacher Jiangzhou occasionally shifted his gaze to the back of the group when he looked towards the little girl to confirm whether she was the one his son had mentioned. She caught his eye and winked at him. Kudo Yusaku found this rather peculiar. Yet the girl did not maintain her gaze on him. Later, during a visit to the amusement park, he spotted a certain little black-haired individual secretly taking photos with Jiangzhou's wife, which solidified his suspicions. The next day, having been advised by Kudo Yusaku to take good care of Amamiya Kiko, Kudo Shinichi paid particular attention to her, remaining somewhat wary of Jiangzhou Luan. Mori Ran inquired, "Shinichi, what are you doing?" Suzuki Sonoko also regarded Kudo Shinichi with suspicion, stating, "It seems you are always watching Kiko." Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes, finding it difficult to explain, as both of them still held considerable faith in Jiangzhou Luan. He could only divert his attention, saying, "She seems a bit more spirited today than yesterday." Amaya Kyoko walked up behind him and said languidly, "Is that so?" Kudo Shinichi jumped in surprise. "You walk without making a sound. What does that matter? How about a little arm wrestling? Kudo Shinichi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to compete with me? You're a girl, perhaps it's best to let it go. The future karate master Moriran interjected. Shinichi, do you look down on girls? Kudo Shinichi, exasperated, replied, not at all. Let's settle this then. Their hands rested on the table, and Amaya Kyoko smirked. Are you ready? Kudo Shinichi, confident of his victory, nodded and began to exert force, only to find his hand pinned firmly against the table. Instantly, he was defeated. Amaya Kyoko declared, that was my one point of strength. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, who would believe you? He never anticipated such a humiliating defeat after all. He was destined to become a great detective. Let's go again. Amaya Kyoko effortlessly pressed his hand back down onto the table, securing another victory as Kudo Shinichi questioned his very existence. Amaya Kyoko realized that her one point of strength had indeed been fully allocated. Her strength had significantly increased. While it may not compare to an adult, at the very least, she was no longer as powerless as a mere 3-year-old child. It was worth noting that she had endured a low fever the day before. This newfound strength allowed her to experience the thrill of empowerment. And with that in mind, she resolved to first conquer the kindergarten challenges. However, prior to this, Zhang Zhou Luanjie must have ensured that both his wife and brother-in-law had identified her as their target, and today they were likely to take action against her. During lunch, she sensed Zhang Zhou Luanjie's gaze persistently fixed upon her. Glancing down at her meal, she suspected it contained sleeping pills, perhaps to prevent any complications during her abduction. Feeling the weight of his stare yet unable to make any subtle movements, Ayami Kiko maintained her composure as she ate. Kudo Shinichi, I entrust this to you, she stated. Why must it be entrusted to me again? Kudo Shinichi paused mid-bite, perplexed by what exactly was being assigned to him. Hadn't this been mentioned just yesterday? Ayami Kiko, disinterested in elaboration, merely nodded. You can handle it. With that, she pursed her lips and continued to eat in silence. This left Kudo Shinichi feeling somewhat exasperated. Did she not understand the detective's insatiable curiosity? The vague implications of her words were frustratingly ambiguous. As he pondered, Ayami Kiko soon finished her meal, rising to clear her dishes in an effort to foster independence among the children. They were encouraged to tidy up their own plates and utensils. After returning to her seat for a brief moment, she succumbed to fatigue and retired for a nap. Kudo Shinichi was taken aback. Ayami Kiko appeared to have been more energetic today, so why was she suddenly so weary? His gaze fell upon her bowl before casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Zhou Luanjie. Sleeping pills, perhaps? Kudo Yusaku refrained from sharing his reasoning in detail with his son, yet Kudo Shinichi had already begun to form a vague understanding of the situation. Chapter 3, Zhang Zhou Luanjie's hesitation before the undertaking. During the time designated for midday repose, Zhang Zhou Luanjie found himself traversing the room where the children napped, his resolve to act firmly established. Yet, an unsettling sense of disquiet enveloped him, as the weight of the accusation concerning child abduction loomed heavily in his mind as he walked. His gaze fell upon the serene visage of Yugong Jizi, a child who typically exhibited a reticent demeanor, yet possessed a gentle and obedient nature. Should his plan succeed, he and his wife would embrace her as their own daughter. A new beginning. This, he mused, might offer a glimmer of hope for alleviating his wife's mental afflictions. Exiting through a side door, the turmoil within him was palpable, and he inadvertently overheard a conversation between two female teachers. Sanin Yuka expressed her astonishment. A black van? Indeed, it has been parked by the kindergarten's back entrance. Should we not inform the authorities? Sanin Yuka nodded in agreement. Just in case, let's take note of the license plate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhou Luanjie interjected. They'll go and assess the situation. Sanin Yuka turned to him, cautioning, be careful, Teacher Zhang. Thank you for your concern, he replied, before hastily making his way outside. Thoughts of his wife's reckless decision to abduct a child weighed heavily on his heart, fueling his anxiety, and the drizzle from the sky was the least of his concerns. Approaching the van, he called out, perhaps it's best to abandon this endeavor. To his surprise, the individual inside was not his intended target, but rather a stranger clad in a cap and sunglasses that as he stood in a daze, Yusaku Kudo slowly removed his sunglasses and smiled, saying, perhaps it's best not to converse in the rain. Why don't you take a seat in the passenger seat? Who are you? Yusaku Kudo donned his own spectacles and replied with a casual smile. I am merely an emerging novelist. Inside the Mihanoka nursery, Shinichi Kudo remained alert behind the door, vigilant for the approach of the criminal, as the future renowned detective. He could not allow crime to unfold before his very eyes. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, startling Shinichi, who quickly jumped aside. Quick reflexes. Well done. Shinichi turned to see Noriko Amamiya standing leisurely to the side. His mouth agape in surprise, only to be silenced by her shushing gesture. The little ones are still napping, she whispered. Shinichi lowered his voice. You should be resting too. Wasn't there a sleeping pill in your meal? Upon seeing Noriko's nonchalant demeanor, he recalled their brief exchange before her meal, after which she had remained silent, chewing her food with utmost seriousness, likely. Having never swallowed it at all, that it seemed she had taken the opportunity to excuse herself for a nap and perhaps vomited in the restroom. When it came time to clear the dishes, she had gone alone, likely having eaten very little. Realizing this, Shinichi was at a loss for words. It's truly remarkable how you can maintain such a facade while having a mouthful of rice. Noriko raised an eyebrow and retorted, Little detective, why would you assume there was a sleeping pill in the rice? Kudo Shinichi swiftly regained his composure. Typically, lunch consisted predominantly of milk, yet today it was exclusively fresh juice. It was evident that the sedative had been discreetly mixed into Amano Kikuko's juice. The rice, on the other hand, was laid out in the pot, and the children served themselves the same applied to the dishes, making them difficult to tamper with. Only the juice was distributed, unlike the packaged milk, thus offering Jiangzhou Luinjie the opportunity to administer the drug within Amano Kikuko's beverage. He realized he should have anticipated such a straightforward scenario. However, Amano Kikuko's silence during the meal led him to mistakenly believe she was feigning her consumption. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, What if the drug was also in the rice? Amano Kikuko responded with puzzlement. So, in truth, I did not consume any of the food. However, I must point out your fallacy in assuming that the sedative was more likely in the rice or dishes. It is indeed quite arduous to speak with a mouthful of rice. I have truly been through a trial. Kudo Shinichi refrained from further comment, realizing that he had been misled by her. He posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Did you already know he was planning to harm you? Amano Kikuko, with an innocent expression, replied, What do you mean by harm? It's merely that I had experienced the effects of a sedative before, which raised my suspicions about teacher Jiangzhou. To err on the side of caution, I acted this way today. I cannot possibly forego meals every day. Kudo Shinichi sighed in relief, having initially thought Amano Kikuko was fully aware of everything. How did you know you had been drugged? Though she had not experienced it firsthand, Amano Kikuko reflected, when you awaken to find yourself on the verge of wetting the bed, having not stirred at all prior, it certainly raises concerns. Kudo Shinichi cast a sidelong glance, convinced that Amamiya Noriko would never allow herself to be embroiled in such an embarrassing situation. Hence her disbelief, however, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to broach the subject. What if, perchance, it turned out to be true? He could very well find himself on the receiving end of Amamiya Noriko's ire once again. The following day, Jiangzhou Luinjie did not show up, nor would he in the future. This matter was essentially settled. Amamiya Noriko maintained that the narrative was still credible, aside from the inexplicable cameo of the victim. Subsequently, no further incidents occurred, prompting her to devote herself to refining her own system. The world of Conan was hardly a bastion of tranquility. Particularly in Japan, the frequency of public incidents was alarmingly high. Over the years, the clandestine operations of the FBI, MI6, SIS, BND, and Japan's own Zero organization, alongside the syndicate, created an intricate web of intrigue. It was not merely a chaotic battleground, rather, it was a scenario where everyone was an undercover agent within the organization. The waters were muddied, illustrating the dangers of counterfeit liquor, gin being nearly the sole quality spirit amid the chaos. Should she inadvertently become entangled, her life could be at stake. Yet, standing on the precipice of turmoil, armed with foreknowledge of the plot, she could navigate the dangers safely, observing from a vantage point of security a minor ripple. Inconsequential in the grand scheme. Nevertheless, her own strength must keep pace. This system demanded perseverance. Amamiya Noriko sought out Sonoko, engaging her in a playful game of confession reminiscent of childhood. Naturally, the love-struck Sonoko was captivated, earnestly mimicking the adult expressions from films, as she professed her feelings to Amamiya Noriko. I decline. Amaya Noriko felt her system was unresponsive. It seemed that such a declaration held little weight. With a heavy heart, she lamented, Yoko, you aren't being sincere, you don't genuinely like me. Suzuki Yoko was momentarily taken aback, believing that her affirmation would surely be met with agreement, leading them to engage in a playful couples game, yet Noriko's rejection left her bewildered. Moreover, Noriko appeared profoundly saddened. After a serious contemplation, her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "By the way, Noriko, you are truly handsome and incredibly cool. How wonderful it would be if we could marry in the future." Amaya Noriko responded, "But I must decline." With the rejection of a confession, random points awarded. Learning ability 1. It seemed that a modicum of sincerity was indeed required. Yoko, perplexed, inquired, "Why not? Two girls can do anything together, but we cannot marry." Yoko scratched her head in confusion. "But aren't we just playing a game?" Noriko, having exited her playful domesticity, calmly asserted, "Life itself is a game." Yoko noticed that Noriko had once again assumed her cool demeanor. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi observed that it merely seemed as though Noriko had grown disinterested in playing with children. Why has she suddenly taken to this childish play once more? This question gradually unraveled itself during their subsequent kindergarten days. Years later, the kindergarten graduation ceremony arrived. After several years of kindergarten life, Kudo Shinichi had come to fully comprehend that Amaya Noriko simply reveled in the sensation of being confessed to by others. Initially, she dominated various small competitions and craft classes, establishing an overwhelming presence that made her known to others. She presented herself as someone easy to befriend, only to subtly transform the friendship requests of her peers into declarations of affection, subsequently dismissing them with a simple, "But I must decline." At first, her reasons for rejection were thoughtfully crafted, but as she observed her peers' mere children who seemed oblivious, she adopted a more casual approach. What began as a sincere "you should cultivate your own circle of friends" eventually morphed into "my social circle is not open to the public," as she adeptly utilized excuses such as, "I didn't eat enough this morning, it's too hot at noon," or "I need to head home for dinner," to cleanly sever ties. In the end, she realized that Yumiya Kiko had only 3 friends: herself, Ran, and Sonoko, yet she could not be deemed friendless, for every child was familiar with her. Even when some classmates ostracized her after being rejected, she effortlessly won them back with playful remarks like, "Stand still. Let me craft you a mecha, or allow me to shape a Porsche for you, or I will forge you a legendary sword." During the kindergarten graduation ceremony, many younger students presented her with flowers. For the more naive they were, the easier it was for Yumiya Kiko to manipulate them. Mori Ran observed Yumiya Kiko from a distance and sincerely remarked, "Kiko is so well liked, it's wonderful to be admired by so many." Kudo Shinichi raised an eyebrow and glanced at the crowd surrounding Yumiya Kiko. "I doubt she feels the same way," he replied. Surrounded by a group of chattering children, Noriko Amamiya felt overwhelmed and expressionless for a while before managing to extricate herself. It was only after the graduation ceremony that she found the time to approach them. Excitedly, Sonoko Suzuki exclaimed, "Noriko, we're going to be elementary school students now." This sensation was akin to graduating from elementary school, a feeling of finally shedding the title of a primary school student. But what was the reality? Noriko Amamiya nodded. "Elementary school? That sounds pleasant." Shinichi Kudo glanced at her. "I would have thought you looked down on elementary school." Noriko waved her hand dismissively. "What are you saying? There will be more children in elementary school, which is a good thing." How many children were there in a kindergarten, after all? Ran Mori agreed. "Noriko's right, she will surely make more friends in elementary school." Shinichi Kudo felt a sense of dread. It seemed she was preparing to manipulate even more people. After chatting with them for a while, Noriko saw her mother arriving at the school gate to pick her up, and she bid them farewell. In any case, goodbye to elementary school. She had been keeping a close eye on the events following the start of elementary school for quite some time. Chapter 4. The Only True Wine, Kaido. The Amamiya family had already planned a trip abroad during the holidays, which meant that she would not see Shinichi and the other children for the entire vacation. "Let me help you pack your luggage, Noriko?" "No, it's fine, Mom can just sit over there." "Ah, Noriko is still so young, you could definitely indulge your mother a little more." A certain mother, sitting nearby and feeling quite aggrieved, whimpered softly. Noriko Amamiya remained unmoved. She could overlook the childishness of her kindergarten peers, but could her mother not act so immaturely? She had no desire to play with the little ones at kindergarten, nor did she want to soothe her mother upon returning home. Ayumi Emi pouted. Although a charming daughter stood before her, she felt utterly indifferent and found no joy in the moment. "There's no choice then, let's go find your father and head to the airport together," suggested Ayumi Yoshiko as she packed her small suitcase. Ayumi Emi drove them to the Ayumi family's corporate building. Her father, Ayumi Ruto, was the chairman of the Ayumi conglomerate, which primarily consisted of trade companies focused on various import and export businesses. Most of Ruto's time was spent abroad, and during vacations, the Ayumi family would travel overseas to manage international affairs. As the mother and daughter waited for Ruto to descend, Yoshiko listened to her mother's incessant chatter and anecdotes. She mused about the challenges of being her daughter. A casual glance across the street caught her eye. A black Porsche 356A had come to a halt. Though the license plate was obscured, she recognized the figure emerging from the vehicle. Jin. Only Jin exited the car, clad in his signature black trench coat and hat, which partially concealed his face. His silver hair was not as long as she remembered from a decade ago, after all. She could surmise the reason for Jin's presence, that he was often engaged in eliminating traitors or was en route to do so. After all, there were far too many traitors, and the workload was substantial. However, it seemed to be connected to her father's company, which was rather troubling. "Mother, has anything unusual occurred at father's company recently?" It seems there is, yet it also appears there isn't. I shall inquire with my father shortly." After a brief interval, Aramura Rikuo emerged from the building, accompanied by several senior executives of the company. Aramura Noriko turned her gaze from the car towards the black Porsche across the street. Jin had previously entered the building across the way, which was a hotel, and she now found herself uncertain of the specific room he occupied. Her attention shifted to the executives near her father. None of them were familiar from the original narrative, compelling her to scrutinize them for any suspicious behavior. Before long, one particular young executive captured her attention. Upon noticing the black Porsche across the street, his expression visibly soured. He engaged in conversation with others, while attempting to discreetly angle himself for a clearer view of the license plate, all the while making an effort to conceal his figure behind his colleagues. His attempt to hide behind the unimposing middle-aged individuals struck her as somewhat comical. Yet, Noriko felt a conviction that he was the one. Would Jin truly resort to violence in such a public setting? Noriko was uncertain. She recalled Jin being labeled as a madman by Vermouth, making it difficult to assert that he would refrain from acting in broad daylight. Her mind, augmented by a surge of intelligence, began to race, gradually forming the words, 8 eggs. Moments ago, Jin exited the vehicle without retrieving anything before entering the hotel. To eliminate a target across a busy street, the simplest method would be a gunshot. Concealed beneath his trench coat, it would be implausible to hide a sniper rifle. Furthermore, Jin's Beretta M92F handgun has an effective range of 50 meters, which is more than sufficient for the task at hand. In the midst of a bustling crowd, the act of shooting a single individual seems excessively targeted, prompting the police to meticulously investigate the victim. Should a bomb be utilized to eliminate multiple targets, the ambiguity of the objective would likely obscure the direction of the police's inquiries, perhaps leaving behind a warning or a note of retribution aimed at the Amamiya conglomerate. If it's a bomb. Amamiya Noriko raised her gaze towards the high-rise hotel across the street, contemplating the ease with which one could casually toss an explosive from the upper floors. With her thoughts racing, Noriko exited the vehicle and waved towards that direction. Amamiya Ruto had already noticed his wife's car. However, he was engaged in conversation with his subordinates and had not yet departed. Upon seeing his daughter waving at him, he wasted no time, as it was quite rare for his usually aloof younger daughter to greet him in such a public manner. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached, bending down to embrace her, when suddenly a deafening explosion erupted from behind, sending a shockwave of debris hurtling towards them. Ruto instinctively spread his arms to shield his daughter before swiftly lifting her and placing her inside the vehicle. Only after ensuring that his wife, who had been standing a short distance away, was unharmed did he turn his attention back to the place he had recently vacated. The ground was cratered and shrouded in smoke, while his executive subordinates lay scattered across the scene, the atmosphere rife with chaos and bloodshed, punctuated by screams that echoed all around. Furrowing his brow, Ruto promptly dialed for the police and an ambulance. Inside the car, Noriko watched as a black Porsche sped away from the opposite side of the street, catching a fleeting glimpse of a smirk playing at the corners of Jin's mouth. This explains why she merely waved her hand in silence. Had she directly startled everyone over there, Jin would likely have resorted to an even more brutal and inscrutable method to address the situation. After all, he is the one who has previously resolved issues by deploying a helicopter in the city. Fortunately, Based on the orange glow she witnessed during the explosion, it appears to have been a plastic explosive, and Jin likely exerted control over its power, rendering it not overly devastating. Among the executives who had gradually dispersed after Amamiya Riku's departure, only 3 individuals at the epicenter of the blast seemed to have suffered direct fatalities. With the young executive targeted by Jin undoubtedly enduring the most horrific fate, his body a gruesome sight. The plastic explosive in question is C4, known for its stability, malleability, and difficulty in detection during security checks. Generally, unless a detonator is directly impacted, gunfire would not trigger an explosion. This particular C4 detonator could be likened to the size of a small pencil. Hence, if it was Jin who threw it, it must have been equipped with a remote detonation device, allowing for precise timing of the explosion mid-flight, ensuring that even the young executive, who attempted to shield himself behind others, could not evade its wrath. As Amamiya Yoshiko contemplated the grim scene, her eyes were suddenly covered. "Do not be afraid, Yoshiko, it is all right. Children should not look." Yoshiko, helplessly embraced by her mother, had her eyes shielded. After a moment of comforting, Amamiya Emi quietly inquired of her husband, "Is there a matter concerning the company?" Discovering an explosion beneath the company building, particularly targeting the executive tier, left her with an unsettling concern that the attack was aimed directly at the corporation. Rain Palace Riku glanced at his daughter, who was wide-eyed in his wife's embrace, seemingly unafraid. A few days ago, the company indeed received a threatening letter, purportedly from some pirates operating on the high seas. Recently, we collaborated with international police to apprehend a gang of pirates, who have shown a flagrant disregard for the law, he explained. Upon hearing this, Rain Palace Yoshiko realized that Jin must have fabricated a false pretext, intending to attribute the incident to the pirates. If the investigation proceeded in this direction, it would undoubtedly become exceedingly convoluted. Rain Palace Riku then proceeded to assess the injuries of his subordinates, and soon after, the police arrived promptly. Yoshiko observed Officer Megure and Kagoro Mori. The investigative division they belonged to was akin to a major crimes unit. However, they were specifically focused on violent crimes, particularly homicide cases. Their presence was merely to assist in this instance, alongside other patrolling officers who hurried to maintain order at the scene. Primarily, it was the Special Crimes Investigation Division 3 that dealt with explosives and bomb-related incidents. At that moment, Kagoro Mori was questioning eyewitnesses nearby. Naturally, Riku was the key witness, as all the victims were his subordinates, and he was not far from the explosion site. However, at the time of the incident, he had turned towards his daughter, with the explosion occurring behind him, rendering him unable to provide substantial information. Kagoro Mori furrowed his brow. "This is rather troublesome. Do you have any relevant clues or an inkling of any connections to this incident?" Riku recounted the prior threatening letter his company had received, which was already documented by the Special Crimes Investigation Division 2. Mori made a phone call to inquire further and confirmed the details. He spoke with utmost seriousness. "It undoubtedly seems to be the work of those pirates seeking retribution against your company." Amaya Kyoko, glancing sideways, understood well that anyone familiar with Conan would dismiss this suspect. She casually remarked, "Uncle Mori, I saw the bomb being thrown down from the hotel across the street. I caught a glimpse of an orange light at the moment of the explosion." Mori Kagoro finally took notice of the petite Amaya Kyoko and exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you a classmate of Ran?" Kyoko nodded. "Is this the first time you've realized that?" Feeling belittled by the young girl, Mori Kagoro was at a loss, and while arranging for someone to inspect the hotel across the road, he turned to Amaya Ruto and said, "Mr. Amaya, it is unwise to leave a child at the crime scene." Humph. Amaya Aimi arrived to take her daughter away, while Amaya Ruto remained to assist the police with their investigation. With such an incident occurring, their travel plans were effectively put on hold. That evening, when Amaya Ruto returned home, he casually inquired about the young executive and learned that the individual had recently joined the company but was exceptionally capable, advancing rapidly in his position. He had previously been solely responsible for a significant export trade deal with a foreign country. Amaya Kyoko was now convinced that individuals with such backgrounds were often nurtured by the black organization, albeit as peripheral members without codenames. It was not surprising that even within the political sphere, there existed such peripheral members. Given the Amaya conglomerate's extensive import-export business, she found it entirely plausible that the black organization was covertly expanding its smuggling channels. After all, they would inevitably come into contact with the distillery. Chapter 5. The Black Feather Thief. Amamiya Rikuo set aside the documents concerning the young executive. Despite his prestigious educational background and promising start, his ascent seemed unusually effortless. He had committed virtually no errors in his role and completed tasks with a swiftness that suggested the assistance of unseen hands. In the recent explosion incident at the company, he was one of the 3 casualties. Although his position was not particularly high, he belonged to a department wielding significant power. The investigation into a previous business transaction he had handled yielded no insights, which was perplexing, especially since the company's records had vanished due to prior database errors. Amamiya Rikuo sensed a vague unease. Amamiya Kiko also hinted at something nebulous, suggesting a need for preparation in anticipation of the resurgence of a nefarious organization in the coming years. Rikuo's suspicions mirrored her thoughts. On the surface, they cooperated with the police by providing information about the pirates, while discreetly conducting their own inquiries. The organization operated with meticulous precision, making it unlikely for him to uncover anything substantial. Yet, he recognized the existence of this formidable force. As the holiday came to an end, Kiko delivered a speech as the representative of the new students at the April entrance ceremony. Her address, though conventional, was executed with a flair that earned her applause from teachers and classmates alike. To dismiss the plans of the elementary school students across the campus, she first needed to ensure her recognition among them. Her mother, Amamiya Emi, beamed with pride at her daughter's remarkable abilities. "Kiko, you were splendid. This was just the beginning." Having finished her speech, Amamiya Kiko descended from the stage, feeling a sense of languid satisfaction. Kudo Shinichi hurried over, addressing her as old detective. "Kiko, long time no see. I heard you were present during the explosion incident at Amamiya Building at the onset of the holiday?" Amamiya Kiko raised an eyebrow, likely having gleaned this information from either Murikagaru or Ran. "Young one, this case is far too advanced for you. Perhaps we can discuss it when you have become a renowned detective." Kudo Shinichi instantly felt that familiar essence about her, despite her earlier earnestness on stage. However, he too regarded the other children as mere kids. The difference lay in Kiko's somewhat more mischievous demeanor. Regardless of how much Kudo Shinichi pressed, Kiko remained tight-lipped, knowing that, at present, he lacked the prowess to extract any information. Kiko had meticulously arranged her elementary school life, but the trajectory was precariously susceptible to derailment. Initially, a group of mischievous children who clearly harbored affection for her yet failed to confess would constantly seek her attention. They delighted in provoking her, only to flee when she was annoyed, engaging her in games of tag. With her enhanced strength and agility, could they truly outpace her? She caught hold of a little rascal who always tugged at her hair from behind, firmly pinning him down. "Is it that you like me?" The boy's face flushed crimson, yet he was reluctant to admit it. Kiko sneered, "Then I shall have to move your seat to the corner." As the class monitor, she could easily arrange such matters with a word to the teacher. The boy, eager to sit beside Kiko, had no choice but to muster the courage to confess. Amaya Nikiko declined, noticing that the system remained unresponsive. She urged the child to focus. The young boy, his face flushed with embarrassment, awkwardly confessed his feelings. In essence, he expressed admiration for her cuteness and prowess, which endeared her to him. Japanese people tend to be quite reserved, and such a declaration was already commendable. "Well said." Amaya Nikiko encouraged him, yet she still declined. The rejection was successful, granting her a random point in agility 1. The bewildered expression on the boy's face was something Nikiko had encountered numerous times, reminiscent of the reactions from her kindergarten peers, as if she were expected to acquiesce. However, considering the contribution to her agility, and the necessity to embolden other children to express their feelings, she responded earnestly. "The weather is unfavorable today. Perhaps you could try again another day with someone else." "I might just agree then." As she interacted with the various children, Amaya Nikiko realized that this particular instance was relatively mild. There existed another group that was particularly difficult, boys who, despite harboring feelings for her, exuded an unwarranted superiority, deeming it childish to engage with girls. This posed a challenge, as it stemmed from a collective behavior rooted in the boys' pride, and once it became a trend, most boys conformed to it. The core of this group included those whom she had previously rejected, creating a tight-knit atmosphere that compelled other boys to follow suit. In simple terms, Kudo Shinichi was among them. He too believed himself beyond childishness, recently opting to address Ran as Mori classmate instead of her name, and requested that she refrain from calling him Shinichi directly as well. Mori and Amamiya, you girls can entertain yourselves. Kudo Shinichi, clutching a soccer ball, prepared to join his peers for a game, seemingly disinclined to include the two girls. Amamiya Noriko, resting her hand on Ran's shoulder, cast a sidelong glance at him, deeming him childish. Shinichi scoffed, turning away to play with his friends. Noriko remarked he's in that rebellious phase, convinced that associating with girls is juvenile when in fact, he is the one who is truly immature. Ran responded softly, grateful for Noriko's consolation, yet her sadness was palpable. Noriko found the situation somewhat vexing, realizing that such a bait would yield no reward. After school, Noriko leisurely perused books in the library, a member of the library committee. Typically, school committees only welcome students from the 5th or 6th grades, but her exceptional capabilities led the teacher to believe that merely being class president did not fully showcase her talents. Thus, she was invited to join the student committee, and with a desire for a more relaxed role, she opted for the library committee. However, the other members were predominantly 5th graders, and several boys exhibited an inexplicable sense of superiority in her presence. The girls, on the other hand, treated her like a younger sister, a role she initially resisted, yet the comfort of reading gradually softened her resolve. Noriko, have you heard? There's a ghost in the library. It's the one that emits those spine-chilling sounds, wearing a peculiar hat. At this moment, Suzuki Sonoko was indulging in her snacks while simultaneously engaging in her role as an informant. On the side, Mori Ran expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, is that really true?" "Of course it is," Sonoko replied. "It always appears at night." Amamiya Noriko, her gaze fixed intently on the book, remained oblivious to the rumors that Sonoko had heard, despite being a member of the library committee. However, while ghosts were absent, the legendary Phantom Thief Kid did indeed exist, and it was none other than the original Phantom Thief Kid, Kaido Kuroba. Chapter 6, Coach. I wish to learn the art of the Phantom Thief Kaido Kuroba. Kaido's father, the first-generation Phantom Thief Kid, was also the mentor of both Vermouth and Yukiko Kudo in the art of disguise. However, such trifling skills are hardly worthy of the esteemed Amamiya family, particularly for the young lady of high society. Though she might wish to express this sentiment, the art of disguise in the realm of Conan is undeniably advantageous. One can alter their appearance and physique at will, and with a voice modulator crafted by Dr. Agasa, the transformation is nearly flawless. Why not learn such a skill? In fact, Vermouth has mastered voice modulation to the extent that she no longer requires any device. That very evening, Shinichi Kudo learned from Ran Mori about the haunting rumors surrounding the library. As a future renowned detective, he could hardly entertain such absurd tales. Suddenly, he recalled that Kiriko Amamiya was stationed at the library. Isn't she a member of the library committee? What is her perspective on this? Ran tilted her head, recalling Kiriko's reaction from earlier that afternoon, and murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that she seemed to absorb the information but remained unresponsive." Shinichi was not surprised and casually remarked, "That girl must think the notion of ghosts is rather childish." Ran expressed her discontent but still attempted to persuade Shinichi against going, sensing an ominous atmosphere. Yet, Shinichi was not one to abandon his pursuits easily. As she watched his retreating figure, Ran recalled the distance Shinichi had been keeping from her lately and decided to follow him. Under the cloak of night, two young children stealthily returned to their school, where they encountered the enigmatic figure of Kaido Kuroba, the Phantom Thief, who was known for instilling fear in children while leaving behind cryptic clues. His entrance was nothing short of spectacular, perched atop a towering bookshelf, holding a tome entitled Gentleman Thief. With a voice remarkably similar to that of the illustrious Shuichi Akai, he spoke with a unique magnetism. Do you not find it presumptuous to believe that having merely glimpsed the prologue of a tale, you comprehend the entirety of its narrative? This world is far more profound than your imagination allows, and many phenomena elude explanation. He countered Shinichi Kudo's earlier analysis that the so-called ghostly apparitions were merely the result of curtains and moonlight, asserting that the truth is multifaceted. For instance, he truly was present in that very moment. Subsequently, Kaido's words were laced with riddles, challenging Shinichi Kudo to seek out hidden treasures and confront the ensuing trials. In a final flourish, he displayed his knife skills to unsettle the children. As Shinichi, incensed by Kaido's reckless behavior, turned away, Kaido vanished as if into thin air. After the departure of Shinichi and Ran, Kaito reemerged from the window, where Narumi Kiko had climbed onto the windowsill. "Children, this is quite a perilous endeavor," he remarked. "With my skills, I am hardly at risk of falling." Confidence? More like overwhelming confidence. Kaito chuckled softly, finding the children he encountered today rather intriguing. A clever boy adept at deduction, a courageous girl who, despite her fear of ghosts, dared to confront him, and a young girl perched on the windowsill, exuding an unshakable confidence that she would not fall. "Dear child, what brings you to me?" Rain Palace Kiko spoke plainly, getting straight to the point. "I wish to learn the art of disguise." "Why, may I ask?" Black Feather Taito could scarcely contain a chuckle. "You wish to learn the art of disguise? This implies you are aware of my identity as the Phantom Thief Kid. But why would an elementary school student know of me and wish to learn such a skill? After all, I am fundamentally a magician. Why not learn magic instead?" Rain Palace Kiko replied, "I admire your wife, Kuroba Chikage. The idea of being a refined thief seems incredibly cool, don't you think?" Black Feather Taito pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, let us present a small challenge." "A challenge?" "Indeed, a challenge akin to the one that young Kudo Shinichi just faced. If you can accomplish it, then you may proceed." Rain Palace Kiko glanced sideways. "Perhaps you should choose a different one?" Black Feather Taito was puzzled. This young girl hardly seemed the type to shy away from difficulty. "What's the matter? Do you find it too challenging?" "Not at all. Young one, the world is vast, and your current perspective represents only a fragment of it. Since you are insistent, we shall proceed with this challenge." Black Feather Taito wondered if the puzzle he had prepared might indeed be overly simplistic. Rest assured, it was anything but simple. Afterward, Kudo Shinichi, Mori Ran, and Professor Agasa toiled throughout the day, racing about in their efforts to unravel the entire conundrum. Regrettably, the young Shinichi Kudo misinterpreted the final clue, mistakenly believing that Kaito Kuroba was a friend of his father, who had devised these riddles to allow them to witness the beauty of the sunset and take a leisurely stroll. This last step was pivotal, linking all previous clues. One misstep led to another, culminating in the present moment on the rooftop, where Shinichi and Ran Mori found themselves expressing gratitude to the air for the gentleman from the previous night. Kaito Kuroba's plan was for Shinichi to fail in solving the riddles, thereby enabling his father, Yusaku Kudo, to decipher them instead. Yet the intended message remained unfulfilled. However, Yusaku had already seen through the scheme and had previously entrusted Yukiko Kudo to deliver the letter to her teacher during their meeting. A resounding affirmation in response to Kaito's challenge. Kaito Kuroba playfully asked, "Will you be able to stop me next time?" To which Yusaku confidently replied, "Of course." Now on the rooftop, Shinichi called out to the air, "Mr. from last night, you must be able to hear me. I will place my thanks in the wallet you gave me. You simply must come to retrieve it. Stop shouting." "He won't come for it," interjected Noriko Amamiya, who had emerged from the stairwell, observing Shinichi with keen interest. Ran, taken aback, exclaimed, "Noriko?" Shinichi, momentarily stunned, responded, "I knew you were at the library last night. Though uninterested, you couldn't help but eavesdrop." Noriko Amamiya replied with a fond smile, "Well, you guessed correctly." Kudo Shinichi, with a head full of black lines, exclaimed, "I clearly guessed correctly. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I ultimately guessed wrong?" The answer is not as simple as merely watching the sunset. If the instruction was simply to look west, A would suffice. There would be no need to inscribe SW. Upon reflection, Kudo Shinichi realized that the final challenge did seem a tad too simplistic. However, he was not yet the Kudo Shinichi of 10 years hence. Though deep in thought, he could not immediately deduce the true method of unraveling the mystery. Observing his struggle, Amamiya Noriko resorted to a sticky note and began sketching. The ultimate hint was, after all, a symbol. The locations mentioned, port, city ruins, Watergate, post office, Mahama Junior High, and district office, were all represented by symbols on the map. When combined with other clues gathered along the way, and by reversing the final direction to SW, clarity emerged. On the sticky note appeared oxhide, denoting cowhide or leather. The wallet was indeed crafted from cowhide. Kudo Shinichi, intently watching Amamiya Noriko as she illustrated, comprehended everything seamlessly. He hastily opened the leather wallet and discovered a message from Kuroba Toichi intended for Kudo Yusaku. Amamiya Noriko patted his shoulder reassuringly. This was never meant for a child like you. This gentleman anticipated that you would be unable to solve it and would seek your father's assistance, merely using you to relay the message. Yet, you have taken an alternate path. At that moment, Professor Agasa could no longer contain himself and interjected. Noriko, aren't you also just a child? Amamiya Noriko rolled her eyes in response. Kudo Shinichi attentively finished reading the letter, then looked up at Amamiya Noriko and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Amamiya." She replied, "No need to thank me, you can do it too in 10 years perhaps. Besides, you originally intended to express your gratitude to Ran, didn't you?" Ran, taken aback, turned to Shinichi and asked, "Me?" The bashful Kudo Shinichi quickly denied it, exclaiming, "No, not at all." "Really?" Amamiya Noriko cast a sidelong glance at the two young friends playfully bantering. She had followed them all this way to avoid the suspicion of revealing the answer directly and to write out the problem-solving process. So why resort to dramatics to test her? Chapter 7. Successful apprenticeship and playing football. As dusk approached, Kudo Shinichi and Mori Ran prepared to return home. Kudo Shinichi turned to Amamiya Noriko and inquired, "Would you care to come to my house for a while? You are the one who unraveled this mystery and helped me deliver that peculiar letter to my father." "I think not, you children should head home." Amamiya Noriko waved her hand dismissively, not wishing to entangle herself in the perplexities posed by Kaido Kuroba and Kudo Yusaku. "Children, could you not exhibit a modicum of awareness that you, too, are merely a child?" Kudo Shinichi retorted, exasperated. Ignoring him, Amamiya Noriko turned to Ran. "Ran, am I not far more mature than Shinichi? This childish boy refused to play with us just a few days ago." Although their relationship had mended due to recent events, Ran could not shake off her annoyance at Shinichi's insistence on addressing her as Mori classmate over these past few days. Indeed, Noriko exhibited a greater maturity than Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi interjected, "What's the matter? Isn't this a phase that every boy goes through?" Kudo Shinichi and Mori Ran took Professor Agasa's car back home. Meanwhile, Amamiya Noriko made her way to the taxi stand, where she requested a cab. Once seated in the rear child seat, she fastened her seatbelt and provided the driver with her home address. However, the driver remained stationary. "Are you going to drive?" Noriko questioned. "Young lady, your guardians have yet to arrive." "Just me, thank you." Noticing the driver's skeptical expression, as if to suggest, "Is everything all right, child?" Noriko produced a banknote, affirming, "I have money." "Okay." The driver finally set off, murmuring, "It's quite late, and it's dangerous for a child to be out alone." Rain Palace Noriko stared blankly out the window, her ears filled with the incessant chatter of the well-meaning driver. Are taxi drivers always this talkative? She is merely a child. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi, upon returning home, handed the letter from his leather wallet to Kudo Yusaku, casually recounting his process of unraveling the mystery. Although he ultimately took a wrong turn and arrived at Rain Palace Noriko's correct conclusion, he had not erred in his prior deductions. "Oh," Kudo Yusaku remarked with interest, observing the question mark on the letter, "Your classmate Noriko is rather bright, isn't she?" Kudo Shinichi did not dispute this. At that moment, he had been utterly at a loss regarding the final riddle, only experiencing a moment of enlightenment after listening to Noriko's explanation. Kudo Yusaku pondered thoughtfully. Like Shinichi, that girl was also striving to solve the puzzle. Yet Shinichi did so out of a desire for challenge, while Noriko appeared to lack such motivation. Kudo Yusaku sent an email to Kudo Yukiko. Yukiko had just handed her teacher the exclamation mark from Yusaku's reply when she saw the email and exclaimed, "Yusaku says his letter has finally arrived, seemingly thanks to my son Shinichi's friend, Noriko." Kaido Kuroba paused for a moment, then smiled. Did that child truly uncover the solution? The difficulty of his puzzle was such that even Shinichi could not resolve it. Hence he entrusted it to Kudo Yusaku to solve entirely, with the final segment being particularly challenging for Yusaku. Kaido Kuroba turned to Yukiko Kudo and remarked, "It seems you will be gaining another junior apprentice." Yukiko Kudo, taken aback, replied, "Huh? Is it Akiko Amamiya? How fortuitous that she will be alongside Kaito." Meanwhile, Kaito Kuroba raised his head in confusion. Akiko Amamiya? Having passed the trial, the earnest Kaito Kuroba was not one to deceive a child. The following day, as he was about to depart, he bestowed upon Akiko a notebook containing lessons on disguise techniques, along with his address and phone number, encouraging her to study the contents at her leisure and visit him for further learning. As Akiko Amamiya was still in elementary school, he could not afford to teach her the art of disguise every day. She must focus on her studies and strive for improvement. Nevertheless, with the notebook in her possession, she would primarily be learning the techniques of disguise during class. It was unlikely she would delve into memorizing the apple-banana multiplication table or Japanese language studies. The Japanese language was indeed essential for her, as she had achieved proficiency in Chinese at an advanced level, but her command of Japanese was limited to speaking and listening, lacking any prior memories, leaving her literacy skills at an elementary level. However, anything that could be learned posed no challenge for her. After 3 years in kindergarten, it was evident that she had been perceived by Shinichi Kudo as someone who relished the feeling of being confessed to, a sentiment stemming from the sheer frequency of such experiences. The points accrued through the system of rejecting confessions were similarly significant. Strength, 38 points. Agility, 29. Reaction, 16. Learning ability, 9. Constitution, 6. Luck, 2. Apart from physique and luck, the acquisition of other attributes invariably induces a fever for a day, allowing one to perceive changes within the body. However, subsequent examinations reveal no discernible alterations. At least in her observations, her weight remains unchanged, yet the effects are undeniably tangible. Strength merely augments raw power, agility enhances motor reflexes, and reaction accelerates neural responses. These attributes fall within the realm of normal human evolution. In contrast, physique genuinely transforms the body. For instance, the hardness of her nails, which typically register a Mohs hardness of 23, can scratch iron rated at 45, and at a level of 10 she could potentially scratch a diamond. This serves as but a modest illustration. Physique encompasses a comprehensive enhancement of the body, including slight improvements in vision and a greater resistance to colds. It is a compound attribute capable of bestowing superhuman qualities. Similarly, luck operates in a comparable manner, yet both of these attributes are exceedingly rare and generally require other foundational qualities. Learning ability does not equate to intelligence but can enhance the efficacy of learning. It is not classified as a fundamental attribute, has a low probability of occurrence, yet yields commendable effects. During the learning process, memory, comprehension, and mental state are notably improved, facilitating easier acquisition of knowledge and understanding. However, its efficacy does not match that of the two advanced attributes. With the enhancement of her learning ability, Akamura Yoshiko began to self-study. Occasionally, on weekends, she sought out Kuroba Toichi to resolve her queries, though Kuroba Toichi was not always available, as this original phantom thief kid frequently roamed about. As for her days at school, Noriko Amamiya continued to focus on enhancing her attributes. However, these elementary school boys were quite unruly, displaying an air of arrogance. With her strong personality, she found herself ostracized. Anyone who dared to converse with her was deemed a traitor to the male faction. At least, amid such foolishness, Shinichi Kudo maintained a semblance of integrity, enjoying a good rapport with Ran. Caught in the middle, Shinichi felt helpless. He still wanted to play soccer with his friends and could only suggest, "You could ignore the girls too. Aren't they all quite obedient to you?" Noriko as a girl was exceptionally formidable. In the ongoing skirmish between the genders, she stood as the valiant leader of the girls, while Shinichi represented the boys as their dark knight. Unfazed, Noriko retorted, "Not necessary. I can manage alone. After school, I'll join you for soccer." Shinichi was taken aback. "Really? Are you sure your body can handle it?" Given that Noriko occasionally caught colds or fevers due to her attribute enhancements, Shinichi, unaware of the circumstances, naturally assumed she was frail. Soccer, being a game that required constant running, seemed ill-suited for her. Noriko, puzzled, replied, "Why would you think I'm unfit? I can easily outplay your entire team on my own." This was merely a casual elementary school soccer team, lacking any formal training. If she couldn't excel, how would they ever manage to shoot a soccer ball into a helicopter in the future? Chapter 8. Shinichi Kudo's Dilemma. Although Shinichi Kudo engaged in soccer primarily to hone his physique for his detective pursuits, there were murmurs that a solitary individual besting an entire team was simply intolerable. This was particularly true in light of his recollections of the often ailing Noriko Amamiya, who seemed to catch colds with alarming frequency. "Ah, Shinichi-kun, do you wish to challenge me?" she inquired. "Soccer is hardly a solitary affair." Noriko nodded in agreement, asserting that if they were indeed professional players, it was a pity that they were merely elementary school students at present. With practiced ease, Shinichi replied, "Then let us have a match." Noriko, accustomed to Shinichi's self-assured demeanor, was not taken aback. They had engaged in friendly competitions before. She let out a soft chuckle, adding, "Should you lose, both of you must confess your feelings to me, and do so with utmost sincerity." A twitch of Shinichi's lips signaled his discontent. Here we go again. He had always perceived Noriko Amamiya as a rare breed among his peers, someone who could stand as his rival, yet this particular fascination of hers was quite beyond his comprehension. Without hastily agreeing, he first consulted with his soccer companions. To his astonishment, they seemed preoccupied solely with the consequences of a loss. "Wait, if we lose, we must confess to Noriko? Does she even enjoy such things?" And with sincerity, no less? How utterly bewildering. Observing their astonished expressions, Shinichi felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps I should suggest she find another target. Yet before he could voice this thought, he was interrupted. "That will not do. It is settled as it stands. Isn't it simply a confession? Shinichi, you ought to be more confident. Even if it doesn't succeed, you can still be friends." Shinichi Kudo furrowed his brow, pondering, observing that for them, confidence alone does not guarantee victory. Rather, it seems they possess a certain assurance regarding the act of confessing itself. Have they already resigned themselves to defeat? He acutely sensed an element that had eluded his awareness, one that was of utmost importance. Yet, there were still boys displaying a modicum of intelligence. "Shinichi, what if we win?" Shinichi regarded him with appreciation. "If we win, Amami will ignore you all." "Ah, is it really like that? Winning would lead to such an outcome. Well, Shinichi Kudo? Isn't that what you all anticipated? Is it not considered childish to play with girls?" Shinichi urgently engaged his budding detective mind, meticulously contemplating the sequence of events. It seemed that the rift between boys and girls had begun merely half a month into the first grade. Those who mingled with girls were deemed immature. He reflected on that time, as it was still vivid in his memory, being the very beginning of the first semester. Notably, the most memorable figure was Kiriko Amami. As the representative of the new students at the opening ceremony, Kiriko had already garnered the attention of some, and subsequently became the class monitor, thus becoming well known among the entire class. Then she began to toy with the boys in the class one by one, while he watched, anticipating how these boys would soon be at the mercy of Amano Noriko. Yet, inexplicably, these boys ceased to engage with her. Could it be that they had discerned Amano Noriko's true nature? Kudo Shinichi arrived at a conclusion, only to immediately refute it. The reason was evident. These fellows clearly still desired to play with Amano Noriko. Moreover, given their character, they were scarcely worthy of counting her earnings, as he was well aware that her mathematical prowess was of an extraordinary caliber. Relying solely on conjecture, even if he were to uncover the truth, he would find it impossible to substantiate it. Kudo Shinichi called over a little companion who still entertained dreams of victory. "Are you prepared to confess your feelings?" Of course. The prompt reply was enough for Kudo Shinichi to grasp its implication. He puzzled over it. Is that Amano really so admirable? Amano is beautiful, adorable, and capable, and she is kind-hearted, treating others well. She even helped me retrieve my eraser. Look, she drew a design on my eraser. The child proudly produced a cherished eraser from his belongings. Kudo Shinichi felt a sudden pang of discomfort, coughing a few times before regaining composure. Had Amano Noriko truly established such an impression in their hearts? Gazing at the design, which depicted a line-drawn bird, he found it strikingly familiar, almost resembling the one tile in Mahjong. It was surely a product of Amano Noriko's idle doodling during class. The astute Shinichi Kudo has begun to grasp the intentions of these individuals. Their remarks about playing with girls being embarrassing are merely a facade, stemming from their mutual affection for Kikuko Amamiya and a desire to keep others away from her. It is certain that they resorted to such childish taunts to deter anyone who approached her. Ultimately, this led to an unintentional mutual restraint, effectively preventing others from getting close to Kikuko while simultaneously trapping themselves. What vexes Shinichi the most is that he was led astray, foolishly calling Ran Murikuin for quite some time. The mere thought of it is mortifying. All of this can be blamed on Kikuko Amamiya. Must they all come one by one? They caught so many at once, yet not a single one succeeded. This is Kikuko's well-known style of fishing, using multiple rods to increase her chances. Shinichi has grown weary of these childish antics. After all, they are merely ordinary elementary school students. Immature. He is destined to become a great detective, so let them amuse themselves. Shinichi has withdrawn from a contest he knows he cannot win, while Kikuko has triumphed against a team of elementary school students through sheer skill. Nevertheless, he attended the match that day where Kikuko ultimately teamed up with Sonoko and Ran, with Sonoko guarding the goal and Ran playing defense, merely for fun. Primarily, Sonoko insisted on aiding Kikuko, even though she felt it unnecessary. Yet, since Kikuko was indifferent, she allowed them to win effortlessly. Indeed, it was an easy victory against a group of opponents who were not even aiming to win. The comprehensive development of intellect, morality, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor is exemplified by the extraordinary forward, Kazuko Amamiya, who achieved a resounding victory. Yoko and Xiaolan effectively transformed the audience seats into the playing field, never once touching the ball throughout the match. Kazuko Amamiya won with an air of nonchalance, glancing towards Kudo Shinichi and inquiring, "Do these little ones truly know how to play football?" Despite the loss, their spirits remained surprisingly buoyant, perhaps due to an excess of sorrow. Kudo Shinichi observed their anxious excitement upon losing, yet his demeanor radiated joy, unfazed by the situation. He certainly would not concede in front of Kazuko Amamiya that these youngsters were merely putting on a fade due to their fondness for her. The world of football can be quite murky, with such young players engaging in match-fixing. Regardless of their emotions, Kazuko Amamiya reminded them, "Do you remember what you were supposed to do after a loss?" Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes, pondering whether they needed a reminder at all. Kazuko Amamiya shot him a glance and remarked, "Shinichi, it seems you are also on the losing side in this contest." Kudo Shinichi replied with a confident smile, "No, I have already withdrawn from this inevitable defeat." Kazuko Amamiya dashed to the side, calling out, "Xiaolan, Shinichi is being unreasonable. He promised to fulfill his end if I won." Xiaolan, upon hearing this, looked puzzled but soon responded earnestly, "Shinichi, how can you be so unfair and bully Kazuko?" Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss for words. Kazuko Amamiya lifted her chin, embodying the essence of victory. However, the confession from Shinichi held no allure for her, as it was inherently unlikely to be sincere. This individual had been infatuated since kindergarten, persisting with his unrequited feelings until high school. Thus, a casual confession met with rejection would yield no consequence. The astute Yoko, aware of the stakes in the contest, could not contain her exclamation, "Wow, is Shinichi about to confess to Kiko?" Upon hearing this, Ran turned in surprise to look at Shinichi, who was also gazing back at her. She felt an inexplicable sense that she had perhaps misstepped in her remarks. At that moment, Kiko interjected, "Well, it could also be that Shinichi will have to heed my words from now on." Though she directed this at Shinichi, her words were clearly intended for Ran. Confused, Ran glanced again at Shinichi, thinking, who would dare confess to her? It is bound to end in rejection. To be honest, knowing the inevitability of rejection, Shinichi entertained the notion of a flippant confession followed by an acceptance of denial, regarding it merely as a triviality. However, with Ran present, how could he possibly confess to anyone else? As for the tender feelings between the young couple, Kiko paid them no mind. She had already opened the door, and it was once again time to reap the rewards of confessions. Chapter 9. Absolute refusal. Kiko Amamiya truly is remarkable and immensely popular. With wide, starry eyes, Sonoko Suzuki secretly gazed at Kiko and the boy confessing his feelings beneath the tree. She felt an innocent envy for the affection that Kiko received from boys. It mattered not who it was, as long as he was handsome enough to catch her eye at first glance. Meanwhile, Shinichi Kudo and Ran Mori observed from the side, with Ran's feelings shifting from envy to sheer astonishment. So this is how a line of confessions unfolds. Shinichi couldn't help but smirk. Kiko was rather cruel, denying these boys even a chance to confess one after another throughout the day. From what he gathered, these boys approached Kiko with hopeful hearts, nervous and inexperienced, inquiring if she had time after school. Kiko, ever considerate, would nod and then meticulously outline her availability down to the minute. It seemed she allocated approximately 5 minutes to each suitor, taking a 2-minute break in between to collect herself. Kiko, I really like you. You are so beautiful, cute, gentle, and thoughtful. In short, will you marry me? Kiko couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was the first time someone had proposed marriage in such a manner. He was but a child who had just graduated from kindergarten and entered the 1st grade. She felt reluctant to shatter his innocent and beautiful dream. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. However, I must decline. You see, to get married, one needs to have a house, right? In Kyoto, a modest studio apartment of merely a dozen square meters demands several million yen. Surely, I ought to aspire for 100 square meters. Once I acquire a residence, it must be furnished, and such renovations cannot be executed haphazardly. A few million yen is but a minimal estimate. Furthermore, I must procure a vehicle, which also requires accommodation. Amidst this contemplation, Akiko Amemiya abruptly halted her musings after nearly 5 minutes, inquiring, "Do you currently possess 1,000 yen for pocket money?" The young child's spirit had endured considerable turmoil. Though their gaze was now vacant, one could trust that in due time, they would rally themselves, striving earnestly to earn. Glancing at the clock, Amemiya signaled the next. Meanwhile, 3 children clandestinely observing from above the classroom engaged in discussion. Sonoko Suzuki speculated that Akiko had spoken at length, perhaps indicating success. However, Ran Mori remained uncertain, believing it unlikely since Akiko awaited the next individual. On the other hand, Shinichi Kudo was resolute, asserting that success was impossible. He perceived Akiko as relishing the act of declining others' affections, questioning whether there was any pleasure in acceptance. In summary, on that day, Akiko Amemiya rebuffed the football team's young hopefuls, even including those who were not part of the day's roster but usually played alongside them in her punitive list. She took it upon herself to educate them on the importance of sincerity in refusal for it to carry weight, thereby augmenting her attributes significantly. Consequently, the following day, she was bedridden with a high fever, unable to attend school. Such is the nature of children, prone to fevers, yet this was no grave concern. In a few days she would recover, returning to school to bask in the sympathy of her peers, all while her plans grew ever more delightful. Kaido Kudo, following the kind-hearted Sonoko and ran to visit the ailing Yukiko Amemiya, found himself quietly lamenting the situation. It seemed that Yukiko, with her fragile demeanor, effortlessly garnered sympathy, almost becoming the beloved darling of the class. Her classmates were exceedingly attentive to her needs. Although Kaido had long recognized Yukiko's tendency to fall ill frequently, witnessing her feigned sickness was rather crude in his eyes. "Is it truly necessary for you to be so dramatic?" he inquired. Yukiko, perplexed, responded, "What? I genuinely have a cold. I am a patient." Yet he countered, "The frequency of your ailments. Honestly, if it weren't for your delicate constitution, would you be in this predicament?" "What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind?" she retorted, casting him a withering glance before resuming her languid position on the table, coughing a few times. "Leave me be. I've been coughing lately as well. Perhaps I might pass some of it on to you." She was unfazed, believing that the more often she fell ill, the stronger she became. Furthermore, frequent colds were a well-established tradition in the world of Conan. Kaido, seemingly indifferent, stated, "I am not so easily susceptible to illness." Yukiko shot him a sidelong glance, recalling the frequency of colds in the future Conan timeline. Was he attempting to assert dominance over her while she was unwell? It appeared that neither Ran nor Sonoko could rely on the oblivious Kaido to exhibit any concern for her plight. In the realm of elementary school life, Yukiko navigated with ease. The teachers regarded her as well-read and reasonable, possessing a gentle disposition remarkable intelligence, and an innate talent for learning. Essentially, the quintessential model student everyone aspired to emulate. As for the elementary school students, they tend to perceive Ayumi as adorable, beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptionally capable, yet fragile in health, thus deserving of their care. Those who have experienced rejection from her confessions may possess a slightly more comprehensive understanding. However, once the opportunity for confession is lost, Ayumi is quite democratic. Each individual is granted but a single chance, for additional attempts yield no enhancement of attributes. In the blink of an eye, the elementary school graduation ceremony has passed, and the summer break has concluded, leading to the transition from T10 Elementary to T10 Junior High. Remarkably, Ayumi, Shinichi, Ran, and Sonoko find themselves in the same class, creating a harmonious synergy. Her first 2 years of elementary life were rather enriching, effortlessly navigating through the curriculum, attending cultural classes and practicing disguise techniques. Weekends were spent either playing with Sonoko and Ran or seeking the guidance of her mentor, Kaito Kuroba. However, during her 3rd grade year, Kaito mysteriously vanished during a magic performance of escape artistry, having been assassinated by a shadowy organization. This vendetta traces back to his early acquaintance with the enigmatic Kaito Chikage, rather than the Black Organization. Rumors abound that Kaito perished, with his mentor, Kaito Chikage, searching for clues abroad. Yet Ayumi remains skeptical. When questioned as to why, she cites the ambiguous language of the original narrative, which does not confirm death explicitly. Such ambiguity suggests that the author, known as the Old Thief, may have ulterior motives. The subsequent years were dedicated to further self-study of disguise techniques, allowing her to manipulate her fellow elementary students with ease. Now, the opening ceremony of T10 Junior High awaits. As the representative of the new students, Akiko Amemiya delivered her speech with the same poise as always, which was hardly surprising. In truth, she had ascended from the elementary division of T10 Elementary School to the middle school division, having been selected as the most outstanding graduate of her class, a recognition that warranted her role as the speaker. She had composed a speech suitable for a middle school student, albeit tinged with a hint of youthful naivety characteristic of elementary school. Once she had memorized it, she felt confident enough to speak without relying on her notes. T10 Middle School was significantly larger than its elementary counterpart, with a vastly increased student body. On stage, she noticed numerous familiar faces, alongside many unfamiliar ones. It was the unfamiliar faces that captured her attention. They represented her potential opportunities, while the familiar ones were largely individuals she had already engaged with, rendering further interaction somewhat redundant. In the audience, Shinichi Kudo observed Akiko Amemiya's gaze with keen interest. He instinctively followed her line of sight, noting that it fell upon unfamiliar faces, which led him to a realization. Here we go again. Having completed most of his own pursuits by the 6th grade, he had believed that Akiko had settled down considerably. Yet, upon her transition to middle school, it appeared that her ambitions had reignited. At that moment, Akiko stood on stage, her demeanor composed and her voice melodious and light, as she expressed her gratitude and well wishes for the new students, exuding elegance and perfection. However, Shinichi sensed that what Akiko truly intended to convey was, "Now is the time for you to truly know me, confess your feelings, and prepare to be rejected." In a certain sense, it resembles the mutual bowing prior to a karate match. Yet once the confrontation commences, an unequivocal strike decisively resolves the encounter, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. Shinichi Kudo would refer to this as absolute refusal. Chapter 10. Becoming an ordinary beautiful girl upon entering junior high, Amano Yoshiko decided against assuming any class committee roles, anticipating that her time would be consumed by the challenges of this new academic stage. She resolved to quietly embrace her identity as a beautiful girl, focusing on her own pursuits. However, when it came time to elect the class president, the process turned out to be entirely based on votes. Each student was to write down whom they deemed the most suitable candidate on a slip of paper, with the one receiving the highest number of votes being declared president. The youthful homeroom teacher clapped her hands, convinced that her idea was ingenious. Amano Yoshiko glanced over to see her friends, Maruko and Xiaolin, casting encouraging looks in her direction, clearly intending to vote for her. Even Kudo Shinichi appeared somewhat resigned, as if he found no other viable candidates, with his first impression leaning towards Amano Yoshiko. She reflected on how this voting method aligned perfectly with her previous plans. As the representative for the new students, most of her classmates would naturally recognize her. At this point, who else could they possibly vote for? The vast majority would undoubtedly choose her. Observing the homeroom teacher's eager anticipation for the outcome, Amano Yoshiko wondered whether this woman had deliberately orchestrated her rise to class president. Given that the selection was a collective decision, she felt it would be difficult to decline the role too forcefully. Lost in thought, Amano Yoshiko pondered her predicament. Nearby, Kudo Shinichi, upon noticing her contemplative expression, found it quite rare. It seemed that she rarely encountered situations that required such deep reflection. Kudo Shinichi contemplated that as a future renowned detective, he should employ his astute intellect to assist her. He then observed the once exquisite and vibrant countenance of Amamiya Noriko visibly weaken, as if she were on the brink of death. Kudo Shinichi found himself reluctant to offer help. Merely refraining from exposing her pretense was commendable in itself. It was evident that Amamiya Noriko was feigning illness once again, although he suspected she was inherently fragile. If one were to quantify health with perfect well-being as 0, a cold as 1, and a fever as 2, others might record a sequence of 0000001. In contrast, Amamiya Noriko's frequency appeared as 010100202. She frequently succumbed to colds and fevers yet exhibited no serious ailment. This indicated a frail constitution. What could be the reason for her weakness? Perhaps she harbored some unutterable secret. Strangely, during her moments of health, she radiated vitality and vigor, exuding an aura of exuberance that belied her supposed fragility, clearly an act. As for her prowess in arm wrestling at kindergarten and her domination over the soccer team in elementary school, such athleticism did not equate to poor health. Kudo Shinichi believed that her frail demeanor was her true self. However, she seemed entirely oblivious to this fact, choosing instead to feign weakness. At this moment, he recognized the familiar pattern and understood immediately that Amamiya Noriko was embarking on her familiar charade, seeking to exploit her perceived frailty for ulterior motives. Connecting this to the current class leader election, it became apparent that she aimed to adopt a fade of illness and resilience to secure the position of class leader. Kudo Shinichi found it difficult to comprehend Amamiya Noriko's determination to construct such a flawless image for herself. Your health is already so poor, yet you insist on overexerting yourself for such a demanding task, merely to relish the thrill of having others confess their feelings to you only to reject them? He turned to Xiaolan and whispered a few words. Upon glancing at Kikuko Amamiya's profile, which bore a somewhat weary and delicate appearance, Xiaolan recalled her frequent visits to the ailing Kikuko and promptly agreed, also beckoning Yoko. Yoko, too, just realized that given Kikuko's frail condition, it would be unreasonable to burden her further. She quickly crossed out the name on the note and wrote down Shinichi Kudo, then voiced her concern. Perhaps we should let Kikuko step back? Her health is paramount. Shinichi Kudo shook his head. She certainly won't back down. We must find a solution. The results of the votes were quickly tallied, with Kikuko Amamiya undoubtedly securing 8 or 9/10 of the total votes. As anticipated, she lightly cleared her throat, preparing to softly decline due to her health, but saw Shinichi Kudo standing up first. Teacher, Kikuko's health is not very good. It would be too strenuous for her to be elected class leader. Xiaolan and Yoko echoed his sentiment, expressing their concern for Kikuko's well-being. A few classmates from elementary school, recalling Kikuko's frequent illnesses back then, also chimed in to offer their support. Kikuko opened her mouth in silence, feeling a surge of gratitude upon receiving a knowing glance from Shinichi Kudo. Finally, he was not being so straightforward. He had bent a little to lend a hand. When the teacher inquired, Kikuko naturally seized the moment to express some hesitance, a touch of regret, stating that she could not contribute effectively to the class. The teacher of Asasaki felt a deep concern for the diligent and responsible child, urging everyone to take special care of classmate Amamiya. Subsequently, the votes were recast, and the valiant Kudo Shinichi was elected class leader. Kudo Shinichi, taken aback, wondered, "What?" Afterward, Amamiya Yoshiko patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Well done. Splendid job. Finally, you don't have to be the class leader anymore. It still takes a detective like you, Kudo Shinichi." He nearly let slip a comment, but it was of little consequence. At that moment, Kudo was perplexed. Didn't you want to be the class leader? And yet, here I am, the leader. Is that all right? Absolutely, you've worked hard, she replied. Observing her reaction, Kudo soon realized that Amamiya Yoshiko wasn't feigning illness to garner sympathy for the role of class leader. Rather, she was graciously declining the position, waiting for the results of the voting to affirm her stance, thus allowing the second choice to take over. In a twist of fate, he had inadvertently showcased his skills, aiding Amamiya while inadvertently securing the position for himself. What's the point of being class leader? Why was he busily entangled in this? Nevertheless, it meant Amamiya wouldn't have to take on the burdens of leadership or worry about her health. But then there remained a question. Why had she decided against becoming the class leader again? Amamiya looked at him curiously. We're in middle school now. Kudo Shinichi, with a furrowed brow, replied, so? The age of cherishing sweet, naive first loves had arrived. Did she not realize what this situation was most suited for? Kudo Shinichi regarded her with an expressionless gaze, already forming a conjecture. Certainly, it is about luring the adorable little puppies into a trap, becoming the object of their initial confessions. Akiko Rainey's delicate fingers formed a gesture resembling a gunshot as she winked at Shinichi Kudo. Was this truly the reason behind it? How utterly wicked of you. Ran, your Shinichi just yelled at me. What do you mean by your Shinichi? Shinichi, do not bully Akiko. Mori Ran, who was chatting with Sonoko, blushed and immediately glared at Shinichi. Shinichi Kudo clicked his tongue, exclaiming, women are truly troublesome. Chapter 11. My abundant fish pond. Kudo Shinichi had long shed the naivety of his elementary school days. Thus, when facing Ran, he refrained from engaging in arguments, reminding himself that, as a disciple of Holmes, he ought not to bicker with a girl. Although Kudo would never admit it, Ran was his first love from kindergarten. Amamiya Noriko was fully aware of this fact. With Ran around, she felt invincible, for Kudo Shinichi, being remarkably straightforward, would not hesitate to confront her regardless of her beauty upon detecting any mischief. Upon catching a glimpse of Amamiya Noriko's triumphant smile, which transformed her otherwise exquisite face into one bearing a mischievous intent, Kudo rolled his eyes. He chose not to retaliate, especially for Ran's sake. Subsequently, Amamiya Noriko was whisked away by Suzuki Sonoko to deliberate on which club to join. Any club would suffice for Amamiya, provided it wasn't overly feminine. That would diminish the thrill of competition, depriving the boys of an opportunity. Suzuki Sonoko wholeheartedly concurred, proclaiming, indeed, I am currently assessing which club boasts the most handsome members. We shall join the one with the most attractive fellows. Amamiya Noriko mused to herself that, with such pursuits in mind, she might as well become a treasure in an all-boys club. However, that too was impractical, for being the sole girl in a club would inevitably draw excessive attention, complicating her plans. With a playful flick of her bangs, Amamiya Noriko thought to herself, I believe I am rather charming as well. Suzuki Yoko gazed for a moment. She noted that Jiko's face was small and charming, exuding a natural youthful innocence. However, her eyes sparkled with a spirited energy, and her shoulder-length hair framed her features. Yoko remarked, among girls, she possesses quite a striking appeal. Is Jiko growing her hair long? I find long hair rather troublesome, though it seems that young boys are quite fond of that style. Eh? Yoko's expression conveyed disbelief, for she had always sported short hair. Could it be that the absence of admirers stemmed from this reason? Seeing her friend's reaction, Amamiya Jiko waved her hand dismissively. Yoko, short hair suits you just fine. It's the perfect fit. Ikunkur. If I were to have long hair, I wouldn't be able to wear this headband at all. Surely, the handsome boys have yet to recognize the allure of my short hair, while Jiko's long hair must be even more beautiful. Noticing Yoko's fixation on the headband, Jiko originally intended to suggest that she could simply remove it, as Yoko was undeniably a beauty in her own right. However, the image of little Suzuki Yoko donning a bow headband had become an endearing sight over the years. Furthermore, Yoko genuinely enjoyed wearing a headband. It was a habit that began in kindergarten and was not easily swayed. Perhaps it would require a word from Kayagaku Makoto to persuade her, but that man might also share an affinity for headbands. Concurrently, Xiaolen joined the conversation, and the three of them agreed to join a club the following day. If all went as planned, the schoolyard would be bustling with various clubs recruiting new members. As for Kudo Shinichi, he had already made up his mind to join the soccer club. Jiko, you could consider joining the soccer club too, he suggested. Moreover, they were also keen on recruiting the enchanting Akiko Amamiya. With the two of them united, the football club would undoubtedly sweep away all competition. After some contemplation, Akiko decided to abandon her friends, Lan and Sonoko, and join Shinichi Kudo in seeking membership in the football club. Initially, the club's recruitment events garnered little interest, as the newcomers had only recently transitioned from elementary school, and their physical development during puberty had likely yet to commence, leaving little hope for their athletic capabilities. However, when the senior members of the club beheld the beautiful girl aspiring to join, they were undeniably thrilled. As for Shinichi Kudo, he was merely required to fill out an application form and could then take his leave. Welcome, Amamiya-san. What inspired you to join our football club? Akiko thoughtfully rested her delicate fingers against her chin and replied, I admire the way the seniors run freely on the field, sweat glistening as they play. It seems so captivating. Indeed, it is the essence of our football club. You truly understand our passion. Which class are you in, Amamiya-san? It's written on the application form. I sent it? Oh, I see. The senior responsible for recruitment glanced at the application form to note the charming juniors class and then, in a reassuring tone, said, Rest assured, Amamiya-san, our football club is known for its care towards newcomers, and the atmosphere here is exceptionally pleasant. Ah, that is wonderful. I'm sure all the seniors are very easygoing, right? Indeed, absolutely. In a moment of complete disregard, Shinichi Kudo took a deep breath. Aside from him, Noriko Amamiya and the other boys spoke in such gentle tones that the oblivious boys were easily deceived, perceiving her as a fragile, innocent, and endearing girl. However, upon departing, Noriko began to voice her grievances. Are football players as loquacious as taxi drivers? How exceedingly enthusiastic. They clung to me for ages. She offered an apology on behalf of most football players and taxi drivers alike, retorting coldly to Shinichi's inquiry. Rolling his eyes, Shinichi asked, How do you plan to approach the club activities? Can you still play as you did in elementary school? With a sigh, Noriko replied softly, Not really. I must tend to the excessive self-awareness of the junior high students during their adolescence. If I were to overwhelm them, they might refrain from confessing their feelings to me. Shinichi merely scoffed and disregarded her comment, noticing that Ran and Sonoko were waiting for them at the school gate. Shall we head home together? He inquired. Noriko's home was not particularly along their route, and due to the taxi incident, she had insisted that her father provide her with a driver. Nonetheless, she occasionally walked part of the way with them or accompanied them to the park for a brief outing. No, I'll just play around nearby, she replied. Shinichi glanced over, as it was rather uncommon for Noriko to express a desire to play. I might visit the arcade or play some billiards. As she spoke, Amamiya Noriko observed the astonished expression on Kudo Shinichi's face. What? I have numerous fish ponds. I don't only fish at school. Kudo Shinichi expressed his desire to visit her fish ponds. Oh, let's go then. Noriko considered inviting Ran and Sonoko along, but Shinichi intervened, stating that it was too early for them to be at an arcade. Shinichi, aren't you the least bit concerned about me? Or do you wish to accompany me simply because you fear I might be taken advantage of at the arcade? I am merely going to see how you intimidate others. Kudo Shinichi retorted, hands in his pockets, a smirk on his lips. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss his concern. After all, Noriko was only 12 years old, and the arcade was hardly a safe environment for someone her age. Chapter 12. Refusal leads to salvation. After all, Akiko Rain is only 12 years old. The arcade hardly seems a safe haven. Shinichi Kudo pondered this, yet Akiko was undeniably deep in her element, akin to a depth charge that had already detonated within the arcade. Hey, little Rain, is this your classmate? A young man, casually playing a game at the arcade entrance, noticed Akiko's arrival and waved in greeting. Yeah, just a fool worrying about me getting into trouble here, Akiko replied, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Foolish Shinichi Kudo. With that greeting, others in the arcade also turned their attention to Akiko, waving enthusiastically. She reciprocated with warmth, then inquired, Any newcomers? In perfect unison, The others exchanged knowing glances, revealing the presence of newcomers. This reaction was reminiscent of a trickster who, after being duped, sought solace by ensnaring others in the same fate. Shinichi began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, this was Akiko's territory. She had thoroughly fished the wild pond, catching and releasing, transforming it into her domain. Noticing the transformation in his expression, Akiko further clarified, "Not all have been caught. It's just that after exhausting the fish in the 5th and 6th grades at school, I expanded my business. Most of these are individuals I met during a competition at the arcade when I was in 6th grade. After all, I lack the time to catch each one individually. By the way, they are all my defeated opponents." Yes, I understand your prowess," Shinichi sighed, exasperated. "Come, let us play a game." Akiko Amamiya guided Shinichi Kudo to a nearby arcade machine, which featured a seated touchscreen design. Players engage in combat by manipulating their characters through the touchscreen and card system, creating a highly strategic real-time battle experience. This was the very game in which she had triumphed during a tournament at the game hall, reminiscent of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Akiko had played it before her journey, and it is worth mentioning that due to sponsorship from Nissan, a special card featuring Detective Elbu holding a bowl of Nissan ramen was released, creating a remarkable collaborative event. As Shinichi began to play, being relatively inexperienced, he found himself at a disadvantage and was easily bested by Akiko. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Why must you dominate right from the start? Can't I have a moment to familiarize myself with the rules?" Akiko, feigning innocence, replied, "Even when hunting rabbits, a lion must exert its full strength." Shinichi found it difficult to remain irritated at Akiko's sporadic use of Chinese. "Little sister, if you find it too challenging, perhaps you could play with your elder brother." At that moment, a blonde delinquent who had just entered the arcade caught sight of the youthful and charming Akiko and approached her with a swagger. With wide, innocent eyes, Akiko responded, "Sure, big brother, you can give it a try." Observing this interaction, Shinichi felt compelled to stand beside Akiko, vigilant against the unsavory youth. The blonde miscreant rolled up his sleeves and confidently declared, "All right, little sister. I am known as the Hope of the Han Dynasty, having secured 3rd place in the regional finals of the rice ball competition." Akiko looked at him with surprise. "3rd place? Wow, big brother. That's impressive." The delinquent smirked. "Don't worry if you lose. I'll treat you to a meal." "Thank you, dear brother." Listening to the soft and tender words of Amano Noriko, the golden-haired ruffian felt an inner satisfaction, as if victory was already within his grasp. Amano Noriko could not even be bothered to utter phrases about confessing after a loss. Did a confession from this person truly hold any weight? Kudo Shinichi, still slightly in awe of the 3rd place in the Mihua district, cautiously remarked, "3rd place, are you truly capable?" Amano Noriko rolled her eyes in response, declaring, "I am the champion." Kudo Shinichi, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, chose to remain silent. The golden-haired ruffian, proclaimed to be the last hope of the Han Dynasty, indeed wielded a card from the Shu Kingdom, only to be soundly defeated by Amano Noriko wielding the Wei card. This was historically accurate. With a sweet smile, Amano Noriko resembled the delicate cherry blossoms fluttering in the breeze. The last hope of the Han Dynasty, the golden-haired ruffian, clutched his head in despair. He found himself in a state of profound turmoil. On one hand, Amano Noriko's words illuminated his proud and lofty spirit, while on the other, her smile mended his shattered heart. Would the future of the Han Dynasty be as healed as her smile? Kudo Shinichi could hardly bear to witness the existential crisis etched upon his face, thinking to himself that Amano Noriko was indeed a person of great mischief. Moreover, with curiosity, she held the card of Emperor Xian of Han and remarked, "Isn't the last hope of the Han Dynasty Emperor Xian? Dear brother, you don't resemble him at all." The illustration of Emperor Xian's card depicted a youthful newcomer, while the golden-haired ruffian. Well, the only resemblance lay in his golden-dyed hair. With a final arrow, it pierced the heart of the golden-haired ruffian, who merely wished to engage with the Shu Kingdom's deck. His passion for the game, his fervor for the brotherly bond among the 3 brothers of Shu, was utterly vanquished by the irresistibly charming Wei Kingdom. Oh, how tragic! Seeing his deep emotional investment, Kiriko Amamiya pondered that perhaps a confession in this state might yield fruitful results. She cast a meaningful glance at Shinichi Kudo. The ever-sympathetic Shinichi instantly grasped the implications of her look. Could it be that you are a devil? Reluctantly, he declined to assist. Kiriko pouted, determining that he was not a suitable ally. Surely, Yoko would be more helpful next time. Goodbye, big brother. I shall indulge in other games now. Kiriko rose, having set no wager. To lead him into a confession after he had been thoroughly trounced would be too overt. Could one truly rely on him to confess of his own volition? Wait, don't go. I once vowed that my wife would be a player capable of defeating me. Marry me. The golden-haired ruffian reached out in a desperate grasp, his voice hoarse with aspiration. Kiriko effortlessly evaded his grasp with a subtle lift of her hand, while Shinichi gently pulled her back to safety. It's evident, big brother, that you have a story to tell. However, I must decline. I am still too young for marriage. But do not despair. There are many other talented boys who can best you. They too will bring you happiness. Struggling to keep pace with the erratic thoughts of others, Akiko Amamiya remained resolute in her professional demeanor. The delinquent, embodying a genuine sentiment, was rather endearing. Throughout the interaction, Shinichi Kudo found himself unable to grasp the exchanges of these two individuals. However, one undeniable fact emerged. Akiko Amamiya somehow prompted the other to confess his feelings. What could be the underlying principle behind this? To his astonishment, the initially rejected ruffian still yearned to express sentiments akin to "I can wait for you to grow up." Yet he found solace instead. Friends from the arcade, witnessing his rejection, fervently rallied to console him, reminding him to embrace life's myriad beauties. While Akiko was not someone he could pursue, the joy of gaming remained firmly within his grasp. A shared burden of hope for the Han dynasty they would collectively shoulder. Amidst the enthusiastic greetings, the golden-haired delinquent felt an unexpected warmth envelop him, igniting a fervent glow within his heart. Since his descent into delinquency, where gaming had become his sole refuge, he was experiencing, for the first time, the kindness and warmth offered by others. Tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. Akiko Amamiya, puzzled yet pleased, applauded gently, exclaiming her congratulations. Shinichi Kudo cast a glance at this person, who had transitioned from a state of confusion to one of clarity, pondering in bewilderment about the nature of this world. From his detective's perspective, there was but one explanation: sheer luck. However, at that moment, the atmosphere was not conducive for Kiriko Amamiya to blend in, so she took Shinichi Kudo to play billiards instead. This time, Shinichi Kudo would not afford Kiriko the opportunity to torment him. He chose to engage with others first. Kiriko furrowed her brow, perplexed. What is this? Coming with me only to play with someone else? Shinichi smirked. You wish to torment me. Kiriko pouted, feeling somewhat wronged as she uttered, what harm would it do to let me have a little fun? Clatter. The billiards opponent across from Kiriko, upon witnessing this, lost grip of the cue stick, which slipped from his hands, causing a rush of blood to surge from his nose. An exhilarating sight indeed. Shinichi, embodying his stoic demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Kiriko and remarked, "You are committing a crime." Kiriko, bewildered, directed her gaze towards her opponent and silently mouthed a response to Shinichi. "Am I stealing hearts, detective?" Shinichi, filled with disdain, thought to himself how insufferable this individual was. He had not even verbalized his thoughts yet she had already begun to mock him in a detective's manner, as if it had commenced since kindergarten. Consequently, he resolved to refrain from accompanying Kiriko to other locales after school, as it interfered with his detective reasoning. Nonetheless, it was not solely outside the school that such distractions could arise. The following day, during the break, Shinichi was animatedly recounting to Ran the plot of the detective novel he had read the previous night when suddenly a cacophony of shouts erupted from the playground outside the classroom. "Amamiya-san! I like you! I truly like you!" His lips twitched, but he soon broke into laughter. For Akiko Rain had fallen ill with a high fever after returning home yesterday and had not attended school today. She would miss out on the pleasure of rejection. Shinichi Kudo smiled, eagerly anticipating the moment he could relay this news to Akiko Rain and witness her delightful reaction. As for the classmate below, after confessing to the heir, he was summoned by the school to write a self-reflection. On the second day of school, he was already absent due to a fever, solidifying the impression that Akiko Rain was indeed frail among her peers. This led to numerous classmates expressing concern when she returned to school. Shinichi Kudo was among them. He approached her and said, "It's a pity that someone confessed to you while you were away yesterday." "Shinichi, how brazen of you. Don't you care about my health at all?" "Yoko informed me about it last night," she retorted. TCH, Shinichi Kudo scoffed, truly a professional information dealer. And then, that classmate was also taken by the school to write a self-reflection. Akiko Rain looked at him quizzically. "Of course, I must properly thank him. He mustered a great deal of courage to confess to me." Shinichi Kudo remained unconvinced. "And what else?" "You should teach him how to confess properly. That fool didn't even know whether I was at school before confessing. Teach him how to confess, step by step." Shinichi Kudo felt a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this the very operation Akiko Rain often performed back in kindergarten? Can you even manage it in middle school? Akiko Rain whispered softly, "I could also teach you how to confess to Ran." Such nonsense. Despite his high intelligence, Kudo Shinichi, who is somewhat bashful when it comes to matters of the heart, found himself blushing innocently. Amamiya Noriko, in a buoyant mood, hummed a tune as she sought out Sonoko to inquire about which fool had made an impression yesterday. To her surprise, it was a senior from the second year. Noriko herself was unaware of when she had caught his attention, as she was entirely innocent in this affair. Sonoko, with a playful glint in her eye, eagerly played matchmaker. "Yamaki-senpai is the captain of the basketball team. You know, he is quite the sunny disposition, tall and handsome." Day after day, she watched Noriko turn down various suitors, and her heart was aflutter with curiosity. She yearned to see who might possess the charm to win Noriko's affections. This had become one of her lifelong aspirations. Moreover, he had the audacity to confess his feelings in front of everyone. Amamiya Noriko scratched her head, feeling perplexed. She had merely come to inquire about the situation, yet it felt as though she were being thrust into a matchmaking scenario. Seeing her nonchalance, Sonoko, disheartened, asked, "So, what are you planning to do, Noriko?" Noriko tilted her head slightly. "I'm not planning to do anything." Sonoko's eyes widened in astonishment. "But he confessed in front of everyone. Is that truly acceptable?" Firstly, Noriko replied, "I respect his courage in confessing publicly, but that does not obligate me to accept his feelings. He hasn't considered whether I was present, nor my own sentiments. While you might find it romantic, I do not." "So how do you feel about it?" "Regrettably disappointed. I can't believe I missed it. What a dreadful experience." In that instant, Sonoko felt a glimmer of hope. "Is that so? Should I encourage him to confess again?" "No, thank you." Kuriko Amamiya declined, for it is only fair that she acknowledges a confession directed at her. If someone were to shout their feelings from downstairs, her silence in response would necessitate at least a megaphone to convey her reply, creating an awkward situation. Moreover, should she remain unresponsive, it is only natural that the suitor would seek her out in person eventually. From an economic perspective, having already declared their feelings in such a manner, it would be a significant loss not to pursue the matter further. To her surprise, the urgency exceeded her expectations, as he was waiting for her right outside the classroom after school. Caught off guard, Kuriko had no choice but to step outside under the ambiguous gazes of her classmates. Without waiting for him to speak first, she bowed and expressed her sincere apologies. "Senpai, I am truly sorry for my earlier silence regarding your confession. I was ill with a high fever and unable to attend school." Seeing the person he admired so apologetic, Yamaki hurriedly interjected, No, it was my fault for being so reckless and confessing without understanding your situation. I caused you trouble." Kuriko quickly waved her hands. No, it is my fault for not recognizing your earnest declaration. It's perfectly fine. I can certainly express myself again." Kuriko's eyes widened in shock, revealing her surprise and tension, tinged with a hint of shyness. Do you really mean it?" "Yes. Regardless of the circumstances, I must convey my true feelings." Akamura Noriko whispered softly, "We cannot remain here." Seeing her bashful demeanor, Yamaki-kun quickly suggested, "Then let us find another place." Noriko nodded gently, The two departed. Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed in admiration, "Ah, it feels settled." Noriko becomes so nervous and shy upon encountering Yamaki-senpai. Xiao Lan shared a similar sentiment but noticed Shinichi's expression of disbelief. What do you think? Shinichi? Kudo Shinichi, with his hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly. She will surely decline. Suzuki Sonoko shot him a disapproving glance. How could that be? Shinichi, don't speak carelessly. Rolling his eyes, Kudo Shinichi recalled how Noriko had immediately apologized when she first spoke, indicating that she was absent from school that day and had not received the confession, leaving Yamaki-senpai without any grounds for resentment. Her second statement underscored her uncertainty about the other party's feelings, subtly prompting him to reiterate his sentiments. Then, feigning shyness, she created the illusion that her acceptance was highly probable while also considering the pressure of a public confession, leading them to a more secluded location. It was all too predictable. Poor Yamaki-senpai would undoubtedly confess earnestly, brimming with heartfelt emotions, only to be met with Noriko's bashful rejection instead. Perhaps Noriko had meticulously arranged for him to face rejection without harboring any resentment. He was far too familiar with this scenario. Observing his unwavering confidence, Suzuki Sonoko felt a surge of excitement and proposed once again. Let us go and witness this unfold. Initially, they were already in junior high, not elementary school, and it was rare to sneak a glance at others confessing to Kiko. However, at this moment, Lan found herself somewhat curious and nudged Shinichi, urging him to go. Sure. He nodded slightly and proceeded to check whether his script was accurate or if Director Amamiya had introduced any new elements. It soon became evident that Director Amamiya's scriptwriting prowess consistently exceeded his expectations. Behind the teaching building, not only were Kiko Amamiya and Senior Yamaki present, but there was also a third individual, a second-year female student, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Yoko widened her eyes and whispered, "How should one confess?" Lan appeared equally perplexed, her mind racing as she pondered whether this girl might be Kiko's rival in love. Meanwhile, Shinichi observed Kiko Amamiya's expression of bewilderment, contemplating, has she finally turned her attention to girls? Chapter 14. Tears are too precious. The three individuals observing in secret found their conjectures strikingly close, yet the reality still surpassed their imagination. Akiko Amamiya was equally taken aback. She had always prided herself on maintaining a delicate balance, transforming love into friendship, ensuring that all remained above board. You confess your feelings, I politely decline, and we continue as good friends. Moreover, she was a person of great responsibility. Should you lay your heart bare to her, she would never respond ambiguously. A refusal is a refusal, and she would unequivocally extinguish any futile hopes, guiding you toward a brighter future. After all, no amount of confessions could augment one's attributes. To be candid, this was an impeccable method to accrue experience in the art of failed confessions, meriting a glowing 5-star review. However, the irony lay in the fact that she had yet to confess, yet found herself ensnared in the role of the third party, her expression one of utter confusion. She mused that it was perfectly acceptable for her to be deemed the other woman once she had declined the confession, as long as it contributed to her attributes. Yet, the crux of the matter was that no confession had been made. She was, in every sense, entirely innocent. Akiko Amamiya gazed upward, the sky devoid of June's snow but reminiscent of April's poignant sorrows. After a moment of reflection, she turned her innocent gaze toward the emotional upheaval between her senior, Yamaki, and his childhood friend. Their past interactions were of little consequence. All she needed to comprehend was that Yamaki harbored no feelings for his childhood companion. Having instead developed an affection for her, the charming girl seemingly dropped from the heavens, thus creating a miniature vortex of chaos. The childhood friend forbade Yamaki from confessing to Akiko, despite having cherished him for so long. Shamu finds himself in a state of indecision between Ayumi Narumi and his childhood friend, torn between his affection for Ayumi and the desire to spare his childhood friend's feelings, for their bond has been cultivated over time. Meanwhile, Ayumi feels a yawn creeping in, her fatigue becoming palpable. Why don't you both refrain from reminiscing about your childhood feelings and confess to me first, so I may reject you? She implores, feeling a sense of urgency while maintaining an expression of innocence, portraying herself as the victim. After offering comfort to his childhood friend for what felt like an eternity, Shanmu notices Ayumi standing silently to the side, her delicate face etched with vulnerability and discomfort. His heart aches for her, and he impulsively exclaims, I like both of you. I want both. His childhood friend, taken aback, glares at him, while Ayumi is jolted into awareness. At long last, a confession emerges. Yet, the validity of their feelings remains uncertain. Ayumi feels a flicker of doubt and recognizes that it would be challenging to let him confess again after a rejection, but she has never wavered when it comes to turning someone down. Shanmu, I am truly sorry. It seems I am not worthy. You two are indeed meant for each other, she states, all the while keeping an eye on the system notifications. Upon hearing Agility 1, a smile involuntarily graces her face, dazzling in its brilliance and leaving both Shanmu and his childhood friend momentarily stunned. Shanmu, with a hesitant gesture, mumbles, Ayumi, you do not mean to say. Ayumi, suppressing her joy, tilts her head and replies, is it not that you like your senior? Shanmu in a daze remarked, indeed. To believe that the other party harbors feelings for oneself is perhaps the most commonplace misunderstanding in the world. Additionally, there exists the notion that a confession must inevitably succeed. Of course, if a senior were to confess like Azakawa Sakuta, they might indeed achieve a high score. Unfortunately, I am not senior Mai. At that moment, I truly was not present. Amaya Noriko spoke in a gentle tone, raising her delicate fingers to illustrate her point before spreading her hands in exasperation. Moreover, the senior has made some rather unsavory remarks. While Shanmu lingered in a state of melancholy, his childhood friend indignantly interjected, what do you mean? Shanmu genuinely likes you. Although it was apparent from Noriko's attempt to prevent Shanmu from confessing that the childhood friend possessed a strong personality, this comment seemed rather thoughtless, rendering her momentarily speechless. Noriko took a moment to assess the situation. In simple terms, it appeared that B, who had maintained a good relationship with A since childhood, was confessing to C. Yet A, who harbored feelings for B, forbade B from confessing to C. After B's confession to C was rejected, A developed a strong animosity towards C, who had turned down B. I am C, and how innocent the first am. Noriko scratched her head, feeling as though she was being unjustly implicated. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, childhood friend became even more infuriated. You're putting on an act of innocence, but you're merely a heartless manipulator of others' feelings. Hey! Shanmu reached out to gently pull his childhood friend back, but after receiving a glare, he had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Rain Palace Noriko brushed her brow, exuding a hint of fragility, her clear and enchanting eyes resembling a galaxy. She then cast a leisurely glance at her childhood friend, strolling casually while whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. Do you understand why we become enamored with the online world? Why the man you adore is, in truth, rather mediocre. When confronted with such dilemmas, he remains passive, expecting the girl to make decisions. He lacks the manliness of Zichuan Sakuta, who boldly claims he desires them all. What grants him such audacity and confidence? It is you, you foolish one. In the past, I would read absurd news and wonder how any girl could act in such a manner. Yet I now realize such individuals do exist. If one regards love as their entirety, believing that giving equates to receiving, then such girls are indeed cheap and foolish. Childhood friend seemed as though her tail had been stepped on, gritting her teeth as she pointed at Rain Palace Noriko. You merely toy with others' feelings. Do not assume that adopting a victim's facade and shedding a few tears will deceive everyone. Shall we test this? Rain Palace Noriko softly replied, her eyes reddening. She turned away, as if to wipe away tears, and upon glancing back, her eyes were misty, crystal-clear tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, while haphazardly brushing them away, she defiantly stated, tears are too precious, thus they are merely eye drops. Childhood friend A was left bewildered. Behind her, the towering trees were momentarily obscured by Ayumi Kiriko's movement, preventing a glimpse of her earlier expression. However, he could see his childhood companion raise a hand, while Ayumi turned back, her eyes glistening with tears as she wiped them away. The scene unfolded with a touch of imagination, when suddenly a figure stepped between Ayumi and her childhood friend, asserting boldly, Senpai, if you wish to bully Kiriko, you must first contend with me. It was Maori Ran, her expression earnest and unwavering. Unz also approached Ayumi, offering comfort and speaking on her behalf, forming a united front. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi, accompanied by his detective allies, discerned Ayumi's casual ruse, moving closer to detect the subtle difference between the sense of tears and eye drops. Ayumi secretly raised her palms, fully anticipating this scenario, reminiscent of a married individual hopelessly enamored with her, only to be torn apart by his original partner. A plot unfolding a bit prematurely. Japanese middle schoolers seem to have too much leisure time. In her hometown, such early romances would lead to an 800-word reflection read aloud at the school podium, and even a mere proximity of less than 30 centimeters to a friend on the playground after evening study sessions could attract the watchful eyes of instructors. Lost in such thoughts, Ayumi appeared wronged and speechless in Yuenzi's eyes. Her temper was hardly one to be restrained, as she shot a glare at the very senior she had once held in high regard. I once believed in you, yet you cannot even protect Kiriko. Ayumi snapped back to reality. Did she truly need protection? It would be better for Kiriko to marry me than to be wed to a man like you. Ayumi Kiriko replied. Chapter 15. The winery's fateful year A glanced resentfully at Amano Yoshiko, who was sheltered behind YKO, conveying that this matter would not conclude so easily, and promptly dragged Yamaki away. Despite being a towering figure in the basketball team, Yamaki offered no resistance. Their relationship was indeed intricate. Yoshiko clicked her tongue in disapproval, pondering the caprices of youth. With YKO's presence, resolving the situation was impossible, and it would only lead to further trouble later on. Xiaolan turned to gently dab Yoshiko's tears with a handkerchief, offering soft words of comfort. Meanwhile, YKO vehemently rallied against the diminutive Yamaki on Yoshiko's behalf, while another figure was deemed a malicious woman. Yoshiko casually applied eye drops, bemused. I'm fine. Aren't you underestimating me, Xiaolan and YKO? Did they perceive her as some fragile organism? In kindergarten, she had helped YKO deal with other children, and during elementary school, she had single-handedly dismantled the soccer team. Was that not an achievement? As they reassured her, Yoshiko shot a glance at Kudo Shinichi. What about you? Kudo, with his hands in his pockets, maintained his stance of silence, sensing that his consolation was unnecessary. Although Yoshiko rolled her eyes at him, this aloof demeanor was precisely the impression she expected. Xiaolan and YKO intended to continue comforting Yoshiko on their journey home, believing that she had never truly experienced such indignities, always treated as a treasure. Though she appeared unscathed on the surface, they were certain her heart bore the weight of unspoken grievances. However, Akiko Amamiya repeatedly insisted that she was perfectly fine and proceeded to participate in the club activities as if nothing had happened. Her initial moment of tearfulness was merely an attempt to let her childhood friend experience the bittersweet taste of being on the receiving end of affection. Yet, unexpectedly, the trio continued to observe her. It seemed she had overindulged in the portrayal of fragility. Xiaolan and Yuenzi, feeling helpless, could only entrust the care of Akiko to Shinichi, a fellow club member. After being advised for quite some time, Shinichi, on his way to the football club, remarked to Akiko, "We didn't quite catch the essence of your conversation, but you must have rejected him at that moment, judging by your smile." Akiko succinctly recounted the events, deeming them inconsequential, having also gained some character points. Initially, she had intended to facilitate a budding romance between the two, but since the feelings were not reciprocated, she decided to let it go. Shinichi reflected, "Women." Akiko cast a sidelong glance. Women? Realizing that his sweeping generalization had inadvertently included her. Shinichi cleared his throat. Ahem, you are an exception, of course. You have transcended that level of existence. Was this a compliment? Certainly. Ha, men, you hesitated for half a second. Do I appear that weak? Indeed, had it not been for your experience in elementary school football, I too would consider you quite feeble in terms of physicality. Shinichi nodded with certainty. After all, a person who frequently succumbed to colds and fevers could hardly be deemed robust. Nonetheless, he understood that playing football tests most of the body's muscles, and only those in good health could keep up with Akiko's stamina on the field. Noriko Amamiya extracted a card from her pocket and casually tossed it to Shinichi Kudo. Upon receiving it, Shinichi examined the card. It was a resplendent, gold-colored annual SVIP gym membership. He gazed at Noriko, speechless. Care to join me for a workout? Noriko inquired. I hardly know where to begin criticizing, he thought. When did you even start? 5th grade of elementary school, she replied, around the time when hardly anyone confessed their feelings for me. 2 years, huh? Shinichi discreetly scrutinized Noriko's physique. Her slender arms and legs were quite deceptive. No, she's deliberately maintaining this physique. If she were all muscle, fewer people would probably be attracted to her. Shinichi returned the card to Noriko. Your persona as someone middle schoolers would adore is quite successful. What's somewhat perplexing is how Ran and the others have all fallen for it. Shinichi couldn't help but remark, if you weren't constantly feigning illness, it wouldn't be so easy to believe. They've visited you so many times under the pretense of checking up on you. As he spoke, Shinichi noticed Noriko's slightly open mouth, as if she were about to say something but hesitated, and he sensed a foreboding feeling. Could it be? I'm feeling a bit unwell. I might catch a cold and develop a fever tomorrow, Noriko confessed candidly. Shinichi was rendered speechless. You just recovered from a cold today. Upon arriving at the soccer club, Noriko excused herself, citing discomfort, and quietly sat on the sidelines, observing them play. She contemplated her upcoming strategies and policies, reflecting on the day's annoyances. While the constant confessions were flattering, the uncertainties they left behind were genuinely troublesome. Compared to this, it seems that things are about to commence, so I shall momentarily set aside matters here. Akiko Amamiya gazed up at the sky, counting the time on her fingers, and upon reflection, she realized that the distillery spirits had begun to be watered down. Although this practice had long been afoot, the extent of dilution this year was particularly pronounced. It was indeed a remarkable year, with an influx of high-quality counterfeit spirits infiltrating the organization. First among them was FBI investigator Shuichi Akai, who would infiltrate the organization under the codename Rye Whiskey. Next were Japanese public security officers Toru Amuro, known by his alias Turu, with the codename Bourbon, and Kajimori Shigekuni, who received the codename Scotch Whiskey. Following them was CIA agent Aimi Hondo, who assumed the alias Reina Mizunashi, bearing the codename KIR. Her father, Ethan Hondo, had already been embedded within the organization. Moreover, there was a top scientist from the organization returning from America, Shiho Miyano, who would later be known as AI Hybera, with the codename Shirley. This group of undercover operatives remained oblivious to one another's identities. However, this did not deter the one true and fine spirit, Kaito Kuroba, from expressing that his nightmare had commenced. After a vigorous soccer match, Shinichi Kudo, wiping the sweat from his brow, shuddered at the sight. Your smile is rather unsettling. I really must quietly embrace the role of a beautiful girl now. There is so much happening this year. Do you think a rational person like me would believe such absurdities? Shinichi Kudo raised an eyebrow, wondering if Akiko Amamiya would truly become silent and refrain from confessions. How is that possible? Just like Yamaki-kun today, he can open the door by himself, and those boys playing football with him are practically buzzing with excitement just from watching. Akiko Reinomiya remains silent, letting out a sigh. There's nothing to be done. The enhancement of physical abilities also includes the elevation of one's appearance. Shinichi Kudo was perplexed. Yet he grasped the core idea, unable to contain himself as he retorted. Could you not be so modest with me? You blush whenever others call you cute. As if you were complimenting me. Shinichi Kudo. I am not complimenting you. Chapter 16. The brother who fakes accidents. Keep going. The following day, Amano Yoshiko found herself once again afflicted by a cold, rendering her unable to attend school. Upon receiving this news from their teacher, Kudo Shinichi and his companions exchanged knowing glances, grappling with their unspoken concerns. Is this frequency truly acceptable? Sonoko speculated. Perhaps she hasn't fully recovered from the cold she had the day before. Ran expressed her worries. Could it be related to yesterday? In a practiced manner, Kudo Shinichi reassured them it's nothing serious. Indeed, it was a minor ailment. Amano Yoshiko managed to rise early and enjoy a leisurely morning run of several kilometers. As she prepared to sit in a CF for a while, she witnessed a rather extraordinary scene at an intersection. A tall man, adorned with a black knitted hat and possessing long hair, stood out with his slightly tanned complexion and piercing green eyes, exuding a cold yet resolute demeanor. Suddenly, he stepped into the street and executed a classic accident scam, only to be sent flying a considerable distance before tumbling onto the ground. From the vehicle involved in the incident, a beautiful and gentle woman with straight, long black hair and striking sapphire blue eyes hurriedly emerged, her expression filled with concern for the man who had been knocked down. Mayano Akemi, resembling Muri ran in many ways, was graceful and understanding, her gentle exterior concealing a resilient spirit, and she was a devoted sister who always cared for her younger sibling. As for the one orchestrating the scam, it was none other than Akai Shuichi, currently operating under the alias of Hashizora Dai, seeking to infiltrate the black organization through her. Amano Yoshiko observed the scene from the roadside, as a flicker of youthful romance sparked anew before her eyes. Indeed, it is often said that witnessing others in pairs can be a curse, making it quite challenging to escape the clutches of singlehood. However, upon reflection, she mused that if she were to escape this state, how would she then harvest confessions of love? Thus, there was no need for haste. The curse was ineffectual. Would there be any special reward for having a pivotal character like Akai Shuichi confess to me? Meanwhile, Akai Shuichi, who had been knocked to the ground, keenly sensed the gaze fixed upon him. A discreet glance revealed only a young girl, clad in winter athletic wear, the oversized jacket hanging loosely on her slender frame. Her long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail, presenting a tidy appearance that contrasted sharply with her exquisitely cute, porcelain-like face. This serene visage, with arms crossed and eyes shimmering like stars, was fixed intently upon him. He was all too familiar with such a gaze, one that scrutinizes a target or fixates on prey. The youth of today truly baffles him. Setting aside his distractions, Akai Shuichi focused on his FA of misfortune, excelling in this ruse, and subsequently found himself hospitalized. During his convalescence, he would gradually develop feelings for Mayano Akemi, their relationship blossoming as they became acquainted. Eventually, he met her younger sister, Mayano Shiho, a brilliant scientist who had just returned from America, successfully infiltrating the organization. Thus began a new chapter, as he earned the codename Rai, Black Whiskey, through his own capabilities. The plan was initially laid out as such: to enter the hospital, where he would cultivate a bond with Mayano Akemi, who visited him out of guilt, nurturing their feelings for one another. The following day, Akemi Mayano visited him for a brief moment, and after her departure, another individual entered. Raising her hand, Noriko Amamiya greeted him with a simple hello. Upon seeing this young girl, Shuichi Akai immediately recognized her as the one he had encountered at the scene of the accident, noted for her distinctive appearance and gaze that left a lasting impression. "Is it you?" he inquired. "Yes, it is indeed me," she replied. Despite his curiosity, Shuichi maintained a warm smile and gently asked, "Little sister, do you know me? Is there something you need?" "Not at all. I merely thought your landing posture the other day was quite impressive." Noriko shook her head, closing one eye and mimicking a shooting pose with her finger. Shuichi remained silent. Feeling somewhat underestimated, Noriko lifted the fruit basket in her other hand and said, "What's the matter? I came to visit you too." "Thank you very much," Shuichi responded, glancing at the exquisite fruit basket. Given that it was not the season for fruits, such a collection would be rather costly, leaving him even more perplexed. "How did you find me?" he asked. "Well, telepathy?" Shuichi, ever serious, chuckled lightly. "Do middle school students today enjoy such games?" "Not really. It's usually the more immature ones who do," Noriko replied. Knowing his alias was Arasugawa Daisuke, she had simply inquired at the front desk with the nurse and the staff, eager to assist a sweet sister visiting her brother, readily provided the room number. "Indeed, I must apologize for not having introduced myself earlier. I am Yukimi Amamiya, currently a first-year high school student, dressed in my school uniform. Wouldn't it be a pity that it is not a sailor suit?" "Not at all." Akai Shuichi replied calmly, "I am Daishin Kobayashi, pleased to make your acquaintance." Subsequently, a silence enveloped them, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Akai Shuichi scrutinized this enigmatic girl in his mind, contemplating whether she might disrupt his plans. Meanwhile, Yukimi Amamiya settled beside him, occasionally casting glances in his direction, while she busied herself with an apple. Akai Shuichi thought to himself, "I senti that a fruit basket meant for patience?" Nevertheless, he observed that her technique of peeling the apple was remarkably swift and deft. The knife danced elegantly as the apple rotated between her slender fingers, the peel remaining intact until she triumphantly discarded it into the trash. After finishing the apple, Yukimi Amamiya casually reached for a banana, inspecting it and deeming it insufficiently ripe, fearing it would be tough and astringent, before offering it to Akai Shuichi. "Thank you, but I do not eat bananas," he replied. She returned it to the fruit basket, stood up, and brushed off her skirt. "Well then, I shall take my leave for today, big brother. I have school tomorrow. Wishing you a swift recovery, or perhaps a delayed one, to deepen your bond with that sister? No, that's not quite right. If you recover quickly and are discharged, you could go on a date, right? Good luck." Akai Shuichi watched her exit the hospital room, his sharp brow slightly furrowed, filled with confusion about her inexplicable behavior. What was her true intention? If there are any impediments to the plan, it would be necessary to have Judy conduct an investigation. Chapter 17. A familiar sight the following day, after the club activities, Rain Palace Yoshiko cast a few glances at Akai Shuichi. It was clear, based on her observations from the previous day and the original narrative, that prompting Akai Shuichi to confess his feelings was an unattainable goal. Although Akai Shuichi approached Mayano Akemi with intentions of infiltrating the organization, he simultaneously severed ties with his former girlfriend, Judy, stating that he could not love two people at once. To persuade him to confess, it would require him to relinquish his feelings for Mayano Akemi, a feat that proved exceedingly challenging for Yoshiko, considering that Akai Shuichi had already forsaken his past relationship for the sake of his mission. She herself had little leisure to wander about aimlessly. Thus, the notion of urging Akai Shuichi to confess was dismissed. Instead, she resolved to make herself a familiar presence in his life. Who knows, perhaps one day, her figure might even grace the crosshairs of his sniper rifle? There was no need for such a ruthless and decisive trigger pull. Consequently, Yoshiko now found herself seated beside the hospital bed, indulging in her own meals and refreshments. To become a familiar sight required no grand gestures. Unexpected moments often yielded the most profound effects, and piquing his curiosity could prove advantageous. Moreover, she was not idly passing time. As she savored the strawberries she had purchased, she began to unwrap an envelope she had discovered in the shoe cabinet upon returning to school. It was a love letter. Truthfully, it was her first encounter with such a thing, as the children in elementary school were typically unversed in such affairs. The essence of the letter conveys that the sender finds her captivating while quietly watching the football match, remarking on her adorable appearance, and expresses a desire to meet her behind the school building after classes. Amamiya Noriko neatly folded the letter and returned it to the envelope without showing any emotion. Upon opening her shoe cabinet, she casually placed it in her backpack without reading it on the spot, pondering that there was no rush to peruse it since she had no pressing matters at hand. Would she have enough time to return to the school building and decline the invitation? Glancing at the sky, Noriko deemed it rather harsh to dash back just to refuse, especially since she did not even know who the person was, nor if they were still there. Thus, she resolved to treat the matter as if it had never occurred. The letter lacked a signature, preserving an air of mystery, which she hoped to unravel upon reaching the school building. For now, she could only assume the sender was Little Black. She found herself somewhat nostalgic for Little Black's mischievous smile and pearly whites. Akai Shuichi found her reaction quite amusing and with his distinctive voice inquired, "A love letter? Indeed, I have truly received the affections of an anonymous classmate. But alas, I suppose I cannot respond," Noriko lamented, feeling as if she had gained no attribute points. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Akai Shuichi remarked, "Do you have many admirers at school? Remove the uncertainty from that. I merely sit nearby, lost in thought, and suddenly find myself liked," she replied. Akai Shuichi calmly stated, "I'm not sure, but your personality doesn't strike me as typical for a junior high school girl. Does it? It's hard to believe you would be popular." Noriko cast him a sidelong glance. "Big brother, I've noticed you're starting to resemble Kudo Shinichi. Do you think Mayano Akemi would take a liking to you?" At the entrance, the flustered voice of Akemi Mayano resonated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Shuichi Akai and Noriko Amamiya turned their heads stiffly, as they were positioned at an angle that prevented Akemi from recognizing Noriko. I forgot my keys. Hello. Are you the younger sister of Arataka?" "Yes, I'm Noriko Arataka. Nice to meet you, Akemi-san," Noriko replied, glancing at Shuichi Akai. He could only nod in agreement. Akemi smiled and said, "You two seem to share a close bond. I have a younger sister as well." Noriko blinked and replied, "Oh, I would love to meet your sister. Akemi-san. Sure. When she returns, I will introduce you. My sister is exceptionally bright, Akemi replied. Noriko nodded, thinking to herself that she was already aware of this fact. After all, what did it mean to be a 17-year-old prodigy in science? Feeling like a 100-watt light bulb illuminating the room, constantly under Shuichi's sidelong gaze, Noriko decided to take her leave. The next day, she returned to school in good health with Shinichi Kudo and the others. Shinichi, brimming with curiosity, asked, Noriko, what have you been busy with these past few days? You dashed off right after club activities. I went to visit a friend in the hospital, she replied. Shinichi ran, and Sonoko turned to look at her, puzzled. You have so many friends in the hospital? What's so strange about it? You are all my friends too, she said. The three of them felt somewhat burdened by this revelation. Noriko then turned her gaze toward three high school students leaning against a utility pole, clad in uniforms from different schools, not from Titan High. Furthermore, he exuded the essence of a delinquent youth, particularly reminiscent of a crimson mohawk hairstyle, a seaweed fringe that obscured his eyes, and an afro whose stench of inferior cigarettes could be detected from a distance. The high school student with the mohawk pinched a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling a puff of smoke as he stood before them. Which one is Kariko Amamiya? It must be you, right? He swiftly zeroed in on his target, for Kariko Amamiya closely matched the description he had heard. Radiantly beautiful, with medium-length hair and a rather adorable face. Indeed, she was somewhat charming. He muttered to himself as he reached out toward Kariko Amamiya. Little girl, come with us for a moment. Kariko Amamiya smiled confidently, preparing to twist his filthy hand away. Stop it. Shinichi Kudo stepped forward, raising his hand to swat away the intruder's grip. Hey, you're in high school, yet your actions are as clumsy as those of an elementary school student. Just as Kariko Amamiya was about to showcase her skills, she felt a strong desire to push him aside, for he had obstructed her moment of glory. However, the unyielding bond of sisterhood compelled Ran and Sonoko to stand fearlessly in front of her. Do I appear so weak? Can I not be given a chance? The Mohawk youth smirked, pushing his palm toward Shinichi Kudo. The little brat from middle school has quite the audacity. You ought to behave respectfully in front of your seniors. To be frank, Shinichi Kudo had only recently graduated from elementary school, and his physique could hardly compare to that of a high school student who had already undergone significant maturation. However, he had been playing football since childhood, which had honed his skills, and he was not foolish enough to stand idly by while his opponent made their move. Before the Mohican could raise his hand, Kudo Shinichi had already reached out with both hands, gripping the opponent's wrist and pulling downwards, executing a swift twist. With a cry of agony, the Mohican's arm dislocated. It was a simple yet effective technique that Kudo Shinichi, aspiring to be a great detective, had encountered in books, but this was his first time applying it in real combat. The Mohican cried out in pain and turned to rouse his two stunned companions, shouting, Come and help me. Oh, don't be too arrogant, you little brat. Kudo Shinichi clenched his fists in front of him, his heart racing with excitement and tension. He felt no fear. Instead, he was eager to engage. Since childhood, he had aspired to be a detective like Sherlock Holmes, and today marked his inaugural battle to protect the weak. Suddenly, the tall, bombastic figure before him swayed and collapsed to the ground. Kudo Shinichi lowered his gaze to see Amamiya Noriko crouched, having just struck. Idiot! Shouted the slender-haired boy, raising his fist in anger, only for his chin to be suddenly lifted, causing him to fall back helplessly. Kudo Shinichi noticed a fleeting flash of white as Amamiya Noriko maintained her high knee stance, her white shoes poised. Clearly, she had just delivered a powerful blow to her opponent's jaw. Lowering her foot, she brushed aside her tousled hair, which had become disarrayed due to her striking appearance. Her eyes sparkled like cherry blossoms, and with a soft, melodious voice, she declared, Don't ignore me. This is my showtime. Chapter 18. A riddle. Though the soft and sticky voice presented a stark contrast, the garden's eyes sparkled as it finally recalled the exceptionally cool Kiko from kindergarten. Xiaolan paused for a moment, acknowledging that Ayumi Kiko's sudden display was quite impressive. Yet she tenderly reached out to smooth her skirt and whispered a gentle reminder. Kiko, try not to lift your legs so high next time. It's all right. I'm wearing safety shorts, Ayumi Kiko replied, noticing Kudo Shinichi's expression of utter disappointment. Is it really necessary for you to be this disheartened? Xiaolan turned her gaze towards Kudo Shinichi. Initially, he had no desire to speak. His anticipated debut as a detective in a real combat scenario had been thwarted by Ayumi Kiko. Hearing her words, he merely cast a sidelong glance at this overly self-satisfied individual. However, Xiaolan's unwavering stare demanded clarification. What are you talking about? I'm disappointed for not having had the chance to intervene. Ayumi Kiko suddenly understood. Oh, now I get it. You comprehend nothing. You just didn't act, did you? I was about to step in, but you took the opportunity from me. That was to protect you. I was also protecting you just now. Kudo Shinichi sighed. Thank you, then. You're welcome, she replied politely. Xiaolan, exasperated, intervened to separate the two, reminding them that there was still another person standing before them. The individual with the explosive hairstyle, somewhat portly, had lost his balance after Ayumi Kiko swept his legs and fell to the ground. With an estimated weight of at least 180 pounds. The impact was significant, resulting in a heavy blow to his chin. Both individuals lost consciousness from the encounter. However, the mohawk-headed individual, whose arm had been dislocated by Kudo Shinichi, was now in a state of utter bewilderment, akin to Fanjin's Hongju. It was only when he felt the penetrating gaze upon him that he came to his senses, instinctively retreating 2 steps while cradling his dislocated arm. What is the matter with today's middle school students? The sweeter they appear, the more ruthless they seem. I must certainly seek retribution against that vile girl. The so-called pure and innocent one is merely charming in appearance, and the sight of her is painful to behold. Amaya Noriko smiled at him and said, That? The Mohawk immediately interjected. It was a girl from your Titan Junior High who sent us to teach you a lesson. She is in the 2nd year of middle school, has short hair, and is rather ordinary looking, yet she is exceedingly arrogant. I can assist you in reprimanding her. Amaya Noriko responded with a blank expression. Could you perhaps allow for a moment of opportunity, or exhibit a modicum of professional ethics? As for who instigated this trouble, you and Kudo Shinichi can easily deduce the answer without my confession. She feigned ignorance, since you refuse to disclose who sent you here. I am willing to divulge. She offered me 30,000 yen to come here. I can return the money and even help you teach her a lesson. The mohawk-headed boy, clutching his dislocated arm, wept profusely, tears streaming down his face, unsure whether it was from pain or fright at Amaya Noriko's demeanor. With a slight smirk, Amaya Noriko thought it best to suggest you should save that money for a nearby hospital to tend to both of you. She took the opportunity to call a couple of taxis for them at the taxi stand. The relationship among the 3 of them was inconsequential. She would simply handle the key individuals later. The Mohican-haired man, deeply moved, expressed his gratitude to Yukiko Amamiya, saying, Arigato. It was evident that his sincerity shone through, and the earnestness in his eyes made Yukiko feel that even a serpentine confession might have an effect. Yet she was reluctant to accept gratitude from someone with tears and snot on their face. Reform yourself and become a good person, the Mohican declared with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Kudo Shinichi observed the departing taxi in silence, pondering, is this the Stockholm Syndrome? I suspect he might later feel compelled to seek vengeance on your behalf. Perhaps. But this was a genuine sentiment that could not be dismissed lightly. Yukiko's expression turned grave. Shinichi realized that she was undoubtedly indifferent to their well-being. Yoko and Ran pressed Yukiko with questions. Aren't you feeling weak? Absolutely healthy. I'm in superb condition and can run several kilometers without breaking a sweat. Yoko, filled with excitement, embraced Yukiko, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I was so afraid that one day you might worsen and not come to school. Ran nodded in agreement. We are also quite concerned about your health, Yukiko. Yukiko thought to herself, if they possessed Shinichi's keen observational skills, they should have already recognized her strength. Wait a moment. Shinichi knows how capable I am. After all, he was eager to protect me from the very beginning. Yukiko cast a sidelong glance at Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuded an air of confidence, showing no signs of insecurity. However, Amamiya Noriko perceptively sensed that the renowned detective's heart was struggling to contain itself. It could be attributed to the fact that boys often enter a phase of adolescent angst around middle school. A minor mishap occurred on the way to school, causing a slight delay, yet she managed to arrive just in time, hastily changing her shoes. Amamiya Noriko remained composed, as she possessed a medical assistance card. Perhaps this was the reason she encountered a fair number of fellow patients. Upon opening her shoe locker, she discovered yet another love letter placed delicately atop her indoor footwear. Yoko, changing shoes beside her, exclaimed, "Wow," as expected of Noriko. Ran turned her head and chuckled. Noriko has captured someone's heart once again. Amamiya Noriko shrugged and decided to open the letter, finding yet another invitation to meet after school, this time on the rooftop. The handwriting was distinct, assuring her it was not from the previous day. She casually penned a note in response to the letter from yesterday, apologizing for not having opened it sooner and only realizing its contents upon returning home. Whether the sender would receive it remained uncertain, as she had no idea who it was. Nonetheless, this piqued her interest, and she handed both love letters to Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi, bewildered, exclaimed, "One is from yesterday, and the other just arrived. Could you investigate who it is for me?" Kudo Shinichi, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself how absurd it was for a future illustrious detective to be involved in such trivial matters. Amaya Noriko added, "The clues are exceedingly sparse. Both individuals exude an aura of mystery, revealing nothing about their identities. It is of no consequence if you, Shinichi, are unable to uncover them." Shinichi Kudo nonchalantly tucked the two love letters into his pocket, dismissing them as mere trifles. Do not presume that a bit of provocation will yield results. It merely presents a riddle of trivial complexity. Amaya Noriko pondered the intricacy of the riddle. Is it similar to those proposed by Dr. Agasa? In that case, I should be able to ascertain their identities before our rendezvous on the rooftop after school. Correct? Shinichi Kudo nodded disdainfully. Indeed, as expected of you. Upon entering the classroom, Shinichi Kudo hastily retrieved the two love letters in search of clues, pondering how that fellow could have thought it to be such a simple riddle. Does 11 equal 2? Chapter 19. The two prisoners during lunchtime. Akiko Amamiya savored a bento box she had prepared herself. Her mother, aside from her striking beauty, had bequeathed her superior genes but little else of value. While her mother excelled in the art of charm and allure, Akiko often pondered the true essence of motherhood. Meanwhile, Shinichi Kudo seemed preoccupied with the quest to uncover the identities of the two individuals who had sent her love letters. Observing him in class, he diligently jotted down notes and organized clues with the fervor of a seasoned detective. Yoko Suzuki playfully lifted a small piece of chicken from Akiko's lunch, noting her fondness for meat. It's fine to indulge in your youth, but be mindful. Overeating now can lead to gaining weight, she cautioned. Akiko retorted, I possess a naturally high basal metabolic rate, which makes it quite difficult for me to gain weight, especially with my fitness routine. Undeterred, she produced a small jar of cumin powder and inquired if Yoko would like some. Yoko shook her head, pondering the meaning of basal metabolic rate. Essentially, it refers to the minimum energy required to sustain vital bodily functions, Lon explained. Typically, individuals with more muscle mass have a higher rate. Yoko, intrigued, asked, then why does Akiko frequently catch colds and fevers? Akiko felt compelled to clarify. Those are two entirely different matters. Otherwise, one might envision a scenario where muscular men are perpetually suffering from ailments. It is worth noting that Lon was a member of the karate club, diligently honing her combat skills, while Yoko was part of the school tennis team. With adequate training, they both maintained commendable physiques. During their conversation, the group had finished their meal, and Yoko expressed a desire for a drink. However, after indulging in the delectable meat prepared by Akiko Amamiya, she was reluctant to leave, prompting a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine who would fetch the beverages. Amamiya lost promptly, her misfortune evident as she was swiftly defeated by both Xiaolan and Yoko in a single round. Losing to Xiaolan was inevitable, given the sheer number of times Xiaolan had won trips, an impressive statistic indeed. Amamiya's mere strokes of luck paled in comparison. While there are strategies to enhance one's odds in such games, she found them rather tedious. I want cola. Juice will suffice as well, she declared. After jotting down the orders, Amamiya ventured out to purchase the drinks, locating the vending machine at the end of the corridor. To her surprise, she found Shinichi Kudo leaning against the wall, sipping canned coffee while perusing a small notebook in his hands. "What are you hiding for?" she inquired. Kudo, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Solving a mystery." "Oh," Amamiya nodded, pondering if the riddle was of a difficulty level akin to that of Professor Agasa rather than that of Shiho. "Is this coffee any good?" she asked casually after acquiring the juice and cola. "It's black coffee, quite bitter," Kudo responded, returning the notebook to his pocket. He then regarded her with a hint of suspicion. "Are you getting drinks for Xiaolan and Yoko? Is that such a surprise?" "It's all thanks to your wife's luck," Amamiya retorted, rolling her eyes. Kudo, however, felt that conversing with Amamiya was fraught with landmines, wondering why she had referred to him as husband. It was rather embarrassing, indeed. As Yukiko Amamiya observed the detective's flushed demeanor, neither fully acknowledging nor outright denying it, she shook her head, her professionalism evident, with 99% of her intellect devoted to solving cases. She occasionally tended to the delicate blossoms of love and subsequently inquired about the progress of his investigation. Kudo Shinichi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he detailed the analysis of the envelope's materials and the timing of their placement in her shoe cabinet. This led him to initially focus on the envelope from that morning, which he traced back to 3 potential sources within the school: the student council, the activities committee, and the letter writing club. After a thorough investigation that morning, he tentatively identified the president of the letter writing club as the likely culprit. This club was composed of enthusiasts for letter writing, and he discovered that the student council had no recent records of envelope usage, leading to its exclusion. Meanwhile, the activities committee had been preoccupied with the upcoming Tench festival, which hindered his inquiries. However, he noted that the vice president of the activities committee was the same individual as the president of the letter writing club, and he was responsible for procuring this particular style of envelope. Most crucially, after comparing handwriting samples from both the activities committee and the letter writing club, he confirmed a match. Additionally, the individual had been arriving early due to the activities committee's obligations, granting them the opportunity to commit the act. Though Kudo Shinichi's deductions were potentially brilliant, Yukiko Amamiya, scratching her head, ultimately opted for a simpler choice: milk. "Can't you listen to others' reasoning properly?" she lamented, clutching 3 bottles of beverage. "I meant to say it was quite remarkable, but this person isn't particularly significant. I will simply refuse this afternoon." Kudo Shinichi furrowed his brow in irritation, feeling as though this was nothing more than a trivial distraction. He wore an expression of feigned nonchalance, as if the process of unraveling the mystery posed no challenge at all, and returned the letter to Amamiya Noriko. "The sender appears to be a meticulous yet idealistic individual. You may handle this yourself this afternoon, as I believe you were planning to enjoy some coffee, were you not?" "Understood," Noriko replied, nodding, then shot him a playful glance. "Do you truly think a sweet girl like me would indulge in coffee?" For some inexplicable reason, her dismissive tone provoked even greater frustration than if she had simply disregarded his reasoning. Noriko returned, clutching 3 bottles of beverages along with a love letter. On her way, a well-meaning classmate noticed her burden and inquired, "Do you need assistance?" "Oh, thank you so much, but it's just a few bottles. I believe that classmate over there could use some help instead." "Thank you," Noriko responded with a sweet smile. The kind-hearted classmate, feeling as though he were walking on air, prepared to assist her, only to discover that the one carrying a box of teaching materials was none other than his own classmate. "Otakun, are you here to help me?" "No, I'm merely passing by." As Oda watched Noriko's figure recede into the distance, he sighed with relief. Although it seemed that she had not received yesterday's letter, he had at least managed to exchange words with her today. Suddenly, a female classmate carrying a box of teaching materials stepped on his foot in frustration. "Ah!" Chapter 20. "The cad? Jiko, why have you been gone for so long?" Yoko inquired, accepting the juice that Akemi Jiko had handed her. Her curiosity piqued. Instinctively, she felt there must be a story behind it. Perhaps Jiko had encountered an unexpected confession on her way? Akemi Jiko shook her head. "It's nothing much. I just ran into Shinichi at the vending machine. He was engrossed in a detective game." Yoko's interest waned immediately, while Ran merely sighed. It was indeed typical of Shinichi. Jiko thought to herself, Shinichi, Life is not easy for you either. As the afternoon school bell rang, Akemi Jiko slung her backpack over her shoulder, preparing to ascend to the rooftop to reject yet another confession. However, out of nowhere, Shinichi Kudo appeared and grabbed her arm. I've uncovered something quite significant. Oh? Akemi Jiko's interest was rekindled at the prospect of what Shinichi had discovered. Yet, upon hearing his revelation, she was left speechless. It turned out that Shinichi had solid evidence against the scoundrel, the president of the letter-writing club who was about to confess to her. I had my doubts at noon, but my instincts told me there was something off about him. So, I checked the school's mailing point and discovered he was corresponding intimately with several girls from other schools. Shinichi raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Do you still want to look into it? Akemi Jiko clicked her tongue in astonishment. You are quite remarkable. If it weren't for the fear that you might impulsively agree to such a man, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. There's still another fellow I haven't exposed yet. TCH? Akemi Jiko pouted, as if challenging him with her pride. Encountering a scoundrel's confession can be quite disheartening, for it seems that rejecting such advances yields no merit. Can a scoundrel's declaration of affection be sincere? Even if it were, how fractional would that sincerity truly be? As Kudo Shinichi observed her contemplation, he pondered, you can't possibly have an affinity for the confessions of such individuals. Can you? You don't understand, she began, and then Amamiya Noriko gently tugged at his ear, whispering her thoughts before patting him on the shoulder. Keep your spirits up. Shinichi, feeling a wave of confusion, glanced at her face, and to his surprise, he felt as though he could see through her exterior to her inner self. Who would have thought that the seemingly adorable Amamiya Noriko could harbor such a dark heart? Feeling buoyant, Noriko then set off with a light-hearted stride to catch a glimpse of the scoundrel's appearance. On her way, she encountered a well-meaning classmate, who was limping towards her, having come to help her fetch drinks at noon. In her cheerful mood, she waved and said, "Oh, it's you. Good afternoon. Did you hurt your foot? Are you all right?" The kind-hearted classmate, overwhelmed by her sudden warmth, almost failed to respond, joyfully exclaiming, "Amamiya-san? I'm fine. You seem to be in great spirits. Did something good happen? It seems a scoundrel is about to confess to me." "Oh? Huh?" Noriko looked at him, puzzled by his strange expression. The kind-hearted classmate carefully clarified, Amamiya-san, I am not a scoundrel." It was now Noriko's turn to be bewildered. "Does it matter whether you are a scoundrel or not?" she queried uncertainly. "Are you truly not?" "Not at all." "Oh," Akiko Rainey whispered softly, having never encountered such a situation before. She inquired, "Are you the president of the letter club?" The kind-hearted classmate sighed in relief. "No. That's good then, I shall take my leave." Observing Akiko Rainey returning to her cheerful demeanor, he mused, how delightful. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, that scoundrel is the president of the letter club? And he intends to confess to Akiko? Surely, the innocent and kind-hearted Akiko wouldn't be deceived into accepting, would she? As a girl dragging a large garbage bag passed by, she exclaimed, "Oda, didn't you say you would help me take out the trash?" The kind-hearted classmate let out a wail. "No." Subsequently, he received a resentful kick. "If you're not going to help, must you be so loud?" Even the pure-hearted Akiko Rainey was aware of the scoundrel's true nature, and with her innate ability to reject advances, there was no way she would acquiesce. On the soccer field, the soccer club was preparing to commence training. Upon returning from his tasks, Shinichi Kudo noticed Akiko Rainey sitting alone, sipping a beverage, and pondered, how is it, that scoundrel, with such a perfunctory confession, devoid of sincerity, what gives him the right to be liked by any girl? Do I appear so easily swayed? Shinichi Kudo paused, contemplating the absurdity of rejecting a confession that was so lackluster, leaving him with no sense of satisfaction. Thus, the rejection of the love-stricken Akiko Rainey was truly vexing. The primary objective was to buy time for Kudo Shinichi, leading to a lengthy and frustrating exchange. Amamiya Noriko bit down on her straw and inquired, "What about your end? Have you managed to resolve everything?" Indeed, at the letter club, she successfully located his previously cherished correspondences, which she then sent out to the intended recipients as per your instructions. Yet, I feel, he has drifted away. Why do you appear so disheartened? We are executing justice, assisting him in reclaiming his true feelings. A single genuine confession outweighs 100 false affections, Kudo Shinichi remarked with a sidelong glance. That may be true for you, she retorted. Are you feeling a sense of shared sorrow with him? Absolutely not. I was merely training. With that, Kudo Shinichi turned and walked away, while Amamiya Noriko threw a verbal grenade in his direction. Could he respond to that? Amamiya Noriko rose to follow him. Recently, the high school sports clubs had been in full swing, fervently preparing for the upcoming National Comprehensive Sports Competition in the summer, invigorating even the junior high students with enthusiasm. Training sessions stretched from 3 in the afternoon until 6, and the high school baseball team often practiced until 7 or 8 in preparation for the summer Koshien. The spirit of the school was palpable. In such a tense atmosphere, Amamiya just finished her drink and thought it wise to linger for a while longer. There was no rush to commence training. A proper warm-up should precede any rigorous activity. Engaging in warm-up exercises is essential to prevent injuries. All right, everyone, let's conclude today's club activities here. See you tomorrow, Amamiya. Amamiya Noriko found herself unable to touch the football, having been coaxed into sitting idly by for quite some time. Rendered speechless, Kudo Shinichi chuckled. Isn't this rather pleasant? You have it easy sitting here. After a prolonged silence, Amamiya Noriko finally spoke up. You can't just pamper me because you think I'm adorable, can you? Kudo Shinichi replied. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Chapter 21. The perils of spring outings in the blink of an eye. Half a month into the new school term has passed. For Akiko Amamiya, the subjects in the first year of junior high, aside from Chinese, are child's play. Chinese comprises both modern and classical literature. Akiko speaks fluently in the language, yet her Japanese places her on equal footing with her peers. During elementary school, she occasionally made humorous mistakes in rhetoric. Now, she has nearly mastered spoken language, but she still needs to memorize and study Japanese classical poetry. As for history, it is divided into world history and Japanese history. She excels in world history but must relearn the latter. It is worth mentioning that Akiko consistently outshines her classmates in mathematics, demonstrating significant improvement in this area. In home economics, her Japanese cooking is average, while her Chinese cuisine is exceptional. In subjects such as art, music, social studies, physics, and geography, despite all students being fresh out of elementary school, it is evident that she is no ordinary student. Following a recent assessment, her grades placed her at the top of her class. Yoko gazed at the rankings and remarked, just like in elementary school. Lon nodded in agreement. The top spot is clearly Akiko. Akiko blushed. Chinese remains the same. Shinichi Kudo, having reviewed her test paper, acknowledged you still make outrageous mistakes in the same areas. Surrounded by classmates scrutinizing the rankings, Akiko cast a sidelong glance at Shinichi, feeling embarrassed, and softly expressed, if only Shinichi could tutor me. In an instant, the boys around them shifted their attention to Shinichi Kudo, questioning why Akiko would seek his assistance. Is it truly appropriate to call someone so intimately by their name? Without a hint of embarrassment, Shinichi Kudo pulled Ran over, suggesting she could assist, for my proficiency in the language is rather lacking. Ran, puzzled, glanced at Shinichi and Noriko Amamiya, then, with a gentle smile, reassured, of course, Noriko, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Noriko affectionately leaned closer to Ran, sweetly declaring, you are simply the best, Ran. She then discreetly shot Shinichi a knowing glance, silently claiming, your wife is now mine. Both Ran and Noriko are renowned for their beauty, and together they present a captivating sight. In fact, later on, Sonoko will also be recognized as one of the top 10 beauties at Titan High School, though her allure often overshadowed by her upper-class demeanor. Shinichi observed the surrounding boys, their envious gazes unmistakable, each one hopelessly entranced by Noriko, yet fortunate for him, as he is the astute detective who knows the truth. His affections lie not with Noriko, but with Ran. Turning his head, he noticed that Noriko had already whisked Ran away. After the examinations, a weekend of respite awaited them, coinciding with mid-April, and Noriko and her companions resolved to venture out to admire the cherry blossoms. Dr. Agasa was to take them on this excursion. As Noriko contemplated the image of Dr. Agasa driving his vintage yellow Beetle with 4 children seemed perilous at best, resembling a recipe for disaster. like heading straight to a crime scene. Yet, Dr. Agasa appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. Given his dark hair, Noriko felt compelled to ensure their safety. Early that morning, Dr. Agasa, accompanied by the neighbor Shinichi Kudo, set out to pick up Ran and Sonoko before heading to the Amamiya residence. There, they found Noriko Amamiya already waiting outside, fully prepared. Her backpack was laden with provisions: ropes, a compass, maps, a first aid kit, a lighter, a flashlight, a knife, and more. Clad in a tactical jacket and quick-dry attire, with hiking boots adorning her feet, Noriko stood confidently against the backdrop of the old mansion, her ponytail swaying gracefully, exuding a remarkable vigor. As Shinichi helped her with her luggage, he paused for a moment, pondering her peculiar preparation. What on earth are you planning? A survival expedition? We're merely going to admire cherry blossoms, after all. Isn't it acceptable to wear a kimono in a place adorned with blooming sakura? Why this outfit? Noriko replied earnestly, you wouldn't understand. When Shinichi reached for her bag to place it in the trunk, he was taken aback by its weight, nearly losing his grip. How could Noriko carry this? He couldn't possibly let on that he had less strength than a girl, so he gritted his teeth and hoisted it into the trunk. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of Noriko beaming at him, only to be playfully chastised by a delicate hand tapping his forehead, which prompted a look of feigned grievance as she rubbed her brow. Noriko's older cousin and driver, Chieri Riko, dressed in a tailored suit, nodded slightly at Shinichi and the others. I leave the young lady in your care. Shinichi felt a sense of admiration for this capable older sister who could manage Noriko, promptly assuring her, rest assured, we will take good care of Noriko. Noriko crossed her arms and glanced at him sideways, bemused by this boy who seemed to have a fondness for older sisters. Wearing a cap, Yukiko Amamiya settled into the car, while Sonoko and Ran gazed at her. What's wrong? Ran shook her head. No, Yukiko looks really cool like this. Sonoko chimed in, absolutely awesome. Then they both remarked, we're gonna see the cherry blossoms, not camping, right? Yukiko reiterated that this was indeed prepared for viewing the cherry blossoms. However, it was also essential to guard against any unforeseen incidents or possible crimes that might occur along the way. In the world of Conan, she could hardly conceive of a scenario devoid of mishaps, unless. Yukiko glanced at Shinichi Kudo, who was fastening his seatbelt in the passenger seat, feeling a chill run down his spine from her gaze. To avoid any accidents, it was imperative that this harbinger of death did not accompany them. Although Shinichi was adept at solving cases, most crimes had already transpired, and upon reflection, if she were to suddenly perish one day, it would be futile for Shinichi to catch the culprit afterward. It was quite the dilemma. Shinichi, observing through the rearview mirror that Yukiko appeared rather tense, sensed her unease and pondered inwardly. What could it be? Leaning closer, Yukiko whispered, Shinichi, why don't you stay behind? Shinichi replied, are you still half asleep? Why shouldn't I go? Yukiko pouted, feeling a touch wronged before regaining her composure, and insisted, then I'll leave it to you. Here we go again? Shinichi Kudo reminisced about that incident in kindergarten, and a wave of unease washed over him. Have you prepared everything meticulously? Is there anything missing? Do you have my share? Although her words were laced with concern, she soon noticed the scornful gaze of Noriko Amano upon her. Noriko pondered, what is there to fear? Even if the sky were to fall, it would not affect you. Worry and dread are burdens enough for someone like me, a mere citizen of the humble Minowa town. I have been a victim for over 1,000 episodes. Chapter 22. The vanished couple. The group led by Akiko Amamiya set out to witness the cherry blossoms in the mountainous outskirts adjacent to Mihanacho. Along the winding path of the mountain, cherry blossom trees lined both sides, offering a breathtaking spectacle of falling petals during the spring bloom. This picturesque scene had graced numerous videos online, captivating many viewers. Upon parking at the foot of the mountain, the beauty of the cherry blossoms was already apparent as they gazed upward. At last they arrived. As Akiko stepped out of the vehicle, she exhaled deeply, not from fear of any potential mishaps, for it was a peculiar trend that the young detective league often encountered mysteries only upon reaching their destinations. The true adventure was about to unfold. She scanned her surroundings, searching for any potential victims who might suddenly succumb to fate. There were indeed others in the parking area, evidently also planning to ascend the mountain, including several young couples. Akiko raised her gaze to the pink-hued mountain, pondering that it was an ideal locale for romantic gestures. Beside her, Shinichi Kudo cast a sidelong glance, questioning her focus. He moved to retrieve Akiko's backpack from the rear of the car, pausing momentarily as he recalled its weight. One hand would not suffice. "I'll manage it myself," he declared. However, a slender, delicate hand swiftly grasped the bag and hoisted it onto her back. Shinichi gazed at her with a hint of awe, remarking, "Your strength is quite remarkable." Akiko feigned annoyance. "How can you say such a thing about a delicate girl?" Turning away, Shinichi cast a complex gaze towards the mountain, acknowledging that no matter how lofty the heights, they could not surpass Akiko's whimsical nature. At this moment, Xiaolin also alighted from the vehicle and inquired, "Kiko, how are you feeling?" Yukimi Kiko shrugged her shoulders. "Xiaolin, you worry too much. I have already assured you that I don't suffer from motion sickness. I could sprint 100 meters right now." During the journey, a certain restlessness was inevitable, which led Xiaolan to mistakenly believe she was experiencing nausea. However, the winding roads, hugging the steep cliffs, did indeed evoke a sense of apprehension in her, primarily concerning the potential for the car to tumble down, a notion that is difficult to elucidate when faced with the specter of death. Ultimately, she patted the Grim Reaper and declared, "I'm counting on you." Kudo Shinichi, disinterested, found no reason to engage with her. Typically, he would be pricking himself daily, and now she suddenly uttered, "I'm counting on you," leaving him pondering what it could possibly pertain to and whether it had any bearing on him. He truly had no desire to acknowledge her, yet his curiosity was piqued, stemming from the abyss of a detective's inquisitive nature. Dr. Agasa interjected, "Have we gathered everything? We are preparing to ascend the mountain." The group responded affirmatively, ready for the adventure ahead. Surprisingly, Dr. Agasa displayed considerable enthusiasm for the climb, fortunate that he still retained a modicum of youth, for in a few years, he would likely find the task daunting, especially under the dietary restrictions imposed by Hybra. Thus, they commenced their ascent. Along the way, Dr. Agasa captured numerous photographs of the cherry blossoms blooming exuberantly along the mountain path, but soon fatigue overtook him. Kiko had overestimated his stamina. The group moved at a leisurely pace, with Xiaolan and Sonoko taking turns with the camera, thoroughly engrossed in their photography. Meanwhile, Kiko stood by the roadside, idly flicking the drooping cherry blossom branches with her fingertips, feeling as though nothing of significance would transpire. As she gazed at the scene before her, Yoko's eyes sparkled with delight, gently brushing aside the delicate cherry blossom petals. Her gaze was filled with the soft pink hues of the blossoms, imbued with the essence of youthful romance. She eagerly pressed the shutter, feeling an immense satisfaction. How beautiful Ninako looks! How wonderful it would be if she donned a cherry blossom-colored kimono. Upon hearing this, rainy Ninako tilted her head, recalling her experience wearing a kimono during a New Year visit to the shrine in elementary school. It felt quite constricting and overly formal. Her long legs struggled to move freely, and the multiple layers made her feel stifled, especially in winter. Better to save it for a special occasion, she mused. Dr. Agasa, breathless, inquired how much longer until we reach the summit. Ninako turned to him, playfully suggesting, "Dr. Agasa, perhaps you should be mindful of your weight." He chuckled awkwardly, pondering how he could resist the allure of food, a feat so against human nature that it seemed almost impossible. Ninako contemplated the future, thinking, soon, someone will hold you accountable for that. She turned her attention to Kudo Shinichi, who was gazing down the mountain, seemingly intrigued by something. Is there something unusual down there? She wondered. I recall seeing a couple at the parking lot who disembarked after us. It seems they haven't ascended the mountain. Shinichi pondered silently. The path leading upwards was visible for quite a stretch from their current position, while the route they had just traveled downwards revealed no signs of life behind them. Ninako reflected on this, her brow furrowed in thought. Beside the parking area at the base of the mountain, there was indeed a small forest management office and a public restroom, but it was unlikely that anyone would come here solely for those two locations, especially with the mountainside adorned in a sea of cherry blossoms. Kudo Shinichi observed her contemplative demeanor and remarked, "Perhaps it is the personnel from the management office. They are not here to ascend the mountain. I only paid more attention because of your words." Amamiya Noriko retorted, What you have noticed cannot be dismissed as inconsequential, and I am well prepared for it. After pondering for a moment, she decided to proceed up the mountain, where the expansive view would reveal more. Kudo Shinichi nodded slightly and turned to the nearby Dr. Agasa, saying, "We must exert ourselves." Amamiya Noriko added with a teasing tone, "We can enjoy our lunch once we reach the top." Dr. Agasa seemed to be invigorated, shaking off his previous breathlessness. The group quickened their pace, and upon reaching a plateau adorned with a grand cherry blossom tree, they spread out a picnic cloth. Ran and Sonoko were full of enthusiasm as they presented their culinary delights, while Dr. Agasa looked on with eager anticipation. Kudo Shinichi noticed Amamiya Noriko retrieving binoculars from her backpack, gazing out over the railing. "You truly are well prepared," he thought, as he approached to inquire about her observations. He overheard her softly muttering, "If those guys from school were to see me amidst such pink cherry blossoms, they would surely contemplate love, wouldn't they? And if they confessed, what if I rejected them all?" Kudo Shinichi sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. "Could you momentarily set aside your peculiar interests?" Amamiya Noriko shot him a glance. "One day, I shall ensnare you into confessing, only to turn you down." She continued to peer down the mountainside through her binoculars for a considerable time, eventually spotting a couple's vehicle, a white pickup truck. Upon reflection, it seems rather peculiar for couples to drive such vehicles. Pickup trucks are quite prevalent in the vast, sparsely populated regions of the United States and Canada, yet they are rather uncommon in Japan, where compact cars are more frequently seen. One wonders where everyone has gone. Amamiya Noriko handed a pair of binoculars to Kudo Shinichi. Shinichi surveyed the area around the base of the mountain with the binoculars, then shifted his gaze to the forest management office beside the parking lot. He lowered the binoculars and inquired, "Do you think there might be other routes leading up the mountain?" "It's possible," Noriko nodded, noting that cherry blossom trees are abundant on the northern slope of the mountain, and a road has formed known as Cherry Blossom Road. Typically, visitors come to view the blossoms via this route. However, this does not imply that it is the sole path to ascend the mountain. "What are you two looking at? Aren't you going to eat?" Ran queried, her curiosity piqued as she held a bento box. In response, Shinichi quickly turned back, reminding himself that they were not alone here. Many others were also nearby enjoying the cherry blossoms, and what could possibly happen in broad daylight. Noriko surveyed the surrounding tourists and mused that, under the bright sun, the sudden disappearance of a couple might not be entirely unusual. That's absurd, Noriko thought, casting another contemplative glance around. After finishing their meal, it would be prudent to return early. Noriko then joined the others in their dining activities. Due to her preparations for other matters, she did not prepare any elaborate dishes, instead opting for a plate of dumplings. The filling was casually made with diced radishes and chicken mushrooms. Nonetheless, Sonoko relished the meal, and Yukiko brought a small dish of soy sauce. Upon its presentation, Shinichi Kudo seemed to harbor an aversion to the soy sauce, refusing to dip even a little. "What's the matter? Soy sauce isn't overpowering," he remarked calmly. Yukiko took a bite of her dumpling and replied, "Next time, I'll serve you rice rolls and we shall see if you want soy sauce then." Intrigued, Sonoko leaned in and asked, "Rice rolls? Are they better than dumplings?" Yukiko smiled and invited, "Next time, both you and Ran can come to my house, and I'll make them for you. They are delightfully smooth and tasty." Yes, Sonoko readily agreed. She recalled visiting Yukiko's home during her elementary school years, accompanying her father. The Amagumi family primarily engaged in foreign trade, while the Suzuki conglomerate focused on domestic markets, resulting in no conflict of interest, and thus, they shared numerous collaborative projects, functioning as business partners. The families occasionally visited one another, and the knowledge that their daughters were good friends further enhanced their rapport. As Sonoko pondered this, she spoke up, "Next weekend, my father will visit Uncle Amagumi. It would be nice if Ran and Shinichi could join us." Ran nodded in agreement, while Shinichi felt that perhaps the interactions between the Amagumi and Suzuki families did not necessitate his presence. More importantly, what does the enigmatic Akiko Amamiya, who is at home in her own territory, truly look like? Akiko, filled with curiosity, inquired with a glance, "Is Shinichi not coming?" "Go ahead." Shinichi Kudo, feeling somewhat guilty, uttered those words and then witnessed Akiko's warm and gentle smile, which had appeared normal just a moment before. He had fallen into her trap. Akiko added, "So it's settled then." With a stoic expression, Shinichi replied, "If there's nothing else, that is. If I choose not to go, I'll need to find a reason." Akiko smiled softly, her lips pursed, employing a strategy of feigned retreat. She simply could not allow Shinichi to visit her home. Meanwhile, Sonoko, with an air of mystery, remarked, "If Shinichi doesn't go, he will surely regret it. Akiko is quite different at home than at school." Akiko felt an urge to silence Sonoko with a dumpling right then and there, yet she cast a glance at Shinichi and, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "There's really no difference. Sonoko, you should eat a few more dumplings." Shinichi, wary of her gaze, perceived the blushing Akiko not as alluring but rather intimidating. At school, Akiko appeared to be a delicate girl with a gentle disposition, exuding an innocent charm that naturally endeared her to others. Yet, before him, she resembled a mischievous little sorceress toying with emotions. What could she be like at home? It must surely be a trap. Akiko then adeptly shifted the topic, asking, "Aren't the cherry blossoms beautiful?" After a hearty meal, it was time to decide who would dispose of the trash. Dr. Agasa was the first to withdraw, as he was feeling rather bloated from overeating. Then it was time for Dr. Agasa's riddle segment. Akiko Amamiya's face darkened, and, predictably, she faced defeat. Shinichi Kudo was undeniably the victor. This was largely due to Dr. Agasa's riddles being predominantly composed of hiragana, katakana, or the phonetics of foreign languages. Akiko Amamiya, being an outsider, struggled with the nuances of the language. The young detective league would often feel a sense of enlightenment upon hearing the answers, only to realize the riddles were akin to corny jokes. However, Akiko could only manage a moment of realization. Much like a northerner failing to grasp that southern cockroaches can fly, or how the walls and ceilings become drenched during the rainy season. She also could not fathom why scallions could grow so large and be eaten raw. Yayoi and Ran were still inclined to accompany Akiko, but she asked them to wait, asserting that a little trash was no burden for her. The garbage disposal area was a bit further up, certainly not located on the scenic platform where many gathered to enjoy the view. The forest management office at the foot of the mountain had personnel who regularly handled waste removal. Along the way there were no trash bins, so they had brought their own eco-friendly bags. After disposing of the trash, Akiko glanced at the path leading further up. This scenic slope only ascended to the halfway point of the mountain, not yet reaching the summit, and she pondered what lay above. Contemplating whether to suggest a hiking excursion upon her return, she spotted a couple descending the path above, hand in hand. Upon recognizing the parking lot, Akiko Amamiya observed a couple lingering nearby. Could it be that there are indeed alternative routes to the summit? After being momentarily distracted by their affectionate display, she turned to leave, but after taking only a few steps, she heard commotion behind her. Instinctively, she surged forward and glanced back. Sure enough, it was a man and a woman pursuing her. This was no ordinary couple. They were rather unscrupulous individuals. With a speed akin to the wind, Akiko's pace far outstripped her pursuers, who soon realized their futile chase. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt immediately, or we will resort to gunfire." Akiko's mind raced. They were merely a few meters away, and she could not rely on either their restraint or her own luck should they choose to fire. Thus, she came to a stop, complying by turning around and raising her hands in a non-threatening manner, observing their movements intently. As they approached, the man with the gun holstered his weapon. After all, drawing attention from others would complicate matters. He issued a menacing warning. "You will accompany us without any tricks." With reddened eyes, Akiko replied softly, "All right." The woman linked arms with her, their demeanor feigning sisterly affection. Yet it was a calculated maneuver to prevent any resistance from Akiko. In a hushed tone, Akiko inquired, "Why are you capturing me?" The woman chuckled lightly, "Rest assured, Miss Amamiya, if your father knows what's good for him, he may yet see another day." The man cast her a sidelong glance. "Keep your words to a minimum. We wouldn't want to frighten Miss Amamiya now, would we?" Regarding her father, Noriko Amamiya had a faint understanding of the circumstances. As she quietly complied with their dissent, nearing the picnic spot, she suddenly twisted the arm of the woman holding her, forcing it backward with such intensity that the woman's waist bent almost impossibly, or else her shoulder would have dislocated. Simultaneously, Noriko struck the man beside her with a fierce punch to his neck, feeling his Adam's apple crumple under the impact, rendering him momentarily voiceless, reduced to a painful, rasping cough. She twisted both hands around the man's arm, but soon felt a wave of numbness shoot from her lower back to her brain. Despite holding tightly onto the man, who was still violently struggling, she attempted to bring him down while aiming to kick the other woman. However, the overwhelming electric shock began to cloud her consciousness. In the fleeting moment before losing awareness, she glimpsed the other woman wielding a stun gun, arcs of electricity flickering ominously. An ambush? Why carry a stun gun when you already have firearms? It felt as though they had drained an entire charge. I still lack sufficient resilience. Moments later, sensing that Noriko had been gone for too long, Shinichi Kudo ventured out to search for her. He quickly spotted a zipper pull discarded on the ground, instantly recalling that it belonged to Noriko's clothing. Ran. Doctor. Call the police. Noriko has been taken. Shinichi rushed back, and after shouting, he opened Noriko's bag and took out binoculars to scan the area below, just in time to see a white pickup truck leaving the parking lot. How infuriating. Chapter 24. Fire. A white pickup truck navigated a sharp turn along the mountain road. With a jolt, the unconscious Kariko Amami felt a sharp pain in her head, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with complete darkness, her vision obscured by a layer of fabric. Her mouth was sealed with adhesive tape, and her hands were bound behind her, while her ankles were similarly restrained. She had indeed been successfully abducted. Still somewhat dazed, Kariko had prepared an extensive survival kit for the wilderness, only to find herself in this predicament. The environment around her was shifting, clearly indicating she was in a vehicle, and not within the enclosed confines of the passenger cabin. She must be in the bed of the pickup truck. The frequent turns tossed her about, suggesting they were still traversing a winding road in the outskirts. Fortunately, with a physical constitution of 16, she had managed to awaken relatively swiftly, indicating that her condition was not too grave. Kariko soon realized that she was not entirely restrained. Only her wrists and ankles were bound, which was somewhat fortunate. Her remarkable flexibility allowed her to bend her knees and curl up, maneuvering her hands from behind her feet to the front. Using her teeth, she gnawed at the tape binding her wrists. All those bouts of illness had not been in vain, as her small canine teeth swiftly severed the layers of adhesive tape. Once her hands were free, she immediately removed the fabric obscuring her vision. The world around her became vividly clear. Indeed, she was in the bed of the pickup truck, which was now speeding along, undeterred by the series of winding curves, demonstrating impressive driving skills. With a swift motion, she unbound her ankles, regaining her complete freedom. Through the rear window, she could see a man seated in the passenger seat, while a woman was behind the wheel. A shiver of electricity coursed through her, and she thought, just wait, soon you shall experience it too. Yukimura Noriko glanced around, recognizing this mountainous area. At their current pace, they would reach the city in approximately half an hour. Hello? We have captured the target, encountered a minor setback, but it is not a significant issue. Where shall we deliver her? Understood. Suddenly, Yukimura Noriko heard the man on the phone. He spoke briefly before hanging up. She could discern that the other party was either hired or commanded to capture her, and only after apprehension would they reveal the destination. This suggested a lack of complete trust between him and those who had employed him. To avoid being seen in the rearview mirror, she leaned her head to the side, pondering her next move. The woman driving broke the silence, asking, where did they say to take her? Ultimately, it was the secondary location, a place she had already researched and was well acquainted with. The woman chuckled lightly. Heh, are you afraid they might turn against us? The man replied coldly, of course, we are the evidence of his crimes. After that, silence enveloped them. Upon hearing this, Yukimura Noriko thought that if they were indeed the evidence, then there was no need for excessive trouble. However, the question remained, how to act against the two individuals in front of her. The pickup truck's cabin accommodated 4 seats, 2 in the front, 1 for the driver and 1 for the passenger, and 2 in the back, with her situated in the truck bed. How could she resolve the situation while the vehicle was in motion? Amaya Noriko ascended to the roof of the vehicle, crouching low as she gripped the edges firmly to prevent being thrown off during the turns, all the while being cautious not to make any noise. The wind suddenly snatched her flat cap away, causing her hair to billow wildly in the breeze and plunging her into a state of utter discontent. This was undoubtedly a task more suited for Spider-Man. The man seated in the passenger seat lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before resting his arm, fingers pinching the cigarette. On the open window, he exhaled a plume of smoke into the air. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss with the shadow of the car. A pale hand swiftly reached through the window, gripping his throat with an iron grip that rendered him breathless. He could distinctly feel the fingers digging in, reminiscent of the moment he had been struck in the Adam's apple on the mountain. Gasping for air, he opened his mouth wide but only managed to produce a hoarse, rasping cough. His eyes widened in terror as he fixated on the hand, while he desperately clawed at it with both hands, straining to pry it away. Yet, the strength of that hand was astonishing, as if it intended to wrench his Adam's apple from his throat. The sensation of suffocation relentlessly gnawed at his mind. "Stop it this instant!" The woman driving exclaimed urgently, reaching out in a futile attempt to assist, but one hand was firmly grasping the steering wheel, constrained by the seatbelt. After slamming on the clutch and brakes, the pickup truck came to a sudden halt, propelled forward by inertia. Only then did she release her seatbelt, only to find the man had fallen silent, his hands limp, while Amaya Noriko leaned down from above, aiming a gun at her through the window. Gazing at the pitch-black muzzle of the gun, the woman chuckled softly, "Little one, without pulling the hammer back, you cannot fire a bullet, you know?" Rain Palace Yoshiko tilted her head in confusion. "Sister, I haven't even mentioned that your firearm is somewhat antiquated. Although the P220 dates back to the 1970s, it is indeed both single and double action, allowing the first round to be fired without the hammer being cocked. However, the trigger pull is 4.5 kilograms with a travel of 13 millimeters. If I were to lower the hammer, the trigger pull would be 1.7 kilograms with a travel of 4 millimeters. But does that distinction truly matter to me, especially at such close range?" The woman's complexion gradually turned pale, her expression stiffening, leaving her speechless. The vehicle had come to a halt, and Rain Palace Yoshiko descended from the rooftop, yet the gun remained aimed at her. "Take out the taser. This time, there can be no mistakes." The woman reached into her jacket pocket and retrieved the taser, which Rain Palace Yoshiko accepted with her other hand. Observing the slight movement of the woman's left leg, she cautioned, "I advise against releasing the clutch. Starting in 5th gear in such an old manual pickup will likely stall the engine." The woman remained silent, responding with a mere, Seeing this, Rain Palace Yoshiko extended her hand through the window to open the car door, intending to eject the man from the vehicle. Suddenly, the pickup truck roared to life, jostling her arm. Instinctively, Rain Palace Yoshiko fired, the shot echoing as it struck the opposite door, while the woman, having unbuckled her seatbelt, lowered the backrest of her seat to evade the first bullet. As Amamiya Noriko's hand, gripping the gun, was knocked aside by the advancing pickup truck, the open door nearly sent her sprawling. "What the?" she exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse as she observed the vehicle smoothly accelerating through its gears. Why hadn't she been able to master such maneuvers during her driving test in her previous life? However, allowing the opponent to escape would indeed pose a greater dilemma. Amamiya Noriko raised her hand, aiming for the tire. The double-action pistol was already primed after the first shot, ensuring that the subsequent trigger pull and travel were standard, thereby enhancing her accuracy. Bang! 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 The 3 shots rang out, striking the vehicle's body or grazing beneath it, while the pickup speed had surged to at least 40 km/h. With only 7 rounds of .45 caliber ammunition at her disposal, Amamiya Noriko felt that her lack of practical shooting experience made hitting the tires an exceedingly challenging task. Thus, she directed her aim at the driver's seat instead. Chapter 25. Moku Jusen. The incident was not deliberate on the part of Amamiya Noriko. However, she raised her firearm and discharged 2 shots aimed at the driver's seat, causing the white pickup truck to careen uncontrollably into the roadside guardrail. At nearly 60 miles per hour, the vehicle struck at an angle, resulting in the guardrail being distorted and a portion of the truck's front end suspended precariously in midair, teetering above the abyss of the ravine below. When Amamiya Noriko rushed over, She found the woman in the driver's seat in a gruesome state, bloodied and battered, having shattered the windshield upon impact. Why had she not fastened her seatbelt? Amamiya Noriko shook her head, relieved that it appeared the woman had not been struck by her own bullets. However, the windshield bore not only the evidence of the woman's collision but also the scars of the bullets that had grazed it. It seemed that the woman, startled, had inadvertently jerked the steering wheel and lost control. Why had she started in fifth gear? Similar to Amamiya Noriko's thoughts, the woman's heart raced uncontrollably after initiating the drive, her anxiety magnified by the imminent threat of the gun. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind. Initially aimed at the tires, it soon became evident that the shooter had shifted focus to her. One bullet whizzed past her, striking the windshield ahead. Amamiya Noriko appeared to possess an unsettling familiarity with firearms, instilling a sense of dread within the woman. In a panic, she attempted to maneuver the vehicle to avoid the gunfire, but disaster struck instead. Without a seatbelt, she collided forcefully, shattering the windshield and losing consciousness. Amamiya Noriko dragged her to safety and then took her place at the driver's seat. With a swift turn of the ignition and a careful engagement of the reverse gear, she gradually eased the clutch, maneuvering the vehicle back from its perilous position into the center of the road. As she extinguished the flames, Yukimura Yoshiko realized that the man in the passenger seat had vanished. She exited the vehicle and returned to the site of the collision, peering down at the ravine below. What a misfortune! The car door had been left ajar, and the safety belt, which she had unbuckled in preparation to pull him down, had resulted in him being violently ejected from the vehicle upon impact, plunging into the abyss. Yukimura was uncertain whether the man had lost consciousness or had perished prior to this incident, but it was evident that he was now beyond help. She meticulously arranged the scene, preparing for the police inquiry, and retrieved her mobile phone from the woman's grasp. With a voice trembling in distress, Yukimura dialed for assistance, exclaiming, "Help! I've been kidnapped and I accidentally shot a man." The operator on the other end, drenched in sweat, had already received reports of a kidnapping. She was taken aback, yet hurried to reassure the frightened girl. "Do not cry. Can you tell me your location?" Through her sobs, Yukimura managed to relay her approximate whereabouts. The operator urged her to stay on the line. Meanwhile, Yukimura continued to weep softly, using a strip of cloth to bind the woman's head before employing a stun gun, delivering a jolt to her. "I am the one who wields the power. No one can shock me." Approximately half an hour later, police vehicles finally arrived from the city, halting abruptly at the site of the dilapidated pickup parked at the roadside. Officers armed with weapons disembarked from the squad cars, ready to respond to the unfolding situation. Due to the recent intelligence regarding an armed suspect, the officers were granted permission to use their firearms if necessary. However, they encountered a sorrowful sight. A small girl sitting by the roadside, weeping pitifully, clutching a gun and a stun device. Beside her lay a bloodied woman, identified as one of the offenders based on the report. A female officer cautiously approached the girl, whose tear-streaked face was filled with anxiety as she looked up. The officer gently reassured her, "Little sister, there's no need to be afraid. The police are here to help." The girl, Ayumi, buried her face in the officer's embrace, quietly sobbing as she glanced sideways, recognizing her savior, Officer Megure. In her arms was Satu Mawako, and Ayumi hoped that Megure had indeed arrived. Kagoro Mori had transitioned to a private detective several years ago and was certainly absent now. Satu Mawako allowed Ayumi to cling to her as she cried, gently taking the gun and stun device from Ayumi's hands and handing them to Officer Megure. Megure inspected the firearm, noting there was still one bullet left, and the stun device seemed to be running low on power. He gestured for the team to begin investigating the scene for clues while indicating for Satu to comfort Ayumi, followed by a thorough inquiry into the situation. Meanwhile, others had already begun assessing the woman's injuries, rendering the entire scenario rather perplexing, especially since the initial report concerned a kidnapping, and it was Kagoro's daughter who had made the call. Mawako Sato gently comforted Noriko Amamiya, softly reassuring her, while using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. After a while, it seemed that the little girl had calmed down considerably, prompting Mawako to cautiously inquire about the situation. Although still somewhat frightened, Noriko managed to articulate a fragmented account of the events. Mawako offered her some solace before proceeding to inform Officer Magyar. The assailants had kidnapped Noriko Amamiya, binding her hands and feet with tape and covering her eyes with a cloth before placing her in the back seat. However, Noriko cleverly bit through the tape with her teeth and, in a sudden turn of events, seized the gun from one of the male perpetrators. She fled from the vehicle, prompting the two assailants, seeing she was armed, to attempt to run her over. Terrified, Noriko fired her weapon repeatedly, causing one of the women nearby to panic and swerve, crashing into the guardrail. Neither of the assailants had fastened their seatbelts, resulting in the man being thrown from the car. Officer Magyar, momentarily overwhelmed, pondered the peculiar circumstances. How did she manage to obtain a firearm? Why hadn't they fastened their seatbelts? It appeared the kidnappers had previously threatened her with the gun, which Noriko had concealed in the inner pocket of her clothing. She had memorized this detail and, having freed herself from her restraints in the back seat, seized the opportunity. The seatbelt had likely been unfastened when the two had stopped the vehicle, preparing to apprehend her. It seemed Noriko had fired a shot before exiting the vehicle, which deterred the two assailants from pursuing her. Evidence of gunfire could be seen in the bullet holes on the inner side of the car door. Mawako Sato contemplated the situation. The opposite door was presumably the one from which the man had intended to exit to capture her but failed to close properly, resulting in his ejection down the hillside. Other circumstances have been elucidated. Regarding the woman being electrocuted, it was purely due to her fainting and subsequently regaining consciousness, which startled Ayumi Yoshiko, prompting the shock. Furthermore, Ayumi Yoshiko kindly assisted her with bandaging. Officer Magyar, M. Chapter 26. I feel alright. Officer Moku feels perplexed. The unconscious woman bears marks of electric shock, which provides a reasonable explanation. When they arrived, the fearful visage of Amamiya Noriko evoked a sense of compassion. Moreover, Noriko herself bears wounds from the electric shock. It is understandable that she resorted to using a stun gun, fearing what the woman might do upon awakening. However, there is an unsettling sensation reminiscent of Kagoro Morie's presence, as if they have completely strayed from the correct conclusion. He glanced at Sato, who was comforting Amamiya Noriko, and it appeared that the young girl was acquainted with Morie's daughter. Wasn't she the same girl involved in the explosion case at the Amamiya building a few years prior? A friend of Morie's daughter. One can only hope the child will not be left with psychological scars. This matter should be entrusted to Sato. The police managed to retrieve the man's body from the ravine, though it was in a deplorable state, particularly the neck and spine, twisted and broken, resembling a mass of mud. The remains were then handed over to the coroner. As Amamiya Noriko sat in the police vehicle, embraced by Sato, she caught a glimpse of the body that had just been recovered, quickly covered. Yet the horrific scene was undeniably tragic. This ruthless man had been her point of leverage from the beginning. After all, he was not the one behind the wheel. The woman's desperate attempt to accelerate in fifth gear to escape was understandable. It was she who was driving on this winding road. As for the man, his sole opportunity lay in drawing his gun in the fleeting moment when she had him in a chokehold, rather than futilely attempting to pry her grip from his wrist. Embedded within the human throat resides the trachea, carotid arteries, and vagus nerve. Applying digital pressure to the Adam's apple was her most reliable maneuver in that moment. Striking the Adam's apple or temple bore the risk of failure, as evidenced by her inability to subdue the man on the mountain. However, with her fingers clamped onto the Adam's apple, escape was virtually impossible, short of sacrificing the structure itself. Despite their delicate appearance, her hands possessed the strength to penetrate the cutaneous layers and extract the Adam's apple. However, owing to his panicked and ill-advised decisions during asphyxiation, Akari's wrist was marred with contusions. Mawako Sato discovered the injury while inspecting Akari for further harm, removing her jacket in the process, a detail Akari herself had overlooked. Upon noticing the injury, Sato expressed both sympathy and condemnation for the perpetrator, exclaiming, "Such audacity is appalling. Rest assured, Akari, we shall bring them all to justice." Akari remarked that Mawako Sato was the most dashing beauty besides herself, a true credit to the Metropolitan Police Department, capable of maintaining a brisk pace even in high heels. Suddenly remembering her neglect to reassure Shinichi, Ran, and the others, she inquired, "Officer Sato, May I make a call to inform my friends that I am unharmed? Sato extended her phone, saying, Of course, you may. After expressing her gratitude, Akari dialed Professor Agasa's number, as Shinichi and Ran did not yet possess mobile phones. However, she presumed they were in his company, given her swift resolution of the situation. Professor Agasa's voice resonated through the line. Hello? Who is this? Professor, it's Akari. I am unharmed. Are you alright, Kiriko? Are you truly unharmed? If you are being threatened by an assailant, remain silent for a moment. We have already alerted the authorities. Amamiya Kiriko could not help but remain silent for a second. The voice that followed was unmistakably that of Kudo Shinichi, who had evidently seized Professor Agasa's phone. Did he really think that if the criminals allowed her to make a call, they would not be eavesdropping? Believing she was still in peril, Kudo Shinichi urgently inquired, Can you see anything nearby that might serve as a landmark? Kiriko couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'm truly fine. Do you really think the assailants would permit me to call and report my safety without listening in on the conversation? If you keep this up, you might inadvertently put me in greater danger. There was a brief silence on the other end. Indeed, under such circumstances, she ought to communicate with him using a code. Are you really okay? Xiaolan and Sonoko are worried to the point of tears. I'm perfectly all right. I'm currently with a police officer. Please reassure Xiaolan and Sonoko. Kudo Shinichi acknowledged her words but was unable to contain his impatience, asking, What about the robbers? It was that couple, right? Kiriko responded lightly, yet with Sato nearby, she hesitated to disclose that the woman had been electrocuted and was now frothing at the mouth. Instead, she whispered, Yes, indeed they are not doing well. On the other end, Kudo Shinichi sensed something was amiss. Kiriko seemed overly compliant. By the way, your backpack is exceedingly heavy. Do you have any idea how exhausting it was to carry it down the mountain? Amaya Noriko wore an expression of disbelief. How could Shinichi, a man, possibly be fatigued? Yet, deep within, Kudo Shinichi thought to himself, I truly am exhausted. He refrained from further comment, reminding her to comfort both Ran and Sonoko, as he prepared to return his phone to Officer Sato. Once the call ended, Noriko could not afford to openly disparage Kudo Shinichi in front of Sato. Subsequently, she was taken to Mihua Central Hospital for a thorough examination, spending several days under medical care. After ensuring her condition was stable, she returned to school half a month later, having suffered from 2 bouts of fever and ultimately requiring hospitalization. A few representatives from her class visited her during her recovery. Throughout this period, Sato occasionally checked in to inquire about the events that transpired, diligently recording her testimony. Noriko meticulously crafted her narrative, striving for a flawless account that left no room for contradiction. Tragically, the woman involved succumbed after several days of intensive care. Noriko remained uncertain whether the fatal injuries were due to electric shock or shattered glass. Perhaps it was tetanus? Ultimately, no one was left to contest her statement. Notably, the mastermind behind the incident was swiftly apprehended, with sufficient evidence found on both suspects' mobile devices. The man's last call log provided a direct link to the other party involved. This individual belonged to a rival corporation of the Amaya conglomerate, which feared that the alliance between the Amaya and Suzuki families would lead to their downfall. Consequently, they aimed to sabotage the forthcoming meeting scheduled for next week. Due to business interests, the Amaya family's influence stretched globally, yet within Japan, it remained less dominant than the Suzuki family. Thus, they devised a plan to capture the daughter of the Amaya family in a bid to coerce them into abandoning their collaboration with the Suzuki conglomerate. However, the outcome of their hired abduction led them to imprisonment, leaving the corporation leaderless and embroiled in a multitude of scandals that were swiftly uncovered, resulting in its disintegration, with its essence absorbed by the rival Amamiya consortium. It was evident to Kikuko Amamiya that such ruthless actions surely provoked her father's wrath. On this particular day, Kikuko lay in her hospital bed, though barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be able to leave the following day. At that moment, Shinichi Kudo arrived to visit her. To be candid, the reality of the situation was far from what the police had documented. Was it not? Numerous doubts lingered, the simplest being what the officers had overlooked. If one is unfamiliar with firearms, how could they so decisively seize a weapon? Furthermore, to my understanding, that was a P220 handgun. I surmised that in such a confined space and under such pressing circumstances, one would scarcely have time to pull the hammer back. Yet, if it were double action, the trigger pull for the first shot would be a full 10 pounds. Wouldn't one think the trigger was jammed? Shinichi Kudo regarded her, bombarding her with questions. However, Kikuko Amamiya picked up a nearby pen, pressing her thumb against the barrel, and with her slender index finger, effortlessly snapped it in two, as if pulling a trigger was equally simple for her. Shinichi Kudo. Kikuko rested her chin on her hand, relishing the sight of his troubled visage. 10 pounds? I find that manageable. I shall inform Ran that you bullied me during my hospitalization. Just then, Ran and Sonoko, who were passing by the hospital room, entered, puzzled. Did Kikuko summon me for something? Kudo Shinichi quietly gestured an okay sign behind the front of Ran. Amamiya Noriko, with an innocent demeanor, playfully remarked to Ran. Ran, your Shinichi came to see me without bringing any gifts. Ran's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Noriko, what are you talking about? Kudo Shinichi gave a thumbs up, while Amamiya Noriko cast a disdainful glance in his direction. However, Sonoko also winked at Amamiya Noriko, giving her a thumbs up, clearly showing her strong support for their matchmaking efforts, as she was a key player in uniting Ran and Shinichi. Chapter 27. The efficiency of double the day after Shinichi Xiaolan visited her in the hospital, Kuriko Amamiya was discharged. Essentially, her injuries were minor, consisting only of a bruise on her wrist and a mark on her back from the stun gun. Her mother, Emi Amamiya, accompanied by her cousin Riko Chie, came to take her home. Kuriko had truly frightened her mother this time. Perhaps next time she should at least have Riko accompany her, regardless of where she went. Once Kuriko was officially discharged, Emi affectionately rubbed her daughter's cheek, earnestly advising her, completely disregarding Kuriko's mild annoyance. Aside from her striking appearance, Kuriko had inherited her mother's soft and melodic voice, which, paired with her innocent expression, rendered her utterly harmless. Even when she spoke seriously, she lacked any semblance of authority. Riko Chie chimed in, Kuriko, I will come to pick you up from school every day from now on. All right, Kuriko nodded. Even if she had protested, Riko would likely come to fetch her in the afternoon anyway. Riko was quite steadfast, having been raised under strict guidelines and holding herself and others to high standards. Riko drove them home. As Kuriko finished changing her shoes at the entrance, she saw her father rise from the sofa to look at her. After confirming that she was indeed unharmed, he welcomed her home, saying, Welcome back. Haha, there was a minor incident this time, but it's not a big deal, Kuriko shrugged, heading to the refrigerator to grab a can of drink. As Amamiya Riku sat on the sofa, he observed his daughter, who appeared utterly unfazed by the recent incident, a mix of relief and exasperation washing over him. This hardly qualified as a minor mishap. From what he gathered from the police, she had effectively executed a self-rescue. His connections with law enforcement afforded him a reasonably comprehensive understanding of the situation. Amamiya Yoshiko humbly remarked, perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. She had conferred with her husband and was contemplating moving abroad in a couple of years, seeking to gauge their daughter's sentiments on the matter. Upon hearing this, Amamiya Yoshiko glanced at her mother, who nodded earnestly. Riku feels that Japan is rather unsafe. He worries for our precious daughter and fears further incidents may arise. Yoshiko turned her gaze toward her father, who remained unfazed. I find your mother's words to be somewhat contradictory, yet they convey a similar sentiment. Oh, Amamiya Yoshiko drew out the sound meaningfully before nodding in agreement. I concur. However, I do not intend to relocate abroad. In truth, remaining here alone seems quite safe for me. To Yoshiko, the prospect of their family moving overseas held appeal and a sense of security, yet she believed that venturing abroad alone would lack excitement. The true enjoyment of life was only just beginning to unfold. Following this minor kidnapping incident, she had gained a clearer understanding of the malevolent forces that lurked among the general populace. They were rather inept. The fact that they could acquire firearms merely underscored their limited capabilities. Several years later, as the plot unfolds, the most malevolent force emerges from the distillery, which, in a certain sense, exudes a certain confidence. I shall seize the opportunity to familiarize myself with the entirety of the Kilhaman bourbon Scotch whiskey. However, both of her parents vehemently disapprove, apprehensive about allowing their youngest daughter to remain in the country alone. Yumiya Yoshiko beckoned Chie Rihu over, saying, "But you have Rihu-nichan, right?" Chie Rihu gazed at Yoshiko's adorable expression and calmly nodded, assuring her, "I will take good care of Yoshiko." Despite some lingering concerns from Yumiya Riku and Yumiya Emi, Yoshiko maintained that there was no need to make a decision immediately. They could wait 2 years to see how things unfold. After all, as a middle school student, she was capable of managing her own life. With this, her parents reluctantly acquiesced, though they likely pondered how to ensure their daughter would accompany them abroad when the time came. Unhurried, Yoshiko mused, 2 years, who knows how many youthful suitors may confess their feelings to me during that span. With such thoughts in mind, Yoshiko returned to school the following day. Upon entering, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere, and upon reaching her classroom, several delighted girls eagerly surrounded her. These were the classmates who had always shown concern for this frail child. "Yoshiko, it's such a relief to see you are unharmed. We were all terrified when we heard you were kidnapped. We feared for your safety." Yumiya Yoshiko found herself continuously reassuring them that she had not suffered any harm, until she finally managed to calm the chattering girls and send them back to their seats. "They are all kind-hearted children, and I can only sincerely accept their goodwill, though it may seem somewhat excessive." Kuriko Amamiya, holding a bouquet, was unsure where to place it. Fortunately, her drawer was relatively empty. Just as she intended to put it inside, she discovered numerous letters within. Kuriko Amamiya, feeling exasperated, could only gather the letters with a deeply moved expression and neatly tuck them into her backpack, indicating that she would read them carefully at home. The curious gazes of her classmates gradually lessened. It can only be said that she was enveloped in a highly sentimental atmosphere. After tidying up, Kuriko Amamiya, with her innocent eyes sparkling, eagerly anticipated. So, would someone confess today? No. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, someone had just emerged from the hospital after being kidnapped, so there was no need to rush into a confession, was there? With a heart full of understanding, Kuriko Amamiya spent a day devoid of confessions. It was exceedingly lonely. Shinichi Kudo, unable to bear it any longer, thought that those who wished to confess were even more anxious than she was. But confessing at such a time would be utterly clueless. Kuriko Amamiya exclaimed in surprise, as expected of the detective, Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi Kudo, without a hint of humility, replied, "Of course, I am capable of assisting the police in solving cases. By the way, did you mispronounce my compliment?" "I did not," Kuriko Amamiya retorted, pouting. Shinichi Kudo felt an immense sense of pride, having discerned issues that the police had overlooked from her resolution of 2 kidnapping cases. This individual possesses remarkable prowess in the realm of detective work, yet is utterly lacking in other aspects. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Amamiya Noriko. "Shinichi-kun?" The abrupt familiarity in her address sent a shiver down Kudo Shinichi's spine. If only Shinichi-kun could convey that my wounded heart yearns for a confession to heal. Kudo Shinichi, in agony, covered his face. "For matters such as these, you could simply approach Sonoko." Amamiya Noriko paused, acknowledging the validity of his statement. "It seems you have indeed discerned Sonoko's true nature as an information broker, but that alone is insufficient. Sonoko is responsible for the girls, while you must handle the boys." Kudo Shinichi cast her a sidelong glance. "Have you truly not spared even the girls?" Amamiya Noriko blinked in surprise. "What are you suggesting?" "Sonoko is tasked with relaying information to the girls, but the ultimate goal remains the boys. However, Shinichi's comment implies that a girl's confession holds significance as well." She nodded, realizing that once I had the double efficiency laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Now that it is lost, perhaps it is not too late to reclaim it. Kudo Shinichi felt a profound sense of guilt. He resolved to solve more cases to atone for the Pandora's box he had unleashed. Chapter 28. Love You. Kudo Shinichi possesses a sound judgment and a profound sense of justice and responsibility, exhibiting an unwavering intolerance towards criminal behavior while prioritizing life above all else. Although the current situation does not involve any threats to life, he feels an immense weight of responsibility. Thus, the following day, he resolves to cast aside all thoughts of the previous day's events, including Amamiya Noriko's request for assistance and the accidental triggering of certain circumstances. Noriko, upon realizing his reluctance to help, is not taken aback. Such behavior is typical. She first communicates with Kudo Shinichi, assuring him that as long as things do not escalate too far, he is unlikely to interfere even if he chooses not to assist. She then decides to seek out Sonoko, but for the moment, her priority is to catch up on the lessons she has missed in recent days. Noriko approaches her classmate, Mizuhara Yui, who has been particularly attentive to her needs, to borrow her notes. Yui, who also serves as the class sports representative, often takes the initiative during physical education classes to explain to the instructor that Noriko has health issues that preclude her from engaging in vigorous activities, thus emphasizing her frail constitution. This has granted Noriko the privilege of resting in the infirmary during gym class. Ironically, the sight of such a delicate girl struggling through physical education is what truly captures attention. Mizuhara Yui has effectively reduced her chances of receiving confessions of affection by 10%. Notes? Of course, just call me Yui. Noriko insists, finding the honorific too formal. Yui, linking arms with Noriko, emphasizes their intimate camaraderie with a serious demeanor. Yui. There's no need for honorifics, Noriko replies. Shueiyuan Yui taught Amamiya Noriko the correct pronunciation. Noriko nodded, conceding, "You win. Could you please hand me the notes quickly? Otherwise, I might ask someone else." Yui, satisfied, nodded and produced her notes, saying, "Here you go. This is the language arts notebook. I believe this is all you need, right?" Noriko glanced sideways, wondering why Yui remembered her only flaw so distinctly. She then quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Yui." "You're welcome," Yui replied generously, before asking, "Would you like to join me at a CAF after school? I know a place with delicious cakes." Noriko tilted her head. She had merely come to borrow notes. As the saying goes, Guanzhong fishes for willing participants. She retrieved her unbaited fishing rod, agreeing to meet at the CAF that afternoon. By the time they left the CAF in the evening, she had gained a good friend. Much like how a chubby person and a slender one can easily become close buddies, the same principle applied to them. The strikingly confident Yui felt a strong affinity for the harmless Noriko, who was adorable and posed no threat, akin to a hippopotamus and a toothpick bird. Noriko, however, remained somewhat dazed throughout. To a certain extent, her persona of being harmless appeared to be more effective with Yui than it was with most boys. Yet this was futile. Noriko viewed Yui as a potential confidant, while Yui merely wished to be good friends. As Akiko Amamiya pondered deeply, she soon realized that her brother not only desired to be her sibling but also harbored other intentions. The path to expanding one's endeavors was fraught with challenges, akin to the treacherous heights of Mount Huashan. She mused that perhaps it would be more worthwhile to cast her fishing line a few more times, for the flustered reactions of the boys when they were caught gazing at her were rather amusing. Upon noticing Akiko's distracted demeanor in the CAF, Yui Mizuhara inquired, "What are you thinking about, Akiko?" Instinctively, Akiko replied, "I was wondering if anyone likes me." Immediately after uttering the words, she felt a twinge of discomfort and, maintaining her composure, murmured, "Surely, someone like me would not be liked by anyone, right?" Yui, whose eyes had already softened, gently embraced Akiko and said, "How could that be? I like you, Akiko. I truly apologize for not realizing your unease sooner." Akiko felt a rush of embarrassment and found it difficult to refuse the affection. However, she mustered the courage to assert, "But I must decline." The rejection was surprisingly successful, awarding her with points. Physicality 1. Without missing a beat, Akiko, unable to hide her delight, added, "I like you too, Yui, but that kind of relationship is not feasible." Yui, taken aback by the rejection, had scarcely processed it when Akiko swiftly remedied the situation, showcasing her remarkable prowess in navigating the complexities of the system. Yui paused for a moment, realizing that her affection had been misinterpreted by Akiko. While her feelings had been conveyed, it seemed the essence had been lost in translation. Despite being turned down, it felt as though she had not been rejected at all, an enigma indeed. It is quite difficult to discern. Does Kiko have feelings for me? Amamiya Kiko blinked, softly nodding her head. "I do like you." Contributing a touch of youthful vitality, one may receive a special reward. Mizuhara Yui felt as if she were floating in the clouds, her entire being light as a feather, unable to resist pressing the play button. The soft, Melodious voice of Amamiya Kiko resonated from her phone. I like you. I like you. I like you. Mizuhara Yui glanced down at Kiko, whose face was gradually suffusing with a rosy hue, and whispered, I like you too, Kiko. Amamiya Kiko stifled the urge to snatch the phone away and managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. Delete it. Mizuhara Yui, mistaking her silence for a sign of distress, quickly reassured her. I won't let anyone else hear it. Really? Seeing Kiko's flushed face and her eyes fixed intently on her, Mizuhara Yui affirmed earnestly, of course. Amamiya Kiko studied her for a while. With the school not far off and several students from T10 High School nearby, she turned her head and said, I'm going home now. Mizuhara Yui, ever considerate, replied, Be careful of perverts. I'll accompany Kiko home. Amamiya Kiko would have relished the thought of confronting a pervert to vent her frustrations, and recalling the way Yui had been lost in thought while listening to her recording made her think that Yui's actions were even more absurd than those of a pervert. In comparison, the simple, innocent boys at school seemed endearingly charming. At the very least, it would take a fishing pond to mend her wounded spirit. Chapter 29. The light of the garden. The following morning at T10 High School, the football team was engaged in their morning practice. A group of players was energetically participating in a practice match on the field, with Shinichi Kudo among them. While some were preparing for exercises or jogging laps, the only one seemingly idle was Noriko Amamiya, who whimsically kicked a football as if it were a shuttlecock, her slender, ivory legs deftly controlling its ascent and descent. The atmosphere was as solitary as snow. Suddenly, a team member struck the ball with great force, sending it soaring beyond the confines of the field towards Noriko Amamiya. Noriko, watch out, cried a concerned teammate, his eyes wide with alarm, hoping desperately for the ball to halt in its trajectory. Yet, as Newton's laws would dictate, it continued its course, prompting a heart-wrenching wail from him. No, Noriko, unperturbed by the impending impact, was startled by the commotion. In a flash, she executed a precise kick, sending the ball back with remarkable agility before deftly catching her own football with a flick of her ankle. Turning around, she noticed that the teammates who had been jogging had abruptly turned to witness her, resulting in a comical domino effect as they tumbled one after another. The other players on the field, however, seemed oblivious to the ball she had returned, their gazes fixed upon Noriko Amamiya. After a moment of stunned silence, they began to murmur amongst themselves, lamenting, Why is she wearing safety shorts? How disappointing, truly the epitome of purity. Frustration welled within Shinichi Kudo as he felt increasingly out of place, pondering whether they would continue playing at all. Noriko Amamiya's unintended interruption had significantly disrupted the morning practice. As they exchanged their shoes and returned to the classroom, Kuriko Amamiya gently tapped Shinichi Kudo on the shoulder. So, do they now realize that I am not weak? Shinichi, pondering seriously while holding his shoes, replied, Not at all. Kuriko bent down to change her shoes, muttering, A bunch of grass fish have rather high expectations. Shinichi feigned ignorance, and upon noticing she had finished changing, inquired, What prompted this change? Clearly, Kuriko was beginning to reshape her image. If nothing significant had occurred, such a transformation would be unlikely, and she had become rather delicate. Upon hearing his words, Kuriko's mind wandered to the sound of her own voice, which she found appealing. With a decisive snap, she closed the shoe cabinet and turned to him softly, saying, Nothing at all. Shinichi then turned to greet Ran, perplexed by the underlying menace in Kuriko's gentle demeanor. Kuriko, Shinichi, you have both concluded your morning football practice? Ran observed. Indeed. It was cut short due to a certain someone's influence. Shinichi nodded in affirmation. Kuriko pouted, clarifying that she merely assisted in returning the ball. At that moment, Yoko dashed over, greeting them. Good morning. Ran, Shinichi, you're both here. Kuriko, were you confessed to yesterday? Kuriko nodded lightly, yes. Not only Shinichi and Ran, but the classmates around the shoe cabinet perked up their ears. Yoko's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly asked, Who was it this time? Without missing a beat, Yui Mizuhara, who had been obliviously present, chimed in, It was me. Kuriko pouted, looking quite aggrieved and innocent. Forgive me, Kiko. I was in the wrong yesterday. Can you let it go? No way. Amamiya Kiko shot her a glance, resolutely declaring, You embody the very essence of someone who refuses to repent. A faint sigh of relief wafted through the surroundings. It was fortunate that she was a girl, and it seemed her efforts had not borne fruit. Kudo Shinichi rested his fingers against his chin in contemplation. Although Amamiya Kiko had declined, it appeared she had suffered a setback. How could it be that this Mizuhara classmate managed to put Kiko at a disadvantage? It seemed imperative to learn from this encounter. Upon arriving in the classroom, Amamiya Kiko immersed herself in note-taking. Mizuhara Yui's notes were quite commendable. Otherwise, Kiko would have pulled her out of the metaphorical fish pond, where all the other fish behaved obediently while she swam against the current. Seeing Kudo Shinichi approach Mizuhara, a tinge of jealousy prompted Sonoko to follow suit. She glanced at the budding scene, completely unconcerned for her friend, for it was evident that Mizuhara favored someone like Kiko. While diligently writing her notes, Amamiya Kiko noticed Sonoko leaning in, her wide eyes fixated on her. What is Sonoko up to? Sonoko stroked her chin thoughtfully. I believe Kiko appears slightly more enchanting than yesterday. Amamiya Kiko raised a finger in affirmation. Indeed, I am just a tad more adorable today. Merely a smidgen. I wish to learn. Please teach me how to captivate every man in the world, Sonoko exclaimed, throwing her arms around Amamiya Kiko in desperation. Can we be reasonable? Too wish to know, but alas, it is merely a thought, and I cannot impart such wisdom. However, it is not easy for Yoko. Kudo Shinichi, who later became Conan, deduced through serious reasoning that it was impossible for anyone to have an interest in Yoko. Amamiya Noriko put down her pen and nodded, saying, Then I will help Yoko at noon. Did she bring her lunch? Yoko shook her head, curious. No, why does it matter? Amamiya Noriko nodded and playfully replied, Yoko will find out soon enough. Oh, Yoko responded, yet she was still curious to ask, Noriko, what did you eat to grow up so adorably? At noon, Yoko sat beside Amamiya Noriko, gazing at her with sparkling eyes. Noriko gently pinched her cheek, testing the softness of Suzuki's skin, which was quite nice. Yoko blinked. What should I do? Nothing at all, Noriko replied as she turned to retrieve a small makeup pouch from her backpack. Yoko blinked in surprise. She had always perceived Noriko as the type of girl who never wore makeup, clean and adorably natural. She never expected Noriko to know how to apply makeup. Amamiya Noriko took out a makeup brush and instructed her. Don't blink. Close your eyes. Oh, okay. And don't speak either. As Yoko closed her eyes, she felt Noriko delicately sweeping a soft brush across her face, along with the puff, and she could smell a refreshing fragrance. After a while, Yoko sensed that Noriko had removed her headband, then combed her hair for a moment before adjusting it with her hands. All done. Upon hearing the voice of Ayumi Kiko, Yoko finally opened her eyes. What's the matter? She inquired, captivated by her beauty. Is there no mirror? None, came the reply. Disappointed, Yoko lamented. Then I have no way of knowing how lovely I truly am. Ayumi Kiko discreetly tucked away her small mirror and declared, I shall give my lunch to Yoko. You must fetch me a loaf of bread. Yoko nodded promptly. All right. No matter who speaks to you in the meantime, you must not respond or engage in conversation. Yoko tilted her head. Is that how it is? What sort of game is this? Yet, she proceeded with great anticipation. This child truly has it tough. Ayumi Kiko set aside her utterly useless makeup brush. Yoko hurried back. I almost forgot my hairband. Ayumi Kiko swiftly snatched it away. You may not take it. Go buy my bread. Oh. Chapter 30. The garden. You are truly adorable. Kudo Shinichi walked pensively down the corridor, while Mizuhara Yui resolutely refused to divulge what had transpired between her and Amamiya Kyoko the previous day. The more she withheld, the more it piqued the curiosity of the illustrious detective Kudo Shinichi. He felt an innate urge to uncover the secrets that lay hidden beneath the surface. Habitually, he rested his fingers against his chin, his gaze momentarily pausing. Was there another charming girl in the first year besides Amamiya Kyoko and Ran? There stood a girl with casually tousled, chestnut-bobbed hair and captivating emerald eyes that flitted about, seemingly preoccupied with the world around her. As Shinichi pondered this, he heard a voice of inquiry from behind. Shinichi, what are you looking at? A cold sweat broke upon his brow, and he swiftly turned to shield his gaze. I'm not looking at anything, Ran. What did you go to buy? Ran shook her head. I wanted to get a box of milk. But there are so many people at the store, so I think I'll pass. Without a second thought, Shinichi offered, I'll get it for you, and I'll grab a bread for myself as well. Ran nodded, and together they made their way to the shop. Indeed, it was bustling with people at noon, and the store was extraordinarily crowded. Shinichi felt fatigued merely by observing the chaos. At the same time, he spotted the adorably charming first-year girl, who seemed unable to squeeze her way inside. Suzuki Sonoko, having been enrolled for over half a month, was making her first visit to buy bread. Usually, even if she forgot to bring her lunch, she would mooch off Kyoko's, which was far more delectable than her own. Thus, it had become her routine not to bring a lunch, as Kyoko's bento was sufficient for her needs. Today, however, it was rather peculiar for Yoshiko to ask her to buy bread, especially with so many people around. It seemed that Yoshiko's lunch was insufficient for two. Thus, it was imperative for her to procure bread, ensuring that Yoshiko would not go hungry. Yet, could she even squeeze in? Suzuki Yoko stood on the periphery of the crowd, passively waiting. A young man in front of her appeared increasingly impatient, contemplating a departure. However, upon glancing back at the throng, his eyes widened in surprise. Aside from that petite Ayami, there was such an adorable girl as well? Ahem. Classmate, are you here to buy bread? Yoko was momentarily taken aback by the sudden address, and since Yoshiko forbade her from speaking, she merely nodded. Would you like some assistance? Yoko shook her head. How could she possibly impose on a stranger, especially since he wasn't particularly handsome? The young man graciously offered his spot to her, saying, I wasn't planning to push through anyway, so please, go ahead. Yoko, somewhat dazed, moved forward a position, unsure of how to express her gratitude without words. She noticed the young man casually nodding before he turned back, suddenly more enthusiastic than before in offering his place. His tone was exceedingly warm. Classmate, what is your name? Which class are you in first year? Yoko shook her head, unable to respond. In a daze, she found herself at the front, purchased 2 loaves of bread, handed over the money, and effortlessly emerged from the bustling crowd. The patrons buying bread were so polite. Suzuki Yoko was taken aback, realizing that the individuals purchasing bread displayed such remarkable humility and courtesy. The person in front seemed eager to show off in front of the charming junior, while those behind were merely swept along, instinctively following suit. Once she beheld the adorable junior, all was forgiven. Bread was plentiful, but opportunities to exhibit gentlemanly demeanor before a junior were rare. With a light-hearted spirit, Suzuki Yoko returned, clutching the bread, eager to share her good news with Amamiya Noriko. Noriko would never anticipate that she had returned so swiftly. Kudo Shinichi observed her as she effortlessly entered to procure the bread and then emerged, noting how the atmosphere shifted from a bustling marketplace to an elite gathering, only to revert back to chaos once she departed. It was a privilege reserved for only Amamiya Noriko and her. Kudo Shinichi marveled at the scene, and upon turning, he noticed that Ran had also slipped inside to purchase something and approached him. Shinichi, I thought it would be impossible to get in, but everyone was quite polite. Ran handed the bread to Shinichi, who seemed lost in thought as he gazed at her. What's wrong? She inquired. Nothing, he replied, instinctively glancing away. Upon returning to class, Suzuki Yoko entered with the intention of surprising Noriko, only to find her enjoying her bento. Didn't you say you would save some for me? Yoko exclaimed, rushing over to snatch the half-eaten bento from Noriko. Noriko, now left without her meal, exclaimed, I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. Indeed, I never anticipated that possessing a beauty experience card would render itself unnecessary so swiftly. Suzuki Yoko closed her bento box, donned a headband, and gazed at Amamiya Noriko with admiration. Noriko's makeup skills are truly remarkable. Ah, it's nothing. Quite ordinary, really, Noriko replied modestly, lowering her head as she held a piece of bread in both hands, her gaze drifting toward the sky outside, appreciating the fine weather. Yoko moved her chair closer to Noriko's and affectionately nudged her shoulder. Next time we have a gathering with handsome fellows, you must assist me with my makeup, all right? Makeup is detrimental to skin health, Noriko stated seriously, her expression earnest. Yoko pondered, and Noriko continued, moreover, it's solely because Yoko is naturally beautiful that a touch of makeup suffices. Yoko tilted her head, though she had always held a fair amount of confidence in her appearance. Really? Absolutely. As long as Yoko believes she is beautiful, then she undoubtedly is. Confidence is of paramount importance, Noriko asserted with a serious expression, leaving no room for doubt in Yoko's mind. Yoko felt a profound sense of truth in those words. Adjusting her headband, realizing that a person as lovely as herself merely awaited recognition from handsome suitors. Finally, she inquired of Noriko, "Are you also confident in your own beauty?" Noriko shyly shook her head, and Yoko suddenly understood. Is it this very nature of Noriko that endears her to so many? Yukiko Suzuki savored the bento prepared by Noriko Amamiya, while Noriko herself rested her cheek against the window, occasionally taking delicate bites of her bread. She exuded an air of confidence, as if to suggest that in this world, could anyone truly perceive themselves as unlovable? Chapter 31. This is not enough for fishing. A week has passed since the moment I removed my hairpin and strolled around the garden. At Titan Junior High, a ranking of the most popular girls among boys has gradually emerged. The name of Kiko Amamiya occupies the top position without any contest. Her unrivaled supremacy stems from the absence of rivals, devoted to amplifying her charm. Kiko's minimal threshold for retreat is marked by a confession made, a rejection received, after which she adopts a stance of indifference. This state of affairs designates her as a good friend, beyond which she does not progress. Presently, the only individual who has transcended this boundary is Yui Mizuhara, who harbors a lingering grudge. Should there be a gentle, obedient, kind-hearted, and adorably delicate junior, the upperclassmen would find themselves thoroughly gratified. Kiko Amamiya embodies this ideal. Hence, she enjoys unparalleled popularity, especially among the upperclassmen, who seldom encounter her. Many seasoned seniors jestingly vie for the affections of the junior girls. Shinichi Kudo shakes his head in dismay at the ignorance of these seniors. He harbors no objections regarding the second-place contender, Ran Mori. Ran, possessing an impressive array of feminine attributes, excels in various domains: cooking, singing, piano, acting, academics, handicrafts, pottery, and knitting. Not to mention her prowess in sports. Having recently joined the karate club, she has already garnered the admiration of her seniors. Furthermore, she excels in bowling, tennis, skiing, swimming, diving, and skating. In comparison to the more laid-back Kiko, Ran is akin to a mascot, charming and attractive, and that suffices. Moreover, Akiko Amamiya and Ran share a profound bond, enhanced by an undeniable connection between them. The third mention is of a mysterious figure, a first-year student who briefly appeared at a convenience store, rumored to be exceptionally beautiful by all who laid eyes upon her. However, those who diligently sought her out for a week were met with utter futility. A silent query arises, followed by an exclamation, as those who have seen her unanimously affirm her beauty. Following this, there are several upperclassmen from the second and third years, equally charming and empathetic. It is not until the 10th position that the first-year student Sonoko Suzuki makes her appearance, distinguished by her affluent lineage as the second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, which certainly highlights her wealthy background while maintaining an approachable demeanor. When Shinichi Kudo hears that the last place belongs to Sonoko, he ponders whether anyone could possibly have feelings for her. Renowned for her intelligence, Sonoko naturally keeps abreast of this ranking, and upon learning she is in 10th place, she feels a measure of satisfaction, albeit with a slight tinge of disappointment at the low ranking. Nevertheless, she concedes that the esteemed upperclassmen are indeed commendable. She then approaches Akiko Amamiya and inquires, "Akiko, as the most popular girl, what are your thoughts?" Akiko, reflecting on her own strength, contemplates, could there have been a mistake? Sonoko, with utmost seriousness, responds, "Akiko, you must have confidence in yourself. How could there be an error? It was compiled by the boys, so it must be accurate." Akiko nods gently, pondering, "But you occupy 2 positions. Isn't that a bit excessive?" The two then tidy their bags, preparing to head to their respective clubs. Suzuki Sonoko suddenly invited, "How about you come and play with us at the tennis club, Kyoko?" Amamiya Kyoko tilted her head and replied, "The tennis club? Do you think I would fit in? Just come and take a look." "I also invited Ran to play tennis," Sonoko urged, linking her arm with Kyoko's. Kyoko glanced sideways and remarked, Your reaction clearly indicates you are a matchmaker. You can't make a pair of Shinichi and Ran work, yet you seek to involve me. She casually added, but I don't even have tennis attire, so perhaps I should pass. After all, there were plenty of young men at the soccer field waiting to watch her play. Rest assured, I have a spare set, Sonoko declared, raising her thumb to completely alleviate Kyoko's concerns. Reluctantly, Kyoko approached the soccer team to apologize, informing them of her intent to visit the tennis club, which left the soccer players in disbelief. Could it be that they intend to poach Amamiya? This is unacceptable. How could such a thing happen? The soccer team's captain's expression darkened as he contemplated. So, Amamiya will don a tennis miniskirt. We must immediately confront the tennis team. Kudo Shinichi watched as the soccer team members dashed away, perplexed. Are you really going to confront them? Why is it that the soccer team is filled with such fools? They are just like those elementary school kids. The captain of the soccer team pondered calmly. If both Amamiya and Suzuki are present, then Mori must surely not be far behind. The three of them were inseparable, much like three cherry blossoms blooming together. Kudo Shinichi set aside the football and followed suit. Beside the tennis court, in the changing room, Amamiya Noriko remained in her school uniform, as the scene before her felt oddly familiar. Sonoko retrieved a neatly folded tennis outfit from her wardrobe. Extremely mini and adorably cute, Noriko, once donned in it, would undoubtedly captivate every boy in sight. With a confident gesture, Sonoko expressed her enthusiasm. Noriko gazed hesitantly at the outfit, pondering how many episodes this scenario had unfolded in before. It was certainly a moment shared with Ran, Mori Kagoro, and Conan, a plan orchestrated by Sonoko to have Ran casually take pictures with other boys to provoke jealousy in Kudo Shinichi, only for the plan to be thwarted by Rain. What transpired thereafter was unnecessary to elaborate upon. The first charming young man they encountered had taken a narrower path. Who would have thought that Sonoko had begun her mischievous antics from such a young age? As Sonoko watched Noriko take the tennis outfit, she offered an encouraging fist pump, yet noticed Noriko's bashfulness as she quietly questioned, "Is it too short?" Sonoko tilted her head innocently. "Is it?" Noriko insisted, "You can do it," and added, "Then I shall simply immerse myself in the tennis club." With swift decisiveness, she changed her clothes, finding the outfit slightly longer than she had anticipated, though it still revealed a hint of her abdomen, showcasing her slender waist. Sonoko, observing her change, couldn't help but exclaim, "Noriko's figure is truly splendid, but isn't it a tad too conservative?" Noriko tilted her head, feigning innocence. "Is it?" Unz found herself in a predicament. It is uncommon for young girls to don sports vests and safety shorts. The allure of femininity seemed to have waned. Rain Palace Michiko couldn't help but interject. "I am merely 12 years old. At such an age, why ponder over anything other than innocence and charm?" It was no wonder Unz remained unattached. Her thoughts were overly elaborate. In a carefree manner, she struck a pose as if to swing a tennis racket, causing the hem of her tennis skirt to flutter gently, only to settle back down as she turned. Instinctively, Unz applauded. Was this not sufficient to attract attention? Chapter 32. The tennis club. After a while, Maoli-lan arrived at the locker room of the tennis court. Upon seeing Amamiya Kikuko clad in her tennis attire, she immediately recognized it as a creation of the ever-creative Sonoko. Amamiya waved dismissively at Lan, indicating that it was of no concern. "I have no other clothes. Sonoko lent me this." Lan turned her gaze towards Sonoko, who had also changed, and reproached, "Sonoko, how could you let Kikuko wear that?" Sonoko rushed over to adjust Kikuko's collar and reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. Kikuko is absolutely fine." Lan retorted, "How can it be? The boys will certainly be staring at Kikuko the entire time." She crouched down to help Kikuko tug at the hem of her outfit, but it proved largely ineffective, as Sonoko had intentionally chosen a slightly shorter version. Lan sighed in frustration, "Honestly, Kikuko, perhaps you should just wear the school's sports uniform." Amamiya Kikuko sighed, acknowledging Lan's kindness, but thought to herself that the school uniform was even more embarrassing for her. At least this was merely a short skirt, not an excessively short one, and the tennis skirt bore a striking resemblance to a pleated skirt. The only difference lay in the fabric. Thus, Kikuko reassured Lan, "It's all right. I am quite skilled at tennis." Sonoko chuckled heartily, Oh ho ho, before my tennis queen, Kikuko dares to claim she is proficient at the sport. Lon admonished, Sonoko, you must not tease the inexperienced Kikuko. You are now part of the tennis club. It's alright, I'll have a match with Sonoko, Kikuko declared as she rose to her feet. Yoko was quite confident. I will show Kiko the joys of tennis. If Kiko loses, will she still help me with my makeup next time? Of course, Kiko replied with a nod. Yoko Suzuki indeed possessed a remarkable level of tennis skill. She recalled a match against Ran where the score was 30-0, a complete domination. Had it not been for Yoko's mention of the greatly resented Shinichi Kudo, Ran would not have been filled with such wrath, unleashing a powerful serve that even Yoko struggled to respond to. Furthermore, the school's tennis club was relatively strict, and unlike the football club which had fewer girls, it was not like Prince of Tennis, so there was no risk of Kiko being treated like a prized possession in the football club. Therefore, joining the tennis club required an assessment, and Yoko's presence there indicated her considerable skill level. Ran cautioned, Kiko, don't push yourself too hard. Yoko assured her, don't worry, I will be careful not to let Kiko get injured. Kiko then glanced at the other members of the tennis club, noticing that there were indeed more girls, and that most of the first-year girls were scarce, with the upperclassmen being all second-year or above, each possessing striking physiques. A few male members of the club were instantly captivated by Kiko and Ran. While Ran's tennis attire was quite normal yet exuded a beautiful and gentle aura, Kiko's ponytail hairstyle was notably refreshing, and her dazzling tennis uniform skirt was truly eye-catching. The garden had long forgotten the purpose of inviting Kikuko, and she eagerly communicated with the members of the tennis club, granting them a court for their match. The other members of the tennis club were equally curious, gathered around the court to watch. Soon, a group from the football club arrived as well, but they could only gaze from outside the netting of the tennis court. Their hearts echoed with a singular sentiment. It was worth the trip. Among the girls in tennis skirts were Ayumi Kikuko, Ran Mori, and Suzuki. Ran Mori cast a puzzled glance at the boys outside the court, many of whom were clad in jerseys, and quickly spotted the infiltrator among them, Shinichi Kudo. He met her gaze with an awkward grin, yet felt no loss in the situation. The match between Yoko and Kikuko commenced. Yoko allowed Ayumi Kikuko to serve, who tossed the ball and served. Yoko, having anticipated the move, swiftly returned the ball. Lacking the extraordinary skills of a tennis prince, the two exchanged serves and returns, their rhythm intensifying. The only discernible aspect was that the faster the serves, the quicker the returns, prompting both players to sprint increasingly faster to reach the ball. After an extended period of play, the score remained closely contested, with Yoko temporarily in the lead. The football club members, mere spectators, observed without understanding, while the tennis club members, seasoned in the sport, discerned the growing agility of Ayumi Kikuko, her movements becoming swifter, her footwork more precise, and her power unwavering as she received the ball. The garden before them was the first to be noticed. As she began to receive Kiko's balls, it became increasingly strenuous for her, while Amamiya Kiko seemed only to have begun breaking a sweat, as if she had just completed her warm-up. Kiko could only acknowledge that the numerous confessions she had rejected contributed to her foundational attributes. Her consistent dedication to exercise and fitness bore fruit. Though her skills might not surpass those of the garden, her speed, reflexes, and strength were superior, and she was continuously learning, destined to grow stronger. She had thoroughly exhausted the tennis queen. After her defeat, Yoko found her legs weak, supported by Kiko and Ran. From this moment forth, Kiko would ascend to the throne of the tennis queen. I refuse. Kiko turned away, her queenly form unactivated. After helping Yoko to a seat, she noticed the football club members outside the court. She waved and smiled shyly. Saved. Little Amamiya is fantastic. Amamiya, you are the best. Kudo Shinichi, overwhelmed by the cheers around him, thought, weren't you all worried about Kiko being poached? Now her chances of being taken away have only increased. In that moment, he noticed the captain of the tennis club, a third-year senior, approaching Kiko. The captain was mature, gentle, and possessed an elegant demeanor, with a stunning figure, especially her long legs, which Kiko in her first year could not compare to. Kiko gazed at the beautiful legs clad in a tennis skirt before her. The tennis club captain was indeed striking, her grace nearly flawless. Does little Amamiya enjoy playing tennis? Akiyama Noriko candidly replied, well, I don't know. It's my first time. The tennis club president, taken aback, gasped and earnestly grasped Akiyama Noriko's delicate hand, exclaiming, sister, I have taken quite a liking to you. You are simply meant for our tennis club. Please join us. Akiyama Noriko tilted her head in confusion, pondering if this could be considered a confession. Apologetically, she stammered, I'm so sorry, senpai. Before she could finish her sentence, the anguished cries of the soccer club members echoed from outside the tennis court. No, Akiyama-chan, we cannot do without you in the soccer club. Please don't abandon us. Akiyama Noriko silently cheered in her heart. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she timidly remarked, so, I'm really sorry, senpai. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities. Akiyama-chan can come and play with us often in the future. With that, the tennis club president turned to glare at the group of soccer club members, resolutely deciding that the female members of the tennis club should not associate with them. Chapter 33. Inherited traits. The senior members of the tennis club possess an undeniable elegance, characterized by their gentle and gracious demeanor. They have almost fully embraced the newcomer, Amamiya Noriko, as one of their own. After much reluctance, Noriko assured them that she would visit again soon, allowing her to escape their enthusiastic welcome. Meanwhile, a group from the soccer club sensed an impending crisis. Once Noriko departed, they immediately gathered to strategize on how to retain her interest. At the school gate, Uenzi felt a wave of frustration. Is Noriko truly this adept at tennis? Despite her defeat at the hands of Noriko, she felt little sense of failure, perhaps due to her long-standing familiarity with competition since kindergarten. Indeed, while Noriko may be prone to catching colds, her overall health remains robust. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Noriko shyly smiled, pondering that she would likely catch a cold tomorrow, having gleaned some physical attributes from the tennis club captain. When it comes to physical attributes, a minor ailment often translates into a more severe condition, with common colds being manageable enough to attend school while wearing a mask. However, serious ailments can easily manifest as high fevers. Yet, she certainly does not mind, for accumulating physical attributes, especially those coupled with beauty, is an undeniable gain. At the school gate, she spotted a sleek, black Bentley Mulsanne arriving to pick her up, driven by Chiji Rihu. Uenzi, evidently well acquainted with luxury, recognized the car's exquisite beauty. Noriko nodded. Uenzi will have one like this in the future. Despite being the second daughter of the Suzuki Consortium, Sonoko Suzuki often relied on public transportation. However, one of her future vehicles would be a pink Bentley Mulsanne. Unbeknownst to her, Sonoko felt that what Yukiko said was true. She too should purchase a car, preferably in pink, which would be the most visually appealing. After bidding farewell to Sonoko, Yukiko Amamiya winked at Shinichi Kudo before getting into her car, which left him in a state of vigilance. The following day, Yukiko fell ill with a high fever and requested a day off, leaving Shinichi worried throughout the night, only to find himself in a position where he had to reciprocate Sonoko's concern for Yukiko. If you're unwell, why are you winking at me? Shinichi speculated that Yukiko had been feeling unwell since the previous afternoon and had intentionally winked at him to provoke unnecessary worry. Such behavior was exceedingly vexatious. At the Amamiya residence, Yukiko lay in bed while her mother, Emi Amamiya, sat nearby, munching on sunflower seeds. Though deeply concerned for her daughter, she mused that her child's frequent ailments had become somewhat routine. Perhaps a day of rest after taking some medicine will suffice, she concluded. The incessant sound of seed cracking reached Yukiko, who, in a state of drowsiness, could no longer bear it and threw off her covers, pointing towards the door. Mother, please take that outside. Emi looked quite innocent in response. But I need to check your temperature soon. Yukiko pouted. Those seeds are from my hometown. Emi, still cracking seeds, pondered aloud. Darling, why do you seem to catch colds so easily? If this is an inheritance from me, I truly apologize. It was evident that Amamiya Noriko would not be able to sleep any further, so she threw back the covers and arose, stretching languidly. Amamiya Emi gazed upon her daughter's skin, flushed with a delicate cherry-red hue against its snowy pallor due to the fever, and at her slender waist, so slight it could be encircled with a single hand, and nodded approvingly. Indeed, She has inherited this from me. Amamiya Noriko smoothed the hem of her garment and stated with composure, Mother, have you not gained a bit of weight due to lack of exercise? Amamiya Emi, with a start, paused her hand holding a melon seed and discreetly pinched her waist, relieved to find it was not yet fleshy. Your jab is ineffective, how puerile. Without turning back, Amamiya Noriko began to change her clothes. Are you going out? To dine. It was futile to expect her mother to prepare a meal, especially given her own feverish state and disinclination to exert herself. Mother shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Amamiya Emi leaped up and hastened to change her attire as well. As Amamiya Noriko was changing her shoes in the entryway, she noticed her mother emerging, clad in a JK uniform. Her eyebrows arched high in surprise as she exclaimed, Mother, how old are you? Amamiya Emi feigned shyness, patting her face coyly. Oh, stop it. I am but 17. Amamiya Noriko sighed. It was challenging for her as, in some respects, the two were engaged in a contest of adorableness, proving to be formidable rivals. As with Amamiya Emi now, who, with a touch of makeup and styling, appeared to rival the tennis club's exceptionally refined senior manager, albeit with a touch more charm. Yet, Amamiya Noriko remained the most endearing of all. Due to a recent enhancement in her physique and appearance, Yukimura Kiko donned a mask and murmured, In that case, let us go together. After stepping outside, she instructed, Remember to call me sister. Rain Palace Emi, rummaging through somewhere, unearthed a pair of shoes that matched her JK uniform, though it remained uncertain if they belonged to her high school days. Chierihu awaited in the vehicle at the entrance of the Rain Palace estate, and upon observing someone's overly youthful attire, she calmly remarked, Aunt, are you attending a high school reunion? Rain Palace Emi corrected her with an outstretched finger. Do not use such an antiquated term. Call me sister. Chierihu, disinclined to engage in conversation, sat in the driver's seat and adjusted the rearview mirror, wishing to avoid glancing at a certain elder seated in the back. Yukimura Kiko fastened her seatbelt with determination, declaring, Today, I aim to capture more hearts. Chierihu remained unresponsive. Where are we headed? To Rice Flower Commercial Plaza. For a meal. Rain Palace Emi felt a surge of anticipation, pondering whether anyone might flirt with her mother. Contemporary youth seemed rather audacious, after all. How would her mother decline their advances? Yukimura Kiko reflected. Is this inclination of mine hereditary? Chapter 34. Gin and tonic. Sister Chia joins us for a meal. Amaya Noriko pulled Chieriho down from the car. Observing the bustling crowd in the square, Chieriho felt it necessary to keep a watchful eye. Thus she did not refuse. What are we having to eat? Sichuan hot pot. Chieriho searched through her mind and eventually pinpointed a foreign location, simultaneously recalling the distinctive features of Sichuan hot pot. She grasped Amaya Noriko's arm and exclaimed, No way! You have a high fever and still wish to indulge in something so spicy? Amaya Noriko looked astonished and explained, Eating hot pot can help reduce a fever. Amaya Emi nodded in agreement, having never tried it before and wishing to experience it herself, though she felt a twinge of guilt when Chieriho noticed her enthusiasm. Chieriho continued to scrutinize the restaurant options in the vicinity of the signpost. Amaya Noriko approached a vending machine to purchase a bottle of water, then settled onto a bench beside it. It was imperative to stay hydrated while suffering from a fever and cold. Her throat was parched. Amaya Emi joined her daughter, her curiosity piqued. Why is it that no one has approached us yet? Amaya Noriko rolled her eyes and removed her mask to take a sip of water. It was rather sweet. She glanced at the label on the bottled water, hoping it wasn't tea from Nongfu Spring. Meanwhile, in the center of the mall, a suited gentleman lowered his gaze to check his watch, his other hand holding a magazine. He furrowed his brow, lamenting the utter lack of time consciousness among today's youth, who seemed merely as beautiful vases, possessing the audacity to arrive late. Not wishing to squander any more time in waiting, he prepared to depart, only to suddenly notice two young women seated beside the vending machine. One was a high school girl, possessing both beauty and an air of innocence, while the other, a middle school girl, had removed her mask, revealing an adorably charming visage with a slight blush on her cheeks, her bright eyes gazing somewhat vacantly at the bottled water, seemingly mumbling to herself. Fuji's snowmelt, a gift from nature? Such fanciful thoughts, at most it could serve as a mere porter. Yukiko Yumemi handed the bottle to her mother and adjusted her mask once more. Curious, Aimi Yumemi examined the packaging and advertising slogan of the water. Does Yukiko want to go skiing? Perhaps we could venture to the slopes next week? A voice resonated before them. The snow in Hokkaido is still splendid at this time. The Yumemi sisters lifted their gazes to the man before them. Yukiko blinked, thinking to herself that a middle-aged man was unlikely to make a confession. Aimi remarked, "Why is he referred to as an uncle? Isn't there a younger fellow?" The suited man felt belittled and patted the magazine he held. "Good day to you, beautiful ladies. I am Mikishi Sand, the talent manager from Sakura no Hana Entertainment Company, currently seeking models for a magazine." The Yumemi sisters politely nodded, yet the conversation did not progress further. Yamamoto Emi is indeed strikingly beautiful, often serving as the spokesperson for the Yamamoto Consortium, her husband's enterprise. Although it seems like Yamamoto Ruto is merely indulging in a playful charade with his wife, at international events hosted by the consortium, she undoubtedly finds herself surrounded by a plethora of affluent ladies. Such local magazines hold little allure for her. As for Yamamoto Noriko, her mere presence on a magazine cover would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy, propelling her into stardom with a meteoric rise. However, how many prominent celebrities are frequently confronted with declarations of affection? In fact, such encounters are rather rare. The confessions that come from behind the screen are ones she finds difficult to dismiss effectively. The numerous love letters crammed into her shoe cabinet are already a considerable nuisance to reject. A life of simplicity is indeed the most genuine. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Santu Motokishi, sensing the awkwardness, candidly inquired, with such exquisite beauty, "Have either of you ever considered exploring a career in the entertainment industry? You might amass a legion of fans." Yamamoto Emi playfully winked at Yamamoto Noriko. "Are you interested, Noriko?" Yamamoto Noriko shook her head, but then her gaze became fixed on one side. A figure was ascending the escalator in the center of the mall, tall and slender, clad in a black trench coat and hat, with flowing white hair and piercing eyes. "Ah! Sherry." Yamamoto Noriko brushed aside her errant thoughts. Her curiosity piqued. "What brings Jin here?" Amongst the throng of shoppers, she felt little apprehension about being caught in an explosion. Jin was likely on a mission to eliminate traitors, and any potential blast would hardly devastate the entire mall. "Mother, I shall take a stroll upstairs for a while. Once Sister Chiji has decided on a place to dine, she will call for me." With this, Noriko Amamiya turned and made her way to the elevator. Santu Motokishi, witnessing the departure of the beautiful girl, felt a twinge of regret. Fortunately, there was another high school girl present who was equally lovely. Wait a moment. Did the enchanting girl just refer to this one as mother? He stared in astonishment at Amamiya Emi. Emi blinked and replied, "Oh dear, I apologize. That child simply has a penchant for rushing about. I've told her repeatedly to address me as sister when we are out. How youthful she appears." Ha! Ha! Santu Motokishi felt utterly stiff, realizing that as an artist manager, he had misjudged such a situation. It was rather embarrassing. No, the main issue was the misleading charm of the other party. Just then, a reasonably attractive girl jogged over from the side, waving her hand. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Manager, I got held up in traffic." Santu Motokishi felt this was a more typical response and gestured dismissively. "No worries. Let us find a suitable place to converse." Nevertheless, he handed his business card to Amamiya Emi, stating, "Should you and your daughter have any interest, please feel free to reach out to me." The girl who had just arrived looked astonished. Could she really have a daughter at such a young age? She must be but a few years old, perhaps just a toddler, modeling children's clothing. Santu Motokishi, feeling quite awkward, promptly led her away. Meanwhile, at a distance, the masked Noriko Amamiya trailed behind Jin, careful not to get too close. She made an effort to observe him through her peripheral vision, aware that any shift in energy might reveal her presence. At the third-floor staircase entrance, as Akiko Amamiya observed Jin entering the building, she found herself unable to follow him. Who would take the stairs in a shopping mall? Entering immediately would risk being spotted. But why did he choose to start at the third floor? Amamiya took the escalator to the fifth floor, glancing at the fourth and fifth floors without noticing any suspicious individuals. However, she was quite surprised to see Akemi Mayano and Shiho Mayano at the CAF on the fourth floor. Oh, they have finally returned from America. Amamiya felt a rush of delight, but soon she noticed Jin appearing on the sixth floor, leaning against the railing, his gaze fixed on a man in a suit in the store across from the fifth floor. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, revealing a rather alluring smile. Truly, Jin was becoming increasingly ruthless in his pursuit of traitors. Amamiya marveled at his evolution. However, over the past 2 years, he had surrounded himself with traitors. On the sixth floor, Jin, who had already locked onto his target, suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. As he slightly turned, he caught a glimpse of the source of the gaze, a young girl wearing a mask. Was that look one of admiration? Chapter 35. May I request an autograph from Uncle Jin? Amaya Kyoko remained unaware that her gaze upon Jin had been detected. Upon witnessing Jin turn around, she also averted her eyes, contemplating whether to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter with him. The thought of being confessed to by Jin was exhilarating, albeit potentially overwhelming, as he was a cold-hearted assassin devoid of sentiment. In any case, she would not involve herself in Jin's dealings with traitors. Her slender limbs were no match for his Beretta M92F. Jin was no vodka, and lacked any semblance of a sunset red buff. As she observed Jin vanish from the railing of the sixth floor, Kyoko withdrew her gaze entirely, understanding that he must be preparing for the task at hand. Dealing with traitors was indeed a specialized endeavor, and Jin was a frontline manager in this regard. When it came to the number of traitors, the distillery held a position that no other organization would dare to challenge. Even Akai Shuichi had yet to infiltrate their ranks. Just then, her phone chimed. Chizuri Riho was seeking her out. Their dining choice had been settled. They would forego Sichuan hot pot, especially since she was already running a fever. Consuming spicy and hot food seemed counterintuitive, given her current condition. Thus, Chizuri balanced her options and decided on sukiyaki instead. As for the distinction between the two, sukiyaki typically does not feature lamb, and, at first glance, it seemed devoid of spicy options. What was this? Even Malatang had a spicy variant. However, she reminded herself that sukiyaki was an entirely different culinary experience, and she could not be overly demanding. Yamamoto Noriko resolved to indulge herself by importing another wave of hot pot base. But first, she savored the sukiyaki before her, relishing the delectable morsels. After all, to sustain her vitality, one must consume enough to match the energy expenditure. The principle of conservation of energy indeed warrants mention. Observing her daughter devour the beef with such fervor, Yamamoto Emi mused that this insatiable appetite was certainly not inherited from her, but rather from her father. Chia Rih, meanwhile, felt compelled to tap Yamamoto Noriko with her chopsticks, intending to remind her to maintain a semblance of decorum. However, considering Noriko's current state of discomfort, it was commendable that she possessed such a hearty appetite. Just as Noriko had reached a satisfying 7/10 fullness, an unexpected commotion erupted from the mall outside the sukiyaki restaurant, causing a wave of astonishment. In Japan, there is a profound respect for tranquility in such settings, making this outburst all the more alarming. Clearly, something extraordinary had transpired. She paused, her chopsticks suspended midair, pondering if it was indeed a matter involving Jin. As she prepared to step outside for a glimpse, she noticed Chia Rih's gaze fixed upon her, suggesting that remaining seated was the wiser choice amidst the uncertainty of the chaos outside. Noriko pouted, but a fleeting glance toward the entrance of the sukiyaki restaurant quelled her desire to venture out. Clad in black attire, hat, coat, and all, along with a cascade of silver hair, it was none other than Jin. Instinctively, she reached for her mask but quickly reconsidered, aware that such an action might draw undue attention. Instead, she opted to observe the scene outside the sukiyaki restaurant with keen curiosity. Most patrons were likewise transfixed by the entrance, uncertain of the unfolding events, while some, having nearly finished their meals, rose to ascertain the situation beyond. Jin lowered the brim of his top hat as he entered the shop, casually glancing around the interior without pausing, even as his gaze swept past the table of Ayami Kiko. However, he did notice the young girl blink upon seeing him, her wide eyes fixed on him in astonishment. Indeed, she had noticed me. Without betraying any emotion, Jin moved past her to take a seat at a nearby table, focusing intently on the menu, though his thoughts briefly lingered on the array of beef dishes before Ayami Kiko. She certainly has a penchant for meat. Yet, as Jin passed by, Chihiriho's tense form remained rigid, her peripheral vision firmly locked onto him. Observing that Ayami Kiko was still openly gazing at the man she perceived as a threat, she whispered, "That individual is formidable. Do not fixate on him." "Oh?" Ayami Kiko replied softly. "Did you sense something, Chiene?" "Quite dangerous. He is undoubtedly someone who has seen blood," Chihiriho replied, maintaining a composed exterior. Ayami Kiko nodded, reflecting that Chia's powers of observation were not quite on par with Shinichi Kudo, who could discern the murderous intent in Jin's gaze at a mere glance, recognizing it as that of a true harbinger of death. Chihiriho then reached into her pocket to retrieve her phone, feigning to browse the internet while, in reality, she intended to discreetly summon a bodyguard without alarming the dangerous figure. Following the kidnapping incident, Ayami's father had arranged for Severa. She now realizes that she cannot guarantee the absolute safety of Yukimura Chika, so she prepares to summon assistance. However, Yukimura Chika offers her a slice of beef, winking and saying, "There's no need for that. We are undoubtedly safe." This confidence stems from the fact that Jin has just dealt with a traitor, seemingly without resorting to gunfire, perhaps orchestrating an accidental death instead. Thus, it is unlikely that they would strike here, as they are merely three ordinary beautiful girls, posing no real threat. If they were to act, it would render the disguise of the traitor's death as an accident utterly futile. Yukimura Chika ponders that if Jin is unable to approach, it might be due to a single gunshot. Nonetheless, Chidori Riho remains unconvinced of their safety and urges them to eat quickly and leave promptly. Yukimura Emi, perplexed throughout, understands the urgency to eat faster. She lowers her head to consume her meal, refraining from further inquiries, while occasionally casting discreet glances at what Jin is doing. Yet, he appears to be doing nothing more than waiting for the food to be served. Does Jin have a penchant for sukiyaki? Yukimura Chika reflects on this, unable to recall such a preference. However, she attempts to shift her posture to mimic Jin's sitting angle, only to realize that he could catch a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. Due to his silver hair and hat, she cannot definitively ascertain his gaze. However, there lies a conundrum. Jin undoubtedly wishes to avoid exiting the mall at this juncture. Should the authorities ascertain that the incident was not accidental, it is improbable that they would interrogate every individual present in the mall. Nonetheless, an investigation would inevitably involve reviewing the surveillance footage to identify those who departed before and after the incident. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude that Jin would retreat into a certain establishment rather than leave the mall at this moment. Yet the question arises, why sukiyaki? Why precisely the sukiyaki where she happens to be? Amamiya Noriko initially postulates that Jin has already taken notice of her, though the reason remains elusive. At this moment, she must refrain from any actions that may arouse Jin's suspicion. She had intended to meet with Mayano Akemi and Mayano Shiho later, but now she must postpone that plan. Having already garnered Jin's attention, any further acquaintance with Sherry at this time would only amplify her suspicion. As Amamiya Noriko savors her meal, she contemplates that Jin must have previously noticed her observing him from downstairs, a fact she overlooked at the time. Thus, what Jin is likely concerned about is her motive for watching him. How had she perceived Jin in that instance? Her thoughts drift to admiration. Yes, it was admiration. When Chihiriho approached the counter to settle her bill, Amamiya Noriko rose and made her way towards Jin, boldly positioning herself beside him and gazing at him with youthful exuberance. Jin, slightly perturbed, lifted his gaze, his cold demeanor betraying no hint of emotion. Then, she quietly uttered to the man she had been observing, "Uncle, with your attire, you must be a major celebrity, right? Would you grant me an autograph?" With a heart full of excitement, Amamiya Noriko approached her long-admired idol, Jin, with a mix of nervousness and thrill, requesting an autograph. Jin, however, responded with an expressionless, curt "Go away." Instantly, Noriko accepted this as an affirmation of her task to clear her suspicions, yet she felt that securing Jin's autograph was still worth pursuing. It held significant sentimental value, one that could be elegantly framed. It is worth noting that Jin's true name is Kurosawa Jin, which he revealed in an animated series during an investigation for the elixir of immortality on a place called Mermaid Island, inscribing his real name in the tourist registry. Jin's driver, Vodka, also left his true name, Fujizuka Saburo. Noriko was aware of this, but she did not expect Jin to divulge his real name. She was more curious about what name he might choose to sign. Despite being told to leave, she earnestly replied, "Though I may not know which star you are, I am undeniably a fan." Beneath the brim of his hat, Jin's gaze was cold and ruthless, emanating an aura that made passers-by shiver, prompting some to question the air conditioning's temperature. Yet, the young girl remained unfazed, murmuring to those nearby, "Is the air conditioning even cold? Feels much cooler now." Sitting with a slight tilt of his head, Jin observed the girl's expression. Her cheeks were pale yet flushed, and her gaze, though directed at him, lacked full focus, appearing somewhat scattered. Generally speaking, those who have experienced a high fever multiple times tend to exhibit such behavior. The act of concentrating one's gaze, coupled with a serious demeanor, often induces tension in the scalp, exacerbating the headache associated with the fever. Consequently, one may subconsciously relax their expression, appearing somewhat feeble. Jin cast a fleeting glance at her before averting his gaze, which elucidated why she had previously worn a mask while observing him. Is it truly possible for someone with a high fever to possess such an appetite for meat? Jin, who had little experience with colds or fevers, found this particular notion perplexing. Nevertheless, he coldly retorted, "Step aside. I am not a celebrity." Amaya Noriko gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "How modest. Uncle, you are far too humble. Who doesn't know you among Conan fans? The manga of Detective Conan has surpassed 200 million copies in circulation." Jin remained expressionless. Amaya Noriko whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, Uncle. I promise not to tell anyone you're here. It would certainly cause quite a stir if your other fans found out." Jin snatched her pen and paper, swiftly sketching something before placing it alongside a banknote on the table, rising to leave without a word. Amaya Noriko believed he had capitulated, but turned to find a hulking figure in a black suit and sunglasses, Vodka, standing at the entrance of the Shabu Shabu restaurant. With a friendly smile, she waved at Vodka who, behind his dark glasses, regarded her with a puzzled expression. In the underground parking lot, Vodka and Jin entered a sleek black Porsche 356A. As Vodka, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "Brother, what about that little girl in the sukiyaki restaurant?" He was abruptly interrupted by Jin, who coldly remarked, "Do not concern yourself with her. How is the surveillance?" "All is well. I caused a malfunction an hour before you acted, and I have been watching ever since. It remains unfixed. Let us go," Jin replied impassively, lighting a cigarette with a lighter. Inside the sukiyaki restaurant, Akiko Amami gazed at the signature on the note, an exquisite flourish spelling Jin, his English name. Although it was not his real name, it held collectible value. After Chiarihu settled the bill and exited the restaurant, Akiko seized the opportunity to peer over the railing to observe the situation below in the shopping mall. The mall resembled an oval cup, with thick walls housing numerous shops, while the center was an open-air atrium, featuring a series of escalators. Among them, a notably elongated escalator, a distinctive feature of the mall, ascended directly from the second to the sixth floor. It was from this escalator that the traitor of the organization had plummeted to the second floor in a tragic manner. Undoubtedly, he was not the sole occupant of that extended escalator. Thus, many were caught in his descent. However, he was the only one who met his demise, while the others sustained only minor injuries at most. It was evident that the traitor had lost consciousness prior to the fall, while the majority of others adhered to the right side, able to grasp the handrail, and those who stumbled could rely on the assistance of others to rescue themselves. Akiko Amami succinctly concluded that the awareness of keeping to the right when navigating stairs is of paramount importance. If the distribution of people on the escalator were to sway back and forth, that traitor might tumble down and collide with a myriad of bowling pins to cushion his fall. Ayumi Amami couldn't help but shake her head. How tragic. Indeed, it is quite tragic. Noriko Amami nodded in agreement, turning her gaze to the opposite level where Akemi Mayano and Shiho Mayano were situated. Perhaps she could invite Ai-chan to play another day. Although currently, she was the youthful Shiho Mayano, it should be somewhat similar, right? However, Uncertain whether Jin had departed, she refrained from lingering too long, regrettably. All the escalators had been halted, leaving only the emergency staircase for descent. At the entrance of the mall, Noriko Amami encountered familiar faces, waving her hand in greeting. Officer Magyar, Sister Satu, what a coincidence. Are you here on a case? Officer Magyar, astonished, realized this was the victim from the prior kidnapping incident. Though she had suffered, the assailant was in a more dire state. Both were no longer present. Satu Mawako approached and affectionately ruffled Noriko's hair, remarking, "So you're here too? We happened to be nearby, so when we received the report, we came right over. It appears that an individual accidentally fell from the escalator." Noriko Amami stated innocently, not attempting to absolve Jin. For when Jin was undertaking his tasks without Shinichi Kudo present, everything was impeccably executed. Furthermore, even if one were aware that Jin was the culprit, capturing him would not be an easy feat. Satu Mawako earnestly replied to Noriko Amami. One must not hastily draw conclusions based solely on appearances. Otherwise, those who fabricate accidental incidents would evade justice. After watching 1,000 episodes of Conan, Noriko Amamiya nodded in understanding. I see. Well, we must be on our way now. Noriko and your sisters can go and have fun. Noriko Amamiya blinked. Is that my mother? Really? Indeed. Mawako Sato, slightly exasperated, hurriedly greeted Imiko Amamiya. Good day, Mrs. Amamiya. Hello, officer. I appreciate your help regarding Noriko's situation last time. Please feel free to visit us at home. Imiko Amamiya grasped Mawako Sato's hand in gratitude. While responding, Mawako Sato felt a slight urge to ask, how do you maintain such elegance, Mrs. Amamiya? Noriko Amamiya, perplexed, wondered why her mother, who cooked every meal at home, felt confident enough to invite someone over. Imiko Amamiya continued earnestly, my daughter Noriko is quite skilled at cooking. I am certain Officer Sato will enjoy it. Noriko Amamiya nodded in agreement. You really have a way with words. But could you refrain from praising my cooking while dressed in your school uniform? Chapter 37. Shiho Miyano. Officer Sato and Officer Magyar subsequently entered the mall to investigate the cause of the incident. Unless there were unforeseen circumstances, particularly with Shinichi Kudo's absence, it was likely that the matter would remain unresolved. Jin remained reliable as ever. The mall's surveillance system had encountered a malfunction an hour prior, rendering it inoperative. Thus, Officer Magyar and his team could only search for clues at the scene. However, with Jin, the linchpin of the distillery, executing his duties flawlessly, dealing with traitors was merely part of the job. Meanwhile, Noriko Amamiya returned home for a deep slumber, awakening the next day, revitalized and ready for school. At the school gate, she fortuitously encountered Shinichi Kudo and ran, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Shinichi turned to see Noriko Amamiya, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Have you recovered from your cold and fever? He inquired. Noriko nodded affirmatively and then asked Ran, do you notice anything different about me? Ran, upon hearing this, scrutinized Noriko from head to toe, unable to discern any significant change. If there was anything to note, it might be that her eyes appeared more captivating. Can you tell if I've changed at all? Noriko inquired modestly, gesturing with her hands. Perhaps I'm just a tad more adorable. Shinichi glanced sideways, bemused by Noriko's assertion of just a tad. With his keen powers of observation, he could discern that her eyes shone brighter, her skin was fairer, and her nails were more delicately tinted. Boring, Shinichi remarked. Akiko Amamiya cast a fleeting glance at him, intertwining her arm with that of Ran as they walked ahead, whispering, yesterday, while I was at the mall, someone tragically fell from the escalator. It was quite dreadful. I even spotted the police officer who rescued me during the recent kidnapping case. Ran nodded in response. My father seemed to mention something about that last night, suggesting that it was likely due to a slip of the foot. Behind them, Shinichi Kudo observed the two engaged in hushed conversation, catching snippets of Akiko's remarks about the unfortunate fall and the kidnapping officer. Wasn't this rather obvious bait? One could only hope to be ensnared. Regardless, Shinichi was determined to uncover the details of the incident. As the illustrious detective, he could not afford to overlook any case. Ultimately, Akiko disclosed that the individual had merely slipped and urged him not to let his imagination run wild. Shinichi nearly choked on his own frustration. Was it merely fishing for information, or was it akin to butchering the catch on the spot? Naturally, Akiko could not divulge too much. Should Shinichi embark on an investigation now, he might inadvertently unearth Jin's trail, akin to grasping the tail of a rattlesnake. To partake in such matters, he would first have to accompany his father, Yusaku Kudo, to Hawaii to master an array of skills. Akiko herself harbored a desire to join the journey, yearning to learn how to drive, pilot a plane, navigate a speedboat, and operate a helicopter. Not to mention firearms proficiency, bomb disposal, and computer repair. After all, Hawaii had the means to teach anything one might need. The most absurd aspect was that Yusaku Kudo was a renowned detective novelist. Particularly with bomb disposal, lacking the skill to defuse explosives considerably diminishes one's chances of survival within the realm of Conan. Upon returning to school, Amano Yoshiko re-emerged, adding a vibrant touch to Titan Junior High. As she made her way to the classroom, she courteously responded to the greetings of her classmates, most of whom expressed genuine concern for her well-being, to which she felt compelled to extend her gratitude repeatedly. Once seated, Mizuhara Yui promptly approached her and handed over the notes from the previous day. Amano Yoshiko politely replied, "Thank you." Mizuhara Yui, with a cheerful tone, responded, "You're welcome." Amano Yoshiko then understood why rabbits refrain from consuming grass near their burrows. It was essential to find an opportunity to release Mizuhara Yui from her company. A simple week passed, during which only two well-meaning classmates, whose origins she could not quite discern, expressed their affections, which Amano Yoshiko graciously declined. Subsequently, she caught a slight cold, yet she attended school as usual, donning a mask. By the weekend, Amano Yoshiko had fully recovered and arranged to meet Mayano Akemi at a CAF. Filled with anticipation of a delightful encounter with Ai-chan, she was disappointed to find that she would not be meeting the current Mayano Shiho, still known as Ai-chan. Mayano Akemi regretfully informed her, "My sister just returned from abroad and is quite busy with numerous matters. She may not be able to meet you, Yoshiko." "Oh, what a pity," Amano Yoshiko lamented, contemplating whether Mayano Shiho had already become involved in the research pertaining to APTX 4869 following her return from studying in the United States. Shiho Mayano is merely a year older than Shinichi. The last time she visited the mall, she encountered the adorable Ai-chan, who appeared to be around 12, slightly more mature than Shiho's youthful demeanor yet still not quite at the stage of adolescence. Additionally, the esteemed Shuichi Akai became acquainted with Shiho Mayano through Akemi Mayano, subsequently leveraging her connections to infiltrate the organization. As Shiho has only just returned, her network remains limited, primarily having expanded through her research endeavors. This implies that Shuichi Akai has likely not yet entered the organization. After expressing her regret at not having met Shiho, Noriko Amamiya inquired, "Sister Akemi, what about Brother Zero's?" At that time, Shuichi Akai, under the guise of amnesia, was being cared for by Akemi Mayano. Thus he could not have recognized his own sister. Eventually, Akemi learned that Noriko was not Zero's sister. However, it was quite pleasant for Akemi to know that someone was visiting the amnesiac Zero's. The two are now in a relationship, and Zero's clarified that he had merely nodded in cooperation with Noriko that day. Upon hearing Noriko's question, Akemi replied, "He is looking for a job." Looking for a job. That sounds promising. Noriko blinked, pondering the thought of Shuichi Akai seeking employment, perhaps becoming a working-class emperor like Toru Amuro. Would it not be prudent to hire him as a bodyguard? The sense of security would be overwhelming. However, after a moment's contemplation, Noriko decided against it, opting not to disturb his undercover operations. Integrating a newcomer into the organization is no simple task. Although diluted, it is still rye whiskey, and even undercover agents shine brightly in their roles. It is indeed unfortunate not to have encountered Xiao AI. However, Yukiko Reini strongly requested, "Sister Akemi, could you please take a photograph with me? When you have the chance, you must introduce me to your sister." Akemi Mayano smiled and nodded in agreement, of course. That would be no problem. Thus, under the same mobile screen, Yukiko Reini flashed a peace sign towards the camera, exuding an innocent and charming demeanor, while Akemi Mayano gazed gently at the lens. This photograph was subsequently sent by Akemi Mayano to her sister's email. Shihoko Mayano received the email on her computer in her experimental office. Upon viewing the tender image of her sister alongside another girl, She immediately surmised that it must be Yukiko Rainey. Akemi had indeed mentioned Yukiko to her before, yet this was the first time she had seen her, and she found her quite adorably charming. Akemi Mayano later sent a message suggesting that Shihoko take the opportunity to get to know Yukiko Rainey better. Shihoko was quite curious about the girl her sister had introduced, as she appeared to be slightly younger than herself. Unfortunately, she could not leave the research institute at that moment. Chapter 38. A real headache. Regrettably unable to meet with Xiao Ai, Amano Noriko decided to spend the day shopping with Mayano Akemi. The gentle older sister was truly wonderful. She did not restrict Noriko due to her youth, but rather indulged her with a variety of street snacks. Mayano Akemi also savored the experience, delighting in the array of culinary treats, as they wandered leisurely through the streets. However, Akemi preferred the shopping mall, where the joy of purchasing clothing and shoes was unparalleled. The prospect of selecting adorable outfits was particularly enticing. While Noriko herself could not wear them, no one suited the cute style better than she. It was delightful to have a companion who could embrace the fashion that Noriko herself deemed unsuitable. Noriko mused internally, acknowledging her own inclination towards darker attire, favoring black clothing, yet recognizing that her appearance seemed to lend itself to a more endearing aesthetic. As the sun began to set around 6 or 7 in the evening, Mayano Akemi led Noriko to the riverbank to watch the sun dip below the horizon. "Alright, it's that time. Shall we head to a izakaya?" Noriko's mind raced at the suggestion. "What are you saying? Has the gentle older sister suddenly transformed into a post-work uncle eager for a drink?" It was quite audacious of her to propose that this minor join her for a drink. "Very good." Noriko silently applauded, as she too had not indulged in alcohol for quite some time, especially since arriving in Japan without having tasted sake. It was time to experience it. However, one cannot overtly express a desire for alcohol, so Amano Noriko cautiously reminded, "Sister Akemi, I am only 12 years old." Upon hearing this, Mayano Akemi chuckled. "It's alright, Noriko. You won't be drinking." It seems she had already decided that I would merely partake in food without indulging in any beverages. Amano Noriko obediently nodded, believing she would discover whether she would drink or not upon arrival. Nonetheless, most chain izakayas do not permit minors to enter, although they can do so if accompanied by an adult, who must refrain from ordering alcoholic beverages. Fortunately, a recent establishment is privately owned and does not impose overly stringent regulations. The young man behind the counter glanced at her a few times but did not deny her entry. Once inside, there were indeed booths separated by curtains, lending an air of antiquity to the place. One must sit on their knees to dine, as there are no chairs available. Amano Noriko was not particularly accustomed to this, but she found no task beyond her abilities and remained poised and compliant. As for the food, Noriko was indifferent. It was the beverages that captured Mayano Akemi's attention. With a simple inquiry, "Sister Akemi, is this drink delightful?" she anticipated being served. Soon, the waiter brought forth a large bottle of shochu, along with soda water and other refreshments. Shochu typically boasts an alcohol content exceeding 36 degrees, not quite classified as a spirit, yet it possesses a robust flavor. Sawa, a delightful sour sparkling beverage, enhanced with lemon juice and soda water, renders the potent taste of shochu more palatable, allowing for an array of vibrant concoctions when mixed with other drinks. It indeed tends to be favored among women. Typically, it is a staple at establishments, though Akemi Mayano manages to craft her own quite well. Observing the array of drinks, Akemi smiled gently and whispered, "You wish to partake as well, don't you, Noriko?" Noriko Amami displayed a hesitant demeanor. Since her sister was sincerely offering her a drink, she thought, why not? "This glass is for you, Noriko. As an exception, minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol." Akemi stated earnestly, then added with a smile, "The plum wine here is authentic, made solely from plums, sugar, and base liquor, without any additives, beneficial for one's health." Beneficial for one's health. Noriko gazed at the crystal-clear plum wine, pondering its alcohol content. Surely, couldn't tea be much stronger than Rio? Regardless, she resolved to take a sip. Noriko savored a small taste. It was sweet like plum wine, merely a beverage to enjoy. In the future, she aspired to sample gin, vodka, absinthe, rum, rye whiskey, bourbon, KIR, Scotch whiskey and sherry. If only she could share another drink with that gentleman, she would feel utterly fulfilled. Lost in her thoughts, Noriko noticed Akemi across from her, feeling a twinge of regret for bringing her along. After just one drink, she was already tipsy. After all, she was still a child. Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol. Rain Palace Kiko did not perceive herself as inebriated. Her mind remained lucid enough to recall every detail of the distillery's offerings. However, she found the raucous atmosphere of the izakaya rather unappealing. In stark contrast to other public venues where silence prevails, the lively clamor of an izakaya is to be expected. The afterwork salarymen and heartbroken uncles are all too relatable. Who hasn't experienced moments of sorrow? Kiko took a small sip and delicately picked up a piece of cold tofu, finding its flavor rather peculiar. Mayano Akemi occasionally sipped her drink, marveling at Kiko's ability to deftly maneuver the soft tofu with chopsticks. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sob emanated from a nearby corner, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from those who could hear. Just as Kiko was about to shake her head, she heard the anguished cry, But I love Kiko. She is so adorable and innocent. Why must she reject me?" Kiko felt her head buzzing from the noise. Was there someone else sharing her name? The name Kiko isn't particularly rare after all, so it was somewhat understandable. Suddenly, the voice continued to lament. "Oh, Kiko." The realization struck her. This must be someone from school. What on earth was someone under 20 doing in an izakaya, drunkenly shouting her name? How utterly embarrassing and unambitious. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to lift the curtain and confront. Or rather, console the wounded spirit. Mayano Akemi gazed at her with a kind expression, resting her chin on her hand. "I had a feeling that the charming Kiko would indeed be quite popular. We certainly do not know each other. He was intoxicated, and I merely wanted to check on him." Akemi Mayano, familiar with the situation, reassured me, "It's all right. His companions will surely take care of him." Indeed, it wasn't long before he was whisked away by his friends. "I treat you like a brother, yet you embarrass me with your drunken wails." The cries faded into the distance. Kiko felt a strange sense of familiarity, but soon dismissed it from her mind. She obediently sat down, savoring her plum wine, mindful of her poise. After all, her demeanor directly reflected on Akai Shuichi and Ai Haibara. Moreover, she would rely on Akemi for future drinking escapades. This was crucial. In the end, Akemi did not allow Kiko to indulge in any other types of alcohol. After all, she was still a child. A mere taste of plum wine was permissible, but anything beyond that was out of the question. Akemi believed Kiko's youthful body was still quite delicate. Afterward, she took a taxi to ensure Kiko arrived home safely, only feeling at ease once she saw her enter the house. Chiri Riho observed Kiko, who was walking somewhat unsteadily, and calmly inquired, "Miss, have you been drinking?" Kiko shook her head. What intoxication was there in such a light drink? I walk a bit unsteadily because I'm in a good mood. Today, a boy got drunk in public and shouted that he liked me. Thinking back on it now, truly gives me a headache. Chen Zalisui glanced at her young lady's radiant smile and remarked, "This is not merely a headache. It is sheer arrogance." Chapter 39. Datyunkuin Chiri Riho observed the flamboyant gait of Amamiya Noriko, her brows slightly furrowed. "Miss," she exclaimed with a chuckle, "I understand." Amamiya Noriko moderated her movements. Typically, Chiri Riho addressed her as Miss only in the presence of others, or when she was preparing to deliver a lecture. Upon entering the house, Amamiya Noriko first indulged in a bath, thoroughly cleansing herself. The izakaya was indeed a peculiar establishment. After a brief visit, she had sampled various snacks and emerged reeking of grilled delicacies, akin to the lingering scent after a hot pot meal. She had nibbled on a few items and consumed merely a single cup of plum wine. Did that cup even qualify as alcohol? Its aroma was unmistakable to Chiri Riho. Thus, a wash was imperative. After her bath, Amamiya Noriko emerged, towel-drying her hair while glancing at her phone for emails. "Xiaolan, Noriko, do you have time next week? I will be visiting your home with the garden, and Shinichi will be joining us as well." Upon reading the last part, Amamiya Noriko felt a chill. The Grim Reaper was coming to her house. The prospect suggested calamity would soon follow. However, Noriko was not superstitious, and her previous abduction had proven to be a mere trifle easily resolved. Being an associate of the Grim Reaper, she believed she would be fine. Yet, she suddenly recalled her commitment to go skiing with her mother next week. With May fast approaching, the snow would soon vanish. "Mother, we must go skiing next week."
Urgent.
Skiing. But alas, she realized, next week, guests would be arriving at home, and Noriko too would need to be present. Ami Amamiya was in the living room, indulging in a cup of ice cream while watching a television drama. Upon hearing a remark, she felt a fleeting moment of joy, but soon dismissed it with a sigh. Nikiko Amamiya pondered, could this guest truly be here to meet an untimely end? Who could it possibly be? After all, she had a close friend, Sonoko Suzuki, whose father and uncle were involved. Suddenly, Nikiko realized that there was no cause for concern, particularly regarding Sonoko's uncle, who was known to have been the target of many thefts by Kaido. It was improbable that he would meet his demise in her home. As for Sonoko's father, he was more than relevant. Shortly before Shinichi Kudo was transformed into a child, he had solved a case involving Shiro Suzuki, wherein the perpetrator was a guest at the Suzuki residence, the elderly gentleman in a wheelchair, who had nearly been struck by a globe thrown by Shinichi. Very well, skiing could be discussed later. Nikiko waved her hand and responded to Ran, welcoming her and her companions to visit. Speaking of skiing, what might the infamous black chicken from Osaka be up to at this moment? Nikiko was suddenly reminded that Heiji Hattori had first encountered Shinichi during a skiing trip related to a case. However, it seemed unlikely they would cross paths now. That skiing trip had been organized by both schools, but it appeared the time was not yet ripe. After all, they were still in their first year of junior high. Perhaps the wine had made her a bit drowsy, as Nikiko dried her hair and soon retired for the night. The following morning, she rose early, went for a jog, exercised her body, practiced some kicks and punches, and then took a refreshing shower before heading off to school. As she encountered a classmate reeking of alcohol, with disheveled hair and a countenance that betrayed a hangover, leaning unsteadily against the wall, she hesitantly approached, expressing her concern. "Are you all right?" The classmate responded with a grimace. "Ah, perhaps a bit. I'm fine, really." This was Oda, whose pallid complexion belied a sudden realization. It was Amano Noriko, her eyes wide with concern for him. In an instant, his demeanor transformed. He appeared revitalized, brimming with vitality, ready to indulge once more. "Are you truly okay?" Noriko pondered, considering it merely a hangover, unpleasant yet not catastrophic as he hadn't consumed enough to wreak havoc. However, his sudden exuberance was alarming. She feared he might collapse from overexertion. "I'm fine." Oda straightened his posture, raking his fingers through his tousled hair, rubbing his face, and adjusting his bangs with newfound confidence. "That S.A. relief." Noriko mused, bemused by his disheveled appearance. Surely, he hadn't washed his face or hair the previous night. She couldn't help but think that if he fell, he shouldn't expect her, freshly bathed, to come to his aid. It was abundantly clear that he was the same foolish individual from the izakaya the night before. Yet, she could not recall him ever confessing his feelings to her. Perhaps he had been so intoxicated that he had imagined a rejection, leaving him in such a dismal state. Such individuals often struck her as rather foolish. Nonetheless, Noriko, with her sweet, innocent, and kind-hearted nature, found it difficult to abandon a classmate in distress. She felt compelled to remain. "Otakun." As Yukiko Amami contemplated, a passing girl voiced her curiosity. Yukiko's eyes brightened, and she approached the girl, saying, "Since you know him, that's splendid. He appears to be feeling unwell. Could you kindly escort him to the infirmary for a brief respite?" I suppose so." The request from such an adorable girl felt somewhat surreal, and she instinctively agreed. Watching Yukiko jog away, leaving behind a faint, pleasant fragrance, she couldn't help but think that Yukiko was indeed as kind-hearted as the legend suggested. If it weren't for her presence, Yukiko would undoubtedly have taken him to the infirmary herself, regardless of her busy schedule. Otakun, Yukiko is truly remarkable. Chapter 40, Kudo Shinichi discovers Good Morning, Amamiya. "Do you have time this afternoon to come play with our tennis club?" "Good morning. I'm afraid I can't," responded Amamiya Noriko, waving her hand as she jogged past the senior from the tennis club. She had just visited the tennis club recently to play with Sonoko and Ran, and if she were to go again so soon, the soccer club members would surely beg her not to leave. It was quite childish of them. Couldn't they be a bit more mature when confessing their feelings? Amamiya Noriko believed that one should possess confidence. Perhaps the one she admired harbored feelings for her as well, simply waiting for her to make the first move. Such occurrences were entirely plausible. As for whether to accept or decline, Noriko mused, did it truly matter? Upon arriving at the classroom, she exchanged greetings with her classmates while curiously glancing towards Kudo Shinichi's direction. To her surprise, he was deeply engrossed in writing and drawing. What could he possibly be working on? To find out, one could simply inquire with the information broker, Suzuki Sonoko. Sonoko remarked he's researching a case. It seems he asked Ran's father about some cases he encountered during his time at the police department. Honestly, Shinichi is so wrapped up in this. Can't he make some progress with Ran? Indeed. Noriko nodded in agreement, joining Sonoko in her mild reproach of Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi cast a glance at them, his detective senses keenly alert. However, he had indeed stumbled upon a case with a troubling aspect during his conversation with Mori Kaguru. It was the escalator incident in the shopping mall, a topic that Noriko had previously discussed with him. This case was fortuitously encountered by Officer Megure and Kagoro Mori during their conversation. At the time of the incident, Kagoro Mori was not present. Officer Megure, feeling quite dejected, rushed to the scene of a nearby event only to discover that the deceased appeared to have tragically fallen down the escalator due to sheer misfortune. Although it was a sorrowful reality, Kagoro Mori furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Surely, a captivating woman must have drawn his attention at that moment. Officer Megure, perplexed, retorted, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Ha ha ha. Kagoro Mori chuckled while scratching his head. However, Officer Megure recalled a certain Ms. Amamiya Noriko, whom they had encountered that day, nodding thoughtfully, speaking of which, the young lady from the Amamiya family was also present. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Mori waved his hand dismissively. Though the girl could be considered a beauty, it's not a matter of concern. In the past, it was manageable, but since he took up detective work, his carefree demeanor often incurred the disdain of Noriko, who frequently visited Ran's home. Being looked down upon by such a young girl severely wounded his pride. Moreover, Ran had cautioned him about Noriko's poor health, forbidding him from smoking in her presence and insisting that he maintain a tidy living space. Thus, in the presence of Amamiya Noriko, he could neither smoke nor drink, nor carelessly toss away cans. The ashtray could not contain ashes, and the trash bin could not harbor refuse. It was excruciating. Therefore, despite Noriko's beauty, he had become immune to her allure, much like he was with Hayueri. This is also one of the matters that Kagoro Mori and Shinichi Kudo, who equally despise each other, often find themselves lamenting. Shinichi Kudo can somewhat empathize with his sentiments, especially as he endures the presence of Noriko Amamiya at school. Approaching the escalator case, he began his analysis from the most straightforward perspective, whether any unusual occurrences transpired during the time of the individual's mishap. Without grasping this element, he could not entertain the possibility that it was not an accident but rather a homicide. A few days ago, after a club activity, Shinichi took the initiative to investigate, ultimately uncovering a significant detail. The deceased, though single, did not belong to the affluent class. However, upon inquiring at a shopping mall, he discovered that a high-end men's suit boutique had indeed attended to him. Furthermore, the shop assistant revealed that the gentleman appeared to have recently acquired sudden wealth, his demeanor being quite ostentatious despite his newfound affluence, remarkably wealthy, in fact. This was the account provided by the bribed shop attendant, and it rang all too true. Thus, Shinichi could surmise that the deceased had recently come into wealth through some channel, attracting unwanted attention to his financial gains, or perhaps he had offended someone during his ascent to riches. Further investigation revealed that the deceased seemingly lacked a legitimate occupation and frequently frequented establishments such as bars and dance halls. Venturing into that particular red light district proved challenging for him, as he still appeared relatively youthful and could easily be turned away. At this juncture, Shinichi decided to pause his inquiries, redirecting his efforts to explore other avenues, focusing instead on compiling the clues he had gathered. As Akiko, Amamiya, Sonoko, and the recently joined Ran engaged in conversation, they observed Kudo Shinichi diligently sketching and revising, lost in deep contemplation. Amamiya narrowed her eyes slightly, catching a glimpse of the content Kudo had penned. Her keen eyesight, a remarkable asset, allowed her to discern the situation at hand. She recognized the rudimentary diagram of an elongated escalator model that Kudo had illustrated and pondered if she might assist Jin in resolving matters concerning the tale. Considering the signature's significance, she contemplated the unpredictable chemical reactions that Kudo's encounter with the organization could provoke. In simpler terms, it would be explosive. Amamiya mused that if Kudo were to be struck by Jin right now, there was no APTX 4869 available for him to consume. It seemed the time had come for her to take action. After school, she requested a leave of absence from her club and departed the school alone. Kudo Shinichi, watching her silhouette fade from view atop the academic building, felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, you are well aware of what transpires in the marketplace. Although you wish to keep me from investigating, that is simply unfeasible. Chapter 41. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Kudo Shinichi did not need to request leave from the soccer club. He had already signaled his intentions after conducting some investigations. He promptly exited the school, accompanying Amamiya and Noriko. As they stepped outside, a sleek black luxury car approached from a distance, reminiscent of the Bentley Mulsanne driven by Chihidaraho. Shinichi instinctively assumed it was there to pick up Noriko, causing him to pause briefly. After all, who could chase after such a vehicle? He was not Conan with a skateboard. However, seeing that Noriko showed no inclination to stop, he deduced it was merely a similar car. Just then, the vehicle came to a sudden halt, and a young man inside hastily opened the door, glancing back at Noriko. My goodness, he thought, for he had never beheld such an immaculate and ethereal beauty. Her visage was akin to that of an angel, captivating his heart with a mere fleeting glance. Chase her. Understood, young master. The driver, upon hearing this command, skillfully engaged the handbrake and executed a dramatic drift, akin to an F1 car poised for a rapid launch, the engine roaring to life. As Shinichi followed suit, he noticed a hapless individual left behind, now sprawled in the roadside bushes, a fool ensnared by Noriko's enchanting appearance. There was no saving him. He was destined to fend for himself. Shinichi resumed his pursuit of Noriko, only to discover that she had made her way to the gym. Was requesting leave from the club merely an excuse to engage in exercise? Kudo Shinichi would never believe such absurdity. However, contemplating the extraordinary physical prowess of Amamiya Noriko, perhaps she has been diligently training in secrecy, lifting weights in solitude. It is indeed a possibility. After a moment's reflection, Kudo Shinichi decided to follow her inside. Although the location was prone to discovery, the sight of Amamiya Noriko in her training regimen sparked his curiosity. Moreover, he could experience it firsthand. If it proved enjoyable, he might consider obtaining a membership to enhance his own physical fitness, for a detective's strength is as vital as his intellect. Upon entering, he was attentively guided by the gym staff through a variety of exercise equipment, accompanied by thorough explanations. The sensation of perspiration was invigorating. Once he concluded his trial and felt inclined to acquire a membership, he approached the front desk to store his belongings, only to discover that his backpack had been tampered with. What could have happened? Your little girlfriend requested to borrow your notebook to jot down your workout notes. How thoughtful, the muscular staff member remarked with a wink, casting an envious glance at Kudo Shinichi. He quickly realized that the notebook taken was indeed the one where he meticulously organized his clues. Infuriatingly, he grasped that Amamiya Noriko had outsmarted him. She had realized he was following her. Kudo Shinichi pondered. Perhaps she had intended all along to bring him here, compelling him to store his possessions. Amamiya Noriko's primary objective had been to acquire his notebook of clues. What does she intend to do with the clues? Surely, she cannot be seeking the truth. The muscular staff member interjected. Hey, buddy, still planning to get a membership? Muscles are more appealing to girlfriends, you know. Kudo Shinichi, with a furrowed brow, promptly declined. As he exited the gym, he pondered calmly about what Amamiya Kyoko might do with his clues. The red light district. Is she really that foolish? Kudo Shinichi scratched his head, aware of Amamiya Kyoko's capricious nature. Typically, High school girls venturing into such places would risk being summoned to the staff room for a reprimand, not to mention the potential for malicious gossip from others. Amamiya Kyoko must be cognizant of this.
Oh, what a predicament.
Moreover, he knew that once Amamiya Kyoko set her mind to something, she would act without hesitation, and it was already nearing dusk. Kudo Shinichi hurried along. It seemed he had spent a considerable amount of time engrossed in his workout, for by the time he arrived, night had fallen. The atmosphere of the red light district was thus charged with an alluring intensity. Numerous free introduction agencies were eager to present various entertainment venues to those who appeared to be tourists or newcomers, profiting from the commissions. Just as Kudo Shinichi was about to enter, he noticed a young man exiting. At first glance, apart from the hairstyle, he bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. It would be all too easy to mistake one for the other. As he took note of this, preparing to brush past, he heard the young man's light, melodious laughter. "No need to go in, detective. Your clues have already been compromised." Kudo Shinichi, with a resolute heart, turned to cast a piercing gaze akin to that of an eagle upon him. "There's no need for such vigilance. Although we shall meet again in the future, this is our first encounter. I am Kaido Kuroba." As Kudo Shinichi observed him slightly bowing, he swiftly conjured a spherical object and hurled it to the ground. In an instant, a dense cloud of pink smoke erupted, enveloping the immediate vicinity and obscuring all vision. Coughing, as Kudo Shinichi dashed out of the mist, dispersing the vapor before him, he found that the figure had vanished. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this place was animated with excitement. Kudo Shinichi glanced back at the red light district, seemingly unnecessary to enter. However, Kaido Kuroba? What was his connection to Amamiya Noriko? In a nearby alley, Amamiya Noriko gently lifted her mask, removing her hairnet, allowing her soft locks to cascade down. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled with admiration as she carefully stored the mask, ensuring it could be reused after proper handling. As expected of me, perfection. While putting away the mask, she turned to see a sleek black Porsche 356 gliding past the alley's entrance. Amamiya Noriko instantly felt invigorated. "Kodo, do you also share an interest in this place?" Chapter 42. Please do not disturb Jin at work. Amamiya Noriko hastily removed the boy's clothing she was wearing, revealing a snug t-shirt and shorts underneath. She then donned a sports jacket, embodying the essence of a charming girl engaged in her running exercises. Upon exiting the alley, she caught sight of Kudo Shinichi, his back turned, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Shinichi should be grateful for her swift actions. Otherwise, he might have faced a surprise attack. She turned to glance at Jin, who was surveying the bustling red light district. Jin's Porsche could not navigate through the crowded streets. At this hour, the nearby open-air parking lot was nearly full, leaving only the underground parking of the adjacent building as a possible alternative. However, she had no intention of searching for it. Instead, she could orchestrate an encounter. In the underground parking lot, Jin emerged from the car, his expression stoic and his gaze sharp as it swept across the area, failing to detect anything suspicious. Vodka also exited the vehicle, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses as he scanned the surroundings. "Brother, is it really necessary to come back and take another look?" "Yes. I sense that hyenas are watching me," Jin replied, his demeanor icy as he strode towards the elevator of the underground parking lot. Vodka, perplexed, cast another glance around. There were merely one or two parked cars. Where were the dogs? As Jin, gloved hands poised to press the elevator button, observed that the elevator was moving from the third floor to the second and then to the first, with no signs of stopping, he narrowed his eyes. He reached for the handgun concealed within his coat, discreetly attaching the silencer to the muzzle. Observing this, Vodka quickly moved away from the elevator entrance, positioning himself to draw his weapon at a moment's notice. Cough, cough. The elevator doors slowly parted, revealing a cascade of light accompanied by a faint cough. Jin observed a stooped old woman, and after a moment of deep contemplation, he extended his hand from within his trench coat to press the elevator button. Once the old woman silently exited the elevator, he stepped inside. Vodka, exhaling in relief, followed suit. Jin cast a quick glance around the elevator before pressing the close button. As the doors gradually sealed, he watched the old woman walk away in the narrowing gap. "Brother." Vodka could not restrain himself, Is it truly necessary to be this cautious? Silence, Jin replied, his expression impassive, as he observed the elevator ascend from the first floor. Stepping out, he would not place blind faith in intuition. However, when danger loomed, instinct served as a reflection of accumulated experience. His emerald green eyes scanned the lobby of the building, momentarily narrowing as they fixed upon a girl at the counter. Even from behind, his memory was infallible. "Let us go," Jin stated succinctly. Vodka hastily followed. Suddenly, Jin halted, startled by an exaggerated and childish voice from behind. That soft, fluffy tone was unmistakably familiar. The trench coat was tugged, and Jin turned his head downwards, his cold, unyielding gaze sweeping over the face of Rainy Palace-esque Kiko. Indeed, it was her distinct visage. The youth of today resorted to such irritatingly exaggerated tones. "Uncle Jin?" Ignoring her, Jin lifted his leg and continued onward. "Uncle Superstar." She whispered, "Where are you going?" "It's not right to go over there. Mom said we shouldn't come to places like this. Are you planning to do something inappropriate?" Vodka felt a twinge of embarrassment as he followed closely behind, noticing the cold glint in Jin's eyes. He cautiously reached towards his trench coat, hastily offering a warning. The people in this area were not to be trifled with. As Aimi Kiko wandered around, casually engaging in conversation, she observed Jin's demeanor as if he were about to draw a weapon. Although she understood that discharging a firearm in such an environment was improbable, she instinctively shifted to the side, ever alert for cover. One could never underestimate Jin's marksmanship. However, what transpired next took her by surprise. Jin and Vodka boldly approached the patrolling police officer on a bicycle. Were they truly daring enough to confront the police? Aimi Kiko quickly contemplated her options, only to witness Jin pointing at her and indicating to the officer. Initially, the patrolling officer regarded the two men in black with suspicion, as they certainly did not appear to be upstanding citizens. Yet, when they informed him that the young girl was lost and wished to enter the premises, his perception of them softened considerably. Although their appearances were somewhat intimidating, he recognized their underlying kindness. He silently admonished himself for his initial judgment and approached the sweet, lost girl, speaking gently. "Little one, are you lost? Do you know which area your home is in? The police officer can help you get back." Amaya Noriko tiptoed to observe as the two men departed, while the police officer continued to obstruct her path. The state of the world has deteriorated, and morality has declined. What a wretched era we inhabit. It is utterly absurd that Jin would seek assistance from the police. "Excuse me, officer. I am not lost. I know the way home." "It's quite all right, even if you forget. I will certainly help you find your way," the patrolling officer reassured, believing that such an innocent and charming little girl could not possibly comprehend the chaos surrounding her. Her insistence on knowing her way home was merely a reluctance to admit her disorientation. His sense of justice compelled him to safeguard the child's feelings. What nonsense is this officer spouting? How can he not grasp that I have already stated I know where I live? Amaya Noriko regarded his rambling with indifference, feeling an urgency to pursue Jin. She was well aware of Jin's intentions. Undoubtedly, he was heading to the trader's workplace to eliminate any remaining traces. "Jin, don't go. That matter has already been resolved by me." Meanwhile, leaving aside Jin's futile endeavor, Amaya Noriko was safely escorted home by the officer. Just as she reached her doorstep, Kudo Shinichi could not restrain himself and remarked, "So you have finally succumbed to crime?" The officer playfully tapped his head. How could such an adorable little girl ever commit a crime? She was merely lost. Amaya Noriko's expression darkened. "You might as well accuse me of committing a crime." Kudo Shinichi gazed at Amamiya Noriko, surprised to discover this side of her. After the police had issued their admonitions, he turned to her and inquired, "Where is my notebook?" Amamiya Noriko, with a hint of distress, replied, "It was taken by someone else." Upon hearing this, Kudo Shinichi asked, "Was it someone who bears a slight resemblance to me? Perhaps you changed your hairstyle to rob me?" He shot her a sidelong glance. The identity of that individual remained a matter for further investigation. However, she had indeed committed a crime, theft. "What are you saying? Am I a criminal? I merely inspire thoughts of crime. I only steal hearts." Amamiya Noriko pointed out his error with earnestness. "Be mindful and humble. Not everyone is easily swayed by your appearance. Who could be immune? She asked, blinking her eyes and widening her gaze, allowing Kudo Shinichi to perceive her amber pupils, which sparkled like agate, clear and translucent like crystal. It was as if he could glimpse her pure heart, akin to a clear spring in the desert, reflecting the unblemished sky. Sometimes, eyes indeed speak volumes. With a confident smile, Kudo Shinichi retorted, I am immune. I could never be deceived by your looks. Such a straightforward man, Amamiya Noriko remarked, giving a thumbs up. Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes, dismissing her comment as nonsensical. Setting that aside, did you take my notebook and go that way? Amamiya Noriko obediently shook her head. How did you know which way I meant without my saying? She teased, still smacking her lips. Is that truly a place you should venture? What if you were to be sold off? Would you have them count the money for me? Akiko Amamiya offered an apology, expressing her regrets. I am aware that Shinichi is concerned for my well-being. However, when conversing with him, my mouth seems to possess a will of its own. Shinichi Kudo wore a frown, feeling that if Amamiya treated others in such a manner it might be acceptable. But this phenomenon appeared to be exclusive to him. An affliction indeed. It must change. Ahaha. Observing Akiko Amamiya's laughter, it was evident that she was unrepentant. Amamiya, trusting in Shinichi, allowed her true nature to surface, for maintaining a facade before him daily was exhausting. His detective prowess was at its peak. Even the slightest inconsistency could unravel the entire narrative. Throughout 1,000 episodes, how many culprits have fallen victim to such scrutiny? Thus, Shinichi Kudo was privileged to witness the genuine Akiko Amamiya. Had he anticipated this revelation, he might have feigned ignorance regarding her pretense. In that case, Amamiya would not have placed him in an isolated pond, a pond as vast as the ocean, brimming with the hidden facets of her being. An abyssal darkness. To address the matter at hand, you are aware of the truth behind the escalator case. Are you not? Furthermore, you have taken my notebook containing the recorded clues. What exactly are you attempting to do? Akiko Amamiya stifled a yawn, her weary gaze fixed upon Shinichi Kudo, rubbing the corners of her eyes, which glistened with drowsy tears, eagerly looking at him. Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss for words. All right, you win. Amamiya Noriko smiled victoriously and then inquired, shall I escort you home? Can be quite dangerous for a boy to walk alone at night. Without hesitation, Kudo Shinichi turned and walked away. Amamiya Noriko was correct in her assumption. Kudo Shinichi had come to her house precisely because he was unaware of her whereabouts. The primary reason for his unease stemmed from the boy in the red light district, which left him feeling inexplicably unsettled. His concern for Amamiya Noriko was palpable, as he feared losing her might leave Ran in a state of profound sorrow. Fortunately, although he felt lost, it was merely a case of being misdirected. The thought of Amamiya Noriko also getting lost almost made him laugh out loud just moments ago. As for the current case, Kudo Shinichi contemplated as he walked, deciding to temporarily set it aside. He had roughly delineated 3 directions: Amamiya Noriko, the boy who claimed to be Kaito Kuroba, and the true perpetrator behind the escalator incident. However, the situation appeared to be more intricate than he had initially presumed, with Amamiya Noriko seemingly obstructing his attempts to engage. Despite her penchant for rejecting others' confessions, she treated her close friends, Ran and Sonoko, with kindness, as well as affording him special consideration. For Amamiya Noriko's sake, and due to the complexity of the matter, the renowned detective chose to suppress his inquiries for the time being. The following morning, Kudo Shinichi spotted Amamiya Noriko playing soccer on the field. It was a rare sight to see the school treasure allowed to participate in the game. He observed as she ran a few steps, becoming breathless, while other soccer club members tended to her, and she managed to kick the ball into the goal. The goalkeeper exerted tremendous effort, striving with all his might to evade the approaching soccer ball, ready to launch himself in a desperate dive that would ultimately assist Kuriko Amamiya in scoring an own goal. However, Kuriko Amamiya, feigning weakness, effortlessly propelled the ball directly into the net with a delicate kick. The members of the soccer club erupted in cheers, celebrating Amamiya's auspicious start. Both teams, particularly the goalkeeper, were taken aback. Shinichi Kudo could scarcely bear to watch. It was all too disheartening. These individuals were not athletes. They were mere actors. Amidst Amamiya's portrayal of fatigue, as if she intended to take a brief respite while urging the others to persevere, the two teams, who had been jubilantly cheering for her goal, suddenly clashed fiercely. Kiriko was anticipating my goal. After all, Kudo approached Amamiya, greeted her with a casual good morning, and suggested, "You've wreaked enough havoc in the soccer club. Have you ever considered joining a different club?" He felt that Amamiya was ill-suited for such a team-oriented sport, as she was rather detrimental to the group. Other clubs? Amamiya blinked innocently. Chapter 44. The Reservoir. Kudo Shinichi gazed at Amamiya Kyoko, who blinked playfully and then patted her own shoulder. Shinichi is right. Kudo Shinichi thought to himself, this person must have concocted some extraordinary scheme. He could hardly bear to witness Amamiya Kyoko's fervent endeavor to compel everyone to confess their feelings to her. Yet he could not help but acknowledge her unwavering commitment. He even speculated whether she had meticulously noted down whom she wished to elicit confessions from. However, this approach was certainly untenable. The soccer club was on the verge of transforming into her fan club. Amamiya Kyoko tilted her head. But they are improving as well. She gestured towards the soccer field. Kudo Shinichi turned his attention to the scene before him, which resembled the 18 Arhats showcasing their prowess in a dazzling display. To elaborate, it was akin to the spectacle of the 18 Arhats battling Stephen Chow on screen. Knowing that Amamiya Kyoko was observing from the sidelines, it became evident that whoever possessed the ball was the center of attention. Each player exhibited their unique skills in intercepting, positioning, blocking, pressuring, tackling, challenging for headers, and clearing the ball while the ownership of the ball perpetually shifted. Kudo Shinichi glanced at Amamiya Kyoko and remarked, "Your contribution is indeed significant." Amamiya Kyoko humbly responded, "Just a little. I merely provided some minor guidance." Yet, her expression conveyed a sense of grievance. "But no one has confessed to me." Kudo Shinichi mused silently, "So this is what it all comes down to." He pondered whether this was not reminiscent of elementary school. An ensemble of individuals mutually hindering one another, unable to break free. Thus, I assert that they are as immature as children, boldly confessing their affections. Am I not correct, Shinichi? Shinichi Kudo. He comprehended that Amamiya Noriko was subtly suggesting he play the role of a confidant to encourage them, as she herself was evidently incapable of such a feat. The detective expressed his refusal to partake in this endeavor and reminded her that familiarity among everyone made it challenging for anyone to take the initiative in confessing. Amamiya Noriko pouted, indicating that she was hinting for him to confess to Ran, well aware that Kudo Shinichi had always dismissed the notion of being her wingman. However, the idea of changing clubs was worth considering. Kudo Shinichi indeed had a point. After the morning practice of the club, Amamiya Noriko spent the entire morning contemplating, seemingly realizing that merely fishing in a pond was insufficient. The reservoir, however, housed fish that were plump, delectable, and considerably larger, far surpassing those in a mere pond. Observing Amamiya Noriko's expression, Kudo Shinichi felt apprehensive about conversing with her. The last time he witnessed such a reaction from her was in kindergarten, during an incident where a group of children from the Cherry Blossom class, who harbored feelings for her, collectively confessed their affections. Curiously, Amamiya Noriko appeared somewhat dissatisfied, having turned down their advances, only to coax them into reconfessing with renewed sentiments. This was because some of the children, having been rejected, did not level up their affection, necessitating a second attempt. At that time, Amamiya Noriko was effectively reaping the rewards. She felt a tinge of regret, realizing that such opportunities had vanished after elementary school. Kudo Shinichi vividly remembered how Amamiya Noriko had been back in kindergarten. Except in front of the teacher, what is displayed is no longer the innocent charm of youth, but rather the demeanor of a kindergarten leader, likely feeling that the challenges of preschool are beneath her. He recalls the sensation of being dominated by Noriko Amamiya, losing in an arm wrestling match in an instant. A few days later, Shinichi Kudo discovers that Noriko Amamiya has become a member of the student council, specifically in the arts department, where she is responsible for assisting with school events, ceremonies, and coordinating clubs. He contemplates that, regardless of Amamiya's influence, it is preferable that she disrupts all clubs rather than solely tormenting the football club. Otherwise, the hope of the Titan High School football community may be extinguished by her. It is not entirely obliterated, but clearly, the direction of development is misguided. When Amamiya observes from the sidelines, each player resembles Ronaldo. When she is absent, they are mere amateurs. In any case, Amamiya begins to earnestly introduce herself to various clubs, leveraging her position within the student council to establish her identity as a junior. This is vital as any significant school events, celebrations, or cultural festivals will require representative teams from each club to perform. Amamiya's role is to coordinate, allowing her to facilitate communication between the student council and the various clubs. The scope of influence expands dramatically. Chapter 45. A visit to the Amamiya family. Since Amamiya Yoshiko commenced her responsibilities in coordinating the activities of the student committee, Kudo Shinichi has found it increasingly rare to encounter her during football club meetings. This is indeed a cause for celebration. However, the members of the football club seem to lack enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the presence of Amamiya Yoshiko. In recent days, she has only visited once, merely to assess the state of the football club nearly a month into the new school term, in collaboration with the sports department. Her presence allowed the head of the Student Council's sports division to witness the football club in its full glory, leaving him utterly astonished and compelled to acknowledge that our school's football team possesses the prowess to compete among the nation's elite in sporting events. After having played a few matches with the rather lackluster football club, Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss for words. It was only Amamiya Yoshiko's invigorating spirit that breathed life into them. The football and tennis clubs, among others, fall under the jurisdiction of the Student Council's sports department, alongside various other divisions such as the arts club, outreach department, publicity department, and lifestyle department. She adeptly unites all the clubs, leaving no one behind, as if casting a wide net into a vast reservoir. On this particular afternoon, after inspecting the tea ceremony club, which was essentially a delightful excuse to enjoy tea and engage in conversation with the senior members, Amamiya Yoshiko found the tea ceremony club to be splendid, composed predominantly of gentle and cultured seniors. She diligently noted down the club's strengths and characteristics in preparation for future school events, a task that falls within her responsibilities. Once that was accomplished, Amamiya Yoshiko exited the school grounds, ready to return home and prepare for the weekend visit from Ran, Sonoko, and Shinichi. Just as she stepped outside the school gates, a magnificent bouquet of roses was presented to her. Rainy Palace Kiko stared in astonishment at the vibrant crimson rose, pondering the unexpected gesture. Behind the rose emerged a face that was somewhat difficult to describe. It was not unattractive, yet bore the marks of recent abrasions that had yet to heal. With sincere and profound emotion, he declared, "Miss Amamiya, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I fell in love. Will you be my fiancée?" Kiko did not accept the rose, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His attire was respectable, seemingly of high quality, although she was not particularly acquainted with the luxurious brands of Conan's world. Nevertheless, she could surmise that he was likely a wealthy heir. As she gazed at the injuries on his face, she mused that while such a direct confession was commendable, perhaps he ought to wait until his wounds had healed. Moreover, she had never seen this face before. Was he truly a catch from her own fishing? The sudden approach of a stranger with a declaration of love was indeed perplexing. If Kudo Shinichi were present, he would surely recognize this affluent youth, having recently encountered him in the bushes, a memory etched vividly in his mind. However, unknowing of the events from days prior that had transpired due to her own striking appearance, Kiko blinked and asked, "Who are you?" Clearing his throat, the young heir prepared to introduce himself properly, reflecting that his sudden confession might have been rather presumptuous, even though Kiko seemed to appreciate it. However, Kiko suddenly opened her mouth, as if recalling something. I'm very sorry, but I must decline. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. I wish you a swift recovery from your injuries." The affluent heir, clutching a bouquet of roses, stood motionless, watching the graceful silhouette of Amamiya Kyoko vanish into the distance, akin to a statue. His chauffeur emerged from the vehicle and gently patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Young master, there will be another opportunity. All because of you, I now bear a wound on my face." Everyone noticed. Kyoko, having dashed around the corner, soon strolled leisurely onward. Although the matter was trivial, The expression on that fellow's face suggested he was poised to deliver a lengthy discourse, rendering it unnecessary to listen further. After all, he had already confessed, and being rejected simply meant he had lost some attribute points. It wasn't as if he was the type to cast a long line for a catch. In a mundane manner, she had merely gained a few attribute points. Once again, Kyoko found herself the subject of a confession. Upon hearing this, Amamiya Kyoko turned, spotting YKO, who had mysteriously caught up from behind. Suzuki YKO teased. Wasn't that fellow just now rather earnest? He bore a face full of wounds yet still dared to confess. It's my first time witnessing such a spectacle. Who knows, he might be a wealthy heir, pretending to be sincere. Kyoko wore a worried expression, well aware that the young man's feelings were genuine, for she had indeed received attribute points. YKO nodded solemnly. You must be cautious of playboys, Kyoko. She then expressed her anticipation for the weekend visit to Kyoko's home, mentioning that Rant's father would also be present. Kyoko's eyebrows arched in surprise. Mori Kagoro will be there? The assembly of individuals felt as though it could ignite a case. With Kudo Shinichi, Ran, YKO, YKO's father and uncle, and Mori Kagoro present, it seemed a gathering ripe for a theatrical episode. Moreover, with the presence of the garden's father, Shur Suzuki, and his brother, Jur Suzuki, one can't help but feel that the elusive kid the Phantom Thief might make an appearance. However, the likelihood of that happening is rather slim, as Kaido Kuroba is nowhere to be found, and Kaido Kid has yet to pass on his mantle. Kinuko Amamiya, on the other hand, is fully prepared. If a case akin to a Detective Conan movie were to unfold in her home, it would likely result in chaos. After 2 days, the long-awaited weekend finally arrived. The Suzuki family, being close acquaintances, arrived quite early. The visit primarily involved Shur Suzuki and Tomoko Suzuki, the parents of the garden, along with their uncle Jur Suzuki. Riku Amamiya and Emi Amamiya, along with Kinuko, greeted them warmly at the entrance of their residence. Given that the Amamiya household is a traditional Japanese mansion, the Suzuki family opted for the occasion by donning kimono instead of Western suits. Naturally, the Amamiya couple and Kinuko followed suit. Kinuko wore a blue, sakura-patterned furosode, a style typically reserved for semi-formal events such as parties, as she preferred a more relaxed attire. The sleeves of her furosode, reminiscent of a graduation style, were shorter, imparting a youthful and charming appearance. YKO, too, adorned herself in a similar fashion, though her furosode was a wheat-colored hue adorned with irises, symbolizing victory and warding off evil. After exchanging pleasantries with each other's parents, the two girls shared a knowing glance and a wink. Kinuko remarked, as expected of you, YKO. The garden conveyed that the sight of Kyoko in a kimono was utterly adorable, enough to make one's heart race. This sentiment was shared by Shinichi Kudo, who arrived in a car with Kagoro Mori. Upon seeing Amamiya Kyoko, his heart skipped a beat, affirming that perhaps he ought not to have come. Observing Kyoko's gentle and considerate demeanor as she accompanied her seniors, he felt his heart pounding fiercely, a sense of foreboding looming over him. However, the self-proclaimed disciple of Holmes managed to steady himself, focusing his attention on the individuals present and meticulously analyzing each person's circumstances, diligently cultivating the habits of a detective. Kagoro Mori, too, experienced a similar sensation. Typically uncomfortable in Kyoko's presence, he felt even more out of place now, particularly burdened by a sense of restraint in his formal attire. Wealthy individuals indeed. What were they murmuring about? Ran shot her father a disapproving glance before joining Kyoko and Sonoko, softly lamenting their exclusion from the dressing up. Rudu Amamiya had summoned the two influential figures of the Suzuki conglomerate and specifically invited Kagoro Mori, indicating that their meeting was far from a mere social call. The elders had matters to discuss, prompting the younger ones, including Kyoko, to excuse themselves and play elsewhere. Shinichi Kudo had no desire to depart. Compared to playing with Ran and the others, he found it far more prudent to listen in on significant discussions. With Kagoro Mori present, it was undoubtedly related to detective work. As a disciple of Holmes, the future high school detective, and a potential savior of the Japanese police, how could he possibly miss such an opportunity? However, she was dismissed by Kagoro Mori, merely a child who had just graduated from elementary school. What business did he have with detective games? This amused Noriko Amamiya, and subsequently, Conan was also directly taken away by Kagoro Mori. Out of concern for appearances, she could only stifle a quiet laugh, yet it only deepened Shinichi Kudo's frustration. Noriko Amamiya chuckled softly for a moment before resuming her role as the gracious host, guiding them through her home. Yoko had often come to play with her in the past and was well acquainted with her residence, but Ran and Shinichi had rarely visited. Noriko led them on a tour around her house, which was not merely spacious but also exquisitely decorated. Ran could not help but express her admiration, enchanted by the picturesque setting of bridges and flowing water, rockeries and bamboo groves, all contributing to an environment of unparalleled elegance. Noriko nodded modestly, remarking that it was decent enough, but Yoko's home was significantly larger. After all, she had lived in this place for 10 years, becoming quite familiar with it. Occasionally, she craved a touch of novelty, akin to those who perceived her as cute and delicate, only to be surprised when they witnessed her playing soccer or tennis, irresistibly drawn in. Suzuki Yoko tilted her head, puzzled at the sudden shift to discussing her home. Although her house was indeed considerably larger, a European-style manner where one could drive inside, Yoko was not one to flaunt her wealth. She waved her hand dismissively. Size doesn't matter. There are no handsome guys. Ran looked at Yoko with a sigh of resignation. Amaya Noriko contemplated the situation, tallying the outcomes of 1,000 episodes. In the end, aside from Kayagaku Makoto, how many characters associated with Sonoko could truly hope for a favorable conclusion? Most either became embroiled in cases, appearing for merely 2 episodes, or were themselves the culprits. This down-to-earth, loyal heiress found herself in such a predicament. Sonoko was indeed an intriguing character. Merely visiting at home lacked excitement, and Noriko had been maintaining an obedient demeanor, which proved unsatisfactory. The primary issue was the absence of others. Performing solely for Kudo Shinichi felt like a squandered effort. Thus, Noriko proposed they venture out for some leisure. She was not anxious regarding the adult meeting. She could simply inquire with her father, Amami Rukuto, later. Rukuto held a fair degree of confidence in his daughter's intellect, believing her capable of inheriting the family business without issue. Sonoko was quite enthusiastic about the outing, yet she was currently clad in a kimono. Noriko assisted her in changing attire, as Suzuki Sonoko and she shared a similar physique, making it entirely feasible. Sonoko transformed into a white t-shirt and black leggings, expressing surprise at Noriko's choice of clothing, which didn't quite align with her usual style. It seemed more adorable or suited for a skirt. Noriko, for her part, donned a blue sweatshirt paired with a black plaid pleated skirt and rounded black leather shoes, complemented by knee-high black socks. While her ensemble was unremarkable, Kudo Shinichi found the inscription on her sweatshirt rather peculiar. Fishing prohibited. The term prohibited remains unchanged, while the character below, resembling, has its 4 dots transformed into a single stroke, thus becoming. The character for fishing should be, which poses no issue. He can easily recognize it. Given the similarity between the 2 characters, he can readily deduce they are Chinese characters, and he is aware that Yukimi Amamiya possesses a commendable proficiency in the Chinese language. However, does this bear any significance? In Japanese, it would be pronounced as translating to prohibited from fishing, with the primary difference lying in the order of spoken sounds, though the meaning remains consistent. Yet why is it in simplified Chinese? Shinichi Kudo fell into deep contemplation. Upon noticing him, Yukimi Amamiya and the girls, Sonoko and Ran, lightly brushed their fingers over the characters on his clothing, realizing it indicated a prohibition against fishing. Subsequently, the 4 of them ventured out. This time, Chieri Rihu was absent, as she belonged to the category where attending the meeting was deemed necessary. Their destination was the Cupido shopping plaza. Previously, they had only visited the nearby mall for a meal, but for shopping and leisure, the Cupido shopping plaza was ample, featuring a Ferris wheel. A Ferris wheel with a story, albeit a rather tragic one. This weekend marks the commencement of the Golden Week holiday, during which Titan High School has designated a few days in the middle of the holiday as a break, resulting in an extended week-long holiday. Thus, although it was still morning, the streets were bustling with people, many of whom were also enjoying their time off. Yukimi Amamiya and her companions hailed a taxi to a nearby location and then strolled through the pedestrian street, which was abuzz with a significant flow of people. Initially, Noriko Amamiya planned to go fishing, but the crowd was overwhelming, It felt less like fishing and more like being packed into a school of sardines. Thus, she decided to take a day off and enjoy a leisurely shopping excursion with Ran and Sonoko. Shinichi Kudo, being a typical young man, had little interest in shopping. He believed that time would be better spent delving into the cases within the pages of Sherlock Holmes. However, Ran was in high spirits, and whenever she and Sonoko stumbled upon something intriguing, they would eagerly pull him over to share in the delight. Shinichi found none of it particularly captivating, often left standing aside until they discovered something novel that warranted his attention. While Shinichi was somewhat exasperated, Ran, who usually tugged at his sleeve, inadvertently grasped his hand this time, dissolving his irritation and leaving him in a state of conflicted anticipation, lingering nearby. He hoped that Ran might unintentionally take hold of his hand once more. Noriko and Sonoko, with keen eyes, exchanged knowing glances, observing the subtle dynamics between the two. When Ran inadvertently grabbed his hand, she was flustered and quickly let go. Her cheeks flushed, though fortunately, Shinichi did not witness her embarrassment. Sonoko whispered, "Noriko, do you think they might hold hands today?" Noriko tilted her head, contemplating the question and responding in alignment with Sonoko's sentiment. "Not unless we lend a helping hand." "Exactly," Sonoko affirmed, her confidence evident. "Is what we do best." Just as Shinichi Kudo refrains from becoming her aide, Noriko Amamiya likewise does not intend to play the role of a supporting character for Sonoko. The challenge of over 1,000 episodes cannot simply be surmounted like this. Thus, choosing not to involve herself, she cast her gaze aside, whereupon she beheld an individual clad in a costume, removing their headpiece. She tilted her head in curiosity. The pale golden hair, sun-kissed skin, and lavender-gray eyes, coupled with a confident and enchanting smile. Could it be that this is Tuko? She has certainly been busy working part-time as the Empress. Chapter 47. Everyone has arrived. Toru Amuro is exceedingly busy. Having recently graduated from the police academy, he has infiltrated a distillery as an undercover agent for the Japanese Public Security Police this year, operating under the codename Bourbon. His primary responsibility pertains to the collection of intelligence, a task that cannot be accomplished instantaneously, but rather requires a prolonged period of observation, particularly in gathering information about individuals. During the Golden Week, as his target ventures out for leisure, he must also ascertain their preferences and habits, all while ensuring that his true identity remains concealed. To this end, he has opted for a rather perfect disguise as a puppet, the sole drawback being the heat. Amidst the throngs of people, clad in this costume, he finds himself sweltering, drenched in perspiration in no time. As he observes his target entering a shop, he seizes the opportunity to remove his headpiece and catch his breath. Ryuga Akira looks up and mutters, "It is indeed quite hot." Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts, causing him to tense up and redirect his gaze toward its source. A charming young girl stands before him, her soft, mid-length black hair cascading down, and beneath her delicate bangs, her sparkling eyes regard him with curiosity. She extends a small packet of tissues towards him with her slender fingers. Ryuga Akira reflects that he might be overly anxious since he has just infiltrated the organization. What threat could such an adorable girl possibly pose? Accepting her kind offering of tissues, he flashes a charming, sunny smile and says, "Thank you, little sister. You're welcome. Can we take a photo together, please?" With her eyes gleaming like stars, Kanako Amamiya makes it difficult to refuse her request. Certainly, Zero Kurigane felt no need to decline. After all, there had been more than a few children who had approached him for a photograph in his adorable costume. Contemplating this, he prepared to don the headpiece, but then, Noriko Amami raised her hand and tugged at his mask. With a blink, she suggested, "How about a picture without the headpiece?" Zero stood momentarily stunned, realizing that the girl was not captivated by the charming costume he wore, but rather by him. "Little one, that won't do," he gently replied, ruffling Noriko's hair. He had to decline. As an undercover officer of the Japanese police infiltrating an organization, leaving behind a photograph under such circumstances would pose unnecessary risks. At that moment, his close friend, Akira Shibuki, had yet to fall, and thus Zero's demeanor remained bright and cheerful, at least on the surface. However, the reality was not vastly different. It was only after Akira's demise that Bourbon became a figure of profound depth and increasingly peculiar behavior. Noriko blinked her eyes, gazing at him with an expression of earnest anticipation. With a delicate finger raised, she sweetly implored, "Big brother, just one picture, please." Zero found himself unable to resist the allure of her pleading gaze, which tugged at his heartstrings. He felt that a refusal would likely bring her to tears. Refusal, he began to say, but even as the words formed, he could already see the glimmer of tears welling in Noriko's eyes, confirming his initial apprehension. "Very well, you've won. Please stop crying. We may take a photograph together, but it must remain confidential. No one else should see it or be informed. How does that sound?" Ryogami Zero winked at Amamiya Noriko, playfully curling his finger against his lips, while a gentle smile graced his face. Amamiya Noriko blinked, acknowledging that, indeed, Toko's smile was quite charming. Although his skin was a tad darker, it merely reflected a healthy wheat tone, distinctly different from Heiji Hattori's complexion. Click. Amamiya Noriko gazed at the photograph on her phone, satisfied with the capture of Toko's captivating gaze directed at her. This technique was learned from Yui Mizuhara. Ryogami Zero. Isn't this supposed to be a group photo? After reviewing the picture, Amamiya Noriko suddenly realized, we were meant to take a group photo. "Big brother, could you please crouch down a little?" Ryogami Zero, clad in a cumbersome costume resembling a doll, awkwardly crouched while clutching a headpiece. He cast a sidelong glance at the girl's phone, silently wishing she would delete the previous image. Amamiya Noriko tugged at his costume, urging, "Look at the camera." With no choice but to focus on the lens, Ryogami Zero forced a smile and flashed a peace sign. However, as soon as the photo was taken, his expression returned to one of mild exhaustion, feeling that the script should not unfold in such a manner. Even if a young girl approached him for a photograph, it ought to be with a doll, not directly with him. Kagoro Mori rose and donned his mask. It was merely a fleeting episode. It would be wiser to concentrate on the mission assigned by the organization before addressing any distractions. Peering through the mask's openings, he observed the interior of the establishment where the target had entered, only to find it empty. Akiko Amamiya, meanwhile, meticulously backed up the photographs, sending them to her home computer via email to ensure their safety. She then glanced up at the somewhat bewildered figure before her. "Is everything all right? Do you require assistance?" Kagoro shook his head, encouraging Akiko to join her elder instead. His target was an assassin, more precisely, an individual tentatively designated by the organization as a potential candidate. Should he pass the evaluation, he would acquire a codename which underscored the high level of danger involved. His task of gathering information on such a person served as a test of his own capabilities. As Akiko observed him blending into the crowd, the mask shifted slightly from side to side, clearly indicating he was in search of something. She was uncertain whether Toko had already infiltrated the organization, yet it was apparent that she was not idly engaged in menial work. Undoubtedly, she had a mission at hand. Either she was a member of the Japanese police or had undertaken a task after infiltrating the distillery. Akiko turned to glance at Ranmori and Shinichi Kudo, who were following the masked Kagoro in the same direction. However, after a brief pursuit, she was unexpectedly seized by the wrist, a tone of surprise and delight accompanying the familiar voice. "Akiko?" Turning her head, she found herself face to face with Akemi Mayano and Shuichi Akai. Her gaze then drifted back to the masked Kagoro. The situation was too amusing. Was there some magnetic connection between Toko and Shuichi Akai? Chapter 48. The Taste of Being Prey. Akemi. What a coincidence. Kiriko Amami glanced at the puppet nearby before turning to greet Akemi Mayano. "Are you out to have some fun as well? Alone?" Akemi grasped Kiriko's hand and inquired. "You must be cautious of any unsavory characters when you're on your own. Why not join us?" Kiriko exchanged a knowing glance with Shuichi Akai, who was disguised as Arasugawa Daisuke. He offered a faint smile, showing no objection. Kiriko mused to herself, "You dare to invite me, a mere 100-watt light bulb?" However, she had no desire to play the third wheel, especially since these two had recently developed a warm rapport. Moreover, the prospect of introducing Akemi to Ryoko Shimizu was uncertain, as they had known each other since childhood. An innocent camaraderie that had blossomed into something more. Oyama, the mastermind behind this narrative, seemed to have an affinity for childhood friends, orchestrating encounters for every character with even a hint of significance. Yet, it was clear that this particular connection was not of his making. There were no childhood ties here. Though one could argue that Shinichi Kudo could be considered her childhood companion, their bond had proven to be rather inconsequential, contributing nothing of value to her. After conversing with Akemi for a while, Kiriko grew concerned that Tuko might wander too far to catch up, prompting her to devise an excuse to leave and continue her pursuit. As Akemi watched Kiriko's petite figure disappear into the throng, she suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no! I completely forgot to tell Kiriko that Shiho will be arriving shortly. I've always wanted them to meet." Akai Shuichi's gaze shifted away from Amamiya Noriko as he nodded, indicating that there would be future opportunities. Mayano Akemi nodded in agreement, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Let me introduce you to Shiho." However, Amamiya Noriko, momentarily distracted, lost her chance to secure Ai-chan, yet managed to retrieve Tuko instead. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the oversized doll struggling to navigate through the crowd. But whom was Tuko truly searching for? Due to her height, Amamiya Noriko found herself tiptoeing, yet still unable to see over the throng. The 12-year-old girl was completely swallowed by the mass. Were it not for the doll's considerable size, she would have been utterly blind to its presence. She had to seek alternative means to gain a broader perspective. Amamiya Noriko strained to peer around her surroundings, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck her. After a while, she found herself swept across the street by the tide of people, entering a military-themed club. The decor was quite distinctive. Upon stepping through the entrance, one was met with a makeshift trench and camouflage vegetation, as if stepping into a jungle battlefield. Amamiya Noriko glanced at the camouflage outfits before turning her attention to the merchandise within the club, primarily an array of telescopes. Currently, aside from herself, there was only one other customer perusing hats alongside the shopkeeper. "Little lady, who are you looking for?" inquired the shopkeeper, who was polishing a telescope behind the counter. As he noticed the petite figure enter his store, Amamiya Noriko pointed to the telescope he was cleaning. "I am searching for a telescope." The proprietor, momentarily puzzled, then guided Yukiko Amamiya towards the telescope. "My dear, what do you intend to do with this?" he inquired. "To enjoy the scenery," she replied, testing the telescope before deftly selecting one and completing her purchase, leaving the owner somewhat taken aback by her youthful countenance. As she exited the shop, the proprietor shook his head and turned his attention to another peculiar customer. This individual bizarrely purchased an entire outfit, from shoes to hat, directly in the store, promptly changing into it after payment. "How strange," he mused. "Perhaps this is the essence of the holiday season." Yukiko Amamiya proceeded to the shopping center at Kyupo Commercial Plaza, which boasted numerous floors and offered a panoramic view of the bustling pedestrian streets leading to the plaza, a splendid vantage point. The Ferris wheel was also appealing. However, it was perpetually in motion, and a single rotation would mean her swift descent. Though it occasionally paused, such moments signified a potential calamity, and Yukiko, not yet possessing the skills to defuse such situations, opted to avoid it. Within the shopping center, she peered through the glass with her telescope, scanning the throngs on the pedestrian street. There, amidst the crowd, she quickly spotted the distinctive figure of Zero Kurigane, who appeared to be besieged by a group of enthusiastic children. How unfortunate! But where, pray tell, was her intended target? Yukiko clicked her tongue, searching for an unusual character ahead of Zero Kurigane when suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind her. Her keen sense of hearing detected the subtle movement, prompting her to slightly turn and glance at the approaching individual. The young girl thought to herself that the person he was searching for must be her. He was tall, clad in camouflage t-shirt and trousers, with rugged leather boots, and adorned with a grass-green camouflage sun hat. His skin was somewhat tanned, his physique robust, and his countenance austere. With eyebrows sharp as blades, he was another patron in the military shop at that time. In a flurry of thoughts, Rain Palace Yoshiko pondered that had he not been feigning interest in the hats, obscuring his face, she might have discerned something amiss. But what should she do now? Her expression was one of unease as her eyes scrutinized him. He appeared to be unarmed, seemingly empty-handed. Yet his camouflage attire fit him perfectly, resonating with an aura that suggested he had indeed battled in jungles and taken lives. He was of an entirely different caliber than the individuals who had previously abducted her. Yoshiko gazed at him with trepidation, her voice trembling as she asked, "Uncle, you wouldn't bully a little girl, would you?" He chuckled softly, "Well, if you behave, perhaps you won't." The man in camouflage glanced around, aware that they were still in a bustling mall, where he could not act openly. "Hand over your phone. I know you have one." Upon hearing this, Yoshiko realized the fellow must have discovered her phone earlier, likely when she had sought a photo with Zero Shido, and instead of approaching him directly, he targeted her. Faced with this imposing figure of a muscular man, utterly defenseless, Yoshiko surrendered her phone, curious about his intentions. Surely, a strong robber like him would find one kick sufficient, wouldn't he? However, as she reached into her pocket to retrieve her phone, a flurry of rapid taps echoed for less than a second, and the message was sent. The speed of her blind typing, though not on par with the handsome Matsuda Jinpei, was certainly swifter. Help! In the mall below, Akemi Miyano and Shuichi Akai had just encountered Shiho Miyano when Akemi felt her phone vibrate. Upon opening the email, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Help me, 5th floor." Observing her reaction, Shuichi Akai inquired, "What's wrong?" Akemi quickly showed him the message, revealing that Noriko was in distress on the 5th floor. The calm 13-year-old Shiho Miyano interjected, "You two go up. I will head to the monitoring room." Akai and Akemi exchanged a glance before darting toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Shinichi Kudo and Ran were forcibly separated by Sunoko's matchmaking attempts, and only after regaining their senses did they realize that Noriko Amami was missing, prompting them to search the vicinity urgently. In the mall, a man in camouflage confiscated Noriko's phone and instructed a staff member to hand it over, along with a note, to an individual outside. Using Noriko's binoculars, he observed the plaza below, where the puppet master, Toru Amuro, concealed himself in the shadows, a faint glimmer of light illuminating the corners of his mouth as he wore a sinister smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Let's see what it feels like to be prey. Chapter 49. It's too difficult to top the shopping mall, which comprises only 5 floors. The 6th level is the rooftop. Currently, Yukiko Amamiya finds herself locked in the stairwell compartment at the rooftop. Her compliance, paired with an outwardly harmless demeanor, led to her confinement, as the camouflaged man departed without a second thought, dismissing the delicate young girl. Before leaving, he seized her mobile phone, evidently intending to use it for some ulterior motive, presumably to lure Rei Furuya. Yukiko is astutely aware of her predicament. Within the cramped compartment, cluttered with odds and ends such as shelves and trolleys, light filters through a small window near the ceiling, too narrow for her to squeeze through and fixed in place, unable to open or close. Consequently, the compartment is stiflingly hot, with air circulation barely sustained through the cracks of the door. After a brief period of forced compliance, she can no longer endure the oppressive heat, her concern for her safety and that of Toko intensifying. Grasping the doorknob, she finds it locked from the outside. With a determined effort, her delicate, pale arms exert force downwards. With a resounding crack, the doorknob, unable to withstand her pressure, shatters. As Yukiko examines the remnants of the doorknob, which is scarcely thicker than 2 fingers, she muses on the impracticality of such a finely crafted yet fragile fixture. How is she to open the door now? Meanwhile, on the ground floor of the mall, Rei Furuya stands at the entrance, his expression icy, one hand clutching Yukiko's mobile phone while the other crumples a note. He contemplates the implications of her potential actions, should she venture to the rooftop. He still recognized Akiko Amamiya's phone, recalling its appearance as he glanced at the camera during the photo. Unbeknownst to him, he had caught the attention of the other party, who had subsequently taken the little girl away. Although he did not know the child, he was a member of the Japanese Public Security Police, and the target of the organization's mission was also him. Thus, there was no cause for concern. The camouflaged man changed from his conspicuous attire into casual wear, donning sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. Leaning against the glass railing on the 3rd floor, he caught a glimpse of Zero Kudo at the mall entrance, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, pray, it should provide me with some amusement. After a fleeting glance, he turned away, aware that their gazes would inevitably converge. Indeed, this was true, but the prerequisite for such mutual recognition is keen perception, and Zero Kudo's awareness surpassed his own. As he turned, Kudo had already slightly raised his head, locking onto him from his half-turned profile. Narrowing his eyes, Kudo thought, "I found you." Meanwhile, Shuichi Akai, riding the escalator from the 4th to the 5th floor with Akemi Mayano, looked down at the man who had turned away from the 3rd floor railing. There was no other target that seemed more suspicious. The muscular arm resting on the railing, a testament to years of rigorous training. Not for fitness, but for combat, revealing the hardened lines of his physique. His dark skin clearly indicated prolonged exposure to the sun. Unfortunately, Akai's vantage point did not allow him to see the target of the man's scrutiny. Turning his head slightly towards Akemi Mayano, Akai instructed, "You go ahead to find Akiko. I will deal with him." Mayano Akemi observed his nonchalant demeanor and nodded, advising him to exercise caution. "There's nothing to worry about." After the elevator reached the 5th floor, Akai Shuichi proceeded towards the stairs, while Mayano Akemi hurriedly searched for Amami Kikuko on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi entered the shopping mall, glancing upwards, and the trio inquired until they located the store where Amami Kikuko had purchased a pair of binoculars. Upon learning of this, Kudo Shinichi essentially narrowed down the search to the upper levels of the mall. It was evident that Amami Kikuko held no interest in using the binoculars to observe anything on the constantly moving Ferris wheel. Yazawa and Ran were quite anxious about Amami Kikuko's absence, yet Kudo Shinichi forbade them from straying too far from his side. So far, it appeared that Amami Kikuko had left of her own volition, showing no signs of danger. However, why had she not informed them? Based on past experiences, it was clear that Amami Kikuko had likely discovered something. The rationale behind her silence typically indicated a degree of peril, akin to obstructing his pursuit of the truth behind the case. The underlying reason was undoubtedly hazardous. Yazawa directly inquired, "Where shall we search for Kikuko?" Kudo Shinichi pondered for a moment the rooftop, somewhere between the 4th and 5th floors. The man in camouflage squinted slightly as he observed a long-haired individual in a black knit cap ascending the stairs. From above, Akai Shuichi gazed down at him, his voice calm and chillingly distinct. "Where is she?" "Ha, I'm not looking for you," the man retorted, "but I am indeed searching for you." Akai Shuichi replied evenly, leaping down the stairs and executing a swift kick towards his opponent. The camouflaged man reacted with remarkable speed, his hands instinctively blocking as he was struck, his body twisting awkwardly before he regained his stance. With a swift motion, he seized his opponent's foot and attempted to throw him off balance. But Akai Shuichi deftly twisted in mid-air to evade the maneuver, landing with a flurry of punches and kicks directed at his adversary. The camouflaged man managed to block several attacks, yet the impact left his chest heavy and discomforting, while his opponent's cold gaze and relentless strikes offered no openings for reprieve. In a desperate bid to counterattack, he unleashed his Southeast Asian martial arts techniques, executing elbow and knee strikes, his most proficient forms of offense. However, his efforts proved futile. Akai Shuichi's Jeet Kune Do was extraordinarily refined. Each time the camouflaged man attempted an elbow strike, Akai would swiftly intercept with a punch to his arm, nearly leading him to believe his bones might fracture under the impact. His knee strikes fared no better, as Akai's heel descended upon his thigh with a sharp, electric force, obliterating any chance of success. Were it a strike to the shin, the force of Akai's kick could likely shatter the bone outright. The combat prowess of Saira Masaru, trained under his elder brother Akai Shuichi, could be likened to a rampaging ran. Yet, Akai's mastery of Jeet Kune Do surpassed hers by a factor of more than 3. Realizing he was outmatched, the camouflaged man feigned an attack before retreating down the stairs. Akai Shuichi, with an air of cold composure, elegantly leaped over the stair railing in pursuit. The camouflaged man turned, threateningly declaring, "If you follow me, she will surely perish." Akai halted, indifferent to the man but acutely aware that the little girl who occasionally wandered to the hospital before him was anything but inconsequential. The camouflaged man descended 2 levels, and there stood Rei Furuya before him, his expression one of icy indifference. Chapter 50. The 3 white horse princes. The man in camouflage wore an expression as though he had seen a ghost. How could they all find him? Had they activated a radar? Jiang Guoling was also taken aback. He had not anticipated this encounter. Yet was it not fortuitous? He clenched his fist, his gaze brimming with menace. Do you have any last words you wish to leave behind? The man in camouflage coldly replied, I have no intention of leaving any last words. His chest, arms, and thighs still bore the remnants of the pain inflicted by the previous man. Consequently, in the face of this adversary who had set his sights on him, he slowly lowered his body and retrieved a short dagger from his boot, brandishing it defensively. Jiang Guoling observed him. Such a dagger held considerable utility in the jungle, a prudent choice for a Southeast Asian mercenary. However, he had previously donned a costume, making it convenient to carry a firearm. Jiang Guoling produced his handgun, aiming it at his opponent. The man in camouflage, his expression devoid of emotion, released his grip on the dagger, allowing it to clatter to the ground, and raised both hands in surrender. Faced with the ominous black muzzle of the HK-P7M8, 9mm, he understood the necessity of this reaction. Jiang Guoling lifted his chin slightly, demanding, Where is she? The man in camouflage, keeping his hands aloft, fixed his gaze on the gun's barrel. You actually brought a gun with you. That is quite excessive. Jiang Guoling's dwindling patience began to fray. If I were to pierce your body while you indulge in your prattle, would that be even more excessive? This is the largest shopping mall in the vicinity. Do you have any idea how many people pass through in a day? The man in camouflage gradually lowered his hands, spreading his arms wide, adopting a tone imbued with audacity. Compared to me, a retired mercenary, should you not be more concerned about being discovered by the police? The Japanese public security police, regardless of their ineffectiveness, would never allow a perpetrator responsible for gun violence in such a location to escape, would they? Is that so? Akira Kuroda raised the muzzle of his firearm. Can one not even take a moment to ascertain the situation when confronted with the barrel of a gun? The camouflaged man arched an eyebrow, his gaze fixating on the firearm before drifting away. This is utterly absurd. The presence of threading on the barrel indicates that a silencer can be affixed, but who in their right mind would modify an HK-P7M9 to accommodate such an attachment? It is sheer madness. Akira Kuroda leisurely produced a long, black silencer from his pocket and affixed it to the muzzle, as if to demonstrate it for him. As for the legality of using firearms, it is hardly a concern for Kuroda. Not only is he a member of the Japanese Public Security Police, but he is also Bourbon of the Black Organization. Thus he possesses both the rationale and the legal standing to wield a weapon. The camouflaged man, gazing at the now silenced handgun, conceded defeat. She was confined within the underground parking garage. Kuroda's threatening gaze, accompanied by the firearm directed at him, indicated he should proceed ahead. It is best to be genuine. Moments later, Shinichi Kudo and Ranmori ascended to the 5th floor. His eyes fell upon a man and woman who appeared to be searching for someone. Intuition told him that something was amiss, yet they had already squandered considerable time. The elevator was overly busy, and the escalator was painfully slow. On the 5th floor's rooftop, access to the 6th floor was restricted to the stairwell. Kudo Shinichi observed the eerily silent stairway above and raised his hand, signaling Ran and Sonoko to halt. The door separating the shopping mall from the emergency stairwell was exceptionally heavy and soundproof, designed to withstand fire. Upon entering the stairwell, the stark contrast in noise levels between the mall and the stairway rendered the atmosphere unsettlingly quiet. Sonoko cautiously grasped Ran's arm, the two of them leaning against each other, yet their gazes remained fixed on the ascending stairs. You two wait outside. I'll take a quick look upstairs. If anything happens, just call the mall security, Kudo Shinichi instructed, leaving them on the 5th floor as he ascended alone. Thus far, he had not uncovered any direct clues indicating that Amamiya Yoshiko was in danger, yet an unsettling sensation lingered palpably in the air. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he prepared to push open the door to the rooftop but paused, glancing at a small utility closet adjacent to the stairwell. Just as he was about to examine it further, a robust man clad in casual attire and with dark skin rushed up. Upon spotting Shinichi, he halted momentarily. Not again. Kudo Shinichi exchanged a glance with him and spoke first. Who are you? Kid, none of your business, move along, the man in camouflage replied, visibly relieved to see a mere teenager. He roughly shoved Shinichi aside and reached for the utility closet's doorknob. However, as he twisted it, he found it oddly resistant, as if it were stuck, and despite his efforts, he could not budge it. As he contemplated twisting the two hands with force, a sudden soft reprimand emanated from within the door. Ha! In that instant, the door before him abruptly enlarged and, with a resounding thud, slammed against his face, leaving him momentarily disoriented and collapsing to the ground, unconscious beneath the weight of the door. Shinichi Kudo stood just inches away from the fallen door, which had nearly brushed past him. Once the door toppled, it revealed a poised Noriko Amamiya, her delicate, alabaster calves and perfectly rounded thighs showcased beneath her skirt, adorned with white lantern pants. Regaining his senses, Kudo waved away the dust stirred up by the fallen door. Why would I confine you inside? He mused, perplexed. I truly do not understand. Noriko blinked her large eyes, adding, moreover, this door is of such poor quality. Kudo remained skeptical of her words as he observed her emerge, one hand clutching a round-toed shoe while the other grasped a pair of black knee-high socks, her bare, pristine feet resting atop the door panel. Typically, a door resting upon a person would not maintain perfect balance, making it challenging to stand atop it. Yet, Noriko stood firmly, showing no intention of departing. Shinichi, it took you so long to find me. I've been subjected to his bullying, she complained. Kudo maintained a calm demeanor, retorting, do you truly appear to be bullied? And could you refrain from stepping on the side of my face? Wouldn't that crush my nose through the door panel? Furthermore, given that the door had fallen outward, he caught sight of the broken doorknob within. This person had undoubtedly snapped the doorknob and then forcefully kicked the door open. He observed that the storage room was rather cluttered, and for anyone willing to exert a little thought, utilizing those items as tools to open a door would be a simple task. Was it truly necessary to kick it open? Kudo Shinichi had often remarked, disdainfully, on the brutishness of Amamiya Noriko. Amamiya Noriko, taken aback yet enlightened, questioned if this was the method employed by the weak. Kudo Shinichi, his expression darkening, waved his hand dismissively. Since you're fine now, you may as well leave. Do you wish to explain your strength to the mall security? They possess no such power. Did you not utilize those tools to unlock the door? He lamented, this is the approach of the weak. I am quite feeble. Please do not leave. Lend me a hand. Amamiya Noriko placed a hand on Kudo Shinichi's shoulder, bending down to put on her socks and shoes one by one, then straightened her clothing, patted her skirt, and with a blink, transformed back into the charming Amamiya Noriko. Subsequently, as she sought assistance, the camouflaged man feigned death, while Akai Shuichi and Tuko were summoned. Two gallant princes awaited her. Ah, indeed. Amamiya Noriko, resting a finger on her chin, suddenly recalled, cheerfully declaring, Shinichi is also my Prince Charming. Kudo Shinichi, initially skeptical of her words, instinctively glanced her way, meeting the sparkling clarity of Amamiya Noriko's eyes, causing him to blush, albeit reluctantly. Amamiya Noriko winked. Xiaolon. Kudo Shinichi's expression shifted in an instant, adopting a demeanor of a calm detective engaging in rational deduction. Amamiya Noriko laughed heartily. Ahaha. Chapter 51. Strategy. Kudo Shinichi gazed calmly at the laughter-stricken Amamiya Noriko, who was clutching her stomach. 9 years, it had been a full 9 years. Who could fathom the trials he had endured during this time? In an instant, a melancholic image surfaced in his mind, one marked by the falling snowflakes beside the telephone booth. It had not been an easy journey for him. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Kudo urged Noriko not to get carried away in this moment, for they needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, how could she justify her presence here? Had she taken some powerful pills? Noriko retained her faith that Kudo Shinichi could flawlessly disguise the crime scene, just as he always managed to piece together the truth from the fragmented clues scattered before him, albeit in reverse. Kudo ingeniously combined the tools at his disposal, such as the shelves and carts, to create a mechanism that would allow him to force the door open, a simple device based on the principle of leverage. After observing his handiwork, Noriko thought to herself, I could do that too. However, with her strength, she deemed it unnecessary. As she watched Kudo meticulously erase the clues she had left behind, she nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the strongest criminal was also the most formidable detective. At least half of that compliment could be considered self-praise, and Kudo merely offered her a knowing glance, urging her to appreciate the sentiment. The noise you make while breaking in is too loud. Stay on the rooftop for a while. If anyone asks, just say you're enjoying the view, Kudo instructed, waving his hand dismissively. He then descended to inform Ran and Sonoko that Noriko was safe. Who would suspect that Noriko, with her petite frame, could be the perpetrator of such a crime? Thus, the truth required diligent excavation. As Akiko Amamiya stepped onto the rooftop, she was greeted by the radiant sun of 8 or 9 in the morning. With a decisive motion, she closed the door behind her, aware that her fair complexion would suffer under its harsh rays. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Akiko turned towards the staircase, where the tall figure of Zero Kagami, with his light golden hair and sun-kissed skin, approached. Zero gazed at the young girl as she turned, her eyes shimmering like clear azure waves, her joyful smile as perfect as a crescent moon, illuminating the space with an angelic charm. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, big brother. Zero, momentarily taken aback, eventually returned her phone to her under the curious gaze of Akiko's enchanting eyes. With a cheerful expression, Akiko accepted her phone, relieved that it remained unscathed, for it contained precious photographs of her and her big brother. Observing her innocent smile, Zero felt a sense of duty in preserving such joy, lamenting that the villain had escaped. The camouflage-clad man had dashed down the staircase into the bustling mall, where the throngs of people hindered his aim, rendering him unable to fire his weapon. There he is, Akiko said, crouching down to tap on the peculiar door, which Zero had been watching intently. He noticed the odd dent in the center, indicative of an impact. As Akiko struggled to lift the door, Zero bent down to assist her, revealing the man trapped beneath. I'm so weak, she said. I'm Akiko Amamiya. What's your name, big brother? Amuro Toru. Toru Onayakin? Just call me by my surname. Akiyama Noriko obediently replied, Amuro Onai. Amuro Toru had unconsciously grown accustomed to Akiyama Noriko's familiarity. After all, she had approached him for a photograph right from the start, disregarding the original protagonist of the doll. He knelt down to examine the man's injuries, tilting his head to observe the somewhat disheveled state of the storage room. Akiyama Noriko watched intently as Toru diligently gathered information, wondering if the challenge was too great for him. Aren't you the least bit moved? Chapter 52. Toko remains unmoved. Amamiya Noriko sat idly on the staircase, propping her chin on her hand. Toko was inside, conducting a thorough examination, while Noriko expressed that she and another individual had been confined together, the latter being the one who managed to unlock the door. As for the person's appearance, they seemed slightly taller and a bit heavier than Noriko, possessing an unremarkable face, devoid of distinctive features. In shadow, their visage appeared notably dark, with strikingly white teeth and a bald head, resembling a stick figure. Kagami Rei allowed her to sit aside, indicating that her presence was inconsequential. After a considerable period of inspection, Kagami concluded the situation. It was evident that the two individuals trapped in the storage room had managed to gather various items and finally break open the door, resulting in the camouflage-clad man being knocked unconscious by the very door upon its abrupt opening. This was the gist of the matter. However, Kagami surmised that Noriko had likely been of little assistance during the ordeal, having been rescued solely by that individual, given her youth and limited strength. Yet, something piqued his curiosity. When he inquired about that person, Noriko appeared to have little reaction, instead maintaining her gaze upon him. Is there something on my face? Noriko mused, resting her finger on her chin, perhaps considering its resemblance to the color of the earth. In response, Kagami tilted his head and asked, Did you approach me initially due to my peculiar hair and skin color? Well, no, she replied, it was because you are exceptionally handsome. Akiko Amamiya winked with her right eye and flashed a thumbs up, her smile radiating an undeniable charm, a rare trait that few could elicit from her. The crux of the matter was that this answer was indeed correct. Toko had been quite sensitive about her skin and hair color during her childhood. Although she had matured since then, it was possible that she still bore some psychological scars from those days. Was Akiko the type to unearth others' wounds? It seemed that she was either elevating her own likability or fervently working to enhance that of others, much like Jin in her relentless endeavors. Zero Kurigane chuckled softly, giving Akiko a gentle pat on the head before rising to escort the man on the ground away. What had begun as a covert operation to gather intelligence had now transformed into a straightforward task of bringing him back to the organization. Was this what one would call exceeding the task's original scope? Brother is taking the bad guy to the police, so Akiko, you should head home early. Next time, don't follow strangers, he advised. A question mark hovered above Akiko's head. I wasn't abducted. I was kidnapped. The nature of the situation is entirely different. Run away with a stranger? I'm not a 3-year-old child, she muttered to herself, observing Zero dragging the camouflaged man away and pondering how he would manage to transport a fully grown individual out of the mall. Did Toko's lack of reaction stem from my youth? Akiko glanced down at herself. Oh well, I'll grow up eventually. She then looked at the door on the ground, realizing it had nothing to do with her, as she had left no fingerprints behind. Moments ago, she feigned a delicate weakness while lifting the door, yet in reality, she had scarcely touched it, merely simulating the act from a distance. It is evident that she possesses a promising future in her artistic career, with her acting prowess reaching its zenith. After descending the staircase and barely taking a few steps on the 5th floor, she noticed the mall staff hastily approaching to investigate the earlier commotion. Their response time rivaled that of law enforcement. Of course, in the realm of Conan, the speed of police response is quite remarkable, often arriving on scene in a single shot. As she passed by, she was suddenly embraced by Akemi Mayano, her expression transforming into one of adorably feigned innocence. Chapter 53. Sister Shiho Kyoko truly frightened me. She suddenly sent a message crying for help, and it was revealed that a man named Kobayashi had discovered a villain who claimed to have kidnapped her. What on earth had transpired? Akemi Mayano, with genuine concern, glanced over at Kyoko Amamiya, who appeared unscathed, before inquiring further. Kyoko nodded. I was indeed kidnapped, but the police officer saved me, and the villain has already been apprehended. The truth is, Rei Furuya is a member of the Public Security Bureau. Oh? Shuichi Akai expressed mild surprise. He had encountered that individual before and deemed his strength and caliber satisfactory, though lacking in technique, which led to his defeat against Akai's Jeet Kune Do. Generally speaking, an ordinary detective would not stand a chance against him. The swiftness with which the suspect was captured speaks volumes about the officer's capabilities. To be sure, Toru is indeed formidable, but this time it was primarily his firearm that was exceptional, wealthy and audacious. He had even affixed a silencer. Kyoko cast a glance at Shuichi Akai, realizing that this individual had crossed paths with him as well. No wonder he bore signs of injury. He had evidently been in a scuffle. How unfortunate. Seeing her gaze upon him, Akai nodded in acknowledgement. Kyoko blinked. Though no words were exchanged, their silent understanding conveyed an unmistakable camaraderie. Continuing, Kyoko succinctly recounted her circumstances to Akemi Mayano, asserting her innocence. She had merely been observing the scenery through binoculars when she was abducted. Felt oddly familiar. After a brief exchange, a calm voice resonated from the side. Sister, are you all right now? Mayano Akemi turned to her sister and nodded, then gently placed her hands on Amamiya Kikuko's shoulders, guiding her in front of her younger sister. Kikuko, this is my sister Shiho, and this is Amamiya Kikuko. I wanted to introduce you when I saw Kikuko outside, but she was too swift. Suddenly thrust before Mayano Shiho, who was merely 13, Kikuko observed the future AI Hybera. She was undeniably charming, exuding a cool demeanor even in silence. Though small in stature, she possessed a certain maturity. When their gazes met, there was an uncanny sensation as if she had been thoroughly analyzed. A parallel could be drawn with Kudo Shinichi, who meticulously scrutinized the habits and quirks of every new character he encountered, often uncovering details that eluded the attention of the police. Moreover, he frequently arrived at the crime scene ahead of the authorities, as he was often embroiled in the very events unfolding. Amamiya Kikuko found herself at a loss for words under Shiho's gaze. Although Shiho was indeed older at 13, merely 2 years her senior, she was not yet the fully matured 17-year-old Shiho. Unlike the younger AI, who had been in 1st grade when she transformed into Hybera AI, Shiho was now in the 1st year of middle school. Mayano Akemi, amused by the scene, remarked, "What's the matter? Weren't you eager to meet Shiho? Now that you're face to face, you seem unsure of how to proceed." She had always hoped for her sister to forge friendships with peers, as spending so much time on scientific experiments had left her feeling rather lonely. Akiko Amamiya is undoubtedly the finest choice, possessing an endearing and innocent disposition, a kind heart, and a propensity to consider the feelings of others. She also exudes a youthful exuberance, making her the perfect companion for Shiho. However, upon their initial meeting, it appears that Akiko is somewhat at a loss, though still quite charming. Akio Mayano feels that her sister's demeanor is excessively serious, lacking a smile, and that her scrutinizing gaze may intimidate Akiko. In truth, Shiho Mayano is merely observing Akiko Amamiya with innocent curiosity. Overall, Akiko is even more adorable in person than the photographs her sister had shown her. Her ebony eyes shimmer with brightness, and her delicate face seems soft to the touch. Her choice of attire is rather distinctive, pairing a black hoodie with a pleated skirt, which feels somewhat mismatched. It seems that her youthful visage would be better complemented by softer hues, and the peculiar phrase "no fishing" emblazoned on her hoodie draws attention, its abruptness in Chinese quite captivating. Shiho, who has a fondness for fashion magazines, finds Akiko's unique style to be rather refreshing. Elder sister, she calls out. After being gently nudged by Akio Mayano to introduce herself to Shiho, Akiko, despite the encouragement, feels as though she has been thrust into an awkward matchmaking scenario, prompting her to call out first. How frustrating. I intended for little AI to call me sister, and here I am, being regarded as the younger one. Shiho acknowledges her with a nod and shakes hands with Akiko, only to maintain her grip, calmly holding Akiko's hand as if she were a younger sister. Akiko is left bewildered, questioning AI-chan, "Is this how you truly are?" AI-chan was determined to prevent Kariko from being abducted again. She held on to Amamiya Kariko's hand tightly, ensuring that Kariko remained close. Previously, she had lured someone away to the control room, and watching so many surveillance screens alone was exhausting. Speaking of which, Kariko's delicate hand felt incredibly soft and tender, almost as if it lacked bones. What kind of hand cream did she use? Amamiya Kariko stole glances at Mayano Shiho's profile. Beautiful, graceful, and somewhat aloof, though she was not overly distant in front of her sister, Mayano Akemi. Ai-chan was no less beautiful than the enchanting Yoko who had removed her hairband. Behind them, Mayano Akemi watched the two children holding hands with a gentle gaze, feeling immensely gratified that Shiho had finally made a friend. Meanwhile, Shikusei Dai, also known as Akai Shuichi, pondered. He recalled how Amamiya Kariko had visited him in the hospital, her demeanor far from shy. However, it was likely that Akemi's sister could indeed stir feelings in other girls. Regardless, today had seen a joyful outing for both Ryugamin Zero and Mayano Shiho, and Amamiya Kariko was happily shopping with Shiho. Although only 13, Shiho displayed remarkable initiative during their shopping spree, primarily exploring fashion boutiques filled with clothes, shoes, and bags, and even stopping to browse lipsticks. Quite unlike a typical 13-year-old. Amamiya Kariko remained steadfastly by Shiho's side, ensuring she didn't wander too far while Shiho examined the lip gloss. She casually picked up a Ditchy olive lip balm and examined it. This particular product is quite renowned, widely exported, and affordably priced, often praised for its value. However, setting aside its refreshing, moisturizing, and smooth qualities, it is undeniably unattractive. Its packaging is simply too unsightly. Upon seeing that Amamiya Noriko had chosen this, Mayano Shiho picked up a tester from the side, unscrewed the cap, and showed it to Amamiya Noriko, commenting on its ugliness. Amamiya Noriko's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement, indicating her concurrence. While they focused on the lip balm, Mayano Akemi and Akai Shuichi were occupied with lipsticks. Mayano Akemi glanced over at the two young girls and noted their apparent joy. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly and casually picked up a pink lipstick, asking, "Do you like this kind?" Mayano Akemi gazed at it for a moment, then smiled gently and shook her head, suggesting, "Why don't you join those two children in choosing instead?" Chapter 54. Intriguing Mayano Shiho and Amamiya Noriko stood before their respective claw machines, engrossed in their attempts. Mayano tilted her head slightly to observe Noriko, who was meticulously maneuvering the control stick, gently pressing the grab button. The claw slowly ensnared a doll, and for a fleeting moment, Noriko's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, as the claw lifted the doll, it inadvertently nudged it, causing it to tumble back down. Noriko was nearly exasperated, feeling much like she did while fishing. Meanwhile, Mayano maintained a serene demeanor, expertly executing her strategy to retrieve a small bear plush, which she then handed to Noriko. "What do you enjoy doing during your free time?" Mayano inquired, curious about Noriko's whims. Momentarily lost in thought, Noriko received the bear, reflecting on her preferences. As she pondered, she realized that her true passion was fishing, a love that transcended all else. Mayano glanced at the Chinese characters adorning Noriko's attire, surprised. Noriko hardly seemed the type to be an avid angler. Her cuteness belied any such inclination. "Surely you must have other endearing hobbies, perhaps a fondness for singing?" "Singing?" Noriko tilted her head, recalling her latent talent for world music. "Let me sing for you a song that I adore." "Really? That sounds delightful," Mayano replied, nodding in agreement. Noriko's rendition would likely be something nostalgic, perhaps a song reminiscent of their elementary school graduation, where everyone sang together, or perhaps a cherished nursery rhyme. Then, Akiko Amamiya softly sang a gentle rendition of Your Name. Shiho Mayano, taken aback, gazed with wide eyes, utterly surprised. She quietly listened as Akiko's uniquely tender voice seemed to transport her thoughts to a starlit night, deep within the vast cosmos, akin to a brilliant shooting star streaking across the universe. When Akiko's delicate melody finally ceased, Shiho felt as though she had just traversed a gentle past life. She observed Akiko's exquisite profile, her eyes sparkling like a constellation. Surely, Akiko's previous incarnation was equally gentle and endearing? After finishing her song, Akiko turned with a soft smile directed at Shiho. Unlike Shinichi Kudo, she possessed a melodious voice. Indeed, her innate quality was truly a treasure. Shiho contemplated and nodded, affirming that it was an enchanting voice capable of stirring instant affection. With innocent eyes, Akiko inquired, "Did Sister Shiho's heart flutter?" A smile danced in Shiho's eyes as she raised her index finger, replying, "My heart fluttered in an instant." Akiko pondered whether this was a confession. It seemed more like a mere statement, yet she dismissed the thought. Even if it were a confession, she would gladly accept it. Curious, Shiho then asked Akiko about the song, admitting she had never heard it before. Akiko explained that she learned it from her mother, who bore no burdens on her shoulders and could carry on with ease. However, Akiko's habitual tendency to let her mother take the blame reminded Shiho of her own mother. As Amamiya Noriko gazed at Mayano Shiho, who bore a slight semblance of longing, she realized her inadvertent slip of the tongue. Grasping Mayano Shiho's hand, Amamiya Noriko spoke, "My mother is, in essence, your mother." Mayano Shiho nodded quietly before inquiring, "Do you have any dreams, Noriko?" Amamiya Noriko pondered briefly, responding, "To become a scientist?" The 13-year-old scientist, Mayano Shiho, nodded subtly. If Noriko cherished such aspirations and desired to become a scientist, perhaps she could impart knowledge in the future. However, one could not help but feel that a scientist as endearing as Noriko might be a bit of a waste. Amamiya Noriko replied, I cannot concur with that. You, at 13, Shiho, cannot utter such words to me." The two exchanged glances for a moment, and decided to abandon such topics. After all, they were both charming individuals, devoid of the authority to discuss such matters. As Mayano Shiho and Amamiya Noriko strolled and conversed, Akai Shuichi and Mayano Akemi had long since parted ways with them. Nevertheless, they had not strayed far, maintaining a distance that allowed them to observe the girls without hindering the blossoming of their relationship. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Ferris wheel at Kabukicho Commercial Plaza, Vodka sat upright, his gaze concealed behind sunglasses, fixed on the space between him and the ground. To him, the Ferris wheel appeared to be a perilous locale, cramped and elevated, leaving little room for escape. The elder brother, here? The figure clad in a black top hat raised his hand to signal silence, his cold gaze penetrating through the telescope, fixating on a waste management worker dragging a large black garbage bag near the shopping mall. A new member of the organization, Bourbon? Vodka expressed his surprise. I've heard he possesses formidable intelligence-gathering skills. Jin lowered the telescope and replied coolly. Perhaps, but his intelligence mission ended with the target being eliminated directly. Nothing more. Vodka. Is such a thing even possible? To eliminate a person during an intelligence operation. Is this considered exceeding the limits or a novel approach to problem-solving? Jin resumed his surveillance, observing his surroundings. On the rooftop of the mall, several staff members appeared to be reacting to Bourbon's actions. He had not been on the Ferris wheel for long and hadn't witnessed the entire incident, merely catching a glimpse of Bourbon in pursuit of a camouflaged man in the stairwell. Jin had been watching Bourbon, clad in the garb of a waste management worker, as he tossed the large black garbage bag into the passenger seat of his white Mazda RX-7 FD3S, a two-seater, necessitating this arrangement. Observing Bourbon, adorned with a work cap, glance around before driving away, Jin withdrew his gaze and secured the telescope. He departed. The elder brother remarked, "The Ferris wheel is turning rather slowly." Jin calmly replied, "I am aware." After two individuals completed a full rotation on the Ferris wheel, the cabin finally descended to the ground. Jin was the first to open the door and extend his leg outside, exuding a chilling aura. Vodka, shivering slightly, followed suit and upon seeing the current situation, was momentarily taken aback. Amamiya Yoshiko was still holding hands with Mayano Shiho, gazing at Jin, and slowly blinked in disbelief. Was she truly not mistaken? Why was Jin here? Was he on duty? Was there a traitor in this place? Surely it couldn't be that he was with Vodka. Regardless, Amamiya Yoshiko's eyes sparkled, as if she had encountered a beloved idol. Jin, with an impassive expression, averted his gaze from her and exchanged a brief glance with Mayano Shiho. Mayano Shiho maintained her calm demeanor, though Yoshiko could sense her grip tightening around her hand. Taking a step forward, Yoshiko found herself firmly held back by Mayano Shiho, seemingly urging her not to approach Jin. She did not resist. Instead, she retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket, and departed. Jin coldly withdrew his gaze and walked past them. Vodka glanced at Amamiya Yoshiko and Mayano Shiho before hastily following, only to hear the little girl cheerfully call out, "See you next time, Uncle Driver." Vodka stumbled slightly. Jin turned his head, his icy gaze landing on Amamiya Yoshiko and Mayano Shiho, one wearing a charming smile, the other observing him with tranquil intensity. How intriguing. Chapter 55. Inferior to fishing. As she watched the sleek black Porsche 356A of Lord Chin pull away, Akamatsu Noriko turned her gaze towards Mayano Shiho. Mayano Shiho, grasping her hand firmly, spoke with utmost seriousness, urging her to heed her words. Henceforth, Noriko should maintain a considerable distance from that individual. Noriko nodded, acknowledging that her persistent encounters with Lord Chin were perilous. The risks involved were extraordinarily high. She sensed that each time, Lord Chin had been exerting tremendous restraint, refraining from delivering a lethal blow in the moment. Truly, he embodied the culmination of treachery and unity, a coexistence of rationality and ruthlessness, akin to fine liquor amid water. Yet, he remained an emotionless assassin, and one day, he might quietly deliver a blow, administering APTX 4869, rendering her years of existence futile. The prospect of becoming a captivating beauty adored by thousands was within her reach, but if she reverted to her childlike form, she would be bound for England. The primary issue lay in her audience. She was still too young, with Toiko treating her like a younger sister, and even Akai Shuichi and AI. I truly am a little sister. Akamatsu Noriko found herself accompanied by her sister Shiho as they boarded the Ferris wheel. Frankly, she was quite reluctant to ride this Ferris wheel. Within the world of Conan, safety was non-existent, and the likelihood of accidents on such rides was alarmingly high. Nevertheless, Mayano Shiho appeared composed, which offered her a sense of reassurance. With AI's radar-like instincts, the absence of any nearby members of the organization suggested that danger was minimal. Wait a moment. As Noriko pondered, it dawned on her that perhaps the most significant threats were not from the organization, but rather from ordinary passers-by, robbers, or kidnappers. She had already been abducted twice within the span of a month. This frequency is rather excessive, isn't it? Indeed, the mortality rate of robbers is exhibiting a concerning upward trend. The kind-hearted Noriko Amamiya resolves to reduce the frequency of abductions, contemplating that, in the future, it may be more prudent to eliminate the robbers outright. Setting aside such grim thoughts, Noriko achieves the delightful milestone of riding the Ferris wheel with AI-chan. The experience, however, is not particularly enchanting. The two engage in simple conversation, exchanging their culinary preferences, hobbies, talents, and perspectives on various topics. Shiho Mayano occasionally nods, her serene demeanor suggesting that she is attentively absorbing Noriko's interests. The pair shares a minor commonality. They both occasionally peruse women's fashion magazines, drawn to exquisite and distinctive items, irrespective of their brand size or artistic merit. They express disdain for items that, despite being labeled as luxurious or high-end, are grotesquely designed and poorly color-coordinated. Delving deeper, Shiho Mayano is poised to impart some scientific knowledge to Noriko. After all, Noriko has expressed her aspiration to become a scientist, and Shiho, being one herself, is well-equipped to guide her. Furthermore, Shiho, in essence, belongs to the realm of technology enthusiasts and, despite her mature and composed demeanor, experiences a significant age gap of nearly a decade with most young scientists. Similarly, her peers are often left behind by a substantial intellectual disparity of approximately 10 years. As for Kiriko Amemiya, it seems that the generational gap has subtly diminished. Although from Shiho Mayano's perspective, she appears to be a pure and adorable little sister, aesthetically, they share a resemblance. Furthermore, after a few simple exchanges, Shiho Mayano discovers that Kiriko Amemiya possesses a commendable level of knowledge within the broad realm of science. Given that Shiho Mayano excels in computer science, chemistry, and physics, Kiriko Amemiya is able to keep pace with her. If her knowledge were only at a middle school level, engaging in discussions with Shiho Mayano would likely leave her utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, Kiriko Amemiya does exhibit a degree of intellectual curiosity. Even during leisurely moments spent fishing, she utilizes that time to enhance her knowledge. In class, apart from core subjects, she generally listens attentively, occasionally performing charming little gestures that endear her to classmates watching from the back or beside her, or exchanging a glance with those in front, leaving them blushing and confused as they turn away. However, compared to Shiho Mayano, she still falls short. Kiriko Amemiya is fortunate to have a foundation of knowledge and learning ability, and with Shiho's guidance, she could aspire to be not just an amateur scientist, but perhaps even a part-time one. To be frank, I wish to explore the APTX 4869 at the pharmaceutical company. If only I could deliver a surprise strike to the glimmer of hope, Jin, and then administer an APTX 4869, I could compete alongside Conan. My thoughts may be somewhat far-fetched, but after riding the Ferris wheel, the two of them plan to reunite with Akemi Mayano and Shuichi Akai, after which Kiriko Amemiya prepares to leave, as her friends are still waiting for her. However, I have made arrangements to play with Shiho Mayano next time, which may also involve studying. Noriko Amemiya has shown a keen interest in the title of scientist, perhaps second only to her love for fishing. Naturally, I find myself intrigued by Shiho Mayano as a scientist, though it too ranks below my passion for fishing. As I was leaving, Heiji Akai seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation. It's wise to be cautious when one is alone outside. Indeed, Noriko Amemiya nodded her head, wishing to exercise caution, yet her appearance lacks the ability to blend in. She is far too easily noticed. Were it not for her undeniable charm, would the camouflage-clad man have spotted her so quickly? Moving forward, she contemplated applying makeup when going out. However, she still aspired to reach a level of beauty that could captivate without the need for cosmetics, and she needed to devise further strategies to achieve that. Heiji Akai nodded in acknowledgement and informed Noriko Amemiya that he might be less present in the near future. Noriko understood, for Toru Bourbon had already been assigned to the distillery. How could Heiji Akai, the rye whiskey aficionado, fall short? He should promptly shine at the distillery. The relationship between the two was purely a clandestine affair, devoid of any concern for age differences. Primarily, Heiji Akai had glimpsed a part of Noriko Amemiya's quirky nature when he found himself hospitalized. She was not as demure and endearing as she appeared. Subsequently, Noriko Amemiya encountered Shinichi Kudo, Ran Mori, and Sonoko Suzuki at a dessert shop. To alleviate the worries of Ran and Sonoko regarding Noriko's abduction, Shinichi Kudo refrained from disclosing the truth, merely stating that Noriko had been with an elder relative for companionship, thus providing a momentary sense of relief to those who had been concerned. Then, Xiaolan and Yuanzi nearly assassinated him with their glares. By the time Shinichi led them to Kikuko, their anxiety had already reached a peak. Thus, upon her entrance, Kikuko was met with Shinichi's profoundly melancholic gaze. As she blinked, it seemed as though she glimpsed a large, ominous pot behind him, filled to the brim with ash. After stealing a few glances, Kikuko decided to order a strawberry milfai before taking a seat. She first expressed her apologies to Xiaolan and Yuanzi, genuinely touched by their concern for her. Both Xiaolan and Yuanzi were completely unfazed, and even encouraged her to try the desserts from this establishment. Shinichi propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixated on Kikuko's radiant smile, his detective instincts beginning to stir. He suggested that she linger a while longer above, delaying her descent. Yet it seemed Kikuko had remained for an extended period. What had she been doing all this time? Kikuko was refreshingly forthright with him, almost to the point of provoking his own demise, yet he could still sense an air of mystery surrounding her. Had they not known each other since kindergarten, and had he not been aware of her sincere affection for those she cherished, his curiosity would have undoubtedly overwhelmed him. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to delve deeper into thought. I, the disciple of Sherlock Holmes, and the future detective Shinichi Kudo, present you with an opportunity to confess. Shinichi glanced at the shoes that had poked out from beneath the table, resting between his legs. At that moment, Kikuko retracted her feet from under the table, seemingly in perfect synchrony with Shinichi's gaze, and bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Seeing the rapid movement of your mind, it is evident that you are unraveling the truth. Please refrain from engaging in any detective antics with me. Chapter 56. Your joy? I received as lunchtime approached. Amamiya Kyoko, along with Shinichi and Ran, headed home, eager to make it in time for the midday banquet. Kyoko and Ran donned their kimonos, with Ran wearing one that belonged to Kyoko. After Kyoko helped fasten the obi, she heard Ran voice her concern. It seems a bit tight. Shall I loosen it a little? No. It's the overall fit. It's fine. Let's leave it as it is, Kyoko. All right. Kyoko nodded, observing that they were of similar height, and Ran was certainly not overweight. Why do you have men's kimonos? At that moment, Kudo Shinichi strolled by, clad in a black kimono. Upon noticing Ran in her pale yellow, plum blossom-patterned furisode, he paused, momentarily taken aback. Kyoko, noticing the rapt attention in his gaze, remarked, "This is my kimono, you know." Ran turned to Shinichi and asked, "What do you think? I send T. Kyoko's kimono beautiful?" "It's all right." Shinichi averted his gaze, focusing instead on the beauty of the person. Ran appeared puzzled. Kyoko, observing the interaction, chimed in, "Shinichi, you should apologize for your comment about my kimono." "What do you mean by it's all right? It looks splendid." However, YKO, with an air of mystery, pulled her away, prompting Kyoko to question, "What are you doing, YKO?" "Of course, I don't want to disturb them," YKO replied earnestly. Kyoko thought to herself that she would let them be. After all, YKO's concern was quite unnecessary. She observed Suzuki Sinoko's earnest dedication to uniting Shinichi and Ran, driven entirely by genuine interest. At the luncheon, 3 prominent figures gathered. Amamiya Ruto, the head of the Amamiya conglomerate, renowned for its extensive global channels and immeasurable overseas capital. Suzuki Shiro, the chairman of the Suzuki Group, Japan's largest emerging financial consortium, and Mori Kagoro, a former detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, now turned private investigator. These 3 had concluded their discussions earlier that morning and were now engrossed in spirited conversation over drinks. Suzuki Shiro, possessing a rather affable demeanor, was somewhat constrained by his wife's influence, partaking in occasional sips while primarily engaging in dialogue. In contrast, Amamiya Ruto exhibited a carefree nature, drinking alongside Mori Kagoro without any apparent pressure, occasionally inquiring about Mori's past cases, which sparked Mori's exuberance. A discreet jab to her father's side from Kiriko managed to temper his exaggerated laughter. Throughout the luncheon, Kiriko maintained a low profile, savoring the exquisite Japanese cuisine prepared by a renowned chef. She only offered polite, sweet smiles when complimented by the elders, which occurred quite frequently. Not one to shy away from reciprocation, Kiriko would return praises to others' children when flattered. When Shinichi was lauded by her gentle voice, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. "Having been in kindergarten for nearly 10 years now, I have never received such praise from Akiko Rainy Palace, who lauds my intelligence. declaring that I will surely become a great detective and an exceptional football player. On several occasions, I have also been protected by her. Shinichi Kudo is simply the best. However, I must admit I do feel a tinge of fear. After Akiko's generous compliments, her father, Riku Rainy Palace, occasionally casts a glance my way, scrutinizing me, while Kagoro Mori also steals a glance, albeit with an appreciative gaze. Akiko, that little rascal, certainly brings trouble. Young man, you possess courage. In a private moment, Ran tugged at Shinichi's sleeve, her voice a soft murmur of confusion. Shinichi? What's wrong? You seem to be sweating quite a bit. It's nothing, just a bit warm. Shinichi Kudo feigned indifference, wiping his forehead as he met Akiko's innocent gaze. He pondered a crucial realization. Akiko's excessive nature might stem from a distorted emotional perspective, relishing the sensation of others confessing their feelings while lacking genuine affection herself, rendering her emotionally flawed. In other words, if a boyfriend were arranged for Akiko, perhaps her eccentricity would temper somewhat. Shinichi contemplated this notion, only to shake his head in disagreement. Akiko's peculiar penchant lies in reveling in the confessions of others, relishing the act of rejecting their advances. To curtail her whimsical behavior would be akin to asking her to cease fishing. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Rather than entangle himself in the complexities of being toyed with by Akiko, he ought to liberate himself first, for he was but a victim beneath her capricious demeanor. Kudo Shinichi let out a breath, feeling a sense of contentment as he thought to himself, it's time to return to school and have a little amusement at the expense of those fools toyed with by Amamiya Kyoko. Today, they were not the main characters. It was the elders who held that distinction. The Amamiya family had been led astray by Kyoko, and while they finished their meal first, the elders continued their discussions. Kyoko took Shinichi, Ran, and Sonoko to play Ludo. With her remarkable dice-throwing skills, Kyoko took off. Ran, empowered by her luck, soared into the game. Sonoko, with sincere prayers, unfortunately, failed to take flight. Kudo Shinichi attempted to master the landing of the dice but met with failure as well. This was the essence of the game. While Shinichi might excel at card games and mahjong, Kyoko would never afford him a chance. Joyful moments are always fleeting, and by mid-afternoon, the elders concluded their visit and prepared to leave. Sonoko, her face covered in sticky notes, along with Shinichi, tore off all the notes, and Ran followed suit. After seeing them off, Kyoko returned and inquired about her brother, Amamiya Riku, regarding their conversation. Riku nodded, explaining that it primarily revolved around business cooperation, as there were no conflicting interests, and it was an opportunity to deepen their relationship. During their travels abroad, it would be beneficial to entrust the Suzuki family with some responsibilities. Given the global nature of their business, the Amamiya couple frequently ventured overseas. Kyoko acknowledged this, realizing her father was likely planning for their future settlement abroad, while she remained in Japan to make the necessary arrangements. She need not have arranged everything so meticulously. However, collaborating with the Yuan family presents no significant drawbacks, so it is of little consequence. Yet, should that rascal Kaito continue to pilfer from the Suzuki conglomerate, might it jeopardize the shares of both families? Upon reflection, Amamiya Noriko surmised it would not pose a problem. Kaito is one of their own. It would be wiser to remain vigilant against the threats posed by the demolition machinery at the distillery. This time, Amamiya Rakudo had involved Kagoro Mori, partly for his expertise in crime prevention. He has connections within the police force, yet it is implausible for them to provide round-the-clock protection for her daughter. Moreover, her daughter occasionally visits her friend Ran, making it essential to rely on Kagoro Mori's assistance. After all, he is a former investigator from the 1st Investigation Division and now serves as a detective, which ought to enhance his awareness of impending dangers. Amamiya Noriko could anticipate her father's thoughts. Perhaps he was overthinking, as she might need to safeguard Kagoro Mori as well. His strengths lie in his shoulder throw techniques and his adept marksmanship, alongside a remarkable intellect when friends or relatives face dilemmas. At times, he even discerns issues before Shinichi does. However, the shoulder throw has its limitations in distance, and currently Kagoro Mori is unarmed. Furthermore, it is rather late to rely on him only after a relative or friend has encountered a crisis. The demands for triggering Kagoro Mori's latent prowess are excessively stringent, leaving Amamiya Noriko feeling rather perplexed. She might as well sedate him and take matters into her own hands. As for Conan, the truth has long since been revealed. Following the conclusion of the Golden Week, which had commenced with the collaboration of several parties, the time to return to school has once again arrived. After school, Shinichi Kudo changed into his soccer jersey and arrived at the soccer club, only to find the members seething with indignation. How dare those basketball club members invite our Amamiya to watch the game? This is outrageous. They surely think her innocent and kind nature will compel her to accept. Such despicable tactics cannot be overlooked. We shall attend the game as well. Let us go. The soccer club members, fired up with fervor, made their way toward the gymnasium. Shinichi Kudo, who had just changed into his uniform, remarked, "You're the soccer club, not a fan club for Amamiya Noriko, all right?" He followed them with an expressionless demeanor. Upon entering the gymnasium, the soccer club members spotted Noriko Amamiya in the audience. However, instead of approaching her, they chose to sit on the opposite side of the basketball court. From his vantage point, Shinichi Kudo comprehended the base intentions of his companions. Nonetheless, his heart remained unperturbed. Despite Amamiya's outwardly innocent and charming appearance, she was enigmatic beneath the surface, dressed in an unexpectedly pure manner that offered little appeal. As the only serious member, Shinichi Kudo focused intently on the basketball game. On the basketball court, two teams were engaged in a fierce competition, with everyone embodying the spirit of Hanamichi Sakuragi and Rukawa Kid. The intensity stemmed from the presence of Noriko Amamiya in the audience, cheerfully waving her pom-poms to cheer them on. Noriko herself seemed a bit taken aback, occasionally shaking her pom-poms as she encouraged the players. It was the cheerleading seniors who invited her, as the opposing team on the basketball court was from another school. The cheerleaders brought her in as a delightful surprise to invigorate the spirit of our school's basketball team. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon spotting the audience member, Akiko Amano, the players from the visiting basketball team unleashed their competitive fervor. The match became fiercely contested, with both sides exchanging points, leading to a tense stalemate. Akiko Amano, serving as a committee member of the student association, was invited by the cheerleaders under the pretext of observing the basketball team's match against the rival school. Of course, it was also an opportunity for the basketball team members to recognize her presence and perhaps confess their feelings to her. Yet, upon noticing the members of the soccer team across the way, she waved her pom-pom in greeting. "Why are you sitting over there? There's still space beside me." The soccer team members let out a deep roar, declaring that Amano's heart still belonged to them. What's this basketball team? They're struggling against an outside school's team. They might as well let us soccer players take over. The cheerleaders were momentarily taken aback by the soccer team's outburst and turned to the one who had sparked this commotion. Akiko Amano, the captain of the cheerleading squad, Senior Aoi Motohashi, hurriedly approached the stands and shyly made a request in Amano's ear. However, Amano quickly waved her hand, indicating that it was no trouble at all. "It's just a jump after all. I'm wearing safety shorts, so it's fine." As Hanjo Aoi gazed at the adorable face of her junior, Amamiya Noriko, she imagined that this charming underclassman would surely be clad in stripes or adorned with animal motifs. Noriko stood up, observing the unmistakable reactions from the basketball and soccer teams, and declared, "I have received your joy. Prepare to confess your feelings to me." Chapter 57. Now, let us refrain from any quarrels. The cheerleading senior did not require Kuriko Yumimiya to perform any intricate maneuvers. She merely instructed her to jump and wave the pom-poms. Kuriko first retrieved her phone from her pocket, and then, merely standing up to brush off her skirt, she instantly felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, as if a spotlight had been directed solely at her. On the basketball court, the atmosphere seemed to slow down, with everyone instinctively easing their offensive efforts. While blocking the rebound was unnecessary, the sight of the adorable young girl cheering could not be missed. The members of the opposing soccer team erupted in jubilant cheers, all rising to their feet in unison. "Did you see that? Little Yumimiya is our soccer team's treasure. No, you do not possess the privilege to gaze upon her." At times, Kuriko Yumimiya would think to herself that they truly were a bunch of fools. Their exuberant demeanor was such that they could easily don cheerleading outfits to rally support. Regardless of their antics, Kuriko held the pom-poms in both hands, receiving encouraging glances from the senior cheerleaders below. The captain, Aoi Motohashi, even demonstrated the motions to teach her how to jump. In truth, it was unlikely that the bystander Kiriko Yumimiya would be compelled to perform any professional cheerleading routines. Kiriko had no intention of overstepping. She simply mimicked her senior, jumping, waving the pom-poms in encouragement, jumping, cheering, cheering. As the only one still seated amidst the commotion, the astute Shinichi Kudo pondered thoughtfully. He was certain that Kiriko could dance. What he distinctly remembered was that the sole thing Kiriko Yumimiya could not do was reject a confession of love. Is she truly intending to capture the hearts of these athletic men with such simple and somewhat adorable gestures of bouncing and cheering? Surely it cannot be that easy. Ah! Roar! As the two teams on the basketball court engage in a fierce competition, the spirited Akiko Amamiya bounces and waves her colorful pom-poms, igniting the atmosphere to its zenith. The imminent clash is palpable, with basketballs set to shatter as Rukawa Kid goes head-to-head with Sakuraji Hanamichi. Oh, but wait, where are Rukawa and Sakuraji? In truth, everyone embodies Rukawa, and everyone embodies Sakuraji. Amamiya has ceased her bouncing, now clutching two pom-poms as she watches this premier event, rivaling the NBA in its excitement. However, without her spirited encouragement, the athlete's skills have plummeted from NBA caliber to ABC level in mere moments. What a farce. Amamiya thumps her thigh, jumps, and raises her pom-poms, urging them on. Oh! The atmosphere erupts as a century-long battle ensues around a single basketball. Meanwhile, the members of the soccer team in the opposing stands continuously cheer for their pride, their beloved Amamiya from the soccer team. As for the school's basketball team, they'll settle the score later for daring to deceive our innocent Amamiya into watching your game. What are your intentions? If you cannot even defeat the rival school's basketball team, we shall have to rename the soccer team to basketball team. Redux. The only sensible one among them, the astute Shinichi Fujinuma, remains clear-headed. What a spectacle it was, as the basketball court erupted into a fierce competition, reminiscent of the legendary rivalry between Rukawa Kid and Sakuraji Hanamichi. Over on the sidelines, a group of spirited cheerleaders, led by the exuberant Amano Kikuko, rallied with unbridled enthusiasm, akin to being fueled by a burst of adrenaline, perhaps hoping that one day she would lend them such fervent support. Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but think that they ought to confess their feelings, allowing him a moment of delight in witnessing their rejections. Meanwhile, Kikuko was energetically bouncing and shouting encouragement, yet she seemed to have yet to establish a clear focus. With a small yet determined shout, she declared, "Go, Titan High School!" The forward of the Titan basketball team, with hair spiked defiantly and an aura of invincibility, charged through the opposing players, effortlessly making his way to the basket and scoring with a resounding slam dunk. This ignited a frenzy among his teammates, who, under Kikuko's invigorating cheers, began to dominate the opposing school's team. The forwards surged forward, followed by the centers, dismantling their rivals with relentless fervor. Ultimately, they secured a hard-fought victory. To be honest, the initial morale boost from Kikuko had inadvertently strengthened their opponents, leading to a grueling battle that drained their stamina. Yet, they stood tall, emboldened by the presence of Kikuko in the stands. Kikuko waved her pom-poms in celebration from the audience. It wasn't that she didn't want to join them. Rather, the older cheerleaders rushed over to her with excitement, embracing her in jubilant celebration. Truly, Kikuko had performed exceptionally well, her impact undeniable. Perhaps she should consider joining our cheerleading squad. The perks are quite enticing. No, Akiko Yumimiya hastily waved her hand. She felt too fragile to engage in the exuberant cheerleading routines every day. She then inquired, "Who informed the seniors to bring me here?" "Yui told us," replied Shimizu. Ah, this revelation surprised Akiko. She turned her gaze towards the entrance of the gymnasium, catching a fleeting glimpse of Yui Shimizu. "Well, it seems you have a knack for navigating murky waters. Now, I must seize this opportunity." Subsequently, Akiko found herself surrounded by the enthusiastic cheerleaders, who whisked her away to the changing room. Once they were dressed, they exuberantly prepared to take her out to celebrate the basketball team's victory, attributing much of their success to the cheerleaders. It was thanks to Akiko's presence that they had triumphed, as the captain, Aoi Motohashi, had implored the somewhat reserved Akiko to cheer for them, leading to the basketball team's success. Thus, Akiko was escorted by the seniors, all set to enjoy karaoke. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, the members of the rival team clung to the specter of defeat, illuminated by the radiant girl who embodied their rainbow of hope. They could accept losing in this exchange match, but that girl must realize her significance. The members of the Tidan High School basketball team watched as Akiko Yumimiya drifted away, their hearts aching, the taste of victory tinged with bitterness. Despite just having secured a win, especially the players who had scored, they contemplated their outstanding performances, donning the cloak of victory as they prepared to boldly confess their feelings to Akiko, believing their chances of success to be quite high. However, Amamiya Yoshiko was taken away by other girls. It was rather crude. At that moment, the football team intervened, questioning how they could allow their members to abandon club activities for the sake of watching a match. The basketball team, filled with confusion, realized that Amamiya Yoshiko had been summoned as a cheerleader, yet they stood their ground, asserting their ability to defeat the rival school team. They argued that Amamiya Yoshiko would be better off joining their basketball team rather than the football team. The football team, seething with anger, retorted that their Amamiya was not someone they could easily claim. After their victory, the basketball team strutted with pride, believing only they were worthy of having Amamiya join them. Meanwhile, members of the rival basketball team approached, peering curiously, "Hey, is that girl's surname Amamiya?" The basketball and football teams turned to glare at them, asserting, "Brothers, this is our territory. You're encroaching." Kudo Shinichi, who had been preparing to leave from the audience, smoothed his clothes and calmly sat back down, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Amamiya Yoshiko, having left her phone on the seats in the audience, returned to retrieve it. It was as if she had stumbled into a scene reminiscent of sardines and tuna schools facing off, accompanied by a group of large salmon. While a distant shark observed the commotion, she nearly broke into laughter. Feeling all eyes upon her, Amamiya Yoshiko maintained a serious expression, stifling her amusement, and declared earnestly, Now let us not quarrel, okay? Chapter 58. The adorable nuisance. How could there be any quarrel among us? We are all enthusiasts of sports, so there's no need for Amamiya to worry, the head of the football department said, pulling the basketball department head closer with an affectionate gesture around his shoulders to reassure Amamiya Yoshiko. If she were to learn of their dispute, wouldn't that tarnish their reputation? Others promptly seized a companion from the opposing team to affirm their camaraderie, creating an atmosphere of harmony and cheer. "You all are remarkable," Amamiya Yoshiko exclaimed, her mouth agape. "This is the best way for everyone." As for the subtle animosity that lingered during the close interactions of these men, she chose to overlook it. The football department head made an effort to present himself in a dignified manner befitting his position, stating earnestly, "Indeed, we are all civilized individuals. How could we possibly argue?" The basketball department head enthusiastically nodded in agreement, patting his shoulder. "We are all good brothers. After all, congratulations to everyone on winning the match," Amamiya Yoshiko said with a smile, also directing a sweet smile towards the visiting school's basketball team. "You all did well. I am Amamiya Yoshiko. Don't be disheartened by the loss. Keep pushing for the next time. Of course, next time we will surely triumph over you. Amamiya-san, have you considered joining our school? Our campus is beautiful, the environment splendid, and we have an abundance of talent." Amamiya Yoshiko blinked and waved at Kudo Shinichi before retrieving her forgotten phone and heading out to meet her waiting seniors. "Take care, I shall take my leave now. See you all next time." As I watched Ayami Kiko wave her hand and fade from view, the basketball and football teams of Tidan Middle School glared at the visiting school's basketball team. "What is the meaning of your actions? To flirt with Ayami in front of us? You shall not leave Tidan Middle School with your heads held high today. Calm down, everyone. The atmosphere at Tidan Middle School is not one of such impatience. We must maintain a composed demeanor," a teacher interjected, stepping forward. After addressing the students, he approached the visiting basketball team with a friendly demeanor. "Good day, everyone. I am Nakata, a teacher from the admissions office of Tidan Middle School. While I want to delve into the beauty of our school's environment, I can assure you that Ayami is quite fond of it. Would any of you be interested in transferring to our school?" The visiting basketball team murmured amongst themselves, visibly intrigued. However, Their captain maintained his composure and inquired, "How swift is the transfer process?" "Very swift," Nakata replied with a warm smile. The members of Titan's basketball and football teams exchanged knowing glances. The basketball captain scoffed. Indecisive individuals, Ayami would undoubtedly not favor such types. The football captain nodded in agreement. Ayami would not be attracted to someone who was fickle. A hushed conversation ensued among the visiting basketball team. Transferring was not a significant matter, as they could frequently engage in friendly matches with Tidan Middle School. However, they had collectively decided to become individuals whom Ayami would find appealing. The football and basketball teams of Tidan shared a knowing smile. Nakata shot them a disapproving glance before departing with a flourish of his sleeve. Subsequently, chaos erupted among the factions of Wei, Shu, and Wu, as they dispersed in various directions. After appreciating the destructive prowess of Amamiya Kiko, Kudo Shinichi felt an undeniable sense of exhilaration. Such encounters could certainly be welcomed more frequently. Based on his deductions, it seemed that upon returning to retrieve her phone, Amamiya Kiko had fortuitously witnessed that very scene, and undoubtedly, she had already conceived her subsequent course of action. At the very least, she had ensured that these individuals would be unable to forget her. As for those utterly enchanted by Amamiya Kiko's charming appearance, there was no salvation for them. Let them merely observe. Chapter 59. More than just adorable. After a delightful karaoke session, Kiriko Amami garnered the admiration of several upperclasswomen. Regrettably, she found it challenging to elicit their confessions. Otherwise, she would have amassed a considerable number of attribute points. Nevertheless, today's endeavors proved fruitful, as she captured the hearts of numerous athletes. Upon returning home, she indulged in a refreshing slumber, sensing the bustling day that awaited her. Indeed, it was a day filled with activity. Upon arriving at the school entrance, the captain of the basketball team from yesterday approached her, bouquet of roses in hand, to profess his feelings. Kiriko was uncertain of his name, yet this did not deter her from declining his advances. Physical attribute 1, she mused, content with the acquisition of points, before offering him some words of solace. Do not lose heart. Basketball is your true passion, and I am merely a fleeting presence in your life. According to Japanese law, marrying basketball may not be entirely out of the question. The basketball team captain, momentarily taken aback, watched as Kiriko waved goodbye and walked away, her silhouette gradually fading. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Though you are but a transient figure in my life, Amami, you have left behind such significant memories. I shall endeavor to fall in love with basketball and devote myself wholeheartedly." With a slight boost to her physical attribute, Kiriko's cheeks flushed with warmth, and her steps lightened. Upon reaching the soccer field for morning practice, she spotted the soccer club president waiting for her outside. "President, what brings you here?" she inquired. "Ah, it's nothing, really. I merely wish to ask what you think of me, Kiriko," he replied, clearing his throat, nearly succumbing to the enchanting way she addressed him. Upon perceiving his intent to confess, Akiko Amamiya began to playfully tease him. "What do you think? I believe the department head is quite remarkable, leading such an impressive team and dedicating himself to rigorous training." The soccer department head, sensing the ethereal aura surrounding Amamiya, quickly composed himself and humbly remarked, "While I may be considered decent by your standards, to say my team excels would be a gross exaggeration. Hard work during training is simply expected." He then expressed his profound admiration for Amamiya. Amamiya opened her mouth slightly. "I must decline." Acknowledging the situation, she nodded, noting the high probability of rejection today. Someone as exceptional as the department head will undoubtedly find a more suitable partner. I do not measure up. With a humble demeanor, she insisted, "There is no truth to that. Amamiya is the finest in the soccer department. Who would dare claim otherwise? I regard him as merely a ball." Amamiya contemplated the daily struggles of Shinichi Kudo, but his absence diminished the amusement. She offered words of comfort to the somewhat melancholic department head, who was deeply touched by the charming and gentle Amamiya, who, despite her rejection, still expressed concern for his well-being. Amamiya stated this was merely the norm. Otherwise, he might become ensnared in emotional turmoil, perhaps even plotting my demise, fabricating a crime scene, lurking in shadowy corners with a sinister grin, and standing alongside two other unsuspecting suspects, only to be chosen by Conan in a process of elimination. Two individuals entered the football field. The other team members surprised Kikuko and Amamiya. After many years, following their kindergarten days of mowing grass, a collective confession event finally unfolded. One by one, the members courageously expressed their feelings to Kikuko, earnestly hoping she would choose them. Once they had all spoken, Kikuko took a small breath, her cheeks flushed, and said, "You are all truly wonderful people. However, I must decline. I do not yet know who among you I like. Perhaps it is because I am still quite young." Her little face displayed a mix of regret and guilt, leaving the football team members at a loss, fidgeting with their hands, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Kikuko seemed to notice their discomfort and quickly waved her hands, saying, I will surely find out in the future. I hope you all discover the person you truly love, without feeling burdened because of me. I understand. It has nothing to do with you. I simply adore Kikuko. The others exclaimed. No one is as charming as Kikuko. As long as Kikuko is here, that's all that matters. Kikuko's eyes shimmered with mist, touched by their declarations, yet internally she felt perplexed. Are you unwilling to be freed? It appears my allure is somewhat potent. Although it's delightful, since their future confessions would hold no weight, I shall not grant them the opportunity to confess again. It was either to release them or to thoroughly cook the fish. One of the team members patted the captain on the back, saying, Captain, you have yet to confess. The minister shook his head and said, It's all right. Seeing you all successfully convey your feelings brings me great comfort. The members, upon hearing this, could not help but display expressions of deep emotion. The minister nodded, maintaining his composure with an air befitting his position. However, upon catching sight of the innocent gaze of Amano Kiko directed at him, he hastily blinked in hopes that she would comprehend his thoughts. So it turns out that someone has been waiting outside. It's a stealthy escape? Amano Kiko mused. With my simplicity, how could I possibly grasp your meaning? Yet, considering his slight stature, she decided to indulge him a little. As Kudo Shinichi, freshly attired in his soccer uniform, arrived at the edge of the field, he observed the unfolding scene and shook his head, thinking how youthful they still were. After being pursued by Amano Kiko, she would undoubtedly turn away from the soccer club. From his perspective, while Amano Kiko relished the feeling of being confessed to, she detested repetition. One declaration was sufficient. There remained no unconfessed individuals in the soccer club worthy of her reminiscence. Lost in thought, Kudo Shinichi then noticed Amano Kiko had spotted him, waving enthusiastically, her smile radiating an excess of charm. Shinichi, you've come. I've been waiting for you for so long. A pang of realization struck him. He had yet to confess to Amano Kiko. As he looked again, he saw her call his name affectionately, and behind her, the soccer club members were engulfed in resentment, with the minister's grievances overshadowing all. Kudo Shinichi had clearly resolved to build his happiness upon the misfortunes of others. Amaya Noriko, you possess a certain charm. The situation with the football club has reached a temporary pause, as the members, struck by the endearing sight of Amaya Noriko cheering them on yesterday, have banded together to express their heartfelt sentiments. They have no regrets. Amaya Noriko has also embarked on a new journey. During the midday break, she was invited by the captain of the school basketball team to share a meal, during which he took the opportunity to confess his feelings. Amaya Noriko declined, citing her youth as the reason. Indeed, the basketball team members are exceedingly tall, and she dislikes having to look up at others, much like the exhausting task of hanging clothes on a line after an hour of sunbathing. Please do not be disheartened, senior. I hope you won't mind, and do indulge in more meat. It will make you even better at basketball in the future. Having finished her meal, Amaya Noriko offered him a piece of slightly fatty char siu remaining in her bowl. Despite his towering stature, the basketball captain is an exceedingly sentimental individual, and her gesture brought tears to his eyes. Rest assured, Amaya, I shall become a powerful forward for the national team, living up to your expectations. Amaya Noriko found it difficult to accept the sight of a nearly 6-foot-tall man, tears in his eyes, earnestly chewing on fatty meat, and she managed to say, Please don't cry. Seeing a strong man weep is rather unsettling. After comforting the basketball captain, Amaya Noriko spent the afternoon behind the classroom building, organizing another key player from the basketball team. She then participated in a club activity, sharing a bag of cookies while feeding the fish in the pond. After the club activities had reached their midpoint, Akamatsu Yoshiko expressed that there were still duties to fulfill as a club officer and that it was time to attend to them. Having just been rejected after a confession, the atmosphere on the soccer field felt somewhat peculiar. Sitting in the stands, Yoshiko sensed the occasional glances directed at her. Her responsibilities entailed familiarizing herself with various clubs, particularly the basketball team, where she made a timely appearance. A passionate classmate, caught up in the moment, boldly confessed to her. Yoshiko graciously accepted this small gesture of affection. Yoshiko desired to linger about the school, but was soon spotted by Maori Ran as the club activities concluded. Noticing Yoshiko's flushed complexion, Ran reached out to touch her forehead and said, "Yoshiko, you seem to have a fever. You should hurry home and rest." Yoshiko checked her own temperature and remarked, "It seems so. I must have grown stronger." Ran, resolutely guiding the feverish Yoshiko towards the school gate, mentioned that Chiri Rijui should be waiting outside to take her to the hospital or back home. Meanwhile, a member of an external basketball team, waiting outside Titan High School with a bouquet in hand, earnestly wished to confess his feelings. Concerned for her friend's health, Ran pulled Yoshiko along, stating, "Sorry, but Yoshiko is unwell. Let's discuss this another time." Yoshiko could only wave one hand dismissively, saying, "I refuse." "Honestly, what's the time for this?" Ran exclaimed, searching for Chiri Rijui's vehicle while chiding Yoshiko. "Ah, but you should acknowledge their feelings and the courage they've mustered." Upon discovering the Bentley Mulsanne parked by the roadside, Xiaolan assisted Yu Gongjizi into the front passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with care. She then gently advised, "Take care of yourself. If it gets serious, I can help Jizi take a leave tomorrow." Yu Gongjizi responded with a compliant, "Mm." Xiaolan turned to Chiji Rihu, saying, "Sister Chiji, Jizi has caught a cold. I entrust her to you." Chiji Rihu nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Xiaolan closed the car door and waved as the vehicle drove away. Yu Gongjizi was subjected to yet another temperature check by Chiji Rihu, who found it slightly elevated. Fortunately, it was nothing alarming. She would likely recover from the fever within 2 days. Yu Gongjizi took it all in stride, considering it merely a minor symptom in her journey towards better health. Chiji Rihu couldn't help but notice the cheerful demeanor of Yu Gongjizi, a faint smile lingering on her lips. However, Yu Gongjizi subsequently fell into a high fever for 2 days, requiring Chiji Rihu's constant care. Thankfully, after the first day, the fever began to subside. Otherwise, a trip to the hospital for an injection would have been necessary. On the morning of the second day after the fever broke, Yu Gongjizi sat in the front passenger seat as Chiji Rihu drove her to school. Yu Gongjizi yawned, feeling lethargic from the excessive sleep caused by the fever, and the antipyretics had dulled her sense of taste. Although she knew it was merely a minor aftereffect that would soon pass, it was quite uncomfortable. Everything she ate tasted bland and insipid. Chiji Rihu remained focused on driving, though she occasionally glanced at Yu Gongjizi's weary appearance, pondering that Jizi ought to sit in the back. Why? Rain Palace Yoshiko, idly occupied, scribbled characteristics of every potential suitor in her notebook, a tome that could render the world a more splendid place. Upon hearing a comment, she casually inquired. Due to the presence of a child seat, Chiririko glanced at Yoshiko, noting that the safety belt seemed slightly oversized, yet it allowed for a bit of rest later. A high fever was indeed quite arduous. Yoshiko nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the statement, yet she expressed her preference for the passenger seat. If she couldn't occupy the driver's seat, the passenger seat would suffice. Chiririko asserted, "You have no chance of sitting in the driver's seat, as long as she is present." Yoshiko pouted, closing her notebook and resting her chin in her hand as she gazed out the window. Her eyes fell upon a parallel white convertible, where a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit and sporting slicked-back hair held a cigarette in one hand while steering with the other. A lavish bouquet of roses was secured in the passenger seat with a seatbelt. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pondering, is he preparing to profess his love? Indeed, it could only be an expression of affection, for the man's flamboyant pink suit suggested that if he were to propose, it would likely be in a strikingly red ensemble. Yoshiko leaned on her chin, observing the car's interior, which bore a distinctive charm. An aging used Porsche, indicative of a small business owner. President Oda was driving his Porsche to meet a beauty he had recently encountered at a bar, intending to win her over with a blend of romance and wealth. While waiting at the red light, he rested his hand on the car window, flicking off the ashes from his cigarette. He glanced at the neighboring Bentley Mulsanne, contemplating the idea of acquiring one for himself. Suddenly, his gaze was irresistibly drawn and remained fixated on the young woman in the passenger seat of the Bentley. Her exquisitely radiant profile exuded a hint of delicate fragility. The dainty nose and naturally rosy, supple lips harmonized beautifully with her eyes, which seemed to emit a soft, luminous glow, accentuating her charming cheeks. One was instantly captivated, lost in reverie until the distant sound of a traffic officer rapping on his car stirred him from his reverie. The officer, casting a peculiar look, inquired why he had yet to move as the light turned green. "My heart has already ignited," he mused. The officer nodded, then lowered his head to write a ticket, affixing it to the side of the car. Shaking his head, he remarked, "You cannot fathom just how enchanting that girl was." "Girl? How old?" the officer inquired. With unwavering confidence, he replied, "Perhaps in elementary school or just beginning junior high." The officer nodded and spoke into his radio, "All departments, be advised. I have identified a target exhibiting inappropriate tendencies towards minors." In the Bentley Mulsanne, he added. Inside the car, Kiriko Amamiya rested her chin on her hand, observing the vehicles ahead. Chizuri Rihu occasionally cast a glance her way, having witnessed the entire transformation of the car owner from noticing Kiriko to becoming utterly entranced. "Kiriko, have you grown even cuter?" Upon mentioning this, Nariko Amamiya smiled sweetly. "Well, what time shall it be?" Chihiro Riho nodded in understanding, acknowledging that she was indeed more than just charming. Chapter 60. Spring has arrived on that day. Could be said that Kiriko Amamiya's vitality had surged to an impressive level of 3. Her beauty had notably improved as well. After a few days of fever, she returned looking radiant, her allure undeniably heightened. Yet, Amamiya could never bring herself to intentionally downplay her appearance. Thus, she remained just a touch more beautiful. In truth, Kiriko had always believed that beauty was secondary to grace, as it is the aura that truly captivates. Even when fatigued, a simple yawn could be enchanting, such as the essence of charm. "Amamiya-san, you seem even more lovely than before," a girl remarked at the school gate. Having noticed the subtle changes in Kiriko, particularly the improved condition of her skin, curiosity danced in her eyes. Kiriko, with a hint of confusion, modestly replied, "Oh, not at all. Perhaps it's simply because we haven't seen each other for a couple of days. Well, I must take my leave now." "Yes, go ahead." Youth is truly a blessing, with skin so soft and delicate, truly befitting a first-year beauty like Amamiya. Her friend nodded in agreement, adding, "And it seems she's captivated even those boys who are solely focused on sports." The senior chuckled, covering her mouth. "However, I heard that all the confessions have been met with rejection. It appears that Amamiya is quite familiar with that boy," she noted, observing Kiriko engaging in conversation with Shinichi Kudo. "Oh?" The senior quickly turned to look. At that moment, Kiriko had approached Shinichi, dabbed her makeup, and gently tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Shinichi, recognizing the familiar touch, calmly turned to face Kiriko and asked, "Who are you? Is that you, Kiriko Amamiya? Have you undergone some transformation in the past 2 days?" Kaito Kuroda observed, noting the subtle yet significant changes in her appearance. Despite the alterations, he could still recognize her. However, the shift was quite apparent. Frowning slightly, he inquired, "Have you applied makeup?" "Not at all," Kiriko dismissed, tossing aside the makeup remover wipe she held. Kaito's gaze followed the small white ball rolling away, and he couldn't help but think how blunt her remarks were. Did he truly lack perception? His vision was impeccable, perfect 5.0, rendering glasses unnecessary. Choosing to overlook her comment, he calmly stated, "Makeup is rather premature for you." With a graceful flick of her delicate fingers, Kiriko brandished an eyebrow pencil, brimming with confidence as she asserted, "I can enhance your attractiveness by 20 degrees. Kaito smirked. As a detective, He placed little value on superficial appearances. It was intelligence, keen observation, and deductive reasoning that constituted the true arsenal of a detective. Pouting, Kariko voiced her discontent. I removed my makeup just to show you. Kaito remained unaffected by her plaintive, melodious tone, yet he sensed something amiss. It wasn't until he observed her retrieving a palm-sized makeup box, applying powder to her face with an inscrutable technique, that he realized the extent of her transformation. The once radiant charm she exuded seemed to dim under the layers of makeup. With a nod, he remarked earnestly, "It's better to apply less makeup. You're still young, and it isn't good for your skin." Kariko snapped the makeup box shut and shot him an exasperated glance. However, most of her cosmetics are produced by Kuroba Toichi. With a secret formula, they likely cause minimal harm to the skin, perhaps a mere 5% damage, while washing one's face with tap water may inflict greater injury. How could Kuroba Toichi allow his treasured apprentice to suffer any detriment? Although both Belmod and Yukiko Kudo are considered his students, the only genuine disciple is Kariko Amamiya. Her capacity for learning was remarkable even then. She grasped concepts swiftly, and even with sporadic attendance, her evident progress was palpable. Kuroba Toichi harbored no desire to conceal anything from her. If she was willing to learn, he was eager to teach. Kariko Amamiya would eventually become one of the impersonators of Kaito Kuroba. Yet, she does not pilfer jewels. Rather, she steals hearts. After all, it is well known that many young women, much like Kaito Kuroba himself, possess a multitude of admirers. Upon hearing the teasing tone of Kariko Amamiya, Shinichi Kudo discerned that the makeup likely had no adverse effects. Reflecting on it, he recalled that Kariko had been reluctant to bask in the sun since kindergarten. When asked about her aversion, she simply expressed a desire to avoid getting tanned. With figures like Toko and Kaito, the dangers of sun exposure became apparent. While Toko's skin remained untanned, Kaito's experience imparted a valuable lesson. The sun's ultraviolet rays can be exceedingly harmful. The last time Kariko attended a cherry blossom viewing, her bag contained at least 2 bottles of sunscreen and 3 bottles of hydrating mist. Knowing how much Kariko treasures her appearance reassured him, thus he continued to encourage her to indulge in makeup. Although it was somewhat irksome, it was largely due to her own beauty that Akiko Amamiya, after school, promptly invited Ran and Sonoko to sing karaoke, a place strictly off-limits to Shinichi Kudo. Meanwhile, at school, despite her modest makeup, her classmates could still discern that Akiko appeared even more adorable. This could be attributed to the 2 days of absence that fostered a sense of longing. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Akiko was growing increasingly beautiful each day. Moreover, no one had successfully confessed their feelings to her thus far. Consequently, within just a month of the new term, many senior students, having observed her rising popularity, eagerly prepared to invest in the Akiko stock. This manifested in a notable trend, as the majority of confessions directed towards Akiko were from upperclassmen. Interestingly, these individuals seemed to have an unspoken agreement, demonstrating remarkable coordination, rarely causing her distress by concentrating their attempts on a single day. Subsequently, Akiko's recurring bouts of colds and fevers began once more. After taking nearly half a month off, she still managed to attend school, where the school nurse kindly came to her classroom to check her temperature. "Dear Akiko, your immunity needs improvement. How can you catch colds so frequently?" Akiko pondered this for a moment, contemplating that perhaps this was simply the nature of spring. The school nurse nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, spring is a time when influenza is quite prevalent." Akiko responded with a smile, "I do enjoy spring." Chapter 61. The Shark Detective at Titan High School. By the vending machine at the end of the classroom corridor, Shinichi Kudo inserted a coin to procure a can of oolong tea. With a satisfying click, he pulled the tab and took a sip, his face reflecting deep contemplation. Resting his chin on his thumb and forefinger, his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of intellect. Having just departed from the school nurse, and after losing a game of rock-paper-scissors to Ran and Sonoko, he was approached by Noriko Amamiya, who was taken aback at first but quickly composed herself. It appeared that a grave incident had transpired. Had a classmate met with misfortune? Fortunately, no classmate had suffered any ill fate. Recognizing her voice, Shinichi replied with irritation. Noriko raised an eyebrow. "Are you accusing me?" "Not at all. I was merely pondering who might have taken the music club's recorder, Shinichi retorted, finding Noriko's persistence rather bothersome. Noriko was surprised that he had grown so bored as to fixate on such trivial matters. Was there truly no opportunity for him to exercise his detective skills? However, she had a hunch about this small case. It might involve Octopus Guy. Who? Oh, nothing. Please, continue. Noriko waved her hand dismissively and returned to her drink. It became evident that even the most skilled detective must start with the mundane task of locating lost items, as one must accumulate experience to ascend to greater challenges. Noriko, too, continued her quest for experience. The initiative of the upperclassmen had already been activated, so there was no need for her to intervene. All that remained were the younger boys, fresh from elementary school, in her same grade. During class, while drawing a flowchart in her notebook, Kikuko Amamiya sensed a gaze directed towards her. She instinctively lifted her head to glance at the blackboard, as if observing the teacher, then naturally turned to the side, locking eyes with the boy nearby. He instinctively averted his gaze, lowering his head to feign interest in his book. After a moment, he dared to glance up again, only to find Kikuko winking at him playfully, followed by a gentle smile before she turned back to her work. The boy's heart raced with excitement as he pondered the possibility that Kikuko might have feelings for him. Meanwhile, Kikuko returned her attention to her paper, marking a name with a check. She then crumpled a small piece of paper into a ball and flicked it with her fingers, causing the eraser on the desk next to her to tumble to the floor, bouncing a few times before landing by her shoe. The boy at the adjacent desk widened his eyes in confusion, unsure why his eraser had fallen to the ground seemingly without cause. Moreover, it landed right next to Kikuko's shoe. Should he ask Kikuko to pick it up for him? How should he call out to her? Should he tap her? Would she think he had intentionally dropped it at her feet? What if Kikuko assumed he liked her? Should he just pick it up himself? But if he did, would Kikuko think it was deliberate? What was he even thinking? This boy found himself ensnared in a spiral of thoughts. At that moment, a soft voice reached his ears. "Ritata-kun? Is this your eraser?" He looked over, and there was Kikuko Amamiya, her mouth slightly agape as she spoke to him in a gentle whisper. With her petite hand gently covering her mouth and her eyes wide open as she whispered, she instantaneously captured his heart. Oblivious to everything, he nodded absent-mindedly and retrieved the eraser, only regaining awareness when he noticed Rainy Palace Kiko had returned to attentively listening to the lecture. Frustration overwhelmed him as he held his head in despair. How disappointing. Did I even brush against her fingers when she handed back the eraser? Rainy Palace Kiko glanced at the classmate who was now thumping his head on the table, questioning his resolve. It is essential to instill courage. Without such encouragement, even if the other person harbors profound affection, one may still lack the bravery to confess. She could not tolerate such cowardice. Gently tugging at his sleeve, she whispered, could I borrow the eraser for a moment? Right field eraser, suddenly shaken from his state of regret, replied with an effort to sound nonchalant. Oh, it's fine. After all, it was you, Rainy Palace, who picked it up for me. With a sweet smile, Rainy Palace Kiko responded, Thank you. And no problem, Right Field stammered, his cheeks flushing as he met her gaze. In a fluster, he accepted the eraser and began to use it. His heart raced. Could it be that Rainy Palace Kiko harbors feelings for me? Slowly, she marked a tick beside his name in her mind. When one senses mutual affection, the courage to confess blossoms significantly, for the fear of embarrassment following a failed confession often deters one from taking that pivotal step. After completing her fishing line, Noriko Amamiya sensed a gaze upon her and turned to find Shinichi Kudo observing her intently. His expression was devoid of emotion, for he recognized that these individuals had willingly placed themselves in this position, and he could not save them. Noriko had always possessed the remarkable ability to elicit heartfelt confessions from others, often alleviating the embarrassment and discomfort of those she rejected. Mastery of deduction and detective work could not mend the hearts of those who confessed their feelings. As their eyes met, Noriko wore an expression of innocence, while Shinichi remained composed. Unbeknownst to them, Ran, observing from a distance, felt a sense of unease as she witnessed Noriko's seemingly innocent and distressed demeanor directed at Shinichi. Was he, once again, tormenting her? Yoko, catching sight of the scene, instinctively covered her mouth, questioning whether Noriko was, in fact, playfully flirting with Shinichi. Upon noticing that Ran had also seen the interaction, a pang of dread struck Yoko's heart. The thought that Noriko harbored feelings for Shinichi had never crossed her mind until now. Reflecting on their frequent whispers and apparent secrets, she realized the truth. She had even attempted to play matchmaker between Ran and Shinichi, feeling a twinge of guilt for her previous schemes. But both Ran and Noriko had been her friends since kindergarten. Why must they share affections for the same individual? In this moment of turmoil, Yoko grappled with the dilemma of whom she ought to support. In a moment of dazed bewilderment, Sonoko found herself standing on the edge of a precipice, with towering waves crashing relentlessly against the rocks, leaving her mind in disarray. After class, as she prepared to continue fishing, she was unexpectedly pulled away by Yukiko. With a serious expression, Sonoko inquired, "Yukiko, are you perhaps contemplating romance?" "Huh?" Yukiko replied, perplexed. "What romance? I'm still distributing experience tickets for falling into the river of love." She explained that these tickets became void upon confession. "Does that count as love?" She mused. "Perhaps," Sonoko replied, observing Yukiko's reaction. A wave of disappointment washed over Sonoko. Her lifelong wish had been to matchmake Ran and Shinichi, aside from being courted by handsome suitors. Yukiko tilted her head, beginning to grasp the situation, and raised her hand. "All right, I'm not preparing for romance." "What's wrong with you, Sonoko?" No longer needing to struggle between two close friends, a glimmer of hope illuminated Sonoko's expression. "Really? Then what are your thoughts on Kudo Shinichi?" Yukiko tilted her head again. "Shark?" She elaborated, "Sharks are hard to catch." Understanding dawned on Sonoko. As long as Yukiko did not harbor feelings for Shinichi, that was sufficient. That detective fanatic. Who besides Ran could possibly have an affinity for him? Yukiko pondered, recalling that Ran indeed had a record of battling sharks, all for the sake of this dear friend, Sonoko. Chapter 62. The deathly eye of magic. When Kiriko Amamiya and Sonoko returned, Ran was firmly grasping Shinichi Kudo's ear, questioning whether he had bullied Kiriko. "No way. Who could possibly bully her?" Shinichi protested, attempting to escape Ran's clutches. Naturally strong by nature, and having recently begun training in the karate club, Ran's combat prowess had indeed become formidable. Upon seeing Kiriko, Shinichi pointed, "If you don't believe me, just ask her yourself." Kiriko pondered for a moment, then, with a hint of grievance, tugged at Ran's sleeve, saying, "Ran, Shinichi was quite stern with me when I was buying drinks." Shinichi's expression remained impassive. He had forgotten that the one person he should never question was Kiriko Amamiya herself. Ran offered some words of comfort to Kiriko, aware that Shinichi was likely still troubled by the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the music club's recorder. It was unsurprising that the detective's tone could be so merciless during his deductions. However, it was inappropriate to frighten Kiriko. What if she caught a cold or fell ill as a result? Ran pulled Shinichi closer, quietly advising him on how to treat the frail Kiriko, reminding him that as a young man he should set a good example. Shinichi glanced over to see Kiriko, who was likely eavesdropping, occasionally nodding in agreement. "Not only are you stronger than I am, but your hearing is quite remarkable as well." Could she not behave like a proper young lady, at least avoiding kicking doors open barefoot or engaging in brawls with thugs and confronting kidnappers single-handedly? After all, she was frail. While Shinichi was being chastised by Ran, he turned back to see Kiriko had already begun her own part of the conversation. With an expression of curiosity, she approached the group of boys and inquired, "What are you all playing?" "Oh, just a little game," they replied. "It's not particularly entertaining. We're merely passing the time since class is over." As soon as the boys noticed that Amano Yoshiko had approached with interest, they immediately adopted a more reserved demeanor. These trivial games were beneath them. Being graduates of elementary school, they could hardly claim to enjoy such childish pastimes. Ultimately, it was their boredom as middle school students that led them to engage in such frivolities. Who, in their right mind, would partake in something so trivial? Yoshiko, perplexed, asked, "Aren't we playing anymore? May I join?" "Of course. Absolutely," they responded without hesitation. The boys welcomed her presence, for they were engaged in a staring contest, and having Yoshiko join them would afford them the opportunity to gaze at her openly. Observing their eager agreement, Yoshiko smiled and nodded. There are few who can gaze into her eyes for a full minute without feeling their heart race. The rules were simple. Maintain eye contact, ensuring that one's gaze does not stray too far from the other's eyes, while employing various tactics to distract. The first player and Yoshiko began their contest. The first player widened his eyes, locking his gaze with Yoshiko's, primarily focusing on her eyes, yet taking in the entirety of her visage. No matter how one looks at it, it is undeniably charming. Hold on. As he gazed, he suddenly noticed that Kiriko Amamiya wore a captivating smile, playfully winking at him. In that fleeting moment, a jolt of electricity surged through his heart, causing him to involuntarily widen his eyes. Could it be that the adorably enchanting Kiriko Amamiya possesses such an entrancing side? His eyes, now overly wide, grew dry, compelling him to shut them momentarily and rub them in defeat. Upon reopening his eyes, he found Kiriko Amamiya modestly smiling at him, as if to say, "I'm sorry, but I have triumphed." The first contestant remained ensnared in a daze, questioning whether the alluring visage of Kiriko was merely an illusion, while the other two contestants ushered him aside, leaving him to wallow in his defeat. The second contestant confidently took a seat, having only witnessed Kiriko's playful wink from the sidelines, which hardly constituted a loss, nor would anyone dare to claim so. Should Kiriko Amamiya falter, they would be left staring at one another. Compared to locking gazes with Kiriko, exchanging glances with his companions felt rather futile. This time, Kiriko Amamiya refrained from any tricks, simply meeting his gaze with her sparkling eyes, causing the second contestant's face to flush, his focus gradually drifting away, unable to concentrate. It appeared as though he was maintaining eye contact with Kiriko, yet his gaze had already wandered aimlessly, uncertain of where it would land. Kiriko tilted her head, attempting to discern where his gaze was directed. Was it towards her? The second contestant turned away to evade Kiriko's gaze, nearly unable to suppress an impulsive confession, his heart racing vigorously. Was it only half a minute? Indeed, it seemed so. Yukimi Amami nodded, acknowledging the potential in the candidate before her, encouraging them to persevere. The third contestant was then escorted away. As she took her seat, Yukimi Amami observed, her nerves overwhelming her, causing her to forget to breathe, her face gradually flushing with color. She parted her lips slightly and murmured, "Breathe." Suddenly, the student gasped for air, grasping the desk as beads of sweat trickled down. Am I truly that intimidating? She pondered, tilting her head curiously. Could it be that I forgot to apply makeup today? Perhaps I should seize the opportunity to enhance my appearance. Relying solely on her looks for attention felt too effortless, lacking in fulfillment. Moreover, being overly attractive proved to be a hindrance in her endeavors. With a hint of concern, Yukimi Amami inquired, "Ryuta, shall I escort you to the infirmary?" Ryuta, visibly animated, replied yes. His response trailed off as his close companion whisked him away towards the infirmary. "Fear not, Yukimi. We are brothers, and we shall take good care of him." Yukimi Amami gazed at the suddenly vacant doorway of the classroom, contemplating, is this what brotherhood entails? Quite enviable. Kudo Shinichi, an onlooker, slowly raised his thumb in approval. If only there were more steadfast companions like this, the cases they would unravel would undoubtedly be most challenging. A chill crept down Yukimi Amami's spine as she turned to meet Kudo Shinichi's gaze. The infamous death stare? She contemplated deeply. Was it a choice among three? Was Kudo Shinichi the one chosen? Surely, a sacrifice was inescapable. To be prudent, it is wise to first haul the fish from the net. The following day, Yukiko Amami meticulously organized her schedule around school encounters, morning club practices, lunchtime breaks, and after-school hours to retrieve all the fish she had previously ensnared in her net, placing them into a pond. Her agenda was filled to the brim. Among her contributions, fellow classmate Yuta provided some physical prowess, which was a delightful surprise. In gratitude, Yukiko adorned his eraser with a drawing of a little chick, which Yuta cherished and decided to keep. In return, he exchanged it for a round eraser, which he believed would roll easily on the ground, possibly ending up at Yukiko's feet. Even if his confession were to be declined, he held on to the hope of reigniting the flames of love. However, like a portal to another dimension, should the eraser fall, it would vanish from sight, only to be discovered later at the feet of one of his friends. No need for your assistance. How dare you prevent Yukiko from escorting me to the infirmary? Despicable. Yet, his friend chuckled generously, picking up the eraser and placing it in Yuta's palm without a hint of resentment, his gaze gentle. Yuta, as long as you have yet to win Yukiko's heart, we shall remain lifelong comrades. Yukiko yearned to dedicate a song to them, but it seemed inappropriate for her to do so, given her position. The alliance of heartbreak merely marked the beginning of her ambitions for the entire grade. As summer approached, Yukiko diligently toiled away, casting her net wide to ensure the fish could not escape, planning to reel them in one by one thereafter. She maintains a rather positive mindset. Fishing is not her sole passion, and she often takes the time to accompany Xiaolan and Yuanzi on outings. Yuanzi, her best companion, ultimately confirmed her feelings for Shinichi, which left her with a sense of guilt towards Kiko. When encountering handsome men, her first thought is not to pursue them herself, but rather to encourage Kiko to seize the opportunity. The astonished expression on Amamiya Kiko's face even left Kudo Shinichi taken aback. It was unexpected that Yuanzi didn't instantly swoon at the sight of a handsome man. Upon realizing that Yuanzi had altruistically stepped back for her sake, Kiko felt deeply touched. Although Shinichi insists that no one would be interested in Yuanzi, she firmly believes that people will eventually recognize Yuanzi's allure. When she removes her hairband, a familiar pattern emerges during their outings. Yuanzi spots a handsome man and nudges Kiko to approach him. Kiko, whose personality is not particularly outgoing, often finds herself awkwardly positioned within the gaze of these gentlemen. This inevitably draws their attention, leading to casual conversations, and after a brief interaction, it is impossible not to be enchanted by the gentle and lovely Amamiya Kiko. Yuanzi, adept at reading the atmosphere, swiftly creates the right time and space for Kiko and the handsome man to share a moment alone. Then comes the moment when Kiko is ready to fish for big catches. After all, every confession counts, and she can always use her youth as an excuse to decline. She is merely 12 years old. Do those who confess to her truly understand what that entails? The audacity to confess to her is astounding. You are a good person, but please, keep your distance. The charming figure of Yoko, alongside the exquisite hairpin of Ayumi, forms an impeccable collaboration. Ayumi, unable to bear Yoko's selfless assistance, resolves to reciprocate in due time. Yoko, your truth is plain to see, and I shall ensure everything is arranged with utmost clarity for you. The hours spent fishing invariably fly by. On this particular weekend, as summer vacation approaches, Ayumi, Yoko, and Ran have planned a trip to purchase new swimsuits, followed by a visit to the water park for some leisure. Ayumi finds herself in need of careful contemplation regarding her swimsuit choice. She embodies both modesty and charm, and as a refined young lady, she dismisses anything overtly sensual, deeming it inappropriate for a 12-year-old. However, she is also reluctant to embrace swimsuits that are excessively cute, adorned with layers of ruffles and skirts. Her companion, Chia, selects a one-piece dress-style swimsuit for her, resembling something a child would wear, fastening at the nape of her neck. Though Ayumi's lips twitch in dismay, Chia staunchly opposes two-piece swimsuits, leaving Ayumi with no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. At 12, there is little to flaunt anyway, so she resigns herself to the decision. Fortunately, both Ran and Yoko are in similar situations. Yoko has yet to find a swimsuit that would leave Shinichi in a state of astonishment. As for Chia, she has chosen a stylish and captivating training swimsuit. Ayumi is mindful of sun protection, as the water park is outdoors and the summer sun is particularly fierce. She insists that Ran and Yoko also take precautions against sunburn and tanning before they venture out. The constitution of Yukimi Amamiya allows her to withstand minor sunburns without concern. However, she has no desire to attempt tanning, for a dark complexion does not appeal to her. She prefers her skin to be fair, delicate, and smooth. Fully prepared, Yukimi Amamiya engaged in some light physical activity. Her swimming prowess is unparalleled, and with a trident in hand, she could navigate the seas with ease. "One swim ring, please," she requested. Yukimi Amamiya rented a swim ring. She observed that girls who swim like sharks tend to attract fewer admirers compared to those who, adorably clutching swim rings, seem to garner more affection. Chizuri Sui captured a photograph of the young lady embracing her swim ring as she entered the water. It was amusing to see someone who could swim freely in her home pool, without any fear of drowning, clinging to a swim ring in such an environment. Oh, how kawaii! However, just as Yukimi Amamiya was about to enter the water, she abruptly halted, her bare feet skidding to a stop as she turned to gaze at two individuals seated beneath a sun umbrella at a nearby table. One was a ruggedly masculine man, casually holding a toothpick in his mouth, while the other, sporting sunglasses and slightly tousled hair, exuded a certain charm. What was going on? Yukimi Amamiya glanced around, noting the absence of familiar faces, leaving only these two men. They seem somewhat recognizable. Perhaps a photo with them would interest Toko, she mused. With the swim ring still in her grasp, she made her way toward them, but paused midway. To the untrained eye, it appeared they were merely engaged in light conversation. Yet, with her keen observational skills, she discerned that the muscular man was discreetly surveying their surroundings while feigning a casual exchange. Another dashing man remained oblivious to the appearance of his target, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings as he conversed, his fingers dancing swiftly over the buttons of his phone, as if exchanging phone numbers. Was there a case at hand? Kuriko Amamiya tilted her head, pondering whether it was a criminal matter. Regrettably, she had not brought Shinichi with her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted Shinichi Kudo approaching in his swim trunks. Upon his arrival, his first words were, "Have we encountered a case?" Truly, it was no surprise. Wherever there was a case, he would always be there. Chapter 64. Hongo and Matsuda, those two fellows over there are both police officers, aren't they? Although the one wearing sunglasses is obscured, the gaze of the tall man unmistakably resembles that of a surveillance officer, reminiscent of the look in Kudo Shinichi's father's eyes when investigating infidelity cases. Kudo Shinichi, having noticed the two men through the gaze of Amamiya Noriko, turned his head after observing them for a moment. While Morikagaru was typically engaged in a detective's pursuit of wayward pets and illicit lovers, his occasional glances still bore a hint of his former life as a criminal investigator. Amamiya Noriko tilted her head and asked, "Why not go introduce yourself to those two officers?" Kudo Shinichi shook his head. "We shouldn't disturb them while they are handling a case." Noriko opened her mouth, surprised that Kudo Shinichi showed no inclination to involve himself in the investigation. Can you believe that? She thought, though she personally found it hard to accept. Kudo Shinichi rolled his eyes. "Let us just observe from a distance and see if we can uncover anything." Noriko gave him a thumbs up. "Very detective-like of you." Kudo Shinichi glanced around and pointed towards the large swimming pool. Understanding his gesture, Noriko nodded, grasped her float, and leaped into the water, swimming gracefully towards the shaded table beneath the umbrella. Being close to the water's edge, she might catch snippets of conversation. Kudo Shinichi, the seasoned detective, felt a twinge of illness, yet Noriko was equally eager to eavesdrop on the discussions between Matsuda and Hongo. The police academy's 5-member idol group had diminished, as Hajiwara Kenji had already sacrificed himself. Noriko couldn't pinpoint the exact moment, for at that time, she was still in elementary school, unable to grasp the gravity of each explosive incident. If Akiko Rainey had the opportunity, she would undoubtedly wish to exchange a few words with Kenji Hajiwara. "You should put on your bomb suit before speaking," she would say. Currently, Jinpei Matsuda is stationed in the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit of the Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau, but in 2 years, he will be reassigned to the 1st Investigative Division's Major Crimes Unit. After spending 7 days as a colleague with Sato, he too sacrificed his life. His sacrifice was partly to save others, trading his life for a clue that would lead to the next bomb placement, thereby preventing a greater loss of civilian lives. The other part of the reason was simply his striking handsomeness. Wataru date. How unpredictable the world can be, so difficult to fathom. Kajimitsu Jubufu. A lofty conviction and a somewhat dramatic sacrifice. The last remaining hope of the police academy's 5-member group, Toru Amuro. No, it is Zero Sugiyama, has little left to say, but he carries forth the beliefs of the other 4 with determination. The surface of the swimming pool is nearly 40 centimeters lower than the ground on this side, and there is a ladder nearby to assist in climbing up. The 2 individuals can conceal themselves against the pool's edge while remaining on the water's surface. However, Continuing to swim over like this would undoubtedly attract their attention, so Shinichi Kudo reconfirmed with Akiko Raini, "You can dive and swim over, right?" With a charming smile, Akiko Raini replied, "Of course." Shinichi nodded, indicating that it was not just a casual ability, and he had no doubts. The main issue was that Akiko usually appeared to struggle with swimming during lessons, often hiding in the shadows to avoid sun exposure, and she was reluctant to prepare for sun protection before entering the water. Thus, it seemed unlikely for her to swim and sunbathe unless it was an indoor pool. Kudo Shinichi could not ascertain the swimming abilities of Amamiya Akiko. However, judging by the distance from the shore to this point, her aquatic skills were quite commendable. During swimming classes, it seemed she was merely feigning proficiency. There was no point in entangling himself with Amamiya Akiko over this matter. As he observed her submerge into the water, he too donned his goggles and immersed himself beneath the surface. Yet, scarcely had he begun to swim when he felt a violent disturbance on the water's surface. In his underwater vision, he caught sight of a robust figure, a muscular man clad in black swimming trunks, who effortlessly lifted him from the water and emerged above the surface. "Are you alright, kiddo?" asked Ida Kei, glancing down at Kudo Shinichi with concern. Kudo Shinichi silently removed his goggles. "I'm fine, just diving, uncle." Seeing that Kudo was unharmed, Ida Kei felt relieved. Realizing it was a bit of a mix-up, he scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, I'm not really an uncle. I'm not even 30 yet." Kudo Shinichi felt a wave of disbelief. "Are you really a police officer?" However, when he turned his head, he noticed Amamiya Akiko leisurely reclining on her float. Upon seeing him glance her way, she blinked, suddenly contemplating that if both children were to sink, they might easily be mistaken for drowning. Thus, it would suffice for only Kudo Shinichi to submerge. Yet, Ida Kei's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Just as she surfaced, he dove back into the water and swiftly rescued Kudo Shinichi, leaving no opportunity for diving, prohibiting any further immersion. On the other side, Matsuda Jinpei had just removed his sunglasses and stood up, only to see the little girl he intended to rescue already floating to the surface, effortlessly climbing onto her inflatable ring and reclining upon it. With a resigned sigh, he donned his sunglasses once more and returned to his seat, observing his friend and the small boy who had just been retrieved. It was then that Date Ko, having given a brief admonition to Kudo Shinichi to be cautious while playing, settled back under the sunshade. Kudo Shinichi, after acknowledging the advice, sought out Amamiya Noriko, his expression stern. "Could we dispense with the theatrics and embrace a bit more sincerity?" Amamiya Noriko stifled a laugh and, in a gentle tone, offered her apologies, inquiring what his next move would be. Kudo Shinichi cast her a sidelong glance before swimming directly towards Date Ko and Matsuda Jinpei. Curiosity piqued, Amamiya Noriko followed suit, her inflatable ring bobbing along as she approached. It was then that she overheard Kudo Shinichi laying bare his deductions to Date Ko and Matsuda Jinpei. "You must be police officers without a doubt. Your physique betrays the signs of rigorous training, not merely the muscle of a gym-goer, but that which is cultivated through the demands of your profession. Moreover, your gaze often drifts to scrutinize those around you, as if cataloging their features. Is it a habit formed from frequenting crime scenes or tailing suspects? I presume, sir, you are a detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division? Which section do you belong to? As for this bespectacled gentleman, I surmise he is not an officer on the front lines, perhaps affiliated with the security department or oversight duties." Date Ko exhibited a hint of surprise, while Matsuda Jinpei echoed a soft "oh" in response. Kudo Shinichi discerned from their expressions that his conjectures closely aligned with reality, prompting him to speak with confidence. "So what incidents may transpire here? I am Kudo Shinichi, a middle school detective, and I can assist you in resolving this case." Amamiya Noriko clapped her small hands, her arguments logical and persuasive, inching closer to the truth. Is this truly the prowess of a middle school detective, Kudo Shinichi? While Date Wataru appeared somewhat amenable, Matsuda Jinpei, the cold and arrogant handsome figure, smirked slightly and inquired, "Little brother, what do you believe I excel at?" Kudo Shinichi gazed at him calmly. If he were to deduce the other's greatest strength, it would inevitably entail discerning his specific line of work. Given the tone of his inquiry, it was likely a skill not commonly possessed by most police officers. Amamiya Noriko tilted her head, pondering, is it typing? Chapter 65. The fugitive at the water park. Shinichi Kudo scrutinized the figure of Jinpei Matsuda from head to toe, particularly noting the eyes concealed beneath his sunglasses and his impeccably well-maintained hands. Skills such as shooting and combat were undoubtedly essential and could not be used to deduce what one might excel at in such circumstances. As for other skills, there were dog training, equipment maintenance, bomb disposal, reconnaissance, and psychology. Bomb disposal. Shinichi pondered for a moment. Compared to the others, this particular skill appeared to be the most suitable and easily presented as his forte. Matsuda displayed a hint of surprise but quickly flashed a charming smile, preparing to reveal the correct answer. Kiriko Amamiya interjected, "Is it typing?" Matsuda paused, and Shinichi turned to her, questioning the oddity of her answer. Could such a dashing officer truly excel in something as mundane as typing? Yet, he understood that when Amamiya spoke, there was invariably a point to consider. Matsuda regarded the delightful girl with a smirk, snapping his fingers. "It's a bit of both." Shinichi turned back to him. "Can you be serious about your skill?" Matsuda smiled slightly. "Typing is indeed one of my strengths, and while I take pride in it, I am still primarily a bomb disposal expert. So, little sister, you were only half right. This younger brother has answered correctly." Kudo. Shinichi smirked, pondering if one could truly take pride in typing quickly. After all, speed in typing was hardly an achievement worthy of pride for a police officer. Little did Kudo Shinichi anticipate that this skill might eventually save lives, rendering it a commendable ability. Nonetheless, Matsuda Jinpei held a favorable view of Kudo Shinichi, inquiring if the young lad aspired to become a police officer. "No, I shall become a detective," Kudo Shinichi replied candidly. Matsuda Jinpei chuckled softly, suggesting that perhaps he might become a detective of such caliber that the police would rely on him to solve cases. Indeed, Kudo Shinichi responded with calm assurance, showing no signs of treating the matter lightly. Matsuda Jinpei, who had his own doubts about the police's ability to uncover the truth due to his childhood experiences, had initially harbored animosity toward them. His motivation to join the force stemmed from a desire to confront the police commissioner. It was only during his time at the police academy that his perspective shifted. Amamiya Kiko tilted her head, curiosity piqued, asking, "You two seem to be making plans for the future. So what are you both doing here? Investigating a case?" Ida K and Matsuda Jinpei exchanged glances, with Matsuda crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, declaring, "I am here to enjoy a vacation at the water park." Ida K nodded in agreement, adding, "Just catching some sun." Amamiya Kiko cast a sidelong glance at Kudo Shinichi, sensing that these two gentlemen were unlikely to divulge any information about the case easily. Kudo Shinichi acknowledged the normalcy of the situation, laying his cards on the table. It seems that there are two individuals here who are undoubtedly undercover agents. One appears to be a bomb disposal expert, seemingly on vacation by chance, while this gentleman must have arrived due to a case. How peculiar. What could it be? Matsuda Jinpei cast a sidelong glance, recognizing the potential in this young child. Ida Koji, though not vocally expressing his thoughts, exhibited a demeanor of astonishment, his mouth agape and his head shaking, which could easily attract the attention of others. He could only invite Kudo Shinichi and Amamiya Noriko to sit down as well. As long as they refrained from wandering off and speaking freely, sharing this information with them posed no issue. Ida Koji succinctly explained that he had noticed a suspected fugitive entering the water park, prompting him to follow suit. However, the individual had since vanished without a trace. Kudo Shinichi pondered, "Is there anyone in the control room of the water park?" Officers have already been dispatched to monitor the control room for any suspicious individuals. Ida Koji responded, recognizing Shinichi's inclination towards surveillance. Kudo Shinichi nodded slightly and continued, "What crime has this fugitive committed?" "Robbery and murder," Ida Koji replied. Shinichi fell into deep contemplation and, after a moment, turned to Amamiya Noriko, saying, "Could you please keep an eye on Ran and Sonoko for me? We cannot evacuate the visitors en masse at this moment, as it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the murderer. If they were to blend in and escape amidst the crowd, seizing that opportunity would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it could pose a threat to the visitors." "All right then," she conceded. Reigning, Akiko Amamiya rose and embraced her inflatable ring as she made her way. The gaze of Jinpei Matsuda, concealed beneath his sunglasses, briefly followed Akiko before he turned to Shinichi Kudo and inquired, "Aren't you worried about her?" Shinichi shook his head, deeming such concern unnecessary. He had witnessed Akiko's combat prowess on few occasions, granting her scant opportunity to demonstrate it. However, those in the know recognized her capacity for self-defense. Hiroshi Agasa, perplexed, remarked, "Is that so? I suppose few would dare to trouble her, unless their eyesight were compromised." Akiko's allure drew considerable attention. Anyone harboring ill intentions in a public setting would need to be discreet to avoid detection. As Akiko approached the intricate slide, which towered several stories high, she noticed a large barrel perched atop, filled to the brim with water, poised to cascade down upon those waiting below. Among them were Ran and Sonoko, standing at the base. Just as Akiko neared, the barrel tipped, releasing a torrent of icy water that sent chills through the two girls, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Akiko glanced upward at the swaying barrel, arching an eyebrow in anticipation. Had Shinichi initiated the spectacle? Chapter 66. The Slide Incident. Yukiko, you have finally arrived. Yoko waved at Amamiya Yukiko from beneath the large water barrel above. Yukiko, however, was reluctant to join, for the force of the water cascading from the barrel was quite formidable. Just moments ago, Yoko had nearly been swept away by the deluge, only saved by a timely grip from Ran. More crucially, it threatened to ruin her hairstyle, thereby compromising her beauty. Yukiko waved her hand dismissively at Ran and Yoko, signaling her disinterest and beckoning them to come closer. Yet Yoko was determined to experience it once more, and she approached Yukiko, grasping her hand in anticipation of the next torrent from the now-filling barrel. Yukiko's expression remained serene. How could the water in the barrel be so icy on such a sweltering day? According to the conventions of the world of Conan, if one were to speculate in an unexpected direction, it was plausible that a substantial block of ice had been fixed within the barrel, entombing the victim's corpse. By noon, when the heat reached its zenith, the ice might have melted sufficiently, leading to the sudden drop of a body. What a shocking entrance for the victim! At that moment, Ran let out a piercing scream, and Shinichi rushed over, exclaiming, "Ran, call the police." Matsuda and Date hastily shouted, "The police are right here." Then the victim's boyfriend emerged, tears streaming down his face, while the maintenance worker at the water park stood in a state of panic, and a vacationing plumber looked on in disbelief. Shinichi's gaze swept across these three unusual figures, and a sense of certainty began to form within him. The suspects in this case include a maintenance worker at the water park, the victim's boyfriend, and a passing plumber on vacation. After uncovering various clues and employing deductive reasoning, Shin discovered that the perpetrator must be one of these three individuals. As Amamiya Noriko looked up, she noticed that the water in the bucket was about to spill over, revealing no ice cubes and allowing her to see the bottom of the bucket. Nearby, a sign read, "Cooling Zone. Individuals under 120 centimeters tall or below a certain weight should not stand in this area." She decided to step back to avoid being drenched, reasoning that no bodies would fall from above. However, YKO grasped her hand, insisting that Noriko could not always play alone. Her well-meaning friend was a bit troublesome. Faced with the impending cascade of water, Amamiya Noriko could only raise one hand to shield herself while firmly planting her feet on the ground. Xiaolan, concerned for Noriko's well-being, attempted to persuade YKO to let her go, but could only hold her head in dismay. In a twist of fate, YKO stumbled under the torrent of water pouring from the enormous bucket, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to Noriko's steady grip, while Noriko remained firmly upright yet completely soaked. "Are you all right, Noriko? That was quite a deluge," YKO said, wiping the water from her face. Her words mumbled yet still filled with concern for Amamiya Noriko. "I'm fine," Noriko replied, offering to wipe YKO's face, ensuring that she could at least open her eyes without being blinded by the water. The garden opened its eyes to behold a face, so close at hand, gently wiping away with tender care, exclaiming, "No wonder so many boys confess their feelings to you. Noriko, you are truly enchanting." Noriko Amano rolled her eyes slightly and departed, stating that Shinichi was searching for them. Xiaolan, puzzled, inquired, "Shinichi is here too?" Noriko nodded, "Yes. I encountered him just now." Then, she mused inwardly, wondering why Xiaolan and the garden were unaware of Shinichi's presence. while he was evidently aware of theirs. Did this straightforward young man wish to admire the beauties in swimsuits alone? The garden promptly suggested, "Let us approach him and show off our swimsuits." She discreetly signaled to Noriko, clearly intending to showcase Xiaolan's swimwear to Shinichi. Noriko could only think that the garden was exceedingly motivated in this regard. Was she a perpetual motion machine of romance? Leading Xiaolan towards that direction, Noriko felt a sense of unease about the normalcy surrounding the barrel. She contemplated capturing the perpetrator before anything untoward transpired, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by tourists descending the water slide beside her. Sliding down was a completely silent corpse, its neck marred by a gruesome wound, cascading into the water tinged with crimson. Xiaolan and the garden were momentarily stunned, then instinctively screamed in unison at the sight before them. Rain Palace's Kikuko swiftly covered the eyes of the girls, immediately lifting her gaze towards the serpentine water slide, which twisted and turned, revealing no suspicious individuals. Each level boasted 2 slides, suggesting that the assailant likely escaped via another slide. Lifeguards were ubiquitous in the water park, and soon one noticed the anomaly, shouting for assistance while rushing over. Kikuko gently patted Lon and Sunoko's heads, instructing them to seek solace from the nearby lifeguard, while she hastily navigated through the shallow waters, searching for the level from which the victim had descended, as well as the corresponding slide and its exit below. However, she saw no other visitors in the vicinity. Nearby, some tourists who subsequently discovered the body were screaming in panic, while arriving lifeguards loudly maintained order, urging onlookers to keep their distance. Kikuko observed the surrounding individuals, all seemingly unperturbed. Could anyone escape right under my nose? Lowering her gaze, she retrieved her phone from the waterproof pouch. Shinichi, an incident has occurred here. Someone has been murdered. Upon hearing this, Kudo Shinichi, who was with Handa and Matsuda, sprang to his feet, realizing that Lon was still present. He quickly called out, "On my way." Handa inquired what is going on. Matsuda, calmly removing his glasses, asked, "What has happened to that little girl?" Shinichi replied tersely, "A victim has emerged." After speaking, he swiftly exited, and Idahiko exchanged a glance with Matsuda Jinpei. The two immediately rose to follow suit. As they stood, Matsuda Jinpei quickly composed and dispatched a message to the police personnel stationed at the water park to coordinate their arrangements. Initially, he had merely been passing by, while Idahiko was the orchestrator of this operation. However, with his presence, there was no need for the combat personnel to direct the actions. Though he had not yet officially joined the investigation division, his expertise in this area surpassed that of Idahiko. On his way to the crime scene, Matsuda Jinpei sent several messages to augment the personnel at the entrances of the water park, instructing them to ascertain whether each departing visitor bore any resemblance to the fugitive based on the provided descriptions. The individuals previously searching for the fugitive within the water park proceeded to the crime scene, tasked with monitoring every suspicious individual eager to vacate the area. Meanwhile, the control room took command of the water park surveillance systems, ensuring comprehensive oversight of the ongoing situation within. He then called for additional support, including medical assistance, and upon completing all arrangements, Matsuda Jinpei leisurely donned his sunglasses, his eyes concealed behind the dark lenses, exuding an air of unsettling calmness and coldness. Every life lost deserves meticulous consideration, and every individual who takes another's life must face the appropriate consequences. Upon arriving at the scene, Matsuda Jinpei and Idahiko presented their police credentials, instructing those present to step aside. Matsuda Jinpei's icy gaze, hidden beneath his sunglasses, scrutinized each face before him, noting every subtle movement and change in expression. Ida KZ crouched down to examine the corpse. After scrutinizing the wounds, he raised his gaze towards the slide, the very place from which the victim had descended. The body, submerged in water of uncertain depth, bobbed gently, prompting several lifeguards to relocate it to the water's edge. One could not fault their actions. Prolonged immersion indeed obscures any clues on the victim's body, and the water's effect is detrimental to the preservation of the wounds. Yet, it remained unclear in what state the body had slid down. Ida KZ turned his attention to the two young girls nearby, the primary witnesses, who were still being comforted by Kudo Shinichi, rendering them momentarily unable to provide any information. "I saw her head down, her face up, officer," timidly spoke Amaji Noriko, tugging at Ida Kz's sleeve. He looked at this exceptionally beautiful little girl, surprised that she had the courage to offer a clue. He promptly inquired about other details, but Noriko had little else to share. Thus, he directed his gaze towards the individuals present. Ida Kz and Matsuda Jinpei exchanged sharp looks, scrutinizing each person in attendance with suspicion. Simultaneously, Matsuda's gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses, fell upon Kudo Shinichi. After comforting his two friends, the young boy's eyes scanned the crowd with a curious intensity, a demeanor strikingly befitting a detective. Slightly turning his head, he noticed that, aside from the three of them, another person was also observing the gathering. The young girl named Kiko Amamiya surveyed her surroundings with a calm demeanor, not merely glancing about but earnestly seeking out those who might be deemed suspicious. Matsuda Jinpei's gaze returned to the crowd. Thus, the question remained, who could the perpetrator truly be? Chapter 67. A complicated situation. After a short while, the police arrived at the scene. They cordoned off the area surrounding the body and erected screens to shield the view, while forensic experts examined the victim's wounds. Officers diligently collected statements from the witnesses present. Amidst comforting the distraught Xiaolan and Yuanzi, Detective Magyar exchanged a glance with Rain Palace Kiko. Observing the innocent gaze of Kiko, Magyar felt a sense of unease. This was the third time. Sato, it's your turn, Detective Magyar instructed Mawako Sato, who had just arrived, to attend to Kiko while he conferred with Date K and Matsuda Jinpei. Sato, a competent woman with a chic bob haircut, felt somewhat ill-equipped to console a child. Yet, Kiko seemed to respond well to her efforts. Is Kiko all right? I'm fine, thank you, Sister Sato. I was just a little scared at first, but now I'm completely okay. Kiko replied, shaking her head softly. Though she claimed to be fine, Sato mused that it was only natural to feel fear in such a situation. Anyone who didn't would be considered abnormal. However, she found it slightly concerning that a girl as sweet and innocent as Kiko could recover her composure so swiftly. A comparison with Xiaolan and Yuanzi highlighted this disparity. Could it be the lingering effects of the previous kidnapping incident? After gathering Kiko's statement, Sato advised her not to wander too far and turned her attention back to comforting Xiaolan and Yuanzi while taking their statements. Once Kiko agreed to Sato's request, she settled onto her inflatable ring and surveyed the scene, watching as the police interrogated the witnesses one by one. Her little mind was in motion. On the other side, Shinichi Kudo was deep in thought, meticulously organizing clues and ideas. However, he was not at the crime scene itself, and he felt as though something crucial was still missing. It appeared that the officers over there had already identified the victim and were determining if anyone present had any connection to them. Shinichi was eager to edge closer and eavesdrop, but he was intercepted by Officer Magyar, who instructed him to remain where he was and not wander off. Officer Magyar was familiar with Shinichi. He was the classmate of Mori's daughter, Ran, and the son of Kudo Yusaku, making him a well-known acquaintance. Given this relationship, it was even more imperative to keep him away from the scene, lest the young boy be left with psychological scars. Shinichi pouted, noticing that Ran and Sonoko were being looked after by Officer Sato, and he saw Akiko Amamiya observing the suspects with a scrutinizing gaze, prompting him to approach and inquire, "Do you have any leads?" Akiko pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I am merely watching their expressions." Nodding in understanding, Shinichi refrained from disturbing her further and moved aside to seek other clues. He had arrived relatively early, so he had not seen as much as Akiko, yet he still made several discoveries, including having examined the victim's wounds. The incision on the carotid artery was not made by a sharp blade, but rather by a pointed object that had been thrust in and then dragged sideways, reflecting an exceptionally brutal method. It could be confirmed that the fugitives sought by Hayoma Idate and Jinpei Matsuda were indeed responsible. As of now, it was known that the murderer had not fled the scene, and the weapon remained elusive. Shinichi glanced around. Officers were scouring the layers of the slide, yet there were no significant findings. His gaze fell upon the gathering of individuals present, noting that if the wound was not inflicted by a sharp instrument, the likelihood of female involvement in the crime was considerably diminished, though not entirely negated. The primary concern remained: how could the perpetrator conceal the weapon? The water here was shallow, merely reaching the calves, crystal clear, and if the weapon had simply been discarded into the water, a cursory search by the police would surely have revealed it. The thoughts of Kudo Shinichi flowed with clarity as he pondered the killer, the weapon, and the motive. Encountering a wholly authentic case for the first time, witnessing the loss of life, stirred an unsettling restlessness within his heart. Without identifying the culprit, he could find no solace. Meanwhile, Amamiya Noriko meticulously observed the expressions of those around her. Her deductive reasoning progressed in tandem with Kudo Shinichi's, yet she quickly discerned those individuals who were undoubtedly innocent. Considering the transportation of the weapon, a sudden realization struck Amamiya Noriko as she stepped aside to survey the surroundings, ultimately discovering a buoy specifically designed for lifeguards. This was the large red flotation device typically wielded by lifeguards, crafted from high-density foam, renowned for its buoyancy. She recalled that it had been discarded on the shore by the second lifeguard to arrive at the scene. It appeared as though it had originated from another pool, given that the water near the slide was too shallow for its use. However, upon closer inspection, Amamiya Noriko noted a palm-sized incision on one side of the buoy's surface, large enough to conceal a small knife or similar object within its outer layer. Yet, the weapon remained elusive. The assailant could easily claim that the cut was an accidental injury, without any intention of hiding a weapon. Akiko Amamiya contemplated for a moment, dragging the lifebuoy back and leisurely settling down at the side, her gaze fixed intently on the second arriving lifeguard, a man who appeared fair-skinned and slender, entirely unassuming as a perpetrator. She observed the lifeguard, who stood calmly amidst the crowd, managing to remain inconspicuous without any overt attempts at concealment. 2 years prior, he had engaged in a quarrel with a colleague, suppressing his anger momentarily, but upon returning home, the fury festered within him. Consumed by rage and losing his sanity, he harbored murderous thoughts. The following day, under the pretense of offering an apology, he lured his adversary out and took their life. Subsequently, he vanished into obscurity, adopting a new identity elsewhere, driven to desperation and committing another heinous act of robbery and murder. For 2 years, he had been evading law enforcement, his concealment seemingly impeccable. However, it seemed that just a few days prior, the victim had recognized him, and the possibility of an impending police report loomed, prompting him to act. He fashioned a hard ice cone into a tapered shape, cleverly concealed within his lifeguard flotation device, and seized the opportunity to strike when attention was diverted. After pushing the victim down the slide, he descended another slide, feigning the role of a lifeguard who had rushed over from another pool, calling out for help while maintaining order, minimizing suspicion to the greatest extent. The ice cone, now placed in the outer compartment, should have melted under the sweltering sun by now, given the oppressive heat of the day. The plan appeared foolproof, devoid of any incriminating evidence. Yet, a flicker of malice ignited within him as he observed the little girl nearby. What purpose did she have for that lifebuoy? Could it be that something has been discovered? How could that be possible? At most, one might only notice a tear in my lifebuoy, yet the weapon remains elusive. The lifeguard, Suetion, maintained a calm demeanor. Rain Palace Noriko gazed at him, blinking after a considerable moment, her eyes pressing with an unspoken intensity. They know you are the culprit, yet they are gripped by fear, reluctant to divulge the truth to the police. After 3 minutes of scrutiny, Suetion's expression remained unchanged. After 5 minutes, his countenance showed no signs of distress, occasionally casting a casual glance in Rain Palace Noriko's direction. She rose to seek out Kudo Shinichi, who was being ushered away by officers, meticulously examining every detail of the scene. Suetion's gaze subtly lingered on Rain Palace Noriko. If that little girl were to approach the police with any information, he would flee instantly. The girl clutched his lifebuoy as she made her way toward the officers. Passing by one policeman, fortunately, she remained silent. Another officer loomed ahead. With a sigh of relief, she merely passed him by. Ahead lay the scene cordoned off with police tape, swarming with officers. Suetion's heart raced, nearly lodged in his throat, as he could not help but widen his eyes. The little girl finally found another boy, tugging gently at his clothing before leaning in as if to whisper something. The boy took the lifebuoy from her. Subsequently, the girl jogged off in another direction. Suetion cast a glance at the boy before returning his gaze to Rain Palace Noriko. Had Kudo Shinichi turned around just now to look at him, it would imply that Amamiya Noriko had disclosed to him the fact that he was the murderer. The inability to turn around suggests that the information had yet to be revealed. Thus, if he could swiftly resolve the situation with the little girl and make his escape. Kudo Shinichi, bewildered, accepted the lifebuoy that Amamiya Noriko handed him. Why had she suddenly thrust this upon him? Her remarks about the pleasant weather felt utterly nonsensical. Truth is singular, and her words seemed nothing more than empty chatter. After Amamiya Noriko departed, he glanced down at the lifebuoy. Typically, she possessed a notoriously unpleasant demeanor and peculiar habits, yet she refrained from engaging in meaningless actions. At her most tedious moments, she would only resort to teasing him with cold jokes. His gaze fell upon the scratch on the lifebuoy. Ordinarily, the outer material of such devices is of high quality and resistant to damage, and any lifeguard equipment that is compromised is deemed unusable. After a brief moment, Kudo Shinichi abruptly raised his head and scanned the crowd, easily discerning that one individual was missing. It appeared to be a lifeguard. He quickly turned and asked a nearby officer, "Did a lifeguard just leave this area?" Yes, he felt unwell and went to the restroom over there. He just went in and hasn't come out yet." "Hey, young man?" Without hesitation, Kudo Shinichi dashed toward the restroom. If his suspicions were correct, the murderer was likely the lifeguard, who had already escaped and was now seeking Amamiya Noriko. It appears that Noriko Amamiya has uncovered something significant, yet it remains unproven, prompting her to devise a strategy to lure the perpetrator into action. Approaching him to speak is, in essence, a form of intimidation directed at the assailant. She is entirely prepared to disclose her findings to others. However, to avoid attracting the killer's attention, she only uttered cryptic phrases, indicating that it was sufficient to merely feign an act, while also cautioning him not to divulge any information, lest the assailant spot him turning around. Does she not comprehend the peril she is courting? Shinichi Kudo rushed to the restroom, and indeed, found it devoid of any presence. The window at the rear of the lavatory was ajar, and he promptly climbed out, landing directly onto the back of a lifeguard. As he dismounted from the lifeguard's back, his expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he surveyed the scene. The lifeguard lay sprawled on the ground, face down, in a manner suggesting a calamitous fall from the window, one leg awkwardly draped against the wall of the restroom, appearing as though he had met with a tragic accident during his descent. However, his gaze shifted to Noriko Amamiya, who stood nearby with her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Could this truly be an accident? It was evident that Noriko had struck the fatal blow. This was fortuitous, without a doubt. Observing the lifeguard's dire condition, he inquired, "What transpired?" "I merely gave him a slight nudge as he was climbing through the window," Noriko replied, indicating the minimal force with her fingers. Shinichi inhaled deeply. "What do you intend to do?" With a sense of embarrassment, Noriko replied, "I wish, Shinichi-kun, for you to assist me. Officer, I noticed that the lifeguard was missing from the restroom. He has fallen outside." "How peculiar. Could it be that he was attempting to flee?" Kudo Shinichi tugged at the hem of the police officer's uniform, who had gone to relieve himself. The officer's expression shifted abruptly. Could it be that the culprit was attempting to escape? If he got away, it would spell disaster for him. "Quickly, let us apprehend that villain." The officers promptly restrained the unconscious perpetrator who had fallen from the window. Kudo Shinichi, in a timely manner, remarked on the peculiarities he observed, pulling out the lifeguard's buoy, and noting that Suetion's complexion was not that of a typical suntanned lifeguard, which fueled his suspicions. When the lifeguard's Suetion was roused, he thrashed about wildly, exclaiming, "Damn that old woman! How dare she scheme against me? I will not let you off the hook once I am free." His words were filled with madness, and he continued to rant incoherently. Noticing the grim expression on Amamiya Noriko's face, Kudo Shinichi inquired, "It wouldn't be you, would it? Do I look like an old lady to you?" Amamiya Noriko fiercely stomped on his foot, causing Kudo Shinichi to jump in pain. The situation was undeniably complex. Chapter 68. The well-meaning citizen of justice, the situation had become unexpectedly intricate, largely due to the actions of the lifeguard Saito. After exchanging a few whispered words with Kudo Shinichi, She swiftly made her way to the changing room, executing a quick transformation. Such water parks proved to be rather inconvenient, as one could not carry all necessary preparations with them. After altering her appearance and donning the attire of a cleaning lady, she now resembled a woman in her 50s or 60s, her visage marked by age yet still faintly echoing the beauty of her youth. Having graduated with flying colors in disguise techniques from Kaido Kuroba, she found herself somewhat limited by her petite stature, unable to magically grow several centimeters taller. Thus, she assumed the guise of an elderly woman. Upon returning, she passed by the restroom, intending to observe when Saito would depart, only to witness him climbing through the window. Amaya Noriko pondered his haste with curiosity. Noticing the old woman gazing up at him, Saito hastily approached, shouting through the window, "What are you staring at, you old hag? Keep looking, and I'll give you a punch." Before he could finish his tirade, the seemingly frail old woman propelled herself forward with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow. Just as he opened his mouth in surprise, she delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling from the window, completely losing his balance and landing in a most undignified manner. The elderly woman rasped, "I don't merely want to watch. I intend to strike you as well." Saito, now covered in dirt, rose with a face full of indignation, bellowing like a wrathful titan, his fist raised to strike the old woman. What has become of the virtue of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young? He paid no heed to these matters, daring to let himself become so utterly disheveled. With a resounding crack, the collision could neither be described as a crisp sound nor merely a clash. Yet the texture of the impact was reminiscent of solid wood meeting iron. The lifeguard, Leftian, let out a pained whimper, cradling his hand as he knelt down. The fourth and fifth phalanges of his right hand, along with the hook bone, triangular bone, and pea-bone, were dislocated from the force of the blow. His little finger and ring finger lay immobilized, engulfed in excruciating pain. Power is relative. It was merely the wood that broke under the weight of the iron. He swung his fist downwards, while Amano Noriko raised her fist to strike. They stood on equal footing. Indeed, Amano, exerting force from a lower position, was at a slight disadvantage. Thus, one could hardly place the blame for his pitiful state on Amano Noriko. With his body curled in agony, Leftian glared with intense resentment, suddenly rising to deliver a kick towards the elderly woman before him, showing no mercy whatsoever. Had a genuine elderly lady been struck, her frail and fragile body would likely have succumbed to immediate fracture. However, Amano Noriko deftly sidestepped the blow. Then, with a swift motion, she swept her leg, knocking him off balance while simultaneously landing a punch to the back of his neck, rendering him momentarily unconscious. Inducing physical slumber through such a blow to the neck is perilous and could easily result in death. Yet, Amano Noriko was remarkably skilled in this technique. Death. The old woman's with Tion's eyes rolled back, darkness enveloped him, and he uttered a resentful sound. In the final moment of consciousness, he faintly perceived a figure before him lifting a brick high overhead. Rain Palace Yoshiko showed no mercy towards the murderer who had just claimed a life. Such criminals were destined to appear in over 1,000 more episodes. Yet, she allowed him a breath of life, arranging his body to appear as though he had fallen from a window. As for the bruises adorning his body, they were inflicted by a passing old lady, leaving no fingerprints. What connection could they possibly have with her? Rain Palace Yoshiko? Then, the scene shifted back to Rain Palace Yoshiko. The deed was done, and there was no need for her to continue masquerading as an old woman. Just then, Kudo Shinichi, leveraging his keen observational skills and deductive reasoning, arrived on the scene and inadvertently stepped on Zuation while climbing through the window. And thus it transpired. Kudo Shinichi limped away from Rain Palace Yoshiko, initially intending to showcase his prowess and apprehend the culprit, aspiring to become a modern-day Holmes. However, midway through his deductions, the murderer had collapsed. Moreover, the frantic and violent reaction upon awakening had rendered any further confessions unnecessary. This not only solidified the charges against him, but also negated the need for Kudo's investigative insights. Well, at least the deceased could now rest in peace. Kudo Shinichi limped towards Shaolan and Yuan-zi, where Sato Mawako was providing care and comfort. The two had begun to recover somewhat. The road ahead was still long. Officer Mugure observed the assailant being escorted by the officers, feeling a twinge of confusion regarding the identity of the elderly woman mentioned by the perpetrator. It appeared as though she had dealt him a significant blow. It seemed evident that a well-meaning and justice-driven citizen had intervened to assist the police in their investigation, delivering a considerable thrashing to the criminal. Ultimately, the offender had been apprehended, providing a semblance of closure for the victim and their family. Officer Mugyur sighed heavily. Mawako Sato, harboring her own uncertainties, pondered aloud, but who could have inflicted such harm on the perpetrator? This was a question best posed to the criminal upon their return. I shall escort him back. Please attend to the scene, she instructed. Understood, Sato replied, gesturing for the other officers to commence their duties. Hajime Date, standing quietly to the side, remarked, "It is solely my fault for not locating the assailant sooner, which led to this incident. Considering the substantial deviation in the perpetrator's appearance from the previous likeness, it is commendable that you recognized the discrepancies at all," Matsuda Jinpei stated calmly. Sato glanced at the man wearing sunglasses and inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am Matsuda Jinpei from the Bomb Disposal Unit of the Mobile Division of the Metropolitan Police Department," he replied, removing his sunglasses and meeting her gaze with a composed expression. "Hello, Matsuda-kun," she greeted. "Hello, Sato-san," he reciprocated, marking their initial acquaintance before Sato turned her attention to organizing the tasks at hand to manage the remnants of the scene. As Amamiya Noriko observed the scene, she found Sato Mawako to be quite commendable. In the original narrative, there was a poignant confession from Matsuda Jinpei just before his demise after 7 days of companionship, followed by the blossoming romance between Takagi Wataru and the steadfast Shiratori Ninsaburo. Presently, she had yet to witness the relationship between Takagi and Shiratori unfold. Subsequently, due to a homicide, the water park announced its temporary cooperation with the police, offering each visitor a complimentary ticket. Thus, Amamiya Noriko and her companion's outing to the water park concluded before it had even commenced. However, Noriko had begun to sense the invigorating presence of Kudo Shinichi during their excursion. Both Ran and Sonoko lacked sufficient experience, and the first encounter with a live case left them quite startled. Amamiya Noriko spent considerable time comforting them, exuding warmth and understanding. Fortunately, the usually carefree Sonoko felt utterly weak, while the resolute Ran maintained her composure. Noriko supported Sonoko until they reached the changing room, where she transformed back into her regular attire before heading outside to the water park to await transportation. Upon noticing that she appeared unscathed, Chiariko whispered into her Bluetooth headset, "The young lady is fine. There is no need for you to rush over." Amamiya Noriko assisted Sonoko into the back seat and secured her seatbelt, holding her hand to provide reassurance. In that moment, Sonoko perceived Noriko's tenderness as almost radiant, offering a comforting presence. Although it felt somewhat surreal, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Noriko, you are so strong. Will you marry me?" Amamiya Noriko glanced at her, calmly fastening her own seatbelt with one hand, and replied, "I think not. Marrying Sonoko seems more plausible." After a moment of contemplation, Sonoko agreed that it might indeed be a possibility. Amaya Noriko tilted her head slightly, receiving a system notification indicating the successful rejection of a confession, with a strength of 1. Chapter 69 version 2.0. After being rejected several times, she realized that no more attribute points would be added. It wasn't as if she hadn't tried. Repeated confessions were futile. How could Yoko gain attribute points a second time? The system notification that followed left her in a state of enlightenment. Ding! System upgraded to version 2.0.100. Ah! A bold idea sprouted in the mind of Kiriko Amamiya. Could the fish once caught be reeled in again? Might it be possible to catch it thrice? Holding Yoko's hand, Kiriko gently squeezed her palm and inquired, "Are you feeling better now?" "No, I still feel quite frightened," Kiriko Yoko replied decisively, shaking her head. She longed to embrace Kiriko, but the seatbelt restrained her. "Just sit still, okay?" Kiriko said, affectionately stroking Yoko's head. Feeling the tender touch, Yoko declared earnestly, "If I were a boy, I would surely take Kiriko home as my bride." "I'm sorry, but that is not possible. Yoko is a girl," Kiriko responded, her refusal yielding no reaction. It seemed she would not be allowed to fish thrice. However, that was of little concern. She would first tackle the soccer team, confident that there were still many willing to try a second time. Indeed, if one were to abandon hope after a single failed confession, could that truly be called love? How despicable! Such sentiments merely reflect a desire for beauty, a mere attempt to see if success could be achieved. Of course, with heartfelt intentions, Kiriko Amamiya warmly welcomed their attempts. She was already prepared to grant the privilege of a second confession, rekindling their hopes. Chizuru Riho drove ahead, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, where one could discern the increasingly gleaming light in Kiko's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation. What could she be yearning for? Rain Palace Kiko had instructed Chizuru Riho to escort the garden back to the Suzuki residence before returning home. The excursion to the water park had been all too brief, and upon their return, Kiko contemplated a second confession. After the weekend, as they resumed school, Kiko diligently engaged in morning exercises with the soccer club, for there is a unique charm in earnest girls. The club members, having previously confessed, began to harbor feelings anew. How could they let such an adorable girl as Kiko slip away after a single unsuccessful confession? Moreover, during the initial attempt, Kiko had not entirely declined. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Should this second confession prove successful, the soccer club members fervently plotted their declarations of love, only to realize, in their daze, that the captain was absent. Where could he be? Surely, the captain was not prepared to contest their affections, despite his evident fondness for Kiko. It was moving, tear-jerking even. This time, they resolved that the captain must be included in their plans. The soccer captain returned from the field, puzzled by their words. What do you mean by bringing me along? Of course, we mean to confess to Miss Kiko together. This time, we shall not forget our captain. The captain shook his head, encouraging them. No, you must give it your all. I will be here, cheering for your success. The captain's support was truly heartwarming. They vowed to include him in their endeavors. The minister gazed upon his spirited members as they sought out Amamiya, his heart swelling with emotion. Indeed, his team was remarkable. Yet, when he observed them return after a while, their expression somber, he could not help but feel a wave of solace. It seemed that success in confession was not so easily attained by anyone. It was not merely he who had faced rejection. His spirits lifted considerably. The minister approached his team to offer words of encouragement. Do not lose heart, everyone. Amamiya is merely young and yet to grasp the beauty of love. Our journey is a long one, but we shall ultimately prevail. Upon returning, Amamiya observed what appeared to be a rally of sorts, with everyone raising their fists and shouting. We will surely make Amamiya accept our confessions. She tilted her head, bemused. Are you dreaming? Kudo Shinichi shared her sentiment. But what terrified him more was witnessing Amamiya begin to relish the second confession directed at her. The situation was deteriorating. He envisioned Amamiya coaxing those she had previously rejected to confess once more, only to turn them down again, perhaps not just twice, but thrice or even 4 times. These individuals, repeatedly facing rejection, had become familiar faces. As he pondered, he saw Amamiya approach and inquire, Shinichi, will you contribute a confession as well? I decline. Kudo Shinichi replied calmly. Oddly enough, there was a certain satisfaction in rejecting Amamiya. She shot him an exasperated glance before turning her attention to the members of the soccer club, her expression one of contentment. It is time to depart from the football club. The members of the football club are truly gentle and full of vigor, creating an atmosphere that makes one reluctant to leave. However, there is no one left to confess feelings to. Akiko Amami's gaze once again fell upon Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi Kudo turned his head to look elsewhere, pondering whether he should indeed leave the football club, fearing that remaining might pose a risk. The following day, Akiko Amami submitted her resignation. Upon hearing this distressing news, the club president felt a pang of heartbreak. Could it be that too many confessions the day before had caused Akiko to feel overwhelmed? Akiko quickly shook her head, gently explaining, No, it is not that. It is simply that my body is not well suited for a sports club. I hope the president can lead the football club to greater heights, as everyone here is truly kind-hearted. The president understood that Akiko wished to assume full responsibility for her departure, not wanting him to harbor any other thoughts. Deeply moved, he felt compelled to speak on behalf of the entire football club. Akiko, surely I am the gentlest one in the football club, am I not? Akiko Amami silently gave a thumbs up in her heart, recognizing that her president remained true to form. She beamed a warm and radiant smile, responding sweetly, "Indeed, the president is a wonderful person." Upon hearing this, the football club president felt his heart melt and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Oh no, I cannot accept such praise. I am merely someone with a gentle heart." While maintaining an air of modesty, he gazed at Kiriko Amamiya, who erupted into a fit of laughter, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Her delicate, petite face was exquisitely charming, and the gentle smile transformed her crescent-shaped eyes. Last week, his heart had stirred with excitement, only to calm after being rejected, yet now it surged once more. Such an adorable Amamiya. Will she truly not confess for the third time? Third time as the charm. This time it must succeed. Amamiya was utterly amused by him, and success seemed so near. "Amamiya, I love you." The simplest confession, yet it encapsulated the deepest of feelings, all conveyed within those 5 words. "Apologies, Minister, but I must decline. I'm not currently contemplating romance," Kiriko Amamiya replied, her smile fading slightly, tinged with regret. "There are many more who surpass me in excellence." The minister raised his hand. "It's all right, Amamiya. You need not comfort me." He smiled, knowing that surrender was not an option. Furthermore, the way Amamiya's petite face expressed concern and apology after his rejection melted his heart. Next time, for sure. The last flicker of hope for the soccer club still persisted. Understanding Amamiya's health condition, the minister consented to her absence, recognizing that it would be inappropriate to compel her to remain after last week's collective training, which had left her with a fever for 3 days. It would be unkind to insist on her presence in the club. As long as Kiriko Amamiya remained healthy, the soccer club would always be her home. After Amamiya departed, the minister lingered in a moment of melancholy before he noticed Shinichi Kud approaching him once again. "Kud, what brings you here?" Kudo Shinichi expressed his intention to withdraw from the club. He sensed that he would soon be assigned by Amamiya Noriko, prompting him to contemplate an early exit. Regardless of the minister's pleas, he resolved to depart to evade further entanglements with Amamiya's machinations. Upon hearing of his decision, the minister exclaimed, "Why does Kudo-san wish to leave? You are the future captain of the football team. It would be a tremendous loss." Fabricating a few excuses, Kudo Shinichi managed to withdraw with ease. The next consideration was which other department to join. With the minister's attempts at persuasion falling flat, he could only shake his head. Indeed, Kudo had remarkable football skills, and it was a pity, as the minister had envisioned passing the leadership of the football team to him in the future. However, shortly thereafter, Kudo Shinichi returned and tore up his withdrawal application. With calm determination, he stated, "I will remain in the football department." The minister, taken aback, nodded in confusion. What transpired? Kudo's emotions were mixed. "I encountered Amamiya Noriko in the karate club." The minister acknowledged this with a nod, then stood up and patted Kudo Shinichi on the shoulder, saying, "Kudo, the football club is now entrusted to you. To be candid, I once harbored aspirations of becoming the captain of the karate team." Kudo shot him a piercing glance, responding bluntly, "Amamiya Noriko will surely reject you, and as a committee member, you would have a better chance as the football club captain, wouldn't you?" The minister, maintaining his composure, nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of Kudo's words. "It seems the football department still requires my presence." Kudo Shinichi could not deduce when the members would ultimately bring about the demise of this particular individual. After Amano Kyoko departed from the football club, it gradually returned to normalcy during the semester, much to Kudo Shinichi's relief. Meanwhile, in the karate club's grueling training grounds, every time Amano Kyoko observed in her karate uniform, the participants would unleash their full potential. In such an environment, Sonoko swiftly began to showcase her innate talent. The karate club captain was also quite considerate of Amano Kyoko, rarely requiring her to engage in matches or rigorous practice, allowing her presence to serve as both an aesthetic pleasure and an inspiration for the other members, an arrangement that was simply perfect. Amano Kyoko also acquired a commendable set of karate combat skills. The first semester of middle school flew by amidst a whirlwind of activity. Each individual was granted 2 opportunities for confession, a practice that, in Amano Kyoko's egalitarian view, was unavoidable. However, the second rejection did not guarantee an increase in attribute points. Her observations led her to conclude that the likelihood of success was roughly 1 in 5. Only 1 out of 5 individuals would indeed enhance their attributes. Initially, she assumed the lack of reciprocation stemmed from the other party's disinterest, yet even heartfelt confessions offered multiple times proved futile. The probability of gaining attribute points upon a second rejection stood at 20. Considering that she merely reaped the rewards of the initial attempt, her overall attribute points increased by approximately 20. Ultimately, this was a positive outcome, and Amano Kyoko felt content. Amaya Kiko genuinely believed that joining the karate club would be a valuable experience, as the karate club at Titen High School, which had successfully nurtured a skilled martial artist like Ran, must be exceptional. Indeed, her expectations were met. The karate club was filled with talent, showcasing formidable strength and skill. As a member of the karate club and a committee member of the student council, she had witnessed exchange matches with other schools and observed competitions within the high school's karate department, feeling that her own club possessed a remarkable spirit. As the semester concluded, the club activities naturally came to a halt during the summer vacation. Yoko approached the karate club to find Ran and Kiko, initially intending to recruit Kiko for the tennis club. However, considering that the tennis club members were already well acquainted with each other, she decided to join Ran instead. "Are you traveling abroad again this summer, Kiko?" Yoko inquired, as she lingered in the changing room of the karate club, watching Kiko and Ran change their clothes with curiosity. "Yes, to Hawaii," Kiko replied, pulling up the zipper of her dress and nodding. Both Ran and Yoko felt a twinge of envy. Ran was planning to find a way to reconcile her parents during the summer, while Yoko intended to visit several relatives of the Suzuki family. Kiko internally mused that her trip was not a vacation but rather an opportunity to attend numerous training courses. Before leaving, she, along with Ran and Yoko, went to karaoke. Despite Kiko's efforts to dissuade him, Shinichi Kudo was still brought along by Ran. Fortunately, Shinichi possessed a sense of self-awareness. Otherwise, a disastrous incident in the karaoke room might have ensued. However, it was the first time he discovered that Amagumi Yoshiko's singing was astonishingly beautiful, her voice akin to that of a lark, softly weaving melodies with a unique charm, making it indistinguishable from the original. This made it even more difficult for him to speak in front of Amagumi Yoshiko. Otherwise, if she were to learn of his lack of musical talent, he could only imagine the relentless mockery that would ensue. Of course, Amagumi Yoshiko was already aware of this. Rather than seizing the opportunity to ridicule Shinichi, she preferred that he remain silent. By the way, Chizuru Riho was present, responsible for reserving the room. She was content to hear Yoshiko sing, as the latter rarely sang at home. After their final karaoke night before summer vacation, Amagumi Yoshiko's family promptly packed their bags and boarded a plane to travel abroad. She was apprehensive that Jin might attempt to plant a bomb beneath her father's company building. Traveling in the world of Conan was notoriously perilous. Although her life was unlikely to be in jeopardy, enduring hardship was a different matter. Regardless, she had brought a parachute along. Additionally, she ensured her seat was near the cockpit to avert any unforeseen hijackers. She could swiftly rise to uphold world peace. In the event of an emergency, learning basic piloting skills on the spot should suffice, perhaps, maybe, and might even be of use. Amagumi Yoshiko had switched off her energy-saving mode, preparing to confront any potential crisis. However, glancing over at her father and mother, she noticed that Yamagumi Emi had barely taken off before dozing off on Yamagumi Rudo's shoulder. Observing her father's gentle demeanor, Amagumi Yoshiko rolled her eyes. Chizuri glanced to the side, shifting her posture slightly, allowing Junko to lean against her shoulder. Chapter 70. The initial stages in Hawaii. Seeing that Chizuri Ho was quite self-aware, Rainy Palace Kiko nodded and leaned her head closer, soon drifting into slumber. Regardless of whether the setting was tranquil, be it on a vehicle or an aircraft, both environments were suitable for her repose. Chizuri Ho gazed at the serene visage of Kiko, noting the resemblance she shared with her mother, Rainy Palace Emi. In Hawaii, on the island of Oahu, which stands as the most significant island in the archipelago. It is home to Honolulu, the largest city in the Pacific, also known as Diamond Head. Although their purpose was to hone their skills, leisure was equally paramount. This locale not only serves as the capital of Hawaii and its cultural and economic nucleus, but it also boasts a plethora of renowned attractions in its vicinity. There exists a caldera formed by a circular extinct volcano, reminiscent of a moon crater, alongside the historic Kualoa Ranch, where films such as Jurassic Park and Godzilla were filmed. Among the 8 islands of Hawaii, 6 are well developed, with Oahu standing out prominently. Originally a traditional cattle ranch, it has harnessed its diverse topography to offer a multitude of recreational activities: horseback riding, ATV excursions, jungle adventures, and ziplining. Kiko and Chizuri Ho found themselves overwhelmed on their first day, as Kiko was still quite young and could not partake in many activities alone. She required Chizuri Ho's guidance. Simultaneously, Chizuri Ho was teaching her how to ride a horse and operate an ATV. Additionally, they had arranged for a retired submarine captain to provide a unique experience, taking them through the back door of the USS Bofin submarine at Pearl Harbor, where he imparted foundational knowledge about submarines alongside hands-on experience. As for maneuvering the vessel, it was akin to practicing for a driving exam, alternating between practical exercises and theoretical questions. Moreover, there exists another battleship, the USS Missouri, which is also open for public tours. An elderly American sailor, alongside a veteran shipyard worker, guided her through the restricted areas not accessible to the public while imparting knowledge to Yukiko Amemiya. Mastery of such intricate details cannot be achieved instantaneously. Yukiko's capacity for learning has astounded them, yet grasping everything within a month remains a formidable challenge. The fundamentals of operating various positions within a colossal submarine warship, including procedural instructions, underlying principles, and essential precautions, demand considerable time investment from Yukiko. She has also come to realize that the Amemiya conglomerate truly thrives on the global stage rather than merely within Japan. She has resolved to spend a month with her mother upon her return, feeling quite neglected by her father for having sent her to learn such things instead of allowing her to enjoy a honeymoon with her beloved. Aside from the 2 exceedingly advanced courses, Yukiko has other slightly more conventional subjects to explore. These include firearms training, marksmanship, explosives, bomb disposal, hand-to-hand combat, wilderness survival, motorcycle operation, and vehicle maintenance, among others. It is impossible for her to master all these skills, regardless of her considerable aptitude for learning, as even a fervent declaration to abandon her humanity would not suffice to achieve proficiency within a mere month. The world of knowledge operates on reason, after all. Nevertheless, with the courses already arranged, Yukiko approaches them as various games to be enjoyed. She practices firearms in her father's store, which has been conveniently organized for her. Given the context of Japanese society, Yukiko primarily focuses on handling lightweight firearms such as pistols and submachine guns. The various models of handguns need not be elaborated upon. Among the mainstream submachine guns, the MP5, UMP45, MP5K, P90, and Uzi have all been thoroughly tested. The gun shop, in its endeavor to facilitate the training of its young lady, has temporarily ceased operations, primarily preparing firearms and ammunition for the esteemed Kiriko Amemiya. The shopkeeper initially presumed that a mere young lady had come to indulge in a fleeting experience, especially after catching sight of Amemiya's cherubic visage, which left him with the impression of her being innocent and sweet. However, as he observed Kiriko, her hair tied in a ponytail, wielding a submachine gun with precision at the shooting range, he began to reconsider her image of innocence. She was utterly striking, a veritable combat angel. Though submachine guns are classified as lightweight firearms, the recoil from fully automatic fire is not something a 12-year-old girl should be able to withstand. He had often witnessed individuals suffering dislocations due to improper shooting stances and insufficient physical conditioning. This young lady was truly exceptional. Similarly, Chieri Riho held this sentiment. The once demure and endearing young lady had completely liberated herself upon venturing abroad. Each day commenced with her swinging on a balcony overlooking the sea, contemplating the adventures that awaited her. Once she settled on a plan, she would don her shorts and white t-shirt, complemented by a white helmet, as she sped off on her motorcycle to her destination. Were it not for Kiriko's diligent sun protection, wearing stockings, cooling sleeves, and spraying sunscreen, Chieri would have genuinely believed she had transformed into someone entirely different. The motorcycle, a customized blue Kawasaki Ninja Mini version, was gifted by Chizuri Suo, enabling the 12-year-old Kiriko Amemiya to ride it. After being customized in Japan and shipped to Hawaii, it was deemed unsuitable for use back home, and as a precaution, Chizuri imposed a speed limit of 60 km/h, which made riding quite frustrating for Kiriko. On the coastal roads of Hawaii, which are straight and sparsely populated, the opportunity for speed is abundant, yet she finds herself restricted to a mere 60 km/h, while Chizuri herself often speeds at 150 km/h. The primary reason for the motorcycle was Kiriko's height, making it somewhat challenging for her to drive, as not all vehicles are as accommodating as the QQ. It is anticipated that by the next year, she will be able to drive confidently. Naturally, Kiriko already possesses driving skills, albeit for left-hand drive cars, whereas both Japan and Hawaii utilize right-hand drive. The distinctions are minimal, and she is confident that she would easily pass the driving test. Life in Hawaii is remarkably free-spirited, and while Chizuri maintains Kiriko's refined demeanor befitting the Amamiya family in Japan, it becomes less significant here. Besides dismissing Kiriko's modest desire to dye her hair pink, she generally permits her to explore her interests. Nonetheless, Kiriko's primary purpose in Hawaii remains her studies. Time spent in joy is fleeting. After indulging in both fun and learning, she begins to miss her friends, Ran and Sonoko, and by the end of summer, she returns to Japan. After spending a few days confined at home by Chizuri to temper her exuberance, she reemerges as the charming Kiriko Amamiya, drawing many admiring glances as she strolls through the streets. Upon visiting the bustling shopping street, she was warmly welcomed by the affectionate elderly folks whom she had not seen for quite some time. They showered her with an abundance of snacks and fruits, so plentiful that she could scarcely hold them all. Leaning against the wall, Kudo Shinichi observed the scene and remarked, "You are indeed quite popular." "It has been so long, Shinichi-kun. I never expected that the first person I would encounter upon my return would be you," she exclaimed. "How many cases did you come across during the summer?" "Surely around 30? A sparkle lit up Amamiya Kyoko's eyes as she stuffed more items into his arms while inquiring further. Kudo Shinichi could only respond with exasperation as he grappled with the pile of gifts. 30 cases? Are you foolish? How many days are there in summer? He retorted. The summer break at Titan High School lasts from mid-July to the end of August, roughly until the start of September. That amounts to about 45 days, which means encountering 30 cases is hardly feasible. Does she think he works at the police department? Shinichi, you are being overly modest. Too much humility is your flaw, Amamiya Kyoko chided playfully. Kudo Shinichi furrowed his brow in response. Have you truly not changed at all, Amamiya Kyoko? Chapter 71. The shopping street by a fortunate coincidence. Noriko Amamiya enlisted Shinichi Kudo to assist her in carrying her belongings. It was not that she was incapable of lifting them. Rather, the sheer quantity exceeded the capacity of her small hands. The amiable shopkeepers and local residents, having grown fond of her during her weekend visits to the street for takoyaki, bubble tea, and fried chicken, had come to regard her as their cherished daughter-in-law or granddaughter. Occasionally, Noriko would fret about the prospect of being spoiled and gaining weight, yet her rigorous exercise regimen seemed to render such concerns unnecessary. She accepted their kindness with ease, confident that she would always provide an opportunity for the sons and grandsons to express their affections. With a multitude of items in hand, Shinichi Kudo wore a rather displeased expression. Could you please refrain from accepting everyone's goodwill? I simply do not possess enough hands, he exclaimed, truly unable to manage any additional burden. Trailing behind him, laden with weight, Shinichi watched as Noriko leisurely enjoyed her ice cream, seeking refuge from the sun in the shade of the shopping street. Observing her from behind, he noted how her complexion remained flawlessly fair. How could anyone appear so unblemished after an entire summer? What have you been doing all summer? Have you spent every day cooped up indoors? Not at all, Noriko replied, shaking her head, her ponytail swaying gently. She then turned to Shinichi, winking playfully while pointing her ice cream at him, teasingly declaring, I've been residing in your heart all along. A flutter of surprise coursed through Shinichi's heart. Her adorableness stirred something within him, evoking a sense of sweet anxiety. As Yukimi Akiko observed his rigid demeanor, devoid of any signs of affection, she pouted slightly, realizing he had built an immunity. Turning her gaze toward the entrance of the shopping street, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Kudo Shinichi, ever perceptive, followed her glance. his expression swiftly returning to tranquility as he prepared to witness an intriguing spectacle, allowing him to momentarily assuage the feelings of being treated like a mere beast of burden. "Shinichi, could you hold this for me?" she requested, deftly looping the hair tie, which had secured her ponytail, around Kudo Shinichi's wrist. She then placed the half-eaten ice cream between his two fingers that remained unoccupied, ensuring he held on to it. With her hair released from its binding, her soft, flowing locks cascaded down. Since the onset of her junior high years, she had been nurturing her long hair, occasionally brushing aside the bangs that framed her forehead. Were it not for her fishing endeavors, she would typically part her bangs to the sides. Unveiling her bangs and long hair, she embodied the essence of an adorable junior high girl, petite, delicate, and innocent, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. Yukimi Akiko momentarily subdued the sparkle in her eyes, having immersed herself in a myriad of studies. It had been a full month and a half since she last indulged in fishing. Now, with a fish presenting itself so readily, she could not let this opportunity slip by, intending to reel it back into her own pond. Kudo Shinichi pinched the ice cream with his fingers, inhaling deeply. "It's all right. There are plenty of others in far worse predicaments than his," he mused, noting that there were at least a football team's worth. A sleek black Bentley sped to a halt at the entrance of the shopping street, where a young gentleman with slicked-back hair occupied the back seat. His shiny, bald head was partially obscured by dark sunglasses, while a meticulously dressed chauffeur approached with utmost courtesy to open the door for him. "Well, you're not too shabby. Far better than the previous chauffeur," he remarked. The bald driver spoke earnestly. "At your service, young master. Let me see what delights the commoner shopping street has to offer," young Master Xiao Tian declared, stepping out of the vehicle with his head held high. His gaze swept across the bustling shopping district, where many people were enjoying their time as the summer holiday drew to a close. He grimaced, shaking his head in disdain. So many people. However, his attention was immediately captivated by a nearby shop, where a young girl stood in front of the Daifuku store. She slightly bowed her head, delicately tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear with one hand, while her lips parted slightly as she took small bites of a strawberry Daifuku. The white, glutinous treat revealed the succulent strawberry filling within, looking as delectable as her petite lips. Young Master Xiao Tian became entranced, unable to tear his gaze away as he watched her savor the Daifuku. He abruptly tapped the driver on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Go buy a bouquet of roses immediately." "Yes, sir." The driver responded promptly, preparing to make his way to the flower shop in the shopping district. Yet, he was halted once more by young Master Xiao Tian's voice. "Never mind, I have confessed with roses before. Doing so again might be unwise." After a moment of calm contemplation, young Master Xiao Tian articulated his thoughts. The driver nodded in understanding, recognizing that the young master possessed experience. A glimmer of resolve shone in young Master Xiao Tian's eyes. "This time, I shall be direct. It is time for my charm to shine." The driver hesitated momentarily, watching as the young master tossed his hair confidently and boldly approached the situation. The young girl tilted her head slightly, revealing a charming expression imbued with a hint of surprise, a measure of confusion, a touch of shyness, and a dash of regret. Observing the delicate blush on her petite cheeks, the driver couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Despite his young master's carefree demeanor and arrogance, akin to that of a ne'er-do-well, his fortune in drawing the winning ticket from the lottery was undeniably remarkable. As the young master returned with a beaming smile, the driver greeted him with warmth, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the young master. You have succeeded through sheer charisma." However, the young master's smile quickly faded, as he lamented, "I have been rejected once again." The driver, taken aback, inquired how he still appeared so cheerful. The young master, with a look of regret, replied, "She said she is still young and that I am too exceptional. A good person. We are simply not suited for one another. She expressed her gratitude for my feelings and wished for me to find someone better in the future." The driver was left speechless, pondering the standardization of such responses. Was it merely an illusion? He glanced at the adorable girl, who innocently tilted her head in a perplexed manner, undeniably captivating. This child was simply normal. A person of sound mind would not be swayed by the young master. The driver offered solace, saying, "Do not worry, young master. There will surely be a next time. He believed that encountering a minor setback was not unusual. After all, the master had previously faced penalties for driving violations and had even been taken to the police station for an inquiry. Such challenges were inevitable, but as long as one persevered, they were not insurmountable. The young master sighed, reflecting that his personal charm was just a fraction shy of success, lamenting that the other party was simply too young to comprehend. As the young master appeared to be undeterred, the driver contemplated the situation, realizing that this setback might be insurmountable. Shall I attempt it once more? Young Master Xiao Tian mused, stroking his chin, when suddenly, his bald driver stood before him, presenting a broad silhouette. Young Master, please return to the car, the driver intoned in a low voice, his gaze fixated on the man emerging from the narrow alley. Clad in a black trench coat and a black fedora, with long silver hair cascading down, the figure exuded an aura of danger. The bald driver, upon making brief eye contact, instinctively averted his gaze, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. He sensed the formidable threat posed by this individual. The mere act of locking eyes enveloped him in an overwhelming pressure. Recognizing the driver's peculiar stare directed behind her, Yugong Jizi turned and raised her head, locking eyes with Jin for what felt like an eternity. Jin's gaze was icy and merciless, tinged with a hint of irritation. After a prolonged silence, Yugong Jizi blinked and, feeling somewhat flustered, shifted aside apologetically, saying, "Uncle Jin, I apologize for blocking your way. Please, go ahead." Their encounters had become rather frequent, and Yugong Jizi had nearly grown accustomed to Jin's ghostly appearances, almost tempted to inquire about his well-being. Jin cast a disdainful glance in her direction, his hands remaining firmly in the pockets of his trench coat, suppressing the urge to draw his weapon. Eliminating traitors required no such measures. How could he justify firing a gun over this child? Without further ado, Jin strode away, casting a fleeting glance at the bald driver, his expression laced with contempt, before he entered the sleek black Porsche 356A parked by the roadside. The bald driver's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Vodka cast a casual glance around the car, then adjusted his sunglasses. Was it an illusion? It seemed he caught sight of that little girl once more. Jin coldly commanded, "Drive." Vodka promptly started the engine, and the sleek black Porsche 356A sped away from the scene. Akiko Amamiya watched them depart, glancing into the alley where she faintly discerned a figure slumped against the wall like a drunken man. Jin had eliminated the traitor. Shinichi Kudo remained at a distance, while Akiko Amamiya made an anonymous call to the police to report the body. If all went as anticipated, Jin had left no trace behind. That person must have died from intoxication or some other cause ruling out foul play. Otherwise, given Jin's efficiency in dealing with traitors, the police would suspect the presence of a formidable serial killer. However, disguising it as an accidental death or some other incident at such a frequency was indeed peculiar urban legend. Perhaps, the world in Japan felt astonishingly small, and encountering Jin was hardly a coincidence. Akiko mused that she must at least ensure Sister Chie was equipped with a bulletproof vest. With such frequent encounters, it was only a matter of time before Jin would take a shot. The world was truly perilous. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient fortitude. The earlier rejection had heightened her alertness, and she had to press on. There could be no pause. The bald driver hurriedly took his bumbling young master away from this hazardous place. Seeing the curtain fall on the drama, Shinichi Kudo approached, carrying a pile of Akiko's belongings. "Rejected? Surely you didn't think it could be you?" Rain Palace Kiko naturally inquired, glancing at his hand. "Where's my ice cream?" Kudo Shinichi gritted his teeth. It melted long ago. Presently, his hand remained sticky, burdened with numerous items, rendering him unable to wash them. "Oh, then you should wash your hands," Kiko said cautiously, avoiding contact with his hand as she accepted the items, ensuring they did not soil her return gift. Kudo Shinichi thought to himself, truly, no one could be more exasperating than Rain Palace Kiko. He promptly turned to wash his hands, and as he rubbed them, he noticed Kiko's hair tie still adorned his wrist, a black hair tie embellished with a green butterfly ornament. One must admit, Kiko possessed an exquisite taste. At that moment, Ran and Sonoko happened to pass by, and upon seeing him, they exclaimed in surprise, "Shinichi, what a coincidence! Are you here shopping too?" Kudo Shinichi turned, pondering what occasion it was that seemed to draw everyone to this shopping street. He greeted them, "Ran, Sonoko, good morning." Sonoko's gaze fell upon the hair tie on his wrist, questioning silently if Shinichi would ever utilize such an accessory. Chapter 72. The girls' belongings and at Tionkuin Kudo Shinichi and Ran engaged in casual conversation, while Sonoko's gaze remained fixed on the hair tie adorning Shinichi's wrist. How thrilling! She cautiously glanced at Ran, who seemed entirely oblivious to the situation. How infuriating! Did Kudo Shinichi have another girl outside of his relationship with Ran? Sonoko's sense of loyalty surged within her. She must defend her friend's boyfriend. "Sonoko, Ran, are you out shopping too?" exclaimed Yukiko Amamiya, carrying a large assortment of items, her voice brimming with delight. Sonoko was taken aback, realizing that Yukiko had just returned from her overseas trip. However, she quickly recalled the hair tie. Was it Yukiko's? This. Her gaze darted between Yukiko and Ran. After their last encounter, she had thought she could ascertain Yukiko and Shinichi's innocence. But now, was it time to choose sides again? After a stiff embrace with Yukiko, Sonoko assisted her with some of her bags while observing cautiously. The situation had become rather complicated for her. Yukiko then hugged Ran and remarked, "Ran, look at Shinichi. He's not even helping me carry my things." Kudo Shinichi replied, "That's enough." He swiftly took the remaining items from Yukiko's hands, adding, "You really need to calm down." "Well, Shinichi isn't entirely unhelpful." Ran sighed, accustomed to the dynamic. After Shinichi teased Yukiko, she would inevitably seek comfort from Ran, making it seem as though Ran was somehow tied to Shinichi in that regard. She cast a glance at Shinichi, aware that he had not bullied Yukiko, yet questioned why he could not care for her. Shinichi responded with an expression of helplessness, at least signifying he had not mistreated Amamiya Yukiko. However, he felt he was the one in need of care. While Yukiko engaged in conversation with Ran, Sonoko subtly tugged at the hair tie on Shinichi's wrist, then released it, causing it to snap back against his hand. Shinichi, perplexed by Sonoko's erratic behavior, inquired, "What are you doing?" Sonoko playfully swatted him and whispered, "Would a normal guy possess a hair tie belonging to a girl other than his girlfriend?" Shinichi, momentarily puzzled, glanced at the hair tie on his wrist. After a brief silence, his gaze shifted from the hair tie to Ran. "Quickly take this away. What am I supposed to do with it? It's Yukiko's. I cannot be seen with this. You can hold on to it without issue." Sonoko instinctively refused to take it, and the two were locked in a silent standoff. Meanwhile, Ran, curious, asked, "What are you two up to?" In an instant, Shinichi clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes wandering to the clouds above. "What could we possibly be doing? The weather today is splendid." Sonoko, unimpressed, thought to herself that it was hard to see the astute and clever Shinichi resorting to such clumsy excuses. Regardless of how oblivious Ran might be, she sensed something odd about Shinichi. What was he hiding? "Nothing," he replied in a calm tone that raised no suspicions. However, Xiaolan gently remarked, "Why not extend your hand and let me see?" Yuenzi observed the stiff demeanor of Kudo Shinichi, and from her vantage point, she could see that Kudo Shinichi was discreetly attempting to untie Amamiya Kiko's hair tie with the hand hidden behind his back. The predicament lay in the fact that, while he was assisting Amamiya Kiko with a pile of her belongings, he found it challenging to free a hand to untie the hair accessory. Panic surged within him, a desperate urge to resolve this before it was too late. He resolved to drag the instigator, Amamiya Kiko, down with him. Innocent as she was, Amamiya Kiko stood beside Xiaolan, gazing at the perspiring Kudo Shinichi in confusion, wondering what game he was playing. Did he perhaps conceal something scandalous behind his back? How thrilling that would be! Yuenzi, who grasped the situation more clearly, recognized that Kiko appeared genuinely curious, suggesting her ignorance of the unfolding drama. Yet, it raised the question, how did Kiko's hair tie end up around Kudo Shinichi's wrist? At last, unable to contain her curiosity regarding Shinichi's secretive behavior, Xiaolan decided she must uncover what he was up to. Should he be engaged in some mischievous act, she would ensure he experienced the consequences of her martial arts prowess. Faced with this, Kudo Shinichi could only sigh, reluctantly revealing his hands from behind his back, where he had been carrying Amamiya Kiko's belongings. Nothing peculiar seemed to be amiss. Xiaolin scrutinized Shinichi's face, pondering what he might be concealing. Meanwhile, Yuanzi silently gave a thumbs up, as she witnessed Shinichi deftly untie Kiko's hair accessory at the last moment, holding it delicately between his fingers with his palm facing upwards, ensuring that Xiaolan remained oblivious to the act. Quite impressive, indeed. At last, Yuanzi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She had been deeply troubled for Shinichi and Ran. Akiko Rainmiya stood beside Ran and, noticing the absence of her hair tie on Shinichi's wrist, inquired, "Shinichi, where is my hair tie?" Both Shinichi and Yuanzi wore expressions devoid of emotion. Yuanzi internally lamented, "Akiko, please consider the atmosphere before speaking." Fortunately, with a flick of his wrist, Shinichi performed a small trick, revealing the hair tie in his hand, prompting Ran to exclaim in surprise, "Since when could Shinichi do magic?" "Just a simple trick," Shinichi replied with a subtle smile, before squeezing out a few words through his teeth, "Here is your hair tie." Akiko received the hair tie and slipped it onto her wrist, turning to Ran with a puzzled expression. "Is Shinichi being harsh with me?" "Not at all, that's just how Shinichi is," Ran reassured, playfully punching Shinichi. He felt as though his ribs had cracked from her playful blow. Nevertheless, he was grateful to be alive. Observing the strained expression on Shinichi's face, Akiko gently suggested, "Perhaps I should handle my own things." As she took a few items from Shinichi's hands, he finally relaxed, only to hear Akiko softly advise, "Next time, remember not to casually take a girl's belongings. Okay?" As she observed Kikuko Amamiya strolling hand in hand with Ran and Sonoko, the eye-catching hair tie adorned with a delicate blue butterfly caught Shinichi Kudo's attention. He resolutely resolved that, from this day forth, he would not tolerate any such frivolities from the girls, save for those involving Ran. Having navigated the final day before the commencement of the new semester, the time for a fresh academic year had arrived. On the first day of school, Kikuko Amamiya, as charming as ever, set off for classes without any particular plans in mind. "Good morning, Amamiya-san," greeted Kaita, the senior student. "Good morning, Kaita-senpai," Kikuko replied politely, her sweet demeanor endearing her to all. As a girl of both virtue and academic excellence, Kikuko arrived early, and Kaita, tasked with overseeing the students' appearance for the new term, was not particularly busy. She took the opportunity to engage Kikuko in conversation. With summer break just concluded, their discussion naturally gravitated towards the activities of that season. When it came to recounting her summer adventures, Kikuko had much to share, and sensing Kaita's eagerness to inquire, she inquired about Kaita's own summer experiences. Surely, they must have been quite fascinating. Sister Qingtian nodded with a smile, acknowledging the intriguing nature of the experience. "During the summer vacation, I accompanied my parents to Hawaii, where I encountered a girl strikingly similar to you, Kiko, exhibiting remarkably cool behavior. She was utterly impressive, racing down the highway on a turquoise Kawasaki Ninja, navigating an all-terrain vehicle across the expansive plains, and galloping freely on horseback with a mature woman across the meadows." A smile graced the face of Amamiya Kiko, her eyes reflecting admiration. "How wonderful! Such an exquisite way to vacation. It's a pity my health isn't great. How I wish I could partake in such adventures." Sister Qingtian gently patted Amamiya Kiko on the head, saying, "Next time there's a holiday, Kiko, you can join me. It would be immensely enjoyable." Amamiya Kiko's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. "Yes, it would be splendid if that were possible." "Indeed, there will be opportunities," Sister Qingtian replied. "Now, Kiko, you should head inside. I must attend to my duties." She adjusted her disciplinary committee badge and addressed Amamiya Kiko. Both were members of the student council's subordinate departments, making their encounters quite frequent, and they were relatively familiar with one another. After bidding farewell, Amamiya Kiko walked towards the school, pondering how fortunate it was to have met a classmate in Hawaii, grateful that most people could not associate her with the Kiko who enjoyed the Hawaiian sun. Taking a small mirror from the pocket of her dress, Noriko Amamiya gazed into it, delicately smoothing her brow with her fingertips. Should she appear a touch more fragile, exuding an air of innocence? That way, the version of herself in Hawaii would seem entirely unrelated to the present Noriko Amamiya. "Good morning, Amamiya-san," It's been quite a while, someone beside her suddenly greeted, their speech somewhat unsteady. Out of politeness, Noriko tucked the mirror away and turned, her lips parting in surprise. Good morning. Oda-san, is that you? Not Osaka Black Chicken, right? Noriko felt a flicker of uncertainty as she reevaluated the boy before her. Having seen him a couple of times prior, she retained some recollection, though she couldn't quite recall if he had ever confessed to her. Yet, this complexion was certainly unusual. It seemed considerably darker. By several degrees. With a gentle concern, Noriko inquired Oda-san, "Are you all right? Did you perhaps eat something that disagreed with you? You appear quite tanned. This isn't merely from sun exposure, is it? What about our African brothers?" Oda hesitated, waving his hands dismissively. No. It's not due to any dietary mishap. I simply overindulged during my trip to Hawaii and returned looking like this just yesterday. Is that so? Noriko tilted her head, realizing, it seems everyone enjoys visiting Hawaii during the summer holidays. Was my exposure risk truly this significant? However, upon reflection, as she sped along the highway on her Kawasaki Ninja, it seemed that she occasionally caught sight of a young black boy playing by the coast beside the road. While driving an all-terrain vehicle, she would intermittently notice the same boy enjoying the thrill of grass skiing. When riding horseback, the young boy would always struggle to mount the horse. It dawned on her. Was it really just you? Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Amaya Noriko, observing his complexion, silently marveled, then spoke. Oda-kun, please remember to take precautions against sun exposure while playing. It is crucial to protect yourself from sunburn or tanning. Do remember this for next time. Oda, listening to Noriko's earnest admonition, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Their relationship had merely been one of casual greetings, despite his past confession of feelings through a love letter that had gone unanswered. He never anticipated that Noriko would still remember him, let alone offer such considerate advice regarding sun protection. Truly, he was profoundly moved. In truth, he wished to achieve a more masculine tan, hoping that one day, Amaya Noriko would clearly remember him. Noticing the boy's dark complexion, which now seemed to have a hint of redness around his eyes, she found it hard to look at him and swiftly changed the subject, expressing concern. Oda-kun, have you suffered from sunburn, or is it merely a tan? Oda paused, slightly bewildered. I'm not quite sure. I don't feel much, but after returning yesterday, it has been a bit itchy, and when I scratch, it turns red. Amaya Noriko nodded gently and comforted. You've gotten sunburned? Haven't you? Well, if you shed a layer of skin, it might lighten a bit. The mention of shedding skin startled Oda-kun. Amaya Noriko hastily waved her hands in denial. No, I didn't mean it that way. I meant that after sunburn, the skin loses its vitality and peels off, revealing new skin that is lighter and more tender. It's all right. I don't find what you said frightening at all, Oda-kun interjected quickly, noticing how concerned Amaya seemed about his perception of her words. A ripple of warmth surged within him. It seemed that she cared about her impression on him. Could it be that Amaya secretly harbored feelings for him? Perhaps not in an overt manner, maybe even unbeknownst to herself. After pondering this, Oda-kun noticed Amaya Noriko still gazing at him, and he quickly cleared his throat, realizing it wouldn't do to let her concern for him overshadow his inquiry into her summer experiences. Surely your summer vacation has been quite fascinating too, hasn't it? Amaya Noriko sighed softly. I wish I could go to Hawaii, but it's too hot during summer, and I easily get heat stroke. I can't even enjoy outdoor activities. Don't worry, Amaya-san, you must stay positive. There are still many places in the world that are warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for someone like you to reside in, Oda-kun encouraged. Amaya Noriko, puzzled, asked, where could that be? Oda subconsciously remarked about his hometown, situated near the equator, where winters are mild and summers pleasant, allowing one to frolic outdoors in short sleeves even during winter. However, upon uttering those words, he sensed something amiss. The cheeks of Amamiya turned visibly crimson, her gaze evasive, avoiding direct contact with his own. It dawned on him what he had inadvertently suggested. Did I just extend an invitation for Amamiya to visit my home? How utterly presumptuous of me. Oda mentally chastised himself, eager to rectify the situation. Yet, upon observing Amamiya's flushed face, she neither voiced a rebuttal nor expressed any form of rejection. causing his heart to skip a beat. Gazing at Amamiya's slightly rosy visage, her fair skin adorned with a delicate blush, she appeared irresistibly delectable, reminiscent of ruby-hued lychees glistening with a pearly sheen, evoking a sense of longing. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard, a singular thought incessantly surfacing in his mind. Could it be that Amamiya harbors feelings for him? Might it be that her consistent greetings were a subtle indication of affection? Although their relationship had yet to deepen, perhaps it was merely her feminine modesty that restrained her from overt displays of interest. After a summer apart, could her eagerness to meet stem from a longing to reconnect? Oda's heart swelled with anticipation, approaching the threshold of a confession. Thus, the notion that the other party must harbor feelings for oneself emerges as perhaps the greatest delusion in existence. Following closely is the belief that they certainly possess a fondness for oneself, a sentiment that differs merely in the realm of self-comfort rather than an illusory belief in their affection. Rain Palace Noriko has mastered this art of deception with remarkable finesse, exhibiting exquisite control over her perceptions. Noriko greets him for one sole reason. She is often unable to recall whether he has ever professed his feelings to her. Observing him, one might conclude that he has indeed made a confession. However, his fervent demeanor suggests an enthusiasm that seems reluctant to face the potential of rejection. Even if she were to turn him down, she would still offer a gentle nudge, encouraging him to accelerate his pursuit, paving the way for future attempts. Typically, he does not embody the qualities of a mere classmate but rather resembles the excitement of a first confession, creating an impression that perhaps no confession has ever occurred. She is inclined to dangle a bait, for uncertainty holds no peril. It merely invites the other to take a chance at confessing. Yet, this individual proves to be far less amenable to confession than others, presenting a challenge akin to that of a second confession. Indeed, he is a peculiar case. Noriko grapples with this conundrum, for Oda has already declared his feelings through a letter, only to become silent thereafter, making any subsequent confession a formidable task. Her strategy regarding the initial confession appears somewhat lacking in urgency. At this juncture, having found herself idly at school with nothing pressing to occupy her, Noriko decides to seize the opportunity without hesitation. As the moment had ripened, Kiriko Amami buried her head and murmured, "Oda's family. It's not appropriate." Her bashful demeanor completely ignited the powder keg within Oda's heart. With a flourish of his hand, he passionately declared, "Amami-san, my invitation to visit my home carries no malice. Moreover, I must confess, I have feelings for you. From the very first time I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. You are so pure and adorable, like a delicate sprite, evoking a desire to cherish you in the palm of my hand. However, at that time, I was too shy and could only leave a love letter in your shoe cabinet, hoping you would understand my sentiments. Although it seems you may never have seen it, my feelings are genuine. Amami, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Kiriko Amami appeared troubled, prepared to gracefully decline, but the girl standing behind Oda seemed somewhat familiar. She decided to refuse first. "I must decline." Then, Kiriko turned her gaze towards the girl behind Oda, who kindly smiled and said, "Oda-kun always speaks without thinking. My apologies for putting you in this awkward position. I shall set him straight." Oda, rigidly turning his head, grew pale at the sight of the girl. "No." Apologetically, he added, "I'm not particularly fond of those with darker skin. You two carry on. I shall return to the classroom." Kiriko Amami, feeling apologetic, briefly offered her reasoning and waved her small hand as she departed respectfully. Chapter 73. Unbearable to witness. Observing De Tianjun being dragged towards the corner of the corridor by that girl, as if he were a mere chick, Amamiya Noriko sincerely offered a prayer for him. She hoped he would not be left with psychological scars, and that he might muster the courage to confess to her once more in the future. Having garnered some attribute points right at the beginning of the school year was quite a fortunate start. Upon returning to the classroom, Noriko greeted her classmates, whom she had not seen throughout the summer, with polite familiarity. She had already confessed once, and thus her opportunities were now exhausted. "Oh, this one has yet to confess." Noriko mentally counted her classmates. There were still some whom she had not yet approached. After all, a rabbit does not nibble on the grass near its burrow. There was no need to rush. She could take her time with her classmates, as they were in no immediate hurry. At Tidan Junior High, there was no concept of class separation. Students would remain together from the first to the third year. As graduation approached, it would be intriguing to see if they could maintain their composure, for that would be their final opportunity. Moreover, should a confession fail, they might not cross paths again, alleviating any significant apprehensions. Noriko was quite seasoned. She had been quite busy during her elementary school graduation. "Noriko, long time no see. Allow me to assist you." A familiar voice chimed in as she was about to set down her backpack, and the person beside her took it upon themselves to help. "Yui, it has been a while," Noriko politely responded as she took her seat. Mizuhara Yui was quite cunning, often crafting opportunities to discreetly photograph her, subtly attempting to elevate Noriko's fondness for her. It was she who had orchestrated Yui's inexplicable appearance as a cheerleader during the basketball game. It appears that there was a clandestine recording of Akiko Amamiya engaged in her spirited antics. Furthermore, she consistently tends to Akiko's needs, assisting her with tasks such as taking out the trash, lending her notes, and frequently inquiring about her well-being and any discomfort she may be experiencing. On one occasion, when Akiko had a fever and came to school, she even managed to brew a cup of fever-reducing medicine for her. During lunch, she often sought out Akiko to share a meal, eagerly exchanging food with her, and on some occasions even bringing soup for her to enjoy. One could assert that such meticulous care would typically lead anyone to succumb to affection. However, the astute Akiko Amamiya skillfully maintained her composure, ensuring that the flames of passion did not ignite, regardless of the fervor displayed. After all, she had already been through the murky waters with Yui Mizuhara and had no intention of granting her any opportunity, even aiming to oust her from the proverbial pond. Yui was acutely aware of this, having initially overstepped boundaries and inadvertently angered Akiko, which resulted in Akiko remaining guarded around her. Nevertheless, she held steadfast in her belief that these hurdles were surmountable. The pure-hearted Akiko would eventually find herself nestled in her embrace. Returning to her seat, Yui took a deep breath, imprinting the fragrance of Akiko into her memory, and then lowered her gaze to her notebook, poised to write. Today, the sun shines brightly, and after a long absence, the newly returned Kiko is both delightful and healthy. Our silent admiration for her has not been in vain, for starting today, we can see Kiko every day, no longer confined to mere photographs. As Sonoko and Shinichi enter the classroom, they greet their classmates, and then Sonoko approaches Kiko, saying, "It's been quite a while, Kiko." Kiko responds playfully, "We only saw each other yesterday." Sonoko, pleased with Kiko's reaction, remarks, "Thinking of you makes the night feel like an eternity." Kiko chuckles softly, teasingly responding, "Who are you flirting with, Sonoko? I haven't even had the chance to show my charming side." With a shy demeanor, she whispers, "I've missed you too, Sonoko." Sonoko, captivated by Kiko's bashful and innocent appearance, feels a rush of warmth and covers her nose, tilting her head back. Kiko is truly enchanting. Observing this, Shinichi gasps in astonishment. "Kiko, are you flirting with Sonoko too?" "It's only natural. Even a king may wish to spar with a worthy opponent." Indeed, Sonoko embodies that spirit, surpassing even the extraordinary. Yet without her headband, she stands there, radiating a simple yet profound allure. Has anyone ever encountered a girl more unpretentious and noble than Sonoko without her adornments? Having seen Sonoko and Shinichi yesterday, they have little need to discuss their summer escapades. However, Sonoko does inquire of Kiko, "Do you have any plans for this semester?" Primarily, it revolves around the karate club. Although the presence of Kikuko brings her joy, it is evident that Kikuko's physique is ill-suited for the demands of karate. She perceives Kikuko's involvement as mere companionship. While she feels touched by this, she wishes for Kikuko to engage in a more suitable club. Did Amamiya Kikuko truly comprehend Xiaolan's underlying considerations? Truly, she deserves to be lauded as the gentle Lanchan. However, her commitment to karate remains unfulfilled, and she has no immediate plans to depart. As for the next club, she intends to evaluate the situation further, with a likely inclination towards the basketball team, which she has already laid the groundwork for last semester. Well, there is no cause for concern. She still wishes to witness Xiaolan's impressive flying kicks in karate. Amamiya Kikuko shook her head and smiled at Xiaolan. Kudo Shinichi stiffened, questioning her intentions, pondering what she wished to convey to Xiaolan, who would undoubtedly never confess to her. Xiaolan responded with a smile, affirming that she would take good care of Kikuko in the karate club, and if she could encourage Kikuko to engage in some physical exercise, it would be beneficial. The plans for the clubs remain undecided for now, yet Amamiya Kikuko recalled her duties as a student council member, heading to the student council office after school. Being a club committee member is a commendable role. Each club is required to undergo assessments, and the evaluations directly impact the allocation of funding for activities. If a club is deemed to lack purpose, it can be nominated for disbandment. To some extent, Amamiya Kikuko represents a formidable adversary for those dedicated to rescuing struggling clubs. However, this authority holds little significance for Kuriko Amamiya. Her primary advantage lies in the ability to visit various clubs openly, thereby familiarizing herself with others. Additionally, she can participate in athletic events and competitions with other schools, cheering for the sports teams and overseeing their training, thus creating further legitimate opportunities for engagement. These interscholastic competitions are managed by the Student Council's External Affairs Department. Kuriko frequently visits the External Affairs Department, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity for exchanges with other schools. More is certainly better, as evidenced by last semester's friendly basketball match between her school's team and an external team. Upon arriving at the External Affairs Department, she notices a number of familiar faces. The Discipline Committee member, Senior Kaito, the cheerleading captain, Aoi Motohashi, and the head of the External Affairs Department, Senior Haruka Hayakawa. There is also Yui Mizuhara. As Kuriko opens the door, she pauses momentarily. What connections might exist among these individuals? Senior Kaito offers Kuriko a warm smile, while Aoi Motohashi winks, clearly fond of Kuriko and eager to recruit her into the cheerleading squad, where she could shine brightly. As for Yui Mizuhara, she smiles slightly, seemingly pleasantly surprised by their chance encounter. Sitting behind the desk, Haruka Hayakawa, the head of the External Affairs Department, exudes an aura of sophistication, adept in communication and interpersonal relations. Upon noticing Kuriko, her gaze flickers momentarily before she greets her with a smile. Kuriko, is there something you need? We were just about to discuss the plans for this semester. Plans? Although Akiko Amano did not take her eyes off the fleeting moment, she was nonetheless slightly captivated by the notion of a duo's plan. Can you enlighten me? Apart from you, the Minister of External Relations, there is only one discipline committee member, Senior Kita, a cheerleading captain, Aoi Motohashi, and a first-year student, Yui Mizuho, who seems to be merely drifting along. What sort of girl group is this? Can we genuinely discuss a serious plan? With that, Akiko took a seat to listen to their strategies. There were no particularly remarkable highlights. The plan mainly revolved around organizing friendly matches with other schools, such as the External Relations Department's task of liaising with external institutions, the cheerleaders providing support, and the discipline committee maintaining order. The objective was to elevate the standards of the exchange matches at Tidan Middle School, ideally transforming them into a traditional event. The initiative was born from the previous semester's basketball tournament, which could be deemed a resounding success. The level of basketball displayed by both sides during the competition exceeded expectations, and several promising talents had even caught the attention of the district sports committee, which intended to nurture them into future elite athletes. Haruka Hayakawa believed that the skill enhancement witnessed during these exchanges warranted more frequent events. Currently, pre-planned activities included the tennis, soccer, baseball, basketball, archery clubs, and cheerleading, with the more the merrier. Akiko pondered. It seemed that none of the sports departments had been overlooked. This is simply marvelous. She undoubtedly attends every exchange competition in person to cheer everyone on, igniting their inner spirits. The task of motivating the team has been entrusted to her, and now each person has two opportunities. Upon hearing the plan, Amamiya Noriko and the others gazed at her. Is this it? May I inquire what role Mizuhara Yui plays in all this? Is she merely taking advantage of the situation? Mizuhara Yui vaguely sensed Noriko's resentment towards her and couldn't help but reflect once more. Was her initial course of action correct? Was it worth it? Did she feel regret? No, not at all, for the sweet whisper of affection still echoed in her ears. Her heart felt as if it had melted. Amamiya Noriko sensed that these individuals seemed to harbor thoughts they could not express in her presence, so she tactfully refrained from asking further questions after the plan was outlined and excused herself. After leaving, she sought out Kudo Shinichi in the soccer club. She recounted the situation to him. Can you deduce it within 5 minutes? Kudo Shinichi regarded her with an impassive expression. You left the soccer club and brought this along? Amamiya Noriko questioned, perplexed. I am a committee member. This reasoning left him speechless. Kudo Shinichi replied directly. I cannot deduce anything, as I did not witness the specific changes in their expressions or tone when they spoke with you. I also did not see their immediate reactions upon your entry. Relying solely on your verbal account makes it difficult to ascertain accuracy. Your subjective assumptions may very well be erroneous. Amamiya Noriko looked at him in confusion. Is that all? Kudo Shinichi pondered. What peculiarities exist among them? Mizuhara Yui? It became evident that the crux of the matter lay in understanding why Mizuhara Yui was entangled in this situation. Upon Kudo Shinichi's subtle suggestion, Amamiya Noriko immediately grasped the notion. She had long been baffled by Mizuhara Yui's presence, wading through the murky waters, yet simultaneously felt it was not entirely unexpected, for it was indeed Mizuhara Yui. Kudo Shinichi could not perceive her presence as normal. He recognized the necessity of the other 3 individuals in the scenario, and the plan they devised was both reasonable and coherent. However, the notion of Mizuhara Yui, an adept at navigating murky waters, being there seemed out of place. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts and relish the pleasure of deducing clues to earn admiration, Amamiya Noriko swiftly appropriated the moment. Observing her sprint away, Kudo Shinichi resolved to merely utter 2 words next time, allowing Amamiya Noriko to seize the opportunity. Nevertheless, he paused, contemplating the intricacies surrounding Amamiya Noriko's circumstances. Though unclear about the initial catalyst, the outcome, as it stood, was not unfavorable for her. For both Senki-senpai and Ihan Anoka, along with Hayakawa Haruka from the External Relations Department, their demeanor towards Amamiya Noriko was decidedly positive. Kudo Shinichi stroked his chin, sensing that their regard extended beyond mere positivity. They seemed to exhibit a particular fondness and care for her. When Amamiya Noriko recounted her experiences, it was evident that she felt inherently secure in their company, albeit with a sense of curiosity. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Kudo Shinichi truly found rarity in this situation. Amamiya Noriko was no longer on the path of eliciting confessions from others. Upon returning to the classroom, disregarding what her classmates were engaged in, she recalled a particular matter. After school, she headed to the External Relations Department, only to discover that Mizuhara Yui had managed to arrive even earlier than she did. Presumably, she had left everything in disarray, indicating that she intended to return later to tidy up her belongings before heading home. Thus, her phone must be here, thought Noriko, tilting her head and spotting Mizuhara Yui's phone on her desk. My apologies, but I harbor no intentions of invading your privacy. Rather, I am here to obliterate incriminating evidence. The evidence in question was the recording Mizuhara Yui had initially captured, and Noriko had long since abandoned her intentions regarding it, especially since Yui was still swimming within her own pond. Nevertheless, she had resolved that it was time to expel Mizuhara Yui from her pond, lest she inadvertently capture a most compromising photograph. Surveillance was strictly prohibited. Noriko retrieved Yui's phone, noting it was a flip phone, devoid of a password, rather antiquated. This was one of the reasons Noriko seldom used mobile devices. They served limited purposes, the camera quality being abysmal, with the only commendable functionalities being email and chat applications. She casually scrolled through the recordings and stumbled upon one labeled I like Kiko-chan. MP3. Deleted. With a swift and decisive action, she deleted it. Afterward, her gaze fell upon a chat room marked with several red dots. She simply tapped to eliminate the notifications. Upon entering, she discovered there was only one chat room. The Sisters of Yoshiko. How toxic. Yoshiko Amamiya clicked to take a glance. Since it was her sister's chat room, she had the right to view it, didn't she? Upon opening it and casting her eyes over the content, Yoshiko's face flushed momentarily. It was utterly unseemly. Chapter 74. The Sisters in the Sisters of Kiko chat room. Amamiya Kiko felt her cheeks flush as she continued to scroll through the chat history. The most recent message was from this morning. Kagayaki, This morning at the school gate, I was greeted by the lovely and polite little Amamiya. It was so delightful, yet torturous to only see another girl resembling Kiko while in Hawaii. Mizuhara Yui. How envious. Hayakawa Haruka. Indeed. Envious. Motohashi Aoi. Envious. If only Kiko were to join the cheerleading squad, I could witness her dance. Kagayaki then shared a photo capturing Kiko's silhouette as she entered the school gates. The others showered praises and likes upon the image of Kiko's back. The gentle strands of hair that swayed lightly appeared soft and inviting, evoking a desire to caress them. The petite figure suggested warmth and comfort, almost fragrant, as if one could embrace her. Then, there were the details of her uniform. The charming little skirt, the delicate, fair thighs, the black over-the-knee socks, slender legs, and petite shoes. Mizuhara Yui. Absolutely wonderful. Hayakawa Haruka. What would it feel like to hold Kiko's delicate foot in my hand? Upon reading this, Kiko couldn't help but shift her little feet, pondering why they should be held. A flurry of speculations regarding the sensation of touch ensued, continuing until class time finally interrupted their lively chatter. Above that were yesterday's messages, predominantly filled with excitement over the prospect of seeing Amamiya Kiko today. Speculations regarding the adorable antics of Ayumi Miyako have lingered until the early hours of 3 o'clock following her summer break. In the preceding weeks of the summer, communication was sparse, with occasional individuals lamenting their longing for Ayumi. As the summer unfolded, the discourse inevitably transitioned to content that would render Ayumi blushing and flustered, comprising an abundance of her own photographs captured surreptitiously from various angles and circumstances. Whether she was sipping water, playfully tossing her hair, stretching lazily, engaging with others, or indulging in charming antics, a plethora of images showcased her delightful persona. Each photograph garnered effusive praise and commendations from her admirers. Ayumi looks so adorable sipping water. Wallpaper material. Her stretching pose is utterly charming, reminiscent of a kitten. Definitely a wallpaper. Ayumi's pouting expression is simply heart-wrenching and delightful. Set as wallpaper. Such messages constituted the second most prevalent topic, as it seemed Ayumi could envision countless individuals adorning their phones with her candid images. However, the most frequent messages were of a rather risky nature, filled with playful exclamations such as PRPRPR and hee hee. Indeed, the sisters had taken on a rather cheeky demeanor, especially when discussing photographs that captured her skirts in a tantalizingly suggestive manner. This prompted endless speculation among them regarding the daily attire of their beloved Ayumi, be it stripes, animal prints, fruits, or pure white. Nothing at all? Who could possibly think such a thing? Noriko Amamiya glanced at the message. The one who proposed such an option was the Minister of External Affairs, Harukawa Haruka. Unexpectedly, such a serious minister actually harbored such perverted ideas? And the one who always took such photos and posted them was a senior from the photography club. Noriko Amamiya made a mental note. Then, she continued to browse for a while, although her face was a little flushed and hot. The gaze in her eyes as she looked at the phone screen was still bright and quickly scanning. After a long while, she put down her phone and let out a breath. Overall, it was a fan club that actively wanted to get close to her. Although there were a few very lewd female fans who liked to engage in sexually explicit content, because they were all girls and coveted her cuteness rather than her body, Noriko Amamiya could understand. There were not many people who were indifferent to her cuteness. It was just that the feeling was rather strange. It was her first time, and if she had to describe it specifically, Noriko Amamiya recorded the names of the people in the chat room on her list. She had quite a few sisters, also several dozen. Usually, she focused on attracting boys, and it seemed she had been a little lax with the girls. Going through these dozens would yield considerable attribute points. They were basically all first-timers, so she could steadily gain attribute points. Noriko Amamiya put Yui Mizuhara's phone back. First, she would go and deal with that senior from the photography club. No unauthorized photography. She was a person with many secrets. The boys in the football club are well aware of the conservative nature of Noriko Amamiya, who always wears safety shorts beneath her skirts. Their only pastime is to guess the color of her safety shorts each day while fervently hoping for a miracle. In contrast, the girls seem less engaged in this regard. Take the senior from the photography club, for instance, who has taken numerous photos of her skirts yet has not caught a glimpse of the safety shorts. Instead, she is engrossed in speculating about them in the chat room. It appears that the enchantment cast by Noriko Amamiya is considerably more potent upon them. When Noriko inadvertently stumbles and falls, the senior's gaze sharpens, as if she has stumbled upon a new world. She musters every ounce of restraint to suppress the urge to seize her camera and capture the moment for the chat room. It is far more important to assist the fallen Noriko and smooth her skirt. Gratefully, Noriko expresses her thanks to her senior, who, despite her online persona as a lecher, is quite reserved and shy in reality. Flustered by Noriko's endearing gratitude, the senior repeatedly waves her hands, indicating it was nothing, feeling slightly embarrassed. Noriko's south eyes twinkle like crescent moons as she softly remarks, "It was I who stumbled. So why is it you who is shy? You are truly adorable." The senior's face flushes crimson, as if steam were rising from her head. "Are you all right? Your face is quite red. Is it very hot?" Noriko gently places the back of her hand against the senior's forehead, gauging her temperature. "It matters not. I am quite adept at handling fevers." The senior from the photography club gazed intently at the adorable face of Amamiya Noriko, who, with her gentle and kind demeanor, expressed genuine concern. A sense of heaviness settled in her chest, her head spun, and her face flushed. The surroundings beyond Noriko's outline began to blur, yet the clarity of that charming face, adorned with a worried expression, remained strikingly vivid. Is this what it means to be focused? Thoughts escaped her lips amidst the haze of her consciousness, and she found herself articulating emotions she could hardly comprehend. "Yes, I can sense the senior's intentions, but I must decline. It is inappropriate to take candid photos of me. If you wish to see Noriko, you are always welcome to come and play." The notion of refusal momentarily sharpened the senior's hazy awareness, causing a flurry of panic. Yet, Noriko's gentle words gradually eased her tension, as if she were floating on a cloud, her consciousness becoming light and airy. Observing the senior losing her grip on reality, Noriko effortlessly supported her frame. "How exceptionally capable I am." Unable to bear it, Noriko carried the senior to the infirmary for the nurse to attend to her. Meanwhile, she perused the photos on the senior's camera, feeling a twinge of envy. Though she aimed for a cute aesthetic, the senior's expertise in this realm was truly remarkable. There is nothing worth preserving. She does not wish for these photographs to be seen by others. Although they reveal little, their provocative nature is unacceptable. As for whether the senior will be heartbroken upon awakening, that is out of the question. She would merely feign innocence, asking why the senior would take such photographs when she could simply come and seek her out if she wished to see them. It is unlikely that anyone would truly come to her for such a purpose. Glancing at the senior's phone, Amamiya Noriko noted the absence of the recording featuring Yui Mizuhara, suggesting that Yui had not shared it with anyone else. After patiently waiting for the photography club senior to awaken and garnering a significant amount of goodwill, Noriko gently reassured the somewhat introverted and shy senior before taking her leave. It seemed that the senior's heart raced when she was nearby. Noriko feared that she might faint again. Noriko then proceeded to the External Relations Department. It appeared that her sister's meeting had concluded, as only Haruka Hayakawa remained seated at her desk upon Noriko's entrance. Upon seeing Noriko, she smiled softly and remarked, "What brings you here again, Noriko?" If not for the chat records in the group, which indicated that she was second only to the senior of the photography club, it would be difficult to associate the two. One is a sister who wishes to touch her delicate legs, while the other is a dignified and graceful head of external relations. One must not judge by appearances. Noriko shook her head slightly and replied softly, "I just had a fall outside and thought I would come here to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Hayakawa Haruka rose from behind the desk and, after a brief inspection, noticed some dust on Amamiya Noriko's skirt and a few abrasions and frayed threads on her knee-high socks. "What happened?" "I just took a bit of a tumble, but it's really nothing," Amamiya Noriko said, scratching her head, indicating it was of no consequence. Of course, it was of no consequence, especially since she had arranged the fall on level ground with the photography club senior. She wouldn't dare allow even the slightest blemish on her delicate, fair skin. Hayakawa Haruka reached out to pat the dust off the back of her skirt, then asked her to sit down first. "How could you be so careless? Noriko is so adorable. It wouldn't do to have any marks left." Hayakawa Haruka knelt down to examine Amamiya Noriko's legs for any injuries. Seeing that her knee-high socks were torn, she suggested, "Noriko, take off your knee-high socks so I can check for injuries." Seeing Amamiya Noriko sitting shyly, she bent down and slowly peeled off her knee-high socks, gradually revealing her slender, fair calves and dainty, exquisite feet. Hayakawa Haruka couldn't help but swallow unconsciously. My dream seems to be coming true. I really want to capture this moment. Damn it. But I can't do it in front of Noriko. Hayakawa-senpai, please don't keep staring. Seeing Amamiya Noriko's embarrassed and shy expression, Hayakawa Haruka smiled slightly. It's alright. Senpai is just helping Noriko check for any injuries. It wouldn't do to have any scars on such beautiful feet. Gently cradling the delicate feet of Ayumi Mikiko, Hayakawa Haruka meticulously examined them, seemingly finding no wounds or bruises. It appeared that Mikiko's feet had escaped any injury, which was indeed a relief. Such beautiful feet would be a lamentable loss if harmed. Gradually lowering Mikiko's feet, Haruka felt a surge of concern and reached out to touch Mikiko's ankle, diligently checking for any signs of injury. Noticing Mikiko's small feet twitching as if instinctively attempting to withdraw, her adorable toes curled in nervousness, the charmingly rosy toenails adding to the allure. Haruka spoke soothingly. Perhaps it's not an external injury. While there are no visible wounds, there may be internal damage to the leg. Let us have our senior take a closer look at Mikiko. Mikiko responded with a faint, almost inaudible acknowledgement. After all, they were both girls, and she found it of little consequence. Though the sensation of someone touching her feet felt slightly uncomfortable, it also served to prove that she could indeed fish with her feet. After allowing Haruka to examine her for a while, Mikiko gently retracted her foot, quietly reminding Haruka-senpai. Is it done? Instinctively retracting the foot that Haruka had been caressing, she replied, Yes, I'm finished. Upon hearing this, she caught Mikiko gazing at her with a look of pure confusion, prompting her to quickly regain her composure. Nodding reassuringly with a smile, what I meant is, I've checked, and it seems Mikiko really hasn't sustained any serious injury. But do be more careful next time, alright? Honestly, Mikiko, you're always so careless. You often catch colds and fevers. You really ought to pay more attention to your health. As Hayakawa Haruka gently caressed the head of Amamiya Noriko, the latter pondered to herself, You're right. I confessed to 3 people today, and I'm likely to catch a fever tomorrow. With this thought, she playfully displayed a bashful expression. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she buried her face slightly, murmuring, Haruka-senpai is really gentle. Haruka, displaying humility, replied, It's nothing special. It's just for you, Noriko. Noriko then inquired, with such beauty, gentleness, and competence, You must have a boyfriend, right? Wouldn't you be just as gentle with him? Observing Noriko's tentative questioning, as if she feared that having a boyfriend might lead him to abandon her, Haruka found her demeanor to be endearingly reminiscent of a fragile creature in need of protection, igniting a flutter of affection within her. Senpai doesn't have a boyfriend, she confessed. If possible, I would very much like to be your boyfriend, Noriko. Would that be all right? No, Noriko replied, blinking in surprise. With your qualities, I'm sure you could find an exceptionally wonderful boyfriend. How could you possibly want to be mine? A smile tugged at the corners of Haruka's mouth, as she wondered how Noriko could possess such unwavering confidence in her ability to attract a remarkable partner. In truth, she relished the idea of being Noriko's boyfriend, enjoying the prospect of caring for her and perhaps even occasionally admiring those alluring feet of hers. Noriko suddenly seemed to recall something, tucking her over-the-knee socks into her bag, slipping on her shoes, and rising to brush off her skirt. I have things to attend to, so I must be off. Thank you for your kindness, senpai. Anytime, Noriko. You can come to find me whenever you wish. Hayakawa Haruka reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the delicate feet of Amamiya Yoshiko, smiling softly. Once Yoshiko departed, she hurried back behind the desk to retrieve her phone. Having touched Yoshiko's foot, Chapter 75, The Tool Departing from the External Relations Department. Kazuko Amamiya considered herself a remarkably fortunate individual, albeit her strokes of luck were few and far between. Yet, she was surrounded by numerous seniors who adored her, albeit in a somewhat teasing manner. Indeed, this was not merely luck, but rather a testament to her charm. The serendipity lay in the fact that Yui Mizuhara attended the seniors' planning session without her phone, allowing her to jot down the names of all the seniors in the chat room, thus enabling Kazuko to approach them collectively. For the better part of a semester, Kazuko Amamiya busied herself with this endeavor, bestowing opportunities and courage upon her seniors, empowering them with the confidence to confess, only to face rejection. Methodically, she traversed the list of seniors, maintaining commendable efficiency. This approach proved to be more effective than spending excessive time trying to win over the entire club. However, this opportunity was singular. It was unlikely that there would be any other seniors akin to Kazuko. The second semester sped by under Kazuko Amamiya's industriousness. In the blink of an eye, over a month had elapsed. From the beginning of the term to mid-October, her days were meticulously scheduled, oscillating between facilitating her seniors' confessions and receiving their affections in return. At this juncture, she found herself greeted warmly by endearing and indulgent seniors wherever she went. What set the seniors apart from their male counterparts was their reaction after being rejected by Kazuko. Their response was simply, Kazuko has turned me down, despite her undeniable charm. This did not hinder them from continuing to treat Kazuko as a beloved younger sister in need of care. Nevertheless, the heartfelt confessions directed towards Kazuko Amamiya were indeed met with her refusal, contributing to her growing attributes. In this regard, those with a slightly stronger sense of self-esteem, who feel embarrassed after rejection, are considerably easier to manage. However, Kudo Shinichi does not belong to this category of boys. He is uniquely forthright. His straightforwardness is one thing, but his disinterest in a girl as endearing as her is another. Were it not for the knowledge that his affections lie with Ran, one might be inclined to suggest that he would naturally bend towards her over time. After all, there are a few friends that induce doubt, such as Osaka's Kuriko and Kaito Kuroba. Kudo Shinichi observed as Amamiya Noriko, with a bashful smile, received a gentle pat on the head from a senior, followed by a delightful drink gifted by her, a can of strawberry juice. Amamiya waved her small hand in farewell to the senior. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Kudo Shinichi spoke up. Have you recently become acquainted with quite a few seniors? Is that so? When did that happen? I'm getting to know them one by one. Amamiya Noriko replied, gazing at the pink strawberry juice in her hand. She delicately flicked her little finger to pop open the tab of the can. Kudo Shinichi raised an eyebrow at this, but decided to let it go. At least it was still within the bounds of normalcy. He was well aware that Amamiya Noriko held an SVIP membership at the gym. Why are you suddenly fixating on seniors again? He inquired. It's not me who is fixated on them. Rather, I am the one being targeted. I am a small, pitiful, and helpless rabbit, being eyed by a pack of white foxes. Amamiya Noriko pouted her lips and playfully formed rabbit ears with her small hands, jumping cutely. At that moment, a classmate passing by was so taken aback that he collided with a lamppost, causing a loud thud as he stumbled, feeling dizzy. Ah! Kuriko Amami let out a small gasp, thrusting the juice into Shinichi Kudo's hand, and hurriedly approached him with concern, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. The young man replied stiffly, straightening up at the sight of her worry. The sound of his collision with the lamppost had indeed been quite jarring. Kuriko attended to him for a while, cautioning him to be more vigilant while walking in the future. This made him blush, and he repeatedly waved his hands, attributing it to his own distraction. The innocent and endearing Kuriko, of course, would not press the matter further, and after offering him another reminder, she allowed him to leave, bestowing upon him a radiant smile. Be careful behind you. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Observing her classmate stagger away, clutching his forehead, Kuriko couldn't help but reflect. What an intriguing young man. Shinichi Kudo felt a surge of complex emotions. When would any man other than him stand before Kuriko Amami? This was a question he had pondered since kindergarten, and in moments like this, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. Surely, there must be men in the world capable of withstanding Kuriko's charm, but they are few and far between. What a sorrowful tale. Shinichi tilted his head back and took a sip of juice, finding it rather sweet. Did he really need to rush into an indirect kiss? I haven't even taken a sip yet. With a splutter, Shinichi coughed, while Kuriko deftly dodged, avoiding any splatter. Rainy Palace, in a moment of thoughtfulness, retrieved a tissue from her small bag and said, That was a gift from my senior. Please do not waste it. If you finish it, you must buy me another. Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss. He had unconsciously taken a sip, and although it was his own fault, He felt it was Rainy Palace's doing. Reluctantly, he returned to the vending machine to purchase another drink for her. "What would you like to drink?" he inquired. Chocolate-flavored milk," she replied. As Kudo Shinichi inserted coins, he pondered whether this choice belonged to the realm of beverages typically favored by charming young ladies. Rainy Palace had consistently opted for her unique standard of drinks. Coffee and chocolate-infused functional beverages were never on her list of delightful choices. "I simply desire to drink it. The chocolate flavor is quite rich," she stated as she squatted down to retrieve it, leaving Kudo Shinichi to enjoy the excessively sweet strawberry juice in his hand. Observing the juice, Kudo Shinichi calmly deduced whether Rainy Palace had purposely placed it in his hands. It was not beyond the realm of possibility, and indeed highly likely. Rainy Palace was certainly capable of such a maneuver. "What events have you registered for in next week's sports meet?" she casually asked after taking a sip of her chocolate milk. Kudo Shinichi, upon hearing her question, thoughtfully considered the reasons behind it and the various possibilities. This was not a person who would frivolously initiate conversation without purpose. There must be some plan or perhaps a scheme at play. Cautiously, Kudo Shinichi responded, "I believe I signed up for the 4x100-meter relay. A relay race involves 4 individuals, making it challenging for Noriko Amamiya to execute any undermining maneuvers, right?" Noriko Amamiya produced her notebook. "The teammates are? Shinichi Kudo. How could I possibly disclose that? Uttering a name would undoubtedly land them in your notebook, leading to an inevitable confession to you, wouldn't it?" Observing his cautiousness, Noriko Amamiya reluctantly put away her confession notebook. "I simply intended to bestow a buff upon your teammates, enhancing their capabilities." Shinichi Kudo nodded with resignation. "I extend my gratitude on their behalf for your kind intentions, but please refrain from exploiting them as disposable instruments merely to inconvenience me." Noriko Amamiya protested in a subdued tone. "I wouldn't regard them as disposable tools." Shinichi Kudo was taken aback by her exclamation, contemplating whether his words had wounded Noriko Amamiya's sentiments. Only to hear Noriko Amamiya append, "Twice, at the very least, they can be utilized twice as tools. I wouldn't relinquish them easily." Chapter 76. Do not disappoint Amamiya's expectations. Kudo Shinichi distanced himself from Amamiya Yoshiko. His face darkened. This person was toxic. Amamiya Yoshiko pursued him, imploring, "Tell me what events you are participating in. I can cheer for you." Kudo Shinichi firmly refused. Her cheers would undoubtedly have no effect. Rather, his foolish opponents might become exceptionally invigorated, fueled by the adrenaline inspired by Amamiya Yoshiko's presence. He had seen through it all. Realizing that Kudo Shinichi had entered a state of indifference, impervious to her charms, Amamiya Yoshiko pouted and sought out Ran and Sonoko to play. She too had events to participate in during the sports festival, long jump and high jump. She swiftly concluded her competitions, seizing 2 gold medals without allowing others a glimpse of her prowess, before returning to her demure and charming demeanor. She was a modest person, merely relishing the confessions of affection from others. She shunned ostentation. By remaining approachable, she hoped to instill the courage in others to profess their feelings. However, it had become increasingly difficult for her to elicit such confessions. The middle school boys lacked the courage to attempt declarations unless they were convinced of success. Amamiya Yoshiko expended considerable time cultivating an aura of encouragement and bravery. Had she initially positioned herself in a more vulnerable light, she might have found her pool of admirers doubled by now. The status of being a young lady from the Amamiya family deterred many suitors. Although she never flaunted this aspect, there was indeed a prominent Amamiya building in Mahonika. The surname Amamiya is not one that one encounters casually on the streets. This situation leaves her with no choice but to feign poverty, a task she is not particularly adept at. At the sports festival, Yukiko Amamiya donned a tracksuit, her slightly oversized jacket enveloping her figure. Her fair, slender legs were complemented by knee-high white socks and athletic shoes. As soon as she made her appearance, she was gifted a set of cheerleading gear by the captain, Aoi Motohashi, which included colorful pom-poms and a pair of rabbit ears. While she could overlook the pom-poms, the rabbit ears were a different matter entirely. Yukiko decided to bestow the rabbit ears upon Yoko, contemplating a change of headgear during the event. The rabbit ears were quite charming. In the fleeting moment she removed her headband and allowed her bangs to cascade down as she adorned the rabbit ears. She noticed several boys nearby seemingly entranced, as if witnessing two stunning beauties in unison. However, in the blink of an eye, they could only perceive Yukiko alone, accompanied by a girl wearing the rabbit ears, who was not particularly endearing. Where, they wondered, had the other beauty vanished? During the sports festival, the news of the third-place beauty at Titan Junior High swiftly spread amidst the excitement. Upon hearing this, Yukiko glanced at Yoko, who wore a curious expression, pondering whether that beauty could rival Yukiko's own allure. Perhaps, just a tad less captivating, Yukiko mused to herself. To be honest, without her headband, she felt a sense of ease. The two events she had registered for were trivial in nature, scarcely warranting attention. The overall narrative could be succinctly summarized. The adorable Yukiko had taken to the track, leaping with grace, ultimately claiming the championship in the long jump. The lovely Kiko has taken off running, soaring high as if she were the champion of high jumping. Her speed was so astonishing that it left onlookers momentarily bewildered. While each competitor had two chances to achieve a high score, Kiko accomplished this feat in a single attempt, clinching the gold medal. The audience, who had come to witness Kiko, were left in a state of disbelief. Could this truly be the delicate and charming Kiko? Hadn't she been frequently ill with fevers over the past month? Kiko gently touched her forehead and leaned softly against Yoko. It was only then that Lan realized what was happening and reached out to support Kiko. She shouldn't push herself so hard. Even though her athletic prowess is commendable, straining her body is unwise. Yoko encouraged Kiko to rest against her, and together they led her to a quieter spot to recuperate. The crowd gradually began to understand. So, Kiko does possess considerable athletic ability, but her frail constitution has been a hindrance. The adorable Kiko, who had forced herself to earn 2 gold medals, evoked a sense of endearment and sympathy. How wonderful it is to see Kiko striving to prove herself. If only she could find solace in my embrace. Surely she would recover more swiftly. A group of boys turned their heads toward the one who had spoken, an upperclassman. It seemed that only another girl could voice such a sentiment without facing repercussions. Lately, there has been an influx of such upperclassmen, drawing attention away from them. After all, they are the ones who cherish Kiko the most. Rainy Palace Kiko retreated to a corner to rest, primarily to avoid the direct assault of ultraviolet rays. With every additional minute under the sun, the risk of darkening her complexion increased. Before her stood the formidable Osaka Black Chicken and the enigmatic Kyagaku Makoto, while behind her lingered classmate Oda. The prospect of becoming excessively tanned was daunting, potentially overshadowing her inherent charm. Kudo Shinichi made a brief visit to check on Rainy Palace Kiko, having observed her impressive performance from earlier. He acknowledged her as a remarkable human, aligning with the hidden talents she possessed, though he remained puzzled as to why she had suddenly chosen to reveal them. Typically, Rainy Palace Kiko was adept at concealing her abilities, leading him to believe she would merely cheer from the sidelines, inspiring others to surpass their own limits. However, it was evident that Kiko appeared unconcerned, alleviating Shinichi of any further worries. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with the impending challenges of his own athletic events. After a fleeting glance at Kiko, who had noticed him and smiled gently, Shinichi felt as though he had drifted away a little further. As he returned to his focus, the group competition was approaching, and with his relay team positioned favorably, he prepared for the imminent 4x100-meter relay. Standing at the anchor position, he inhaled deeply, surveying the crowd filled with cheers and encouragement, yet he could not spot Rainy Palace Kiko among them. It seemed as though Kiko had no intention of participating. No, that thought was quickly dismissed. Even if she were to engage in mischief, it was inconceivable that she would remain entirely inactive. This is certain. He meticulously contemplated the peculiarities of Amamiya Kiko's behavior today, pondering any oddities or overlooked details. As he engaged in this mental reasoning, his gaze wandered around, contemplating that perhaps Kiko would only make her appearance at the very last moment, which would align perfectly with her usual tactics. However, it seemed she did not appear at all. Rather, the third runner appeared to be nearing the exchange. Kudo Shinichi inhaled deeply, slightly bending forward as he extended his hand backward to receive the baton. Before doing so, he glanced over his shoulder to gauge the distance between himself and the third runner. It was alarmingly close, almost to the point where the baton could be thrust into his mouth. The third runner handed him the baton, seemingly exhausting every ounce of energy, shouting fervently, "Do not let Amamiya's expectations down. What on earth has Amamiya Kiko done?" Chapter 77. The Relay Team. Charge. Kudo Shinichi was utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed of his predecessors. It was as if the baton was almost shoved into his mouth the moment he turned to look. Moreover, the third runner, with a fierce expression, roared at him not to disappoint Amamiya's expectations. What on earth were Amamiya's expectations? Kudo Shinichi felt as though he was nearing the limits of his psychological endurance. He swiftly averted his face to dodge the baton aimed at his mouth, then caught it with his hand and surged forward. As the anchor runner, Kudo Shinichi bore immense hopes. Being the ultimate captain of the somewhat unserious soccer club in Amamiya's absence, he resolved to harness his own strength to surpass the influence brought by Amamiya Yoshiko. "Shinichi, go for it. I believe you will surely come in first." Amamiya Yoshiko, appearing frail and in poor condition, seemed on the verge of collapsing, yet she shouted encouragement with unwavering strength for the relay participants. As Kudo Shinichi sprinted, he grasped the reason for the preceding runner's remarkable speed. The targeted encouragement doubled the effect. Alas, he did not witness Amamiya Yoshiko's demeanor, unaware that the impact was not merely amplified. Standing on the track, burdened with the hopes of his entire class, he faced the referee poised to signal the start at any moment, surrounded by throngs of classmates watching from the sidelines. A surge of emotion coursed through his chest, and his body and legs trembled with excitement and tension beyond his control. At that moment, someone shouted his name in support. Looking back, the once delicate Ayami was fervently cheering them on, firmly believing they would seize the championship. In that instant, all tremors were cast into the abyss, and a sense of unwavering strength enveloped the body, akin to a finely tuned machine with its gears fully wound. At the sound of the starting gun, they surged forward, feeling no fatigue as they sprinted to pass the baton to the next runner. The second runner's gaze remained fixed on Ayami Yoshiko, who was still fervently shouting encouragement from the sidelines. As the baton was handed over, a roar of determination echoed, transmitting strength to the first runner. Clutching the baton tightly in hand, he dashed forth, undeterred by the distance separating him from the other competitors, pushing himself to the limits before passing the baton to the next runner. The third runner's eyes were devoid of any awareness of rivals or the cheering crowd. All that existed was the unwavering support of Ayami Yoshiko, who seemed on the brink of collapse, alongside the first runner whose gaze radiated confidence and indomitable will. "We are champions!" he bellowed. With the hopes and faith of his teammates fueling him, the third runner propelled himself forward, handing the baton to Kudo Shinichi. In that final moment, as if every ounce of strength had been depleted, he shouted to perpetuate the spirit of belief. "Let us not betray Ayami's expectations." Before him, the vision gradually succumbed to darkness. In the dimness, he seemed to glimpse Akiko Amamiya, clad in an apron, waiting gently at the entrance, her warm smile greeting him. "You're back." A sudden warmth flushed his face, and the third runner abruptly opened his eyes, seeing the first two, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, "Did we win? We are the champions!" The trio embraced, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Shinichi Kudo stood calmly to the side, choosing not to join their fervor. He cast a sidelong glance at Akiko Amamiya, noticing her fleeting disdain and the subtle step she took away from him. Upon reaching the finish line, he beheld Akiko Amamiya in a fragile state, seemingly on the brink of collapse, and understood the full extent of the situation. Ordinary mortals were simply not enough to engage Akiko Amamiya. To put it simply, she had captured the sentiments of the first runner, then cast them like a shooting star. The beliefs and intentions of the second and third runners converged, only to be ultimately rejected by her. However, the collective sentiments of the three came to a complete halt at Shinichi Kudo, severing the connection entirely. Regardless of how they presented their feelings to Akiko Amamiya, it mattered not to him. He would not allow her any chance to refuse him. The dignity of all men now rested upon his shoulders. Anyone could falter, but he could not. Such was his resolve, and Akiko Amamiya had given him her silent approval. 4 individuals stood proudly on the podium, each adorned with a gold medal, warmly embracing the expressionless Kudo Shinichi, as they accepted the principal's handshake, followed by a group photograph. A slight interlude occurred when Amamiya Noriko, who had been cheering for Kudo Shinichi from the sidelines, was affectionately called up by the principal to join them for the photo, as her support had been both enthusiastic and commendable. Afterward, the other 3 students were exhilarated at the prospect of openly embracing Noriko in the photograph. Had she not been nearby, they might have leaped for joy. However, Noriko felt quite discontented with Kudo Shinichi, lamenting, "Why didn't you make a heart gesture towards me? Wasn't that the plan? There's absolutely no synergy between us. Just look at what you ended up doing." Kudo Shinichi could not help but retort, recalling their intention to create a heart gesture for keepsake, yet he had merely ended up giving a thumbs up. Fortunately, his quick wit allowed him to raise his hand in refusal. The dynamics of the photograph were rather intricate. Amamiya Noriko stood bashfully beside Kudo Shinichi, offering a thumbs up to the camera. In contrast, Kudo Shinichi maintained a calm demeanor as he raised his palm, rejecting Noriko's praise. Layers of unspoken tension lurked beneath the surface. Noriko huffed, showcasing her 2 gold medals, which hung heavily around her neck. "How weighty they are. They feel so substantial. Surely, Shinichi's medal owes half its merit to me, right?" Kudo Shinichi found it difficult to counter this claim, as Noriko had been instrumental in cheering on the 3 during their relay, nearly propelling them to greatness. The performance utterly eclipsed that of all competitors, simultaneously shattering the boys' 4x100 relay record at Daytan Middle School. Kudo Shinichi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Amamiya Noriko's enthusiastic support was far from mundane. How could she possibly keep up with 300-meter sprinters? Could she not behave like a typical girl? Kudo's emotions were a tumultuous blend, prompting him to distance himself from Amamiya Noriko, as he had other events to attend to. After all, she had already secured 2 gold medals, and he could not afford to lag behind. Amamiya Noriko pouted and sent Xiaolan and Yuanzi to cheer him on, while she feigned the need to rest, ultimately joining the cheering squad for the entire sports meet. It felt remarkably effective, and thus, the sports meet was not to be missed time and again. Although the sports meet spanned more than one day, Amamiya Noriko fell ill with a fever and could not attend on the second day. This was due to the valiant confessions from her teammates in the relay race, which had been declined. Despite running a mild fever of 39 degrees Celsius, she was determined to go to school, only to be firmly pressed back into bed by Chikage Riho. With such a fever, how could she still entertain the notion of attending the sports meet? Chapter 78. The unyielding Kagemitsu, the school sports festival, save for its inaugural day, was a flawless miss thereafter. Akiko Rainey, originally poised to cheer fervently for the athletes, hoping they might gain an advantage through her heartfelt support, found herself thwarted. As a member of the club committee, she intended to extend her condolences to the various sports clubs, except for the football team. Her plans to offer refreshing water and other gestures of kindness to athletes who had yet to confess their feelings were dashed by an unexpected fever. A slight miscalculation occurred. Perhaps she should have waited until the conclusion of the sports festival to provide them with opportunities to express their affections. As it stood, she had managed to secure a modest accumulation of attribute points, perhaps a dozen or so. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Akiko was whisked away by Enko to watch a film during the brief interlude following the sports festival, hoping to alleviate her despondency. Whether it truly eased her grief was uncertain, as Enko's choice of a romantic film inundated her with a plethora of clichés. Akiko should have recognized that Enko's taste rarely leaned towards serious cinema, especially at the tender age of 12. One might ponder why there are no restrictions preventing minors from viewing such romantic films. It is no wonder that the afflictions of infatuation become so pronounced in later years. Before her stood a master, yet Akiko found herself neglecting her studies, often feeling inadequate in comparison. Had she but learned even a modicum of skill from Enko, she would not be resigned to the belief that no one could possibly find Enko appealing. Nevertheless, it remains true. Having removed her hairband, I, Akiko Rainey, would gladly bestow upon her the title of second strongest. Awakening from a complex slumber, she found the film's credits rolling. With keen eyes, she spotted the name Yoshiko Chigusa, likely a minor character, as her current fame was not particularly pronounced. Is Kiko beautiful? Ah, indeed, the protagonist is handsome, the heroine is lovely, the storyline is touching, The setting is reasonable, and the visuals are exquisite. Yoko gazed at the drowsy Kiko with a hint of exasperation. It was evident that she had not truly paid attention to the film. Kiko was undeniably more beautiful and charming than the leading lady, and when it came to romantic experiences, she had quite a repertoire. Countless boys had confessed their feelings to her throughout her life, all of which she had turned down, surpassing even the heroine in her allure. Yet, as a concerned friend, Yoko worried for Kiko. If she continued to reject every handsome suitor, wouldn't she cultivate a habit that would render her indifferent to attractive men? How would she ever find a boyfriend? The very thought of Kiko accepting a confession from a boy was almost unfathomable, and even more challenging was envisioning her reciprocating his affections. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Yoko felt her heart fluttering dangerously close to a meltdown, far beyond her limited capacity for such romantic musings. However, as the seasoned romantic expert Suzuki Yoko, she was determined not to abandon her friend. Upon exiting the cinema, she immediately proposed they continue their outing, determined to encounter a super handsome guy who would make Kiko's heart race. Kiko forced a smile. That would mean no return home. We shouldn't take the train. It would diminish our chances of encountering handsome men and might make them perceive us as unapproachable. Yoko thwarted Kiko's idea of having Chieri or Riho pick them up. Kiko earnestly inquired, "Then how shall we go shopping?" "Let us take the tram." With a sense of confidence, Yuenzi remarked that there exist those uniquely handsome gentlemen on the tram, whose charm and grace remain unaffected despite the mundane act of commuting. Such individuals, typically exuding an approachable demeanor, might indeed captivate one's interest. Is this the reason why the esteemed second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate chooses to travel daily by bus and tram? Amano Noriko found herself wavering between belief and skepticism. Should such a serendipitous encounter occur, she would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. However, two first-year middle school girls seeking out handsome boys on a tram felt somewhat absurd to her, leaving Noriko with a nagging suspicion that she had fallen under Yuenzi's spell. "Look, that boy should be a middle school student like us, right?" Yuenzi suddenly tugged at Noriko's hand, directing her gaze towards the rear of the tram car. A middle school student? Shouldn't he be a handsome fellow instead? With a resigned sigh, Noriko turned her head, pondering the reality that middle school boys rarely fit the mold of handsome. They had only recently graduated from elementary school and, at most, could only be deemed somewhat attractive when compared to their peers. Outside the confines of school, a man, even with ordinary looks, who pays attention to his grooming and styles his hair, could easily surpass the youthful charm of a middle school boy. How could one possibly associate middle schoolers with handsomeness? Turning her head, Noriko glanced over, and indeed, not only was he not a handsome boy, but it was also a girl. "Yuenzi, this is truly excessive. How could you mistake the innocent Saira Mahiro for a boy? She has just entered middle school." Noriko's attention shifted to the girl, astonished to see Saira Mahiro. Encountering her was a rarity, and such a stroke of luck must have been the result of their utmost efforts. "That's a girl, not a boy," whispered Amamiya Noriko, tilting her head towards Enko. "Ah!" Enko exclaimed in surprise, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. It certainly appeared to be a girl, though she was dressed in boyish attire. She turned to Noriko, wondering how she had discerned that. Noriko's gaze remained fixed in that direction, seemingly captivated by the girl adorned in masculine garb. Could it be that Noriko was fond of girls who dressed like boys? A thought flickered through Enko's mind. Perhaps she could adopt a more boyish style herself. Unaware of Enko's burgeoning romantic notions, Amamiya Noriko continued to observe the figure of Sarah Masaru, who seemed engrossed in something happening in another compartment. What could she be looking at? Noriko tugged Enko along, switching trains several times. At last, as they disembarked, they noticed that Sarah Masaru had ceased her transfers. She was now intercepted by a man with sun-kissed skin, long hair, clad in a black knit cap, sunglasses, and a black trench coat, who was carrying a black guitar case on his back. "Handsome." Enko was about to voice her admiration when Noriko swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her behind a pillar. What was Akai Shuichi doing here? Noriko pondered, her thoughts racing. If this mirrored the memories she held, then both Scottish Jubu Kajimitsu and Bourbon Amuroturu would also appear shortly. The three of them must be on a mission, and the guitar case likely concealed a firearm. Amaya Tomoki is acquainted with both Amuro Toru and Akai Shuichi, and the two gentlemen are likewise familiar with her. Should they discover their mutual connection to her, one can only imagine the ensuing circumstances. Miki. What is the matter? Sonoko, cleverly concealed behind a pillar, was about to inquire about Miki's situation when she noticed Amaya Miki turning her gaze towards the side of the pillar. Miki. Is that so? What a lovely name. Young one, may I ask your surname? A man clad in a gray coat, slowly removing his hood, smiled gently at Amaya Miki. She looked up at the man, whose voice was soothing and adorned with a benevolent smile, his face slightly shadowed by stubble, and who carried a guitar case on his back. Indeed, it was Shukubu Kagemitsu. Chapter 79. Saira Masakazu Amaya Noriko gazed at the figure of Jubutsu Kagemitsu emerging from behind the pillar, her eyes widening in astonishment, sparkling with life. How delightful it is to behold the real Jubutsu Kagemitsu. By the way, my surname is Amaya. Isn't it lovely? I am Suzuki Sonoko, she introduced herself. Sonoko was momentarily dazzled by Kagemitsu's gentle smile, feeling invigorated, and she placed a hand on Noriko's shoulder, gently nudging her forward. Sonoko was a true professional at promoting her friends. Noriko, momentarily taken aback, shyly waved her hands. It's not that special. Kagemitsu smiled warmly. I think it sounds wonderful. Are you two out for some fun? Yes, we just finished watching a movie. Noriko replied, her voice barely above a whisper, embodying her bashful nature. Sonoko chimed in, and then we decided to wander around. By the way, big brother, is that a guitar you're carrying? This is a bass. Do you both enjoy music? Kagemitsu replied, adjusting the angle so they could see the white bass he had retrieved from its case. Sonoko nodded enthusiastically, we do. Noriko is quite the singer too. Oh, if the opportunity arises, I would love to hear the sweet melodies of little Amaya, Kagemitsu said with a smile, feeling quite fond of the adorable yet shy girl, as well as the lively one beside her. His naturally gentle and kind disposition, coupled with his patience towards children, left him with no doubt regarding Noriko's singing talent. Rainy Palace, feeling a touch of embarrassment, smiled softly. Yuanzi, this is rather impressive, isn't it? Does this mean she won't need to make a move? Zhu Fujingguang slightly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the solitary little girl, who stood alone, seemingly lonely, as Zhu Xingde had gone to purchase tickets. He addressed Yugong Kiko and Suzuki Yuenzi, suggesting, shall we invite that girl to join us? I would love to teach you both how to play the bass. Yugong Kiko noted the gentle smile in the corners of his eyes. Zhu Fujingguang possessed those alluring, upturned phoenix eyes. When accompanied by a hint of a smile, they were truly captivating. His approach was not merely to engage with the two of them. He likely recognized that after Zhu Xingde discovered Saira Makoto, it was improbable for him to include the little girl in the mission. Being left alone would indeed be too isolating. Thus, he approached them for conversation. Naturally, Yugong Kiko chose to cooperate. Rather than theatrically mistaking Toru's footsteps for those of other members of the organization, to prevent exposing her family and Amuro Toru, she decided to take drastic measures, which included destroying her phone that contained contacts of others. The situation became exceedingly complex, and it was precisely at this moment that Amuro Toru, witnessing this scene, began to regard Akai Shuichi as an adversary, believing he was responsible for the death of his dear friend. Zhu Fujingguang held lofty ideals. Indeed, Akai Shuichi's cold words regarding betrayal, stating that only through retribution could one respond. Am I wrong? It was indeed a complete mockery. However, at that moment, Akai Shuichi was unaware that Amuro Toru was an undercover officer for the Japanese police. He mistook him for a member of the organization, leading to his remarks. Thus, the chaos of multiple undercover agents unfolds. Naturally, Akiko Amamiya chooses to cooperate with Kagemitsu Zufu, and with the presence of Masamune Shiru, a formidable female force within the realm of Conan, they are destined to become good friends in the future. Akiko Amamiya takes the initiative to approach Sonoko and engages in conversation with Masamune Shiru. Hello, would you like to join me in learning the bass? Masamune Shiru, who was initially overwhelmed with disappointment, gazes in astonishment at the shy girl who has approached her to strike up a conversation. Chapter 80. Waiting for good morning. Fish, fish, Fish Sarah Masumi gazed at the girl before her, who was nearly her size. The delicate features of the girl were tinged with shyness, as she occasionally lifted her gaze to meet Masumi's eyes, only to hastily avert them once more. This behavior starkly contrasted with her boldness in initiating conversation. Surely, it must have taken a great deal of courage to do so. Faced with such a bashful Amamiya Noriko, one found it nearly impossible to utter a word of refusal. "Are you learning the bass?" Sarah Masumi inquired, glancing at Shibutsuke. Her eyes widened momentarily, recognizing the resemblance to her brother in Kei's attire, and the unmistakable guitar case slung over his shoulder indicated he was indeed her brother's companion. Coupled with Shibutsuke's gentle gaze, the initial impression was quite favorable. Yard also chimed in, "Noriko is just too shy around strangers. She's merely concerned that you might feel lonely, which is why she's joining us." Sarah Masumi nodded in agreement, offering a friendly smile to Amamiya Noriko. After a brief session of learning to play scales, Masumi became acquainted with both Noriko and Yard. Throughout the interaction, Yard observed whether Shibutsuke's type of charm appealed to Noriko, noticing her growing bashfulness. However, after a 10-minute interlude of newfound comfort, Amamiya Noriko unexpectedly suggested it was time to leave, leaving Yard momentarily taken aback. "We can't keep you occupied with our lessons," she remarked. "So, thank you, big brother, for teaching us music. Goodbye, Sarah." Amamiya Noriko politely expressed her gratitude to Shibutsuke and bid farewell to Sarah Masumi. Leaving the garden, still somewhat bewildered, Shufu Jingguang found himself momentarily unresponsive. However, he soon heard a voice from behind him. "Scotland, what are you doing?" Turning around, he beheld a man partially obscured by a baseball cap, revealing only his light golden hair and sun-kissed skin. It was his good friend, Akai Shuichi, with whom he had teamed up for an undercover mission, codenamed Bourbon. He smiled slightly. "I'm just keeping company with the children who are out playing without adult supervision." Akai glanced at Sarah Masumi. "We still have work to do, and another person to find." He went to buy the children's tickets. "Understood." Akai nodded, offering a faint smile to Sarah Masumi. After a short while, Akai returned, and upon seeing Bourbon, he handed a ticket to his sister. "It's time for you to go home." "Oh!" Sarah Masumi, realizing her brother had no intention of including her in his plans, reluctantly boarded the train, casting a glance at the three people on the platform. "Is my brother starting a band?" Shufu Jingguang began to pack away his bass, discreetly opening the guitar case to stow it out of sight from passers-by. However, a small note slipped out. He picked it up. It bore only an email address and a line of neat handwriting. "Thank you for taking care of them, Shufu Jingguang. If you don't mind, could you say good morning to me tomorrow?" Shufu's eyes flickered as he crumpled the note in his palm, but considering the email address written on it, he restrained his strength. Now that he is aware of the true identity of Shufu Kagemitsu, it is evident that he comprehends the situation regarding the undercover agent. However, it remains uncertain whether the opponent is also aware of Zero's circumstances. Shufu Kagemitsu cast a glance at Zero down the valley, with the whiskey nearby, feeling compelled to conceal any signs of abnormality. He could only suppress his thoughts within. For an undercover agent, the exposure of their identity is a matter of life and death. How could they involve those two innocent girls in such a perilous situation? A flash of his gaze revealed the image of the shy, dark-haired girl, making it all the more intolerable. Given the gravity of the issue, despite the apparent lack of malice from the other party, Shufu Kagemitsu resolved to keep the matter deeply ingrained in his mind. Having just infiltrated the organization, he could not establish contact with the police department and must avoid any situations that could lead to exposure. He needed to remain vigilant, not only for his own sake but also for the sake of his friend, Zero, to prevent any revelations. Thus, Shufu Kagemitsu resolved to conduct an investigation within a certain scope. Meanwhile, on the streetcar, Amamiya Noriko eagerly anticipated the good morning that Shufu Kagemitsu had promised her for the following day, hoping to obtain his email address. Why was Noriko leaving so soon? He is quite the handsome fellow. Enzen still clung to Noriko's arm. Noriko pondered, if she doesn't leave, what will happen when Toko arrives? Or when Akai Shuichi returns? With the recent emergence of Shufu Kagemitsu, each of the three has left a distinct impression on her. Which persona should she adopt? It truly is a battlefield for her. The persistent garden seems to be enamored with the word handsome, uttering it incessantly. Yumiya Noriko finds it difficult to comprehend her thoughts. After all, being single for 30 years hardly warrants such urgency. However, considering their close sisterly bond and her role as a supportive ally, Yumiya decides to grant Garden's romantic whims an opportunity to flourish. If today, the formidable ally Garden could elicit confessions of love from 5 suitors, perhaps they could take a moment to observe what Kaito is currently preoccupied with, or even what Kayagaku Makoto is engrossed in. Of course, Kaito, still in his ordinary middle school phase and yet to transform into the illustrious Phantom Thief Kid, offers little of intrigue at this moment. Yumiya suspects that Garden's affection for Kaito Black may be minimal, as he bears a resemblance to Kudo Shinichi, while Garden's affections lie with Phantom Thief Kid. As for Kayagaku Makoto, Yumiya herself is quite intrigued by his current prowess in combat. She has learned a bit of karate from Ran, though it is worth noting that Kayagaku will eventually become the national karate champion, boasting an undefeated record of 400 victories. Yet, at this stage, none of them can dodge bullets, so they may engage in some friendly sparring. It remains to be seen how capable Garden will be in this endeavor. Overlooking Garden's incessant chatter about handsome men, Yumiya inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Garden raised her hand and pointed with a single finger. Of course, to the place where the most handsome men gather on weekends, the Tokyo Flea Market. Yumiya raised an eyebrow at the prospect of a grand vintage fair before her. Would there truly be an abundance of handsome men here? Numerous couples and young women stroll hand in hand, captivated by these intriguing trinkets. One wonders if eligible bachelors venture to the flea market on weekends. She gazes upward at a slogan hanging above the market. What you can purchase at the Tokyo Flea Market is time. The antique section constitutes the most expansive area of the market, showcasing an array of charming antiquities sourced from Europe. Vendors display an assortment of items once found in 18th and 19th century European households, such as plates, spoons, and forks, alongside vintage dolls, enveloping the space in an enchanting European ambience reminiscent of an 18th century marketplace. This is the allure of the flea market's antique section, albeit its appeal bears little relation to the presence of handsome men. Amaya Noriko crouches to examine a pair of exquisite metal earrings on display. Although not crafted from precious materials, their design is quite appealing, resembling droplets that have just touched the water's surface. Regrettably, only one earring is available. Noticing the charming young girl, the vendor kindly offers, "Little lady, if you are interested, I can sell it to you for a lower price." "All right, I'll take it." "Thank you," Noriko replies, nodding as she pays the reduced price, which, while not exceptionally low, reflects the intricate design and uniqueness of the solitary piece, totaling 1,000 yen. Will Noriko wear the earring? She shakes her head, stating, "I won't wear it, but it is quite delicate and would make a lovely charm for my keys." UNZ was perplexed. Purchasing a keychain for 1,000 yen seemed rather extravagant. However, as she continued to stroll, she soon comprehended that Kiko merely possessed a passion for collecting exquisite keychains, despite having never seen Amamiya Kiko adorned with one. According to Kiko, these delicate and intricate trinkets were particularly appealing for collection. "Kiko, over here." Just as Amamiya Kiko was engrossed at a stall, UNZ whisked her away to a booth selling antiquarian books. It was evident that UNZ had no intention of acquiring a book. Her interest lay solely in the melancholic yet artistically striking demeanor of the stall owner. She feigned enthusiasm, urging Amamiya Kiko to crouch down and examine the tomes, which appeared quite remarkable. The brooding young man cast a fleeting glance at Suzuki UNZ but chose to ignore her, instead gazing pensively at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Perhaps due to the contemplation of cosmic rays, his eyes bore an aura of sadness. These books seemed to encapsulate the passage of time, recounting tales of sorrowful memories. Amamiya Kiko mused softly as she regarded the ancient pages. The brooding young man's interest piqued at her words. Kiko thought to herself, "You are quite perceptive. Perhaps you should indulge less in the literature of youthful anguish." Chapter 81. The lowly villain in the midst of shadows. Your brilliance alone illuminates the world. I adore you. Rain Palace Noriko and the melancholic one engaged in a discourse on the poignant literature of youthful sorrow and pain. The melancholic one found himself utterly captivated by Rain Palace Noriko's literary prowess, as well as by her sorrow and melancholy, which nevertheless shimmered with a glimmer of hope. He was deeply enamored with her. A cultured individual could articulate "I love you" with a richness of sentiment and poetic depth, for such expressions are inherently romantic. No, I am a joyous person. You must embrace a bit of joy as well, Rain Palace Noriko responded, waving her hand with a radiant, healing smile, gently rebuffing him. Your transition from sorrow to romance is rather abrupt. The melancholic one bowed his head, lamenting, as a human being, I am truly sorry. Rain Palace Noriko replied with empathy, I am aware that there are those who love me, yet I seem to lack the capacity to love in return. The melancholic one's gaze was profoundly drawn to her, and since Rain Palace Noriko had nothing pressing to attend to, she offered him a session of psychological therapy. This was to prevent him from uttering sentiments like, I hope you remember me, that I once existed beside you, only to succumb to despair and perish. She had no desire to inherit the fatalistic aura of Conan. When departing from the melancholic one's domain, after undergoing a thorough psychological regimen, his mental state had improved to merely a notch below that of a typical individual. With a proper meal and a restful sleep, he should be able to resume a semblance of normalcy. The only aspect that left her slightly uncertain was the faint glimmer of reverence she discerned in the gaze directed at her by the other party. This, however, posed no significant issue. There are countless church followers in the world, and as long as one can seamlessly integrate into society, all is well. After departing from that stall, the garden, who had been observing with a question mark hovering above her head, could no longer contain herself and embraced Ayami. Her voice choked with emotion as she offered comfort. Ayami, it turns out, you too have had your struggles? Sob. It's all right. I will always be here for you. Ayami tilted her head slightly, acknowledging that indeed, it had not been easy for her. For the sake of such a confession, she had nearly dredged up the memories of several profoundly melancholic books, which was exceedingly difficult and torturous. Yet beyond that there was nothing more. Ayami consoled the garden for a while, reminding herself that her own words were merely fictional. Little sister, have you encountered something sorrowful? Have you been bullied by someone? Would you like me to help you seek revenge? A robust figure came to a halt before them, his voice gruff. Ayami glanced up at him, recognizing that he was not a character worthy of appearing in the original narrative, but rather a minor adversary spawned in the somewhat convoluted environment of a flea market. She smiled and responded, It's all right. I haven't been bullied, and there's no need for your help. Thank you. Really don't need it? Then I can take you to see the goldfish. Uncle Zhuang, with his unkempt stubble, revealed a lewd grin as he leered at Ayumi and Sonoko. His unabashed gaze caused Sonoko to feel a twinge of panic, prompting her to grasp Ayumi's wrist. The flea market was bustling. Surely, if they shouted, someone would come to their aid, right? It's all right, Sonoko. Wait for me here, Ayumi reassured her, patting her hand. Ayumi. Sonoko began, but Ayumi gently replied, It's fine. Turning away, she cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Zhuang before stepping into a nearby alley, pulling a rubber band from her pocket to tie her hair into a single ponytail. Ayumi strode into the alley, and the dubious figure naturally followed, his tall frame nearly blocking the passage for the 12-year-old girl. Do you have something to say, Uncle? She inquired. Uncle Zhuang displayed his lascivious smile, letting out a peculiar, grating laugh. The laugh was unbearable. Before he could revel in his triumph, Ayumi felt a sudden impact to her chin. Her head snapped back, as if her consciousness had been jolted free. She lost all sensation of her body and, as her form crumpled to the ground, her gaze shifted upwards. Flexing her ankle, Ayumi realized she needed to leap to deliver a kick, glancing at the sprawled figure before her with a tilt of her head. Is this the sort of person that dares to commit wrongdoing? They ought to apologize to the criminals caught by Conan. This is a disgrace to the average standards. Summoning her courage, Sonoko found a stick and entered the alley, only to stand there in stunned silence at the scene. Ayumi? What? Chapter 82. Ah, such a wonderful romance. In a dimly lit alley, Noriko Amamiya and Sonoko Suzuki locked eyes. Noriko's shoe rested upon the lifeless form of some unfortunate creature, an incidental consequence of her recent leap and landing. She harbored no penchant for trampling upon others. Yet, in Sonoko's perspective, Noriko appeared as a valiant figure who had effortlessly vanquished the villain. her single ponytail swaying slightly, a testament to her swiftness of action, all occurring in the blink of an eye. In Sunoko's current recollections, Noriko was always the embodiment of charm and gentleness, her character soft and inviting. However, the gates of memory swung open abruptly, conjuring images of an era long past when Noriko reigned supreme over their kindergarten. From the moment she first encountered Noriko, it was evident that she possessed an uncanny ability to effortlessly subdue the boys who bullied Lon. At the tender age of 3, Noriko exuded an undeniable coolness. Throughout their years in kindergarten, she seemed to possess an omniscient aura, capable of achieving anything, her demeanor and comportment exuding an effortless coolness. It was not until the early days of elementary school that she gradually transformed into a more typical girl. Reserved, endearing, and gentle, traits that made her frequent bouts of illness all the more noticeable. Otherwise, after a fever yesterday, she would triumph over 10 adversaries today, who would deem her weak. Although, it seemed that, at the onset of elementary school, she had already decimated the soccer team. By the time they reached middle school, the situation was even more pronounced. Due to health issues, she had graciously declined the position of class representative, leaving Sunoko often fretting over Noriko's well-being, making visits to check on her when she was confined to bed with a fever. Although Rainy Palace Kiko recently won 2 gold medals at the school sports meet, the memories of her early years from 3 to 6 and then to 12 are somewhat blurred. Yet, upon reflection, the images coalesce. Yoko's attention is captivated by the remarkably cool and handsome Kiko, as if she has returned. Her gaze is intensely fixed on Rainy Palace Kiko, curiosity igniting within her akin to the fervor of a budding romance, making it evident that evasion is no longer an option. With a sense of wonder, Rainy Palace Kiko muses that Yoko is fiercely loyal. Today, she must bid farewell to this persona, a character she has cherished for so long. It is difficult to part with this identity, which embodies both charm and gentleness, rendering her utterly endearing. With a delicate physique that invites tenderness, and a commendable academic prowess that earns her the admiration of her peers and the affection of seniors, she is the quintessential beloved junior, adored by those older than her. How could someone so delightful possibly fade away? The only recourse is to summon Kudo Shinichi to bestow upon her the strength to remove her foot from the lecherous grasp of an undesirable suitor. With deft hands folded demurely before her skirt, she slightly bends forward, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, Yoko. It was never my intention to deceive you." Upon hearing Kiko's admission and apology, Yoko's anger dissipates, yet her curiosity compels her to seek clarity. "So, are you saying that your frailty was entirely feigned?" "Well, not entirely." As Akiko Amamiya tilted her head slightly, one might question whether it was her character that was under scrutiny. Was she merely feigning cuteness? Was the focus truly on her physicality? It was no surprise that her dear friend, Sunoko Suzuki, found this rather amusing. Sunoko inquired, "Is it not entirely so?" Akiko, feeling a touch embarrassed, twirled her fingers and admitted, "It's true that I've had a cold and fever. However, under normal circumstances, my health is quite splendid." How does that sound? After all, even the most muscular individuals can catch a cold, and surely someone as adorable as her could as well. Sunoko pondered aloud. Is this the reason why Akiko frequently falls ill yet effortlessly secures gold medals in soccer and at the athletic meet? In other words, while her physical exercise is commendable, her immune system may be somewhat lacking? Indeed, Akiko nodded in agreement. Sunoko, intrigued, asked, "So, just how robust is Akiko's physique?" At that moment, Akiko glanced around. Then, with a swift motion, she propelled herself off the narrow walls of the alley, effortlessly reaching the height of 3 meters atop the wall, standing gracefully. Sunoko looked up in awe. Impressive. No wonder Akiko wears leggings daily. Today, she dons a pair of white pumpkin pants, which are utterly charming. Wishing to avoid drawing attention, Akiko descended lightly, grasped the edge of the wall, and with a push, landed on the opposite wall, bending slightly to absorb the impact. Akiko truly exuded coolness, reminiscent of a kindergarten child. Yet, there seemed to be something missing. Sunoko clapped in admiration but sensed that there was still an element lacking in the praise directed at the bashful Akiko. What could it be? She pondered seriously and concluded that it was indeed her aura. In the kindergarten days, Ayumi Nakamori exuded an undeniable charm through her every gesture and expression. Although the current Ayumi still moved with grace, her expressions were endearing rather than striking. Upon articulating her sentiments, Ayumi tilted her head, perhaps sensing the nuances of character differences. It was quite perplexing. However, she had already borrowed strength from Shinichi Kudo. Sonoko Suzuki noticed a slight blush on Ayumi's cheeks after she finished speaking, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. This matter was far from simple, and her instincts as a love connoisseur hinted at a delightful romantic atmosphere. Behind Ayumi, it was as if pink petals were gradually unfurling, making her appear even more like a girl in love than Sonoko had previously imagined. Sonoko quickly leaned in, lowering her voice to inquire softly, "So, what exactly is going on?" As the future queen of deduction, she understood the importance of not directly asking whom Ayumi had developed feelings for. Instead, she would continue the conversation, subtly probing into the topic of Ayumi's romantic entanglements. Otherwise, revealing her intentions might frighten Ayumi into silence, leaving the truth of a romantic incident tantalizingly out of reach, which would be unbearably cruel for her. In comparison to Ayumi's love life, everything else paled in significance. Witnessing Sonoko's keen interest, Ayumi's sparkling eyes flickered momentarily before she shyly leaned closer to Sonoko's ear and whispered her reasons. Sonoko's mouth fell open, momentarily breathless, and after a pause, she gasped, "Ayumi really likes Shinichi?" Kiko's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly covered Yoko's mouth. "I don't know, Yoko, could you please lower your voice?" Yoko waved her hand dismissively. No. It's simply impossible to contain this excitement. What Kiko just said is truly, absolutely magnificent. Because Shinichi prefers the cuter side of her." Upon hearing Kiko's words, Yoko immediately grasped the reason behind Kiko's transformation from being suave to adorable. It was all due to Shinichi Kudo's preference. He did not favor the more handsome version of her. Consequently, Kiko altered herself for Shinichi, becoming an even more charming and endearing Kiko. Ah, what a splendid romance. Yoko was enraptured, for at last, a love story was poised to blossom under her watchful gaze. But alas, it was all a fade, a mere illusion. On the other side of the wall, Shinichi Kudo nearly choked on his breath, baffled by Kiko's reckless words in his absence.